Chapter 1: The Apocalyptic World. With long, straight, shapely legs, a formidable presence, and a stunning visage, undoubted Lyre presented Dastumbling Bluckant the path of a successful man. Li Xiao, known as a master connoisseur of his land films, found himself too preoccupied to appreciate beauty. Fixate don Theomenis dark barrel off tegun pointed at him, Heswallowed hard, grappling with a sense of foreboding. Regret washed over him hesh hoodnevir have ventured into Thais apocalyptic realm, nor should ha have covetethila reeftune known rechisit promised. If Javenino thurchants, perhaps shwood custo remain in honest to work her back in Blue Star, aiding ease employer in acquiring the next luxurious sports or charming secretary. War you? Where do you come from? The cold-faced beauty brandished up and brimming with technological sophistication. Her gaze, filled with hamic soft desire and suspicion, scrutinized the delicate man before her. And what about those? Can Nedjud send various food items in your backpack? Where did thee come from? Before Lysia could respond, the fierce woman preceded, hair words dripping with avarice. I hail from the distant east, he concocted, allowing here imagination to fill in the gaps. Far East, Dawn City. The beauty instantly named location. Lysia refrained from engaging, Asha had no knowledge of what Dawn City entailed. After all, I am Theon were a vivid you. With Thor a smile, Lysia retorted, could you possibly at first? Internally, the cursed, beauty can be the Bejets word. The aside Buddhist expression remained impassive as Hera turned weapon toit shoulster. Seeing this, Lysia outlet a breath he han trialized he was holding. He understood that his life had been spared at least for them a minute. Perhaps we can engage in a meaningful discussion. I come with goodwill. Who knows, it might become your future employer. Lysia's gaze remained fixed on the captivating yet capricious woman Helenis Trevivid hum. Employer? You wish to hire him? Mercenarius synthize Wastalander and not so easily persuaded. Woman regarded the boundman with a playful expression as a lone wolf. She had really taken on many contracts. Most of the time, she merely struggled to survive in this brutal wasteland, fully aware that Thumanatra could be far more terrifying than the zombies and monsters the Troamedid. I believe I can offer competitive a price. Y'all find that the Kenejud Sayudi sire will fill auto satisfaction. Lysia was uncertain whether his words swood swathifier sea beauty, but the fault compelled to tree he couldn't simply resign himself to spare. Even if a Cedruin, he would struggle to fiend. Delio have many off these? Fuman's face a revioletto and tough skepticism. Lysia correct Liddy Ducid that the demon 4-footin these world ways exceeding lie. Not many boots certain lower than you can imagine. Heatered Nitiver state his claim, as she remained largely unfamiliar with this strange world. However, one of thing was certain resources like food were exceeding like scarcing his salate, apocalyptic realm. Bootho cold, summy and Dawn City end of fear? Dante will consider yourself as superior, looking down new upon the barren borders? In an instant, the fierce beauty regarded Lysia with a questioning stare. Ma'am, I have me own mission. Coincidentally, I am not well acquainted with this place you wouldn't want your employer, would you? Then let us become partners instead. Fearing her thoughts might wander, Lysia's expression shifted as she hastily clarified his position. After a brief silence, but whirlest in contemplation. Let us collaborate harmoniously. Regarding your revival of let us consider it a foundation of mutual trust. Ash spoke, the fire sea beauty deaf Lysly said through ropes bindingly shall. I still don't know why her name. Lysia shifted his limbs, relieved from the uncomfortable bindings. Thuman replied with a casual nonchalance, Lin Yun, and you? Li Xiao. Where do we go from here? The cold-faced beauty, Lin Yun, inquired of him. This place will suffice we can reign for Chethishidden shelter. Let us regard it to sur temporary base. Lysia did not directly answer Lin Yun's question but can't. You require gold. Gold? What do you need such things for? Lin Yun's brow furrow eating confusion old dange well should long since list their value. I have my own plans so you needn't pre. It will compensate Eugene Rasly for every kilogram of gold. It will provide an additional box soft meat cans. Lysia elaborated, this could be likened to your commission. I am a rather generous person. Very well. At the mention of meatkins Lin Yun's pupils, like contracted, a clear sight hat intrigued. Rest assured. guarantee these with me integrity. After calming himself, Lizaya felt the hot successfully negotiate his way through. Integrity? People from Dawn City still look things? Lin Yun scoffed, how do you intend to pay him? The logistics so for source of transportation are no simple matter. Our people have a thire waste you need to worry about that. Lizaya spoke smoothly, maintaining his composure. Every Oni harbor secrets. Lin Yun did not press further, but Henrickled something. I remember there is a commercial bank nearby. I should have a thegol to seek. It will return shortly with some for you. No need to rush. Lizaya's words swore cut short past the fire. Sibudi brusquely interrupted. I am Natonato shirk my responsibility a sway theer. It won't take long. I look forward to my first payment. With that, Lin Yun stepped out the door and into Theta Soleil test streets beyond. After considerably time, once he was certain Hefir's beauty had truly left, Lizaya murmured, I tissed him for meta return. Reality. In Narantal apartment in the outskirts soft he capitalcatio fuagua. Time and space warped, abla light flickered. Final aback the twasqua teporilis. Even now, Lizaya felt a lingering jolt of trepidation. He gazed intent lieth a faint, bullitenous balm. Traversing the apocalypse, storage space. Goodness, it truly didn't know whether it should be thankful. Upon waking in the hotly yesterday, Lizaya discovered he could traverse freely between Haravaged apocalyptic world and reality. Upon arriving at the dilapidate house Saint Hipocalyptic world, have found the fallen beauty he had initialite hotuden counter astro cuffluck, Olnato be met with Azud and Andromatic reversal. Just like the Tinisha moment. As memories flooded back, a loud, force fook knock at the door jolted him back to reality. Bang. Bang. Li Xiao, Ikno Yuri inside it coming out. It's rent day. Still shaken, Lizaya had yet to collect himself when he heard the voice of the apartment's droner. Coming, you landlord. Lizaya grimaced. Money wassail that mattered. Theum knew present tie detestable nature reef money, a low vehetir relationship, thought complicated life. Chapter 2 Good morning, landlady. Good morning, landlady. Lizaya opened the door to the rental apartment with a fast fool foresaid smiles. Dante outer start with him. I fio don't parent today, ilhavu paki hour things san leave immediately. The landlady, with her vintage airstyle, unleashed a long lustre upon seeing Li Xiao. I'll pay right now. Lizaya responded, pulling out himart finny to reveal the payment code, insufficient balance. Scramafure broke high don't lactinants around here. Before she cold finish, a sweet voice echoed. Auntie, don't beingrium just back Clatterday. Ill hand leatherant. Adel, fair-skinned beauty, adorned in high heels, approached, presenting her payment coded to Thelin lady with, thou Tevin glancing at Li Xiao. After settling Therent, the beautiful woman strode towards Lizaya's rental apartment. Ansio jetty or paycheck, remember to pay back. You broke a loser. Lizaya vaguely heard the beautiful woman's disparaging remark. This alluring woman, whom Lizaya cold hardly afford, washes roommate. Shunpeichi, a saleswoman navigating the real estate market, was the embodiment of a mature peach ripe forth epicing in thigh softman. This weight attractive eggle digger way seculiareth either Luke Sand botower her greatest assets. Having never had a boyfriend, she was essentially waitin' for the right offer. Onady, y'all find yourself climbin' gentamilap. Lizaya licked his lips, silently vowing. Before his desire scoot escalate, the landlady interrupted with annoyance. See? Little shenis for more sensible thing you. Lizaya remained excellent, too disinterested engage with the landlady. A sadrifter in the capital, Hestil Niedi to play Cedo stay, having just paid thrent. Once at T-Bull Keelan laid a turnet away, Lizaya raised his middle finger in a gesture of respect. Ah, there in tall price and the capitaler consistent lie shocking. Even in the suburbs, the costs were estifitered note imaginative, pry, ses within the city center. Having graduated from university in the capital, Lizaya had hoped to carve out Tanakine Thisvist metropolis. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow, leaving him reeling. I tistil the the treason a test loudly. In terms of connections, he possesses no need in terms of wealth, heist avoid when it comes to practical experiencient life wisdom, he finds himself woefully inadequate to compared to easiest and veterans of society. Moreover, heist no tackled of privilege. What can Lizaya auto? He's also fled with helplessness. Glancing at the balance in his phone, he muttered, I can only take a gamble. With a resolute gleam in his eyes, Li Zio was determined to return from Thai's apocalyptic world with his first pot of gold. He aspired to rise above the ordinary, tour Sedina Grand Villa, drive a luxury cars, and embrace beautiful women. This was the life Li Zio had always yearned for. Alafi Kova Tedbimini. However, the realization of his ambition shinge suponona crucial element 12. In this celestial kingdom, this commodity of fin proves more valuable than many others. With this ambition soaring, Li Zio descended to the rental building, heading straight for the nearby convenience store. Before long, he peered at the supermarket checkout, burdened with large bags of goods. Timito settled the bill. The cashier glanced at Li Zio and the heap of items he carried, perplexity unperturbed. After a brief inventory of tech products, she fired a professional smile. That will be 888 RMB. Having completed the transaction, Li Zai outer Ned and made his way back to his rental room. In a short while, he returned to his abode, surveying the mountain of goods sprawled across the floor. He had meticulously selected canned goods with long shelf lives and well-sealed compressed biscuits, among other provisions. For precautionary measures, Li Zio had also purchased sandpaper, intending to raise information regarding the production date, and origin soft tech products. Subtrivial detail scowled, at a critical moment, cost them his life. Animus neverberless. All said. After considerable effort, Li Zio was finally able to cleanse the products off thyroid identifying information. I am no misalphiamoi. Andio Warnati. Thuring tonavius Venepier said the air. Hello, what's these? Drenched in sweat, Li Zio picked up the call. Li Shao. Where the hell have you been? Why didn't he answer that phone yesterday? If you don't want to stick around, just say so. Stop acting like a big shot. One boppy? This individual was Li Zai, a superior at the insurance company. Upon hearing that familiar yet detestable voice, Li Zio's expression shifted dramatically. Do she still think of me's just a worker? With this thought, Li Zai's national pride bug and tozier fists. You, one gang, how do you speak to me like that? You. After a barrage of insults, Li Zio abruptly ended the call. He had long desired to dose a buffet, never found the opportunity. Now, however, do we still need that me at your salary? Li Zio's gazi turned to the food scattered across the floor. These items represented his current capital. Once he procureth the gold in need from the apocalypse, it shall return to theory, all world. It shall be a localticon, a truman of wealth. After a brief moment of preparation, Li Shao, with a bulging backpack filled with provisions, laid on his fingers clenched tightly. Though his space good utilized, bringing a meager amount of goods did not wear any activation. Once had firmly established himself in the apocalypse, the utility of his space would become significant. Let the journey commence. A dazzling blue glow erupted from the palm of his right hand. Timey and space began to warp. Here we go again. Li Zio exhaled deeply. Hesital on a lapidated sofa, casually dropping the backpack filled with supplies. You're back? Not long after, Lin Yun entered, her curiosity piqued. I arrived for set the surrounding Arl Thien tranche shave been sealed. With a face full of questions, Lin Yun remarked, Where did you come from? This, I have me own methods. Li Zio had no intention of revealing his peculiar capability as the formidable woman before him. Lin Yun cast the mossed ways glance but chose not to press further. Thegaldio your quested. Shagish Jared towards a black bedge in the corner. Ion Lim managed to find 10 kilograms for Nalmarai locked away in the vault at the commercial center. That place inodiously breached. Initially, she had contemplate using explosive estokes as the vault, but had abandoned them for fear of attracting zombie monsters. Thus, she had collected a few gold bars from outside the vault on Bagwas Fool. 10 kilograms. Li Zio struggled to contain his astonishment, maintaining a composed demeanor as she said, It didn't expect our efficient cytobus remarkable. Just a small feat. Lin Yun waste indifferent their foca, slacily on hairward. Do not forget my compensation. Li Zio instinctively smiled. Open the backpack and see for yourself. Following his gaze, Lin Yun approached the large backpack and, without hesitation, unzipped it. Incredible. These provisions. Where any arth do you hail from? I suspect he pli off don sitiranatas generasagia. Lin Yung cooed hard like conceal her shakas he examined, the assortment tuffa within Thebug. Li Zaya smiled faintly, a pleasure to collaborate. Collaborate. Before Lin Yung cooed finisher sentence, a thunderous sounder up Ted from outside, that welling, interrupting their conversation. Damn it. It could be mutated creature ethiary always elusive. Lin Yung discarded the backpack and drew the fission weapon from air waist. Chapter 3. The beasts of the apocalypse. The growling roars drew nearer, causing a flutter of anxiety within Li Xiao, in his mind. The reality of the peaceful world clashed with the faint recollections he held of the monstrous creatures and zombies that inhabited the apocalypse. Memories largely derived from films, games, and novels. Be careful. I have no time to babysit you. The formidable beauty, wielding a weapon, remarked gravely. After tossing this statement over her shoulder, she strode purposefully out the door, ignoring Li Xiao. Hey, I'm your boss, Li Xiao began, but before he could finish, the imposing figure of the woman vanished from his sight. He surmised that the otherworldly beast she referred to was unlikely to be a particularly charming creature. What should I do? After much internal deliberation, Li Xiao resolved to venture out and observe the situation. A true man, born of the heavens and the earth, cannot cower behind a woman. Priding himself on his masculinity, Li Xiao prepared himself to confront the monsters of the apocalyptic realm. Umitba, may Allah bless me. Amen. With the backing of 3 faiths, Li Xiao felt a surge of courage. If danger arises, I can always return to the real world. 10 kilograms of gold could fetch a substantial sum in RMB. Calculating his options, Li Xiao felt emboldened. Those familiar with him knew well of his extraordinary bravery. Peering out from the window, Li Xiao beheld the desolate streets of the apocalyptic world. The buildings he surveyed were in ruins, abandoned vehicles cluttered the chaotic thoroughfares, and a few zombies roamed the streets. Roar. The monstrous growl came into view. The beast, with a grotesque visage, was roughly the size of a tiger. Its limbs planted firmly on the ground, its body cloaked in darkness and adorned with sharp spines, some parts oozing green blood. Its injured. Holy crap! It's coming this way! Li Xiao's eyes widened, and he was struck with astonishment at the sight of the apocalypse's beasts for the first time. Lin Yun, armed with a weapon brimming with technological prowess, crouched beside the wall. She awaited the creature's approach, poised to fire for greater accuracy and impact. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, as the beast reached the anticipated distance. Lin Yun squeezed the trigger of her weapon, bang bang. The crisp sounds reverberated, the laser-like bullets striking the advancing monster. Only when her magazine was empty did she skillfully reload. Following that, she unleashed a series of precise shots. Roar! The beast seemed enraged. Closing the distance, it leapt high, ferociously lunging at the very creature that had just attacked it. Damn it! Lin Yun cursed, clearly caught off guard by this turn of events. Barbecue, why gold? Li Xiao, witnessing the unfolding chaos from the window, felt a pang of dread for her safety. He did not believe the formidable beauty could withstand the beast's onslaught. Boom! A violent explosion ruptured the air, nearly shattering his eardrums, followed by the roar of engines growing ever closer. Li Xiao snapped back to reality and lifted his gaze. Blood splattered across the ravaged street, the monster reduced to mere flesh scattered about. Its entire form unrecognizable. Lin Yun and Li Xiao exchanged a bewildered glance, both momentarily stunned. As the sound of engines drew nearer, clarity returned to their minds. Perhaps it was other survivors, with a serious expression. Lin Yun directed her gaze toward the source of the engine noise, her weapon at the ready. In the apocalypse, threats came not only from wandering zombies and beasts, but also from scheming fellow survivors. Li Xiao nodded gravely, speaking little. If things go awry, I'm prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Glancing at the blue glow in his palm, he had made his decision. He sought fortune, not to risk his life here. Approximately 5 seconds later, an armed vehicle pulled up outside. Listen up, if you don't come out in 2 minutes, I'll flatten this place. The gravelly voice of the man left no room for pleasantries as he made his threats known. Destructor, M24 heavy machine gun, Reaver RPG anti-material cannon, how troublesome. Peering through a crack in the wall, Lin Yun's brows furrowed as she observed the heavily armed individuals. The likelihood of escape was slim. They shouldn't be raiders. She mused internally, lowering her weapon. She stepped out, but upon catching sight of the spherical grenade hidden behind her, Li Xiao realized she was not one to sit idly by in the face of unique circumstances. Don't get me wrong, I'm just a passing survivor. As Lin Yun approached the armed men, she remained cautious. In a world stripped of humanity, anything could happen. Consider yourself lucky. If you had delayed any longer, the razor beast would have torn you apart. After confirming her safety, the man glanced at the departing female armed personnel before preparing to leave. Drive. Once the armed vehicle had distanced itself, Li Xiao approached the formidable beauty. Who were they? They are the patrol team of the border camp. Lin Yun replied curtly. It seemed that this man had been hiding in fear, a sentiment Lin Yun, though not long in this world, found quite amusing. Border camp? Li Xiao inquired, perplexed. I seriously doubt you're from this world. Lin Yun shot him a bemused look. The border camp is the most powerful faction among the nearby survivor enclaves. Fortunately, they are neutral. Otherwise, our escape would not have been so effortless. Neutral. Li Xiao shook his head inwardly. So-called neutrality is merely a reflection of insufficient interests. What are your plans with the gold you've acquired? Listening to Lin Yun's inquiry, Li Xiao fell into silence. Return to the real world and live as a millionaire, leaving everything here behind, or find a way to establish and develop in this apocalyptic realm. The answer was clear. The greedy Li Xiao resolved to pursue both paths. Take all the food I brought. I will return shortly with more supplies. Li Xiao fixed his gaze on the formidable woman, aware that his decision carried inherent risks. Furthermore, I need your assistance. What do you need? Lin Yun pondered for a moment before responding slowly. I want you to. Li Xiao leaned in closer to Lin Yun. About 5 minutes later, having conveyed his intentions, Li Xiao turned to leave. Wait. Keep this for protection. A spark of excitement lit Lin Yun's eyes as she handed her pistol to him. Li Xiao hesitated briefly. Although he likely wouldn't need it in the real world, he ultimately accepted it. Holding the technologically advanced weapon in his left hand and a black bag in his right, Li Xiao headed east until he entered a dilapidated building. He scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was present before declaring, "It's time." In the real world, Huagua, outside the capital's ring road, a rental apartment, time-warped, and blue light flickered. Clutching a black bag containing 10 kilograms of large yellow fish, the weight invigorated Li Xiao. I am back. Chapter 4. The millionaire with his right arm hoisting a bag filled with gold. A wave of exhilaration surged through Li Xiao. Gold. This substance is a hard currency, universally accepted. Through the window of the rental apartment, he gazed upon the distant skyline of the capital, reaching out as if to grasp it tightly in his hands. Ha ha ha, elated, wild, and unrestrained laughter erupted from Li Xiao's lips. Having once been a cog in the machine, he had been stifled for far too long. Laughing heartily, he silently vowed to seize control of his own life from this moment forth. Li Xiao, what on earth are you wailing about in broad daylight? I finally have a day off, and you are ruining it. Inside the apartment, Shun Peiqi, roused from her slumber, rubbed her sleepy eyes. Slightly annoyed, she emerged in adorable bunny slippers, her lovely face still displaying traces of drowsiness, her fair thighs unabashedly exposed. This sudden beauty left Li Xiao spellbound, wishing he could consume her whole. Why apologies? Peiqi, I was just caught up in joyous thoughts. Li Xiao took a deep breath, brushing aside Shin Peiqi's indignant outburst to convey his regret. I think you've gone mad with poverty. Bang! Shin Peiqi cast a habitual glance at the poor fool before slamming the door and retreating to her room. The pressures of modern life weigh heavily on young people. They must work during the day and socialize at night, inevitably leading to emotional outbursts. Li Xiao understood, for he had endured many sleepless nights filled with sorrow. With a firm grip, he lifted the black bag, a smile creeping onto his lips as he whispered to himself, no more pretense, I'm a millionaire. I'm done hiding. Li Xiao has checked, and the market price for gold per gram hovers around 400 renminbi. He possesses nearly 10 kilograms of gold himself, amounting to approximately 4 million RMB. If successfully transacted, he could retain at least 3 million. Naturally, there are individuals willing to accept gold of dubious origin. Yet the handling fees are substantial. Options include banks, jewelry stores, pawn shops, and the black market. The bank is undoubtedly out of the question. If Li Xiao were to visit without a gold invoice, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. After a brief contemplation, Li Xiao has made up his mind. The black market, though fraught with risk, is not a viable avenue for him due to lack of connections. and he is disinclined to dispose of his gold there. Consequently, he dismisses this option. While pawn shops could potentially convert his gold into the desired cash, they still involve a degree of risk. The most reliable choice would be a reputable jewelry store. Well-known establishments typically have substantial backing. Otherwise, they would not be able to operate as such. Furthermore, the quantity of gold Li Xiao intends to exchange is not significant enough to incite greed in the store's owners. Thereby ensuring his safety, he could offer it at half price, providing a small incentive to the store manager, aiming to exchange gold worth 4 million for merely 3 million. The worst-case scenario would be if the staff fail to cooperate and alert the authorities. In that event, Li Xiao could easily claim he found it. What could they do? Surveillance cameras are ubiquitous these days, and he hardly fears being apprehended. The gold within the black bag is of little concern to him. In his apocalyptic world, he hoards even more gold, albeit retrieving it poses certain complications. After deep reflection, Li Xiao considers numerous possibilities and ultimately resolves to head to a larger jewelry store in the capital with his gold. Seated in the back of the taxi, Li Xiao firmly clutches the black bag, his first substantial fortune. Not long after, he alights from the taxi, tossing a large bill with an air of grandeur. Declaring, "No need for change, keep the rest as a tip." With the heavy black bag in hand, he strides confidently toward a jewelry store named Jindafu. His wallet feels substantially fuller, enhancing his self-assurance. "Good day, sir. Are you here to purchase gold jewelry?" Upon entering, a cheerful saleswoman greets him warmly with a professional smile. "Is your manager available? This transaction is too significant for you to handle alone." Li Xiao replies, his demeanor calm as he sidesteps the saleswoman's question. "Manager?" The saleswoman, taken aback by his assertiveness, is about to respond when a well-dressed man approaches, gesturing for her to attend to other matters. "Sir, how may I assist you?" The man, dressed in a suit, maintains a professional smile, his expression unchanging despite Li Xiao's unkempt appearance. However, the pride in his eyes betrays his outward politeness. "Are you certain you wish to discuss matters here?" Li Xiao inquires, tapping the black bag he carries with his left hand, raising an eyebrow at the man's apparent arrogance. Wang Feng's expression darkens slightly. After a brief hesitation, he replies, "Please, follow me." He gestures for Li Xiao to proceed, walking ahead with an air of utmost seriousness. "This country bumpkin better not try to play games with me," Wang Feng muses inwardly, "or I will have security toss him out onto the street." After leading Li Xiao to a VIP room, he says, "Please take a seat. You may speak freely now." Wang Feng remains composed, eager to see what this seemingly rustic young man has to offer. For that reason, he glances again at the black bag Li Xiao carries. Seating is unnecessary. As he speaks, Li Xiao unzips the bag, revealing the gold within. There are 10,088 grams of pure gold here. Let us round it down to 10 kilograms for the sake of simplicity. "Are you interested in purchasing?" Li Xiao inquires, his expression unfazed. Wang Feng's heart skips a beat upon seeing the big yellow fish within the bag. "Please hold on. Let me take a look." As an appraiser, he doesn't rush to respond but instead begins examining the gold bars. After a brief moment, confirming their authenticity, Wang Feng smiles and says, "Could you please present the invoice for the gold?" "I do not have an invoice," Li Xiao admits candidly, offering no further explanation. "Sir, we cannot accept gold without an invoice." Wang Feng's eyes glimmer with cunning as he regards Li Xiao. Attempting to discern his intentions, anticipating such a scenario, Li Xiao calmly states, "I have researched the market price for gold per gram. It ranges from 375 to 410 RMB. If you are willing to buy, I will sell it to you at 350 renminbi per gram, and I assure you, there are no hidden issues regarding the gold's provenance." "Sir, you misunderstand. We are an officially certified and reputable jewelry store." "Absolutely authoritative," Wang Feng replies, his tone now serious. "I don't believe you lack avenues to dispose of it. I have no time for idle chatter. I'll concede to a maximum of 300 renminbi per gram. If that doesn't work for you, then so be it." Li Xiao gazes directly into the middle-aged man's eyes, firmly establishing his bottom line at 300 renminbi per gram. "Deal. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer?" Wang Feng's voice carries a hint of excitement. Having secured this lucrative transaction, he anticipates a handsome profit. "Transfer, please." Li Xiao promptly provides his bank account details. "Mr. Li, please take your time." Wang Feng respectfully sees Li Xiao off. Standing at the steps of the jewelry store, he watches Li Xiao's retreating figure. The expression on his face begins to waver. After much contemplation, driven by greed. Wang Feng retrieves his phone and dials a long-stored number. Hello? A brash voice answers on the other end. Biaozi, it's me, Wang Feng replies after a moment's hesitation. I need you to handle something for me. Just tell me what you need, and I'll ensure it's done. The tone on the other end becomes more serious upon recognizing Wang Feng's voice. Find out about a certain individual. I'll send you a picture shortly, if it's not too troublesome. Bring him back. I've already transferred a deposit of 50,000, and there will be an additional 150,000 upon completion. All right, Biaozi replies succinctly before Wang Feng hangs up. Those who come to the jewelry store to dispose of stolen goods fall into two categories. Either they are ordinary fools or reckless individuals unafraid of the consequences. Wang Feng ponders that if the former, he could easily extract information about the gold's source from the young man. If the latter, he would choose to walk away. Soft targets are the way to go. Wang Feng mutters to himself, confidence swelling, as Li Xiao strolls home. He glances at the 3 million RMB balance on his phone, feeling the surrounding air become remarkably fresher. Yet, it is still not enough. Fueled by ambition, he clutches his phone tightly, declaring slowly, this is just the beginning. Merely the beginning. Ding! A notification pings on his phone. It's a text message. Li Xiao opens it, a playful smile spreading across his face. To attend or not to attend? The message is an invitation to his ex-girlfriend's wedding. In the past, the impoverished Li Xiao would have been reluctant to attend and face embarrassment. However, now, with a substantial fortune in hand, he finds no qualms about making an appearance. The wedding is scheduled for tomorrow. He decides to go, viewing it as a farewell to his former self. He envisions opulent attire, luxury cars, beautiful women, and ostentatious gold chains and watches. Everything that signifies a successful individual. He is determined to surprise his ex-girlfriend, who once scorned his poverty and abandoned him. Furthermore, he is curious to see what kind of man could win the heart of his ex-girlfriend, who had a degree of beauty. During their university days, he recalls how she wouldn't even allow him to hold her hand, merely permitting him to walk alongside her. This ultimately led to his heartache, as he waited in vain, only to end up with nothing in the end. His steadfastness rendered him a perpetual bachelor in the workplace. Now, at 23, he remains without a girlfriend. Li Xiao hails a taxi. The driver, an affable middle-aged man, greets him warmly, asking, "Where to, handsome?" Taking a seat in the back, Li Xiao assesses the taxi driver's experience and confirms he is indeed a seasoned driver. To the department store. All right, please fasten your seatbelt. Upon reaching his destination, Li Xiao once again displays his newfound wealth. He tosses a large bill over his shoulder and walks away. The driver quickly gathers the cash, his face reflecting envy as he remarks, "Being wealthy is truly wonderful." With his wallet considerably filled, Li Xiao was poised to purchase a fine attire at the department store. The adage holds true. A Buddha is adorned in gold, and a person is defined by their clothing. It is essential for his outfit to be presentable and practical for various occasions. Previously, when he frequented the jewelry store, Li Xiao was draped in high-end brands, rendering any conversation with the sales assistants unnecessary. As he lifted his gaze, he casually remarked before nonchalantly stepping into a clothing store named Men's Apparel, "Good day, sir. Welcome. Are you here to browse for clothing?" The youthful and vibrant sales assistant instinctively inquired upon seeing the customer enter. "Indeed, I would appreciate your assistance in selecting an outfit that suits me." In contrast to his former demeanor, the now affluent Li Xiao spoke with noticeably more volume. "What is your budget?" the sales assistant inquired, her enthusiasm undiminished as she continued to engage with the proactive customer. "Under 100,000, Li Xiao replied, surveying the store's ambience, and casually stated his preference. The sales assistant's smile widened at his words, and her demeanor grew increasingly enthusiastic. "Please, follow me to the back. Xiao Li, pour some water." "After you, sir." The sales assistant led the way, frequently glancing back at him. Li Xiao maintained his composure as he trailed her toward the fitting rooms. Before long, he emerged from the fitting room, impeccably dressed, exuding the aura of a successful man. "Sir, after rounding off, the total comes to 87,000. The sales assistant beamed with a smile, already envisioning the substantial commission awaiting her. Li Xiao retrieved his phone and opened the payment interface. After completing the transaction, he left with an air of nonchalance, oblivious to the eager gazes of the Men's Apparel staff. However, not far from the store, the sound of hurried footsteps and a melodious voice halted him. Sir, Your clothing and shoes. The sales assistant who had initially attended to him, a strikingly beautiful young woman, caught up with him outside. Discard it, Li Xiao instructed, noticing her expression of mild disappointment at his words. Wait, he said, fixing his gaze on the lovely sales assistant. Would you be interested in joining me for a meal? Of course, she replied, her youthful exuberance evident. She stepped closer, extending her phone. This is my WeChat. We can chat after work, Li Xiao smiled, remaining silent as he scanned her QR code before turning to leave. Awaiting confirmation of the connection. Next, I should choose a nice sports car, and my success will be complete, he mused contentedly. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. Xiaolon. I have accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now. Hello, handsome. Hello, beautiful. What time do you finish work? I'll pick you up for dinner. At6th, okay. He noticed the shy emoji she sent and, with a wicked grin, replied with a flirtatious emoji of his own. As his tongue grazed his lips, Li Xiao eagerly anticipated the evening's events. Chapter 6. Purchasing a car. And full glancing at his phone, Li Xiao noted that he had over 5 hours until 6 o'clock. It was the perfect time to buy a sports car worth over $1 million and enjoy a leisurely drive. There was no need to splurge excessively. After all, it was merely a means of transportation. Years had passed since he graduated from university, and he had yet to utilize the driver's license he had obtained. Now that I have money, it's time to fulfill my aspirations one by one, Li Xiao declared with glee. With over $2 million in his possession, he knew it was hardly substantial, especially in the bustling inner ring of the capital where such an amount wouldn't even suffice for a restroom. Yet, he was unperturbed. Possessing the knowledge and resources of a post-apocalyptic world, he needn't worry about financial constraints. Even a single piece of its advanced technology could sustain him for a lifetime. However, until he had the means to ensure his own safety, he would not foolishly bring any of it into the real world. Moreover, he had grander plans in mind. When reflecting on the post-apocalyptic world, a serious expression crossed Li Xiao's face. It was no amusement park. The perils of such a reality were something he had experienced firsthand. Without the protection of a protagonist's aura, he had to calculate his every move with utmost caution, as it was the only way to enhance his chances of survival. He hoped that the formidable woman could procure the items he required. The image of their initial encounter flashed through his mind. The tasks he had entrusted to Lin Yun before returning to the real world would play a significant role in determining his pace of progress. Recalling the high-tech handgun she had given him before his return, he felt a sense of reassurance and trust. Before long, Li Xiao arrived at a car dealership. Welcome, sir. What type of vehicle would you like to see? The heavily made-up receptionist greeted him with a smile, her sincerity amplified upon noticing his tailored suit and polished demeanor. Do you have any recommendations? He replied nonchalantly, as he had not extensively researched vehicles in the past. Primarily due to financial limitations that rendered his interest moot. Allow me to show you some options over here, she said, guiding him toward the side of the showroom. Take a look at this model. It is our latest release. I'll take it. How much? Li Xiao interjected, eyeing the sleek black vehicle with a price tag of $1.26 million. Before the sales assistant could finish her sentence, he made his decision. Her expression momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Li Xiao maintained his composure as he continued. Swipe my card. The young professional quickly regained her composure, her face alight with joy as she replied. All right, I'll prepare the contract right away. The receptionist hurried off to retrieve the necessary paperwork. Feeling the thrill of wealth, Li Xiao idly scanned the surroundings before settling into a nearby seat. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Please, sir, can you find a way to offer a discount? A middle-aged man in a cheap suit implored, desperately trying to negotiate. He had long coveted this particular model and was determined to secure the last one available. I'm sorry, sir, but we have regulations in place. The price cannot be altered. The offer I provided is already the best we can do, the young salesperson replied, visibly perturbed by the persistent customer who had been bargaining for 2 hours without yielding. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Xiao glanced over. Isn't that Wen Gang, the little leader from my previous company? Upon confirming it was a familiar face. A mischievous idea took root in Li Xiao's mind. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed on the tiled floor. Good afternoon, sir. Here is your contract. Please review it, and if everything is satisfactory, we can proceed with the signing. The sales assistant spoke rapidly, her movements efficient. beads of sweat forming on her brow as she feared the customer might change their mind. Having encountered impulsive customers before, she knew the importance of acting swiftly. "What vehicle are you referring to?" Li Xiao inquired, pointing toward the car that Wen Gang was intent on purchasing. The sales assistant followed his gesture, patiently explaining, "This model is our latest limited edition. Currently, this is the only one in the store." "How much?" "With the current discount, it is priced at 1.43 million. The vehicle you just admired is also quite impressive and comparable in performance." Redirecting the conversation was a common tactic to deter customers from regretting their decisions. Li Xiao, unfazed, replied, "Very well, I will take it." "Excuse me?" Together with the previous one. The sales assistant's mouth, small as a cherry, now seemed capable of accommodating an egg. "Yes," Li Xiao replied nonchalantly, leaving the sales assistant dumbfounded. "Oh, please hold on a moment. I'll prepare a new contract for you right away." She turned, excitement radiating from her as she hurried to the back office to draft the new paperwork, calling out to her colleague beside the limited edition vehicle. She had already surmised the predicament her coworker was facing with the persistent customer. "Xiao Sun, that car has been sold. Please help me prepare the contract." "Of course, sister," Xiao Sun replied, relieved to finally escape the clutches of a customer who had been relentless in negotiations for the past 2 hours. "Sir, that vehicle has already been purchased. I completely understand your eagerness to buy, but I'm afraid I must apologize." With that, he turned to leave, no longer willing to engage with the bothersome negotiator. Wen Gang stood in shock, confusion clouding his mind. "What is happening? I've been here the whole time and someone has already bought it without even looking at the car." Perhaps it was the presence of a wealthy individual that had caused his misfortune. Wen Gang thought to himself, feeling disheartened. Just as he was about to leave, a teasing voice chimed in beside him. "Isn't that our team leader one? What brings you here?" Li Xiao approached, a playful expression on his face as he greeted the familiar figure. "Li Xiao, what are you doing here? Is this a place you should be visiting?" Wen Gang, fully aware of Li Xiao's background, questioned incredulously, regarding him as nothing more than a laborer from a remote area harboring delusions of grandeur in the capital. "Oh, I'm here to look at cars. Is there a problem with that?" Li Xiao replied with a smile, completely unfazed by his former superior who had often made life difficult for him. Looking at cars? Believing that Li Xiao was merely a poor boy like Wen Gang, who happened to be having a bad day, he couldn't help but scoff. "You can't even afford a wheel. Yet you dare to look at cars." "Ha!" Li Xiao chuckled lightly, remaining silent, fully aware that it was futile to engage with a fool. "Sir, your contract is ready. If everything is in order, we can proceed with the signing." The sales assistant of the car dealership announced, handing 2 sets of car keys to Li Xiao. "My handwriting isn't particularly neat. Could you assist me with the signature?" "Let's use the card." Taking the keys, Li Xiao produced a bank card. "Teach," Wen Gang disdainfully muttered, "just pretending. Keep on pretending. I'll see how you manage to swipe that card." He couldn't fathom that a poor employee who had to borrow money for meals could possibly afford a car. The process unfolded smoothly, with contract after contract bearing Li Xiao's name without any delays. "Congratulations, Mr. Li, on successfully purchasing your dream car. You are quite the young achiever, to pay in full for 2 cars at a mere glance." The staff at the dealership gathered around, showering him with compliments. Wen Gang stood off to the side, utterly bewildered, questioning whether this was truly the same Li Xiao he knew. It wasn't until Li Xiao waved the 2 car keys from several meters away that Wen Gang snapped back to reality. Murmuring incredulously, "How is this possible?" The two had long since diverged onto different planes of existence. Li Xiao paid no mind to Wen Gang's thoughts. He had more pressing matters at hand. Dinner, Chapter 7. The restaurant date. No surprises awaited him. Li Xiao sped along the outer ring road of the capital in his sports car, while the other vehicle was driven by staff to the entrance of his residence. He calculated briefly. After accounting for clothing and the cost of the vehicles, Li Xiao still had around 200,000 remaining. Behind the wheel, wearing sunglasses, he shook his head with a chuckle. Money just doesn't seem to last. He felt no undue concern. There were vast treasures yet to be unearthed in the apocalyptic world. He aimed to establish his own faction within that realm, ensuring a steady influx of wealth, which would be far safer than personally managing every errand. His plans were clear. After attending his ex-girlfriend's wedding, Li Xiao intended to return to the apocalyptic world. It was a place where wealth coexisted with peril, and to reap rewards, one must first invest. Reflecting on this, a hint of oppression settled in his heart. The apocalypse was not merely a game on a computer where one could reload after a failure. Once lost, it was truly gone. Nevertheless, Li Xiao felt no regret. Rather, he was immensely grateful to fate for granting him this opportunity. High risk entailed high reward, and conversely, high reward also meant high risk. Without capital, he had no choice but to gamble. He considered himself fortunate. Many would yearn for such an opportunity, and he could not afford to be greedy. Otherwise, the desire for more could turn into poverty. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 6 o'clock. While driving aimlessly, he lost track of time, unsure if someone awaited him. With a turn of the steering wheel and a press on the accelerator, he headed towards the department store. The entrance of the department store, Xiaolan, having changed out of her work attire, stood gracefully alone. Did he forget? She pondered. Or did he never intend to meet me? Despite sending multiple messages via WeChat that went unanswered, she felt despondent and was already contemplating leaving. Yet, a sudden thought struck her, and she resolved to continue waiting at the entrance. I might as well take the plunge. Giving myself to a wealthy heir is certainly preferable to those loan shark scoundrels. With teary eyes, she bit her lip in determination. She decided to wait another half an hour. If he still hadn't arrived, she would leave. Suddenly, a sleek and elegant red car pulled up before her. Just as she was about to speak, the window rolled down. Apologies for the delay. The traffic was quite congested. Li Xiao, gazing at the elegant woman, spoke softly with an apologetic smile. Please, get in. It's no problem, Xiaolan replied, pulling open the passenger door and taking her seat. Inside, the car was immaculate and luxurious, solidifying Xiaolan's belief that the young man beside her was indeed a wealthy heir. With a smile, Li Xiao inquired, "Where would you like to dine?" "I'm open to anything," the beautiful woman quickly replied, attempting to mask the moisture in her eyes. Yet Li Xiao noticed, "Everything all right? Are you facing any difficulties? If you've changed your mind, I can take you home." Li Xiao had a particular fondness for sweet melons. Forcing someone to partake in something they didn't enjoy was not his style. Regardless of wealth, Xiaolan's fingers clenched tightly beneath her sleeve as she feigned a smile. The wind was a bit strong earlier. It bothered my eyes. I'm fine. Her lackluster performance was easily seen through by Li Xiao, who chose not to press the matter further. They could discuss it over dinner. Conversations at the dining table often proved to be more effective than in most scenarios. Before long, Li Xiao drove the new car to the entrance of a Western restaurant named Red Rose. "You go in and pick a table. I'll park the car and join you shortly." "All right," Xiaolan responded softly, already prepared. Li Xiao maintained a neutral expression, starting the engine as soon as she exited the vehicle. Once outside, Xiaolan, who had never been to a high-end Western restaurant before, felt somewhat out of place. However, the welcoming staff at the Red Rose greeted her enthusiastically upon seeing her emerge from the luxury car. "Welcome, madam. Enjoy your visit." In upscale restaurants, the ingredients used for dishes were rarely inexpensive. While a bottle of water might cost 2 yuan at a regular store, it could be 10 yuan or more at such establishments. Most patrons who could afford to dine here were wealthy, indulging in the experience primarily for the sake of appearances. Bringing a female companion served to satisfy their vanity while also providing nourishment for the evening's activities, be it exercising, playing cards, or billiards. It is essential to note that the offerings at Western restaurants typically lack dilution. Counterfeiters had limited opportunities here, and the prices reflected that. Lobsters and sea cucumbers, primarily imported, boasted high nutritional value without compromise. Often towering in price, as Xiaolan stepped into the Red Rose restaurant, she was taken aback by the opulent decor and the array of exquisite dishes displayed. Her face expressed shock, coupled with a pang of inferiority. "Good evening, madam. Do you have a reservation?" A female server approached with a menu, catching Xiaolan off guard. She shook her head, offering an awkward smile. "How many will be dining?" Noticing the guest's discomfort, the server didn't dwell on it and prepared to guide her to an appropriate table, a fundamental service expected of upscale restaurant staff. Point 2, Xiaolan replied, holding up 2 fingers. "Very well, please follow me." The server led her to a suitable table, assisting her by pulling out the chair with a professional smile. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you," Xiaolan said, settling carefully into the lavish chair. The server then approached to lay down napkins. "Would you like to look at the menu?" she inquired, noting there were 2 guests. Let's wait a bit," Xiaolan decided, fearing she might leave a poor impression on Li Xiao. "All right. Should you need anything, feel free to call on us," the server said with a slight bow before departing. "The situation with my mother's health is worsening," Xiaolon murmured, resolute in her thoughts. I hope I can make the right gamble. She had worked hard to gain admission to university, only to withdraw and take on work to repay her debts. Her circumstances were far from ideal. Chapter 8. Xiaolon's encounter after parking the car in the underground garage. Li Xiao entered the restaurant with an air of ease. Welcome, sir. He was greeted warmly by the attentive staff, relishing the compliments and hospitality that made his heart soar. Money, both a blessing and a curse. How I adore thee. The joy of the affluent could be remarkably simple at times. The elegant notes of the piano filled the opulent restaurant, mingling with the occasional clink of highball glasses. Surveying the lavish interior, Li Xiao remarked, the wealthy truly know how to indulge. Just half a month ago, his presence here would have been a distant dream. Good evening, sir. How many will be dining? A smiling server approached. Holding a menu, .2.as, he responded to the waiter. Li Xiao turned his head to survey the restaurant. Before him, at a table for two, he spotted the graceful silhouette of Xiaolon. Without waiting for the waiter to speak further, he approached her with purpose. So, have you decided on the dishes? Li Xiao casually pulled out a chair and seated himself with the utmost composure, exuding confidence that came from a well-filled wallet. No, Xiaolon replied modestly. I was waiting for you. Dressed rather plainly, she appeared somewhat out of place in the upscale dining establishment. The waitstaff nearby occasionally cast glances in her direction, thinking her merely a gold digger. As for her profession, it was easy for anyone to deduce. Dressed sharply in his suit, Li Xiao could discern the girl's discomfort. Not taking it to heart, he raised his hand and called out, Waiter, the menu, please. Sir, here is the menu you requested, the waiter said as she approached, presenting the menu face up to the impeccably dressed gentleman. Our specialty is seafood. Would you like me to give you a brief introduction? The waiter leaned forward, her eyes fixed intently on him. No need. I can manage on my own, Li Xiao replied, clearly aware of the waiter's subtle intentions. Ignoring the overwhelming scent of her perfume, he simply replied to dismiss her. All right, take your time and I will fetch the wine list for you shortly. Li Xiao paid her no mind, casually continuing to peruse the menu. After a brief moment, he handed the menu to Xiaolon. Choose whatever you like, let me see, she replied softly as she took the menu, revealing a hint of shyness. Li Xiao observed her, puzzled by her demeanor. Are today's gold diggers so reserved? He pondered. After a while, he received the wine list from the waiter, glancing through it before placing it down. Is there anything you wish to eat? He asked, adopting a gentlemanly tone. I'm not very hungry. A drink will suffice, Xiaolon responded, increasingly hesitant to make a choice. The dishes on the menu were far more than she could afford. Even the most expensive could easily clear her debts. With her inherently kind heart, the thought only deepened her sense of guilt. Li Xiao stole a glance at Xiaolon, uncertain of her motivations. If you're not eating, then I will, he declared, promptly ordering 2 well-done steaks and a bottle of champagne. And let us add some caviar. Certainly, please hold on for a moment while I prepare your order, the waiter noted, jotting down the details and then leaving without a second glance at Xiaolon. Before long, the table was set with all the ordered dishes and drinks. The waiter smiled as she explained, this champagne is imported from abroad. Pour, Li Xiao commanded coolly, gesturing for the waiter to fill his glass. The waiter then poured Xiaolon half a glass as well. Let us start with the caviar. It pairs perfectly with champagne. Cheers. Cheers, Xiaolon echoed, raising her glass. After clinking their glasses, they each took a small sip. However, before Li Xiao could set down his glass, he noticed something that irked him. The waiter was weighing the caviar. What is going on? Li Xiao inquired, his expression darkening. Sir, we charge based on weight. The waiter quickly explained, sensing his displeasure. Are you kidding? If the foreigners next to us see, they'll think I can't afford it, Li Xiao exclaimed, pointing at a nearby foreign patron. No, sir, you misunderstood. Everyone in our restaurant is treated the same. The waiter maintained her smile, trying to soothe him. What's this, everyone? Is this enough for anyone to eat? Bring another can. One for each of us, Li Xiao insisted, his frustration mounting. The waiter hurriedly motioned to her colleague to remove the scale. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Just take it away, Li Xiao said, dismissing the matter. Here, let us eat, he said, serving the caviar onto Xiaolon's plate, not wanting to dwell on the waiter's previous behavior. Thank you, Xiaolon began, but her voice faltered, and she clamped her mouth shut. If you have something to say, just say it. I dislike half-finished conversations, Li Xiao urged, noticing the tears welling in her eyes as she shared her plight. After a moment, Li Xiao pieced together her story. Her father had passed away, leaving her and her mother in a poor household. Despite her mother's struggles, she managed to get into college. But her mother's health deteriorated, forcing Xiaolon to take out loans and drop out to work. Now, the debts had compounded to an insurmountable amount, and she was considering desperate measures. Sighing, Li Xiao chewed on his steak and replied, "Who told you to meet a dashing and kind-hearted gentleman like me? If it weren't for me, you might have been sold off and counting your own change. How much do you owe?" he asked. Overcome with emotion, Xiaolon hesitated before whispering, 100,000. Is that all? Li Xiao thought it would be a larger sum. Without further ado, he slid his finger across his phone, transferring 100,000 RMB to her via WeChat. Then casually remarked, "What is there to cry about? Dry your tears and eat. You don't need to work anymore. I'll take you back to school later. You should continue your studies, and if you face any other difficulties, just let me know. Thank you. I will repay you," Xiaolon stammered, her tear-streaked face appearing even more endearing. "There's no need for that. I recently went through a breakup and am not looking for a relationship," Li Xiao replied, though in truth, he found himself drawn to the girl before him. Hearing her story, he couldn't help but think of his younger sister, Li Yin, who followed him around with an innocent and foolish demeanor. Upon closer inspection, Xiaolon bore a striking resemblance to his sister. "I will definitely repay you," she insisted, her determination unwavering. Chapter 9. Parents and younger sister. The meal had not cost as much as Li Xiao had anticipated. It was not the splurge he had imagined. Doubting whether he had ordered extravagantly, he refrained from delving too deeply into that matter. After finishing their meal, Li Xiao allowed Xiaolon to hold his hand. Making no further show of affection, a good girl at her studying age, whenever he entertained improper thoughts, she reminded him of his sister. What a sin, he mused internally, reciting a mantra to suppress his urges. Once she entered society, he wouldn't mind pursuing her, but for now, he felt it best to wait until she graduated. Perhaps a nurturing game could be enjoyable, he thought, grinning foolishly at the prospect. "What are you smiling about?" Xiaolon asked, her cheeks flushed as she tugged at his sleeve. Li Xiao turned to her, grinning. "I was just thinking of something happy. Come on, I'll take you back to school. You need to start studying again tomorrow." He transferred another 20,000 RMB to her via phone. "Huh? Aren't we going to a hotel?" Xiaolon was taken aback, having thought Li Xiao was joking earlier in the restaurant. How could a man be so generous to a girl he had just met? The scenario felt like something out of a novel, and she struggled to process it. Why would we do that? Silly girl, Li Xiao lightly slapped her behind. If you keep talking like that, it won't just be a light tap. That hurts, Xiaolon exclaimed, her face turning even redder. Good to know it hurts. Now focus on your studies, understood? Okay, she replied shyly, as Li Xiao drove her to her university, Jingxing University. I'm leaving now. Wait for me to come home during the break. Would you like to go out and have some fun? With a surge of courage, Xiaolon uttered these words before swiftly turning on her heel and darting towards Jingxing University. Li Xiao, oh Li Xiao, what have you missed? That was a female college student. After a fleeting moment of regret, Li Xiao quickly regained his composure. There was a reason behind his willingness to act this way in the days of yore, when he resided in a remote mountain corner. He had to study diligently to gain admission to a reputable university, and his parents had exerted tremendous effort in this regard. He himself had toiled relentlessly in his studies, perhaps having weathered the storms of life. He now wished to extend a metaphorical umbrella to others. Besides, she was indeed a good girl. With his ample funds, Li Xiao had little to worry about. Reflecting on the hardships he endured while studying, he raised his head and muttered, "Damn it, how could I forget this?" He truly wanted to slap himself. How could he possibly overlook his parents and younger sister now that he had money? If it weren't for Xiaolon, he might not have realized it at all. Li Xiao dialed his mother's number. Beep. Hello, who is this? Mom, it's me, Li Xiao. Xiao, how are you? Is work stressful? Are you managing financially? Have you adapted to life in the big city? If it's too hard, just come back. Our village is still quite nice. Also, your sister is already in high school. Your father's health isn't as bad as before. When you have time, come back and chat with him. He always mentions you. Despite being somewhat prepared, Li Xiao nearly felt tears welling up in his mother's voice. Mom, hold on a second. I'm doing well. Your son is doing great. earning enough to support himself, and I'm not far from making big money. Not allowing his chatty mother to continue, Li Xiao hastily added, Mom, I earned some money these past couple of days. I'll transfer some to you via WeChat shortly. No need, son. There's nothing much to spend money on in the village, just a bit for your sister's schooling. Keep it for yourself. Before his mother could finish, Li Xiao interjected, It's fine. I'm not short on cash right now. Just accept it. Thankfully, he hadn't spent all his money, but he also didn't have much left, just over 60,000. He immediately transferred 50,000. Mom, I've sent the money. Just confirm when you receive it. If you don't know how to withdraw it, let your sister help you. He remembered how, every time he returned home during school breaks, his little sister would excitedly follow him around. Thinking of this brought an inexplicable smile to Li Xiao's face. His little sister always clamored to play his mobile games. Every time he would kneel down, she would still insist on playing. Truly, she was both inexperienced and eager to play. I have to go. Mom, my phone is running low on battery. Just as his mother was about to say something more, Li Xiao seized the opportunity to hang up, for the money had already been sent. His mother was wonderful in every way, but her tendency to chatter could sometimes be overwhelming for him. Caught up in his own enjoyment, he found himself running low on funds. Looking at his phone balance, Li Xiao shook his head and chuckled. It's all right. My parents won't need much in the village. If I transfer too much at once, they might think I'm involved in some shady business and worry unnecessarily. There's plenty of time to honor them later. Gazing at the little over 10,000 left in his account, Li Xiao planned to use it all to buy food and stock it in his storage for convenience during the impending apocalypse. As for his ex-girlfriend's wedding tomorrow, should he give a gift? Of course, 600 yuan would suffice. He felt compelled to contribute something. Otherwise, he would lose face. Li Xiao recalled how, during his university days, he had spent quite a bit on this ex-girlfriend, despite never having held her hand. All those expenses were saved by the frugal young man and, after their breakup, went down the drain. Looking back now, Li Xiao truly felt like a fool. The worst part was that he had been the one left behind. Forget it. Let us not dwell on that. Life goes on. Yesterday is but a fleeting memory. Today's endeavors are yet to unfold. After enduring the trials of society, Li Xiao had gained a deeper understanding of many things, with even more challenges awaiting his pursuit and hard work. What was just a former girlfriend, whom he had never even held hands with? After stepping into society, it didn't take long for Li Xiao to move on. After indulging in a good meal, it was time for sleep. Before long, he returned to his rented apartment, parking his new car downstairs. Spotting another new car parked below, he recognized it as the one he had purchased in jest to irritate his obnoxious boss. Though it was a waste of money, Li Xiao felt no regret. Hey, Li Xiao, where did you rent that car? What are you up to? Upon exiting the vehicle, he encountered the landlord, who was rather nosy. He merely glanced at her without acknowledging the portly woman and continued his ascent up the stairs. Oh, so you're ignoring me? Huh? Next month, I'll raise your rent. The landlord fumed silently, her eyes darting towards the two luxury cars parked below. Suspicious of Li Xiao's sudden change in fortune. Chapter 10. Ambitious goals. The following morning, Li Xiao awoke with no work-related pressures, no office intrigues, and no annoying phone calls. He slept until he naturally woke up. And if he felt he hadn't slept enough, he could continue resting. With sleepy eyes, Li Xiao turned over, sprawling comfortably at the head of his bed. A foolish grin spread across his face as he mused. The feeling of wealth is truly delightful. Ring, ring, ring. The insistent alarm clock blared, oblivious to his tranquility. Li Xiao picked up his phone, navigated to the alarm settings, and swiped to cancel all alarms. Goodbye. Not in a hurry to put down the phone, he habitually opened the WeChat interface. At the top of the notification bar was a message from Xiaolon. Recalling the events of the previous evening at the restaurant, Li Xiao felt like a naive fool. But the abundance of money dulled his concern. A simple message. The joy of the wealthy is often so uncomplicated. What may seem absurd to ordinary people can sometimes be quite natural to the affluent. Li Xiao on the bed could understand the actions of those ancient scholars who squandered wealth without a care, driven by their financial freedom to indulge as they pleased. Suddenly, Li Xiao recalled a saying he had once encountered. When you are in a state of poverty, do not attempt to comprehend the mindset of the wealthy, for you cannot. If you could, then your distance from wealth would be minimal. Reflecting on the message, Li Xiao chuckled at the emoji accompanying it. He realized it had been quite some time since he last visited his hometown. Once the apocalypse and reality stabilized, he intended to return. Rubbing his eyes a few times, he felt more awake. To be wealthy, yet not return home is akin to wearing fine silk at night. Li Shao ventured into the perilous world of the impending apocalypse, trading gold and perhaps even uncovering some hidden technological marvels. All in pursuit of thriving in real life, but of course, this was merely the beginning. His future ambitions would be even grander. Slowly rising to brush his teeth and dress, he then drove his newly purchased car to a humble eatery for a simple breakfast. Marking the beautiful beginning of his day, as he descended the stairs, Li Shao remembered he was to attend his ex-girlfriend's wedding today. Where was it again? He pulled out his phone to check the text. Blue Whale Hotel. He scrolled through his phone to verify the location. It wasn't far, and the wedding began at noon, giving him a couple of hours to leisurely drive around. With no work obligations, Li Shao felt no urgency to leave. Unlike his roommate, Shun Peiqi, who had to rush to her job at the real estate office. Once he secured the vault referenced by the stunning Shun Peiqi, Li Shao planned to purchase a luxurious apartment in her development. If all went well, he should be able to win her over. Perhaps it would be a case of love blossoming over time, or perhaps it was simply that Shin Peiqi was quite appealing. Li Shao had been harboring feelings for her for quite some time. This was not a fleeting interest but rather a carefully considered intention. In moments of solitude while watching movies, he recalled how, in his earlier days of being financially constrained, he never dared to engage in lengthy conversations with Shin Peiqi. Now that he had wealth, things had changed. His confidence had naturally grown. Nonetheless, aside from her somewhat fiery temperament, Shun Peiqi was quite commendable in other aspects. Chapter 11. The road incident. Driving along the outer ring of Jingxing, Li Shao reveled in the gentle caress of the wind as he cruised down Binjiang Road. Admiring the picturesque scenery, observing the flowing river beside the road, his spirits soared. Life, after all, should be lived in such a manner. Sipping tea and flirting with girls. When hungry, one should eat. When tired, sleep, free from the burdens of worry. With a pleasant mood, Li Shao smiled, contemplating what preparations to make for the impending apocalypse. Suddenly, a sleek red sports car zipped past him at an alarming speed, swift enough to send a bull flying. Was that AC? Li Shao gazed at the commotion with a sense of intrigue for quite some time. The road ahead twisted into a bend, and he found himself somewhat eager for the sports car to execute a flawless drift. Bang! The red sports car, unable to complete the maneuver, flipped over, landing beside the highway's guardrail like a turtle turned on its back. Had it not been for the safety barrier, it would surely have plunged into the river below. Even so, the striking red car teetered precariously on the edge. This clearly illustrated the ferocity of its speed. Driving his newly purchased black car, Li Shao, adhering to the principle of doing a good deed each day, halted at the scene of the accident, hoping to see if he could offer assistance. Without hesitation, he dialed the hospital. Hello, this is an emergency that a car accident has occurred on the middle section of Binjiang Road. Please send an ambulance immediately to As he spoke. He approached the overturned vehicle and leaned down to assess the situation inside. Miss, can you hear me? He called out repeatedly. Zhang Na, still partially conscious and not yet fully enveloped in darkness, turned her gaze towards the voice of the man calling her. She had etched his unfamiliar visage into her memory before succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing her smooth profile, Li Shao noted that her beauty was quite striking. He continued to observe. The beautiful woman inside the car had slipped into a coma, blood trickling from her head, and her condition appeared grave. If the ambulance were to arrive, it would likely be too late. To save or not to save? Li Shao pondered, gazing at the damaged red sports car, reassuring himself that he would not be taken advantage of. Thus, he made his way into the vehicle, deftly unbuckling the safety belt around the young woman, and carefully extracted her from the wreckage. The blood that flowed from her had already stained his hands, the metallic scent assailing his nostrils and causing him to frown. Lacking any medical supplies, Li Shao removed his nearly new expensive suit jacket and gently wrapped it around her bleeding head. Whether she would live or die was now a matter of fate. He placed her in the back seat and hurriedly took his place at the wheel. Accelerating towards the hospital, with a burst of speed, Li Shao arrived at the hospital entrance. Doctor, please save her, he exclaimed, carrying the bloodied stranger into the hospital, startling several patients waiting for treatment. The white-coated angels at the door quickly approached, guiding him. This way at it was only after he had delivered the unconscious woman to the intensive care unit that he let out a sigh of relief. Li Shao chuckled wryly, such a thankless endeavor. I should refrain from doing this again. In moments of heated impulse, he often acted without much thought. He could have entirely ignored the situation, yet for reasons unknown, he chose to intervene. In the grand scheme of things, it mattered little. At most, he had wasted some time, and as someone who did not need to be at work, time was the one thing he had in abundance. Oh no, the wedding of my ex-girlfriend, he exclaimed, smacking his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten about it. I hope I can still make it. He pulled out his phone and checked the time. There were still 30 minutes left until the ceremony began. Ultimately, whether or not he attended the wedding of his ex-girlfriend, especially one with whom he had never held hands, was inconsequential. However, once he had decided to go, Li Xiao was not one to abandon his commitments. Yet, changing clothes would undoubtedly take too long. Chapter 12. The Absurd Wedding. The Blue Whale Hotel, a venue of some renown in the capital. As Li Xiao peered through the car window, he raised his eyes to the name emblazoned on the building and turned the steering wheel to park in the underground garage. After securing his vehicle, Li Xiao prepared to enter the hotel through the front doors to attend his ex-girlfriend's wedding. Wow, what a lively scene. Even before he reached the hotel lobby, he could see money being lavishly spent in every corner. A red carpet stretched from the hotel lobby to the entrance, petals scattered everywhere, and invited guests flowed in and out like a steady stream. Uniformed security personnel stood at the entrance, ensuring that no one dared to cut in line. The hotel's female attendants welcomed each guest with beaming smiles, creating an atmosphere of warmth and hospitality. Observing this scene, Li Xiao surmised that his ex-girlfriend had undoubtedly found herself a wealthy partner. He brushed aside any personal feelings. He was there to attend a wedding, not to cause a scene. As he approached the entrance, however, the attendant halted him. Sir, I'm afraid we cannot admit you in such disarray. The attendant, noticing the bloodstains on Li Xiao's shirt, was reluctant to let him pass. With his hands in his pockets and an unperturbed expression, Li Xiao inquired, what constitutes proper attire? At the very least, a tie is required, the attendant replied, deliberately making things difficult for him. I have one, Li Xiao said, pulling a tie from his back pocket and nonchalantly putting it on. Seeing this, the attendant had no further objections. Li Xiao proceeded inside, not forgetting to toss a red envelope containing 600 yuan onto the pile at the entrance. After all, a gift is just a gesture. Being overly serious might strain relationships. Once inside the wedding venue, Li Xiao scanned the room, contemplating where to sit when he was taken aback. The table for ex-boyfriends? He muttered, spotting the designated area, and the ex-girlfriend's table. It seemed he had inadvertently found himself at the very table meant for him. With trepidation, he approached the table of ex-boyfriends and took a seat, being the last to arrive and filling the space at the table. Buddy, did you just come from a battle in PUBG? You recovered in blood, teased a stocky man among the four. Li Xiao shrugged, managing a sheepish smile, something like that. Having just settled in, the four men, all ex-boyfriends, scrutinized him closely. Is there something on my face? Li Xiao asked in confusion. What year did you two break up? Li Xiao, still processing, pointed to the bottle on the table. Isn't it labeled? I meant you and Byron, the man, looking like a polished professional, clarified with a smirk. We broke up right after graduation. As soon as he finished his sentence, the four men raised their glasses in unison, exclaiming, to you, big brother. How did you all meet Byron? Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Miao si. Mi ku si. Wei ku si. Fu ku si. The four of them answered in turn, all eyes fixed on Li Xiao. Babyface si. As men do, they chatted about movies, games, and everything in between, bonding effortlessly, while the table of ex-girlfriends nearby remained engrossed in their phones, ignoring one another. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our most handsome groom in history, Ma Xiang. As Li Xiao and the others engaged in lively conversation, the voice of the MC pulled their attention back to the stage. Just as the MC finished speaking, a tall, stern-looking man slowly stepped forward, his icy demeanor giving the impression he was attending a funeral rather than a wedding. Upon reaching the MC, the groom remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze. The seasoned MC, undeterred, immediately turned to the audience. The most exciting moment has arrived. Let us eagerly await the entrance of today's leading lady, our beautiful bride Byron. To the sound of a wedding symphony, Byron, dressed in a wedding gown and holding a bouquet, was gently guided by her bridesmaids, smiling as she approached the stage. Before long, the bride and groom stood side by side. The bride radiated happiness, while the groom wore a stony expression, leaving many guests puzzled. However, the ceremony continued smoothly, and those sensing something amiss chose not to dwell on it. The MC, noticing the atmosphere, raised his hand to signal the backstage crew to play a sweet video of the couple. A jarring and scandalous sound erupted throughout the venue. The shocking video displayed on the screen caused an immediate uproar. Wow! Incredible! Familiar faces were visible on the screen, revealing that the bride's brother-in-law was in a compromising position with the bride. Parents hurriedly covered their children's eyes, while elderly relatives clutched their chests in disbelief, many others gazing in shock and disbelief on stage. The groom forcefully pushed the bride away, erupting in a furious tirade. The bride, realizing the truth had been exposed, retaliated by hurling her bouquet at him, leading to a dramatic confrontation. As tensions escalated, hotel staff rushed in to separate the two. Stunned, Li Xiao stood by, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. This 600 yuan ticket was worth every penny. Before long, Li Xiao made his exit from the melodramatic wedding. Although he had intended to impress the bride with his luxury car and fine attire, he unexpectedly witnessed a scene that made the trip worthwhile. Such is the unpredictability of life. Li Xiao sighed with a hint of melancholy. He reminisced about his former girlfriend from school, who had been so pure that she wouldn't even let him hold her hand. Yet now she was so carefree on screen. Fortunately, he had not fallen into the abyss of that world. Otherwise, today, he might have found himself in the unfortunate position of being a green-haired turtle. It was time to prepare supplies. Why apocalyptic world? I am returning once more. Spending money like water, he found it impossible to resist the allure of his impending return. Chapter 13. Supplies arrive in reality. Having indulged in the lavish lifestyle, Li Xiao was ready to re-enter the apocalyptic realm. There was no other choice. His funds were depleted. He could not forget the supplies he needed to prepare before his return. Just as he contemplated checking his phone for the status of his order, it suddenly rang in his pocket. Beep. Hello, sir. The 1,000 cans of food you ordered last night are expected to arrive in about 30 minutes. The salesperson, brimming with excitement, had not received such a substantial order in quite some time. The company's commission structure promised him a significant bonus for such a large sale, at least 100 yuan for every 10,000. Very well, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Li Xiao smiled, a flicker of excitement dancing across his face. Finally, his storage space would prove useful. 1,000 cans of food, including vegetables, fruits, and various meats. If the fierce woman were to see this, she would surely be astonished. However, Li Xiao planned to avoid drawing attention by revealing everything at once. Being too ostentatious might incite the greed of other survivors. Even more concerning, the fierce woman might entertain ulterior motives. Li Xiao maintained a vigilant mindset, aware that such occurrences were not beyond the realm of possibility. Each time he returned with supplies or engaged in trade with other survivors, he would limit transactions to a mere 10 or 20 cans. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, he believed the purchasing power of canned goods would remain strong. To facilitate his dealings, he had specifically instructed that the cans be free of branding or identifying information upon leaving the factory. With an unrestricted storage space at his disposal, this arrangement was exceedingly convenient. Once he established himself in the post-apocalyptic world and built a solid faction, he could transport various real-world items that had become scarce, aiding his faction's gradual growth. While such thoughts seemed distant, they were inevitable. During his wait, time felt like it droned on. Slowly bored, Li Xiao sat on the couch in the living room, already contemplating his plans for when he returned. The fierce woman must ensure she fulfills her promises. He silently reminded himself, if she failed to do so, he would prefer to return to the post-apocalyptic world merely to retrieve gold, forgoing any sightseeing amidst the chaos. Life was singular, and with his ability to traverse different realms, he had no reason to fret about finances. Even without mingling in the apocalyptic world, he could establish a logistics company in reality, thriving with his limitless storage capabilities. Pondering these thoughts, the cautious Li Xiao sat in contemplation on the living room sofa. Since acquiring the ability to traverse between worlds and the power of spatial storage, he found himself often lost in thought when faced with dilemmas. Safety, above all, was paramount. His personal security took precedence over all else. As long as he was alive, victory was assured. Beep. The ringtone of his phone interrupted his thoughts, and a smile crept across his lips. It was time to prepare for his departure. Donning his clothing and shoes, Li Xiao descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed a truck driver dressed in blue overalls standing by the roadside. Beside a heavy truck brimming with goods. Li boss? The middle-aged truck driver inquired as he approached. Yes, Li Xiao replied with a smile. Your goods have arrived. When would you like to unload? I need to be on my way. The truck driver's words momentarily stunned Li Xiao. He had not anticipated that he would need to unload the cans himself upon their arrival. Indeed, no matter how thoroughly one plans, there are always minute details that slip through the cracks. The truck driver, eyeing the young man before him, thought to himself, I can make a little extra cash today. Observing the driver's scrutinizing gaze, Li Xiao maintained his composure and said, Could you please open it up? I'd like to take a look at the goods first, of course. The driver cheerfully moved to the back of the truck and efficiently opened the cargo area. See? I'm a 10-year veteran at this. Once the driver responded to Li Xiao's inquiry, he leisurely asked, Young man, where can I find a restroom nearby? There isn't one. Li Xiao replied casually. This isn't the city center. Just find a corner to take care of it. Li Xiao calculated that he would wait until the truck driver departed before transferring all the cans into his storage space. Unbothered by the young man's words, the truck driver prepared to slip away to relieve himself in a nearby corner. The seasoned driver let out a sigh of relief, adjusted his pants, and turned back towards the truck. Hey, young man. After finishing, the driver was deep in thought about how to earn a decent unloading fee when he suddenly realized that all the cans had vanished. What happened? Where are the goods? The truck driver, astonished, quickly inquired of Li Xiao, who stood beside the truck. I've already moved the goods elsewhere. If there's nothing else, you can go about your business. The truck driver, seasoned with 10 years of experience, found himself momentarily bewildered by the young man's words. As Li Xiao turned to leave, the driver hurriedly caught up with him, saying, Boss, I still need you to sign the delivery slip. Otherwise, I won't be able to account for it. Casting a glance at the smiling driver, Li Xiao felt generous enough not to make things difficult for a mere worker. He signed the delivery slip and then continued on his way upstairs. Strange, the delivery driver mused, standing in place for a moment, perplexed by the encounter. Ultimately, he left with a sense of confusion akin to that of a monk unable to grasp a riddle, back in his room. Li Xiao retrieved a can from his storage space. Not bad, he mused. The can was entirely wrapped in metal, devoid of any identifying marks. He felt quite satisfied and resolved to give this canned food company a 5-star review. He might even consider a long-term partnership or investment in this company, as the demand for food would be immense if his faction flourished in the apocalyptic world. As he pondered these possibilities, he opened the can in his hand. The aroma wafting from the meat can was delightful. Li Xiao confirmed it was undoubtedly beef. He took a small taste with his fingertip. Quite delicious. Although it was a synthesized can, he believed it would be an invaluable asset in the apocalyptic world, and of course, Li Xiao wouldn't simply return to the apocalypse empty-handed. He planned to pack the cans into the large bag he had already prepared. After all, upon returning to the apocalyptic realm, he could not possibly retrieve an abundance of cans from his storage space in front of the fierce woman. He harbored no genuine trust in anyone. In modern society, even acquaintances could be unreliable, let alone in a hellish apocalypse. Caution and prudence were timeless virtues. Once Li Xiao had filled his backpack with the prepared cans, he slung it over his shoulder and sat on the edge of his bed. Gazing out at the skyline of Beijing, he adopted a serious demeanor. May everything go smoothly, he whispered, clenching his fist, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. The blue light intensified as it flickered in the cramped rental room. The fabric of space warped, enveloping Li Xiao and the large backpack he carried, causing them to vanish. Chapter 14. Return to the apocalypse as time and space twisted and the blue light shimmered. Li Xiao's figure emerged from the gentle glow, stepping into the murky, chaotic expanse of the post-apocalyptic world. I, Hu Hansen, have returned, Li Xiao declared with a smirk, though a tinge of apprehension lingered as he once again set foot on this unfamiliar terrain. Just as he contemplated how to manage the large bag of canned goods he had brought, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a dark cannon barrel aimed directly at him. Who are you? How did you come to our camp? A man with a bushy beard raised the cannon to Li Xiao's nose. Be brother. Let us talk this over. Can you lower the cannon? Li Xiao could even see the bullet lodged within the barrel. If it were to fire, his head would surely explode like a shattered watermelon. Shut up. I'm asking the questions here, the bearded man barked, raising his leg as if to teach Li Xiao a lesson. Suddenly, Lin Yun, fully armed, appeared at the door, quickly intervening. "Stop. This is one of our major clients." She approached the burly man, saying, "Lei, why are you still so aggressive? You shouldn't." He jumped to violence without understanding the situation. Upon seeing Lin Yun, the bearded man immediately lowered his weapon, displaying an almost comical fear, as if he faced an adversary of terrifying prowess. After casting a few more glances at Li Xiao, he finally set down the cannon. "You weren't frightened by Lei, were you?" Lin Yun inquired with a smile, accustomed to Li Xiao's sudden appearances. "I am fine. This gentleman is Lei, one of my old subordinates. He is just a bit rough around the edges, but he is a good person." Lin Yun, fearing that Li Xiao might harbor resentment, took the time to elaborate further. Li Xiao gave a thumbs up to the rugged bearded man, exclaiming, "Commendable courage. By the way, have you taken care of the matter I entrusted to you?" As Li Xiao recalled something, he deliberately inquired of the formidable woman before him. "Rest assured, I am efficient in my tasks. Everything you requested is placed in the hall, so let us proceed," Lin Yun replied, turning to walk toward the main area of the house. As she walked, she added, "You need not worry. We have fortified the defenses in this place. Without heavy artillery, no one can easily breach our lines. Even if a beast were to come, it would take quite some time to break through." Noticing the concern in Li Xiao's eyes, Lin Yun feigned a relaxed demeanor. Undoubtedly, Li Xiao's worries were valid. In the apocalypse, threats extend far beyond mere zombies and monsters. Human nature is equally perilous. One must understand that the most formidable fortresses are often compromised from within. As Li Xiao followed the formidable woman into the hall, he was greeted by an array of peculiar weapons and equipment, likely the advanced technologies of a post-apocalyptic world. Head, Big Sister, Yunjia. Various individuals greeted the formidable woman, leaving Li Xiao astonished by her ability to rally such a crowd. Perhaps it was due to the generous supply of food he had provided her. "Yun Mei, is he the pretty boy you mentioned?" Just as Li Xiao's thoughts were processing, a coarse yet hearty female voice interrupted his train of thought. "Indeed. But please don't call him that. He is rather shy." Lin Yun glanced at the woman lounging on a tattered sofa in the hall, prompting Li Xiao to follow her gaze. The woman sported a high ponytail, with robust limbs, her muscular arms prominently displayed, resembling a true powerhouse. Are all individuals in this apocalypse so robust? Li Xiao marveled inwardly. Thus far, everyone he had encountered appeared more physically formidable than himself. "Come here, pretty boy. Let your sister take a good look. We in Dawn City rarely see someone like you," the brawny woman said. Rising from the sofa, her technologically advanced weapon slung across her back, and she approached Li Xiao with a broad grin, exuding an air of playful anticipation, akin to a wolf approaching a lamb. "Jingjia, please don't tease him. We still have serious matters to discuss," Lin Yun jested, as she hoped Li Xiao's frail physique wouldn't be subjected to Qin Jing's playful torment. "Oh? Yun Mei is concerned. You don't want to share him with your sister? Want to keep him all to yourself?" The brawny woman teased as she reached Li Xiao and Lin Yun, eliciting hearty laughter from the dozen or so individuals in the hall. Lin Yun, seasoned and unfazed, simply smiled, while Li Xiao felt an acute embarrassment, wishing he could vanish in the real world. He had always been the one to educate women. Now, in this post-apocalyptic realm, he found himself the subject of mockery. How utterly tragic at that moment. Li Xiao yearned to return home, in this harsh world. His fair complexion likely drew envy from men and women alike. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us discuss the matter at hand. The formidable woman, now referred to as Qin Jing, continued, stepping closer to Li Xiao. "How much food can you consistently provide with each trip? I need to ensure my subordinates are well fed, and that our weapons are maintained. Among other concerns, if you cannot guarantee a stable supply, I cannot remain under your command for long." Qin Jing's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as she addressed the matter at hand. Listening to the words of the brawny woman, Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, glancing toward Lin Yun with a look of confusion and questioning. "What is going on here? Didn't you say you would ensure your safety?" Lin Yun explained, believing that Li Xiao was skeptical of the individual she had brought him. "Jingjia and I share a bond that transcends life and death. We have fought side by side through the darkest of times. She can be trusted," Lin Yun clarified, hoping to assuage Li Xiao's doubts. Li Xiao paused. What more could he say? He decided to take things one step at a time. If danger truly arose, he could always return to the real world. He turned to the imposing Qin Jing and asked, What do you estimate is required to sustain your mercenary group? Instead of answering, he redirected the question back to her, at the very least. It cannot be less than what you previously provided Yun Mei. After some hesitation, Qin Jing answered, feeling slightly guilty for the implications. She hoped her proposed terms would not frighten the pretty boy away. If not, they could always negotiate further. In this post-apocalyptic world, the scarcity and value of resources were understood by all. Agreed, I am in, Li Xiao responded, surveying the armed men and women before him. The prospect of maintaining their well-being with a mere bag of food each month seemed like an incredible bargain. Most importantly, they had a connection to the formidable woman. Had he been tasked with forming a mercenary group from scratch in this apocalypse, he would never have dared to do so. Qin Jing's astonishment was palpable. The offer she had extended was accepted. Unbelievable. Pretty boy, no wonder Yun Mei is smitten with you. I find you quite charming, she said, stepping closer to Li Xiao, enveloping him in a tight embrace that left him momentarily breathless. Let go of me, too, Li Xiao protested but soon relented, allowing the imposing woman to hold him. Gio. How should I describe this? It's exhilarating. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yun stood nearby with a stern expression. Her face clouded with jealousy. This man was first spotted by me. I once let my good friend have him all to herself. Clenching her fist, Lin Yun glared at the unwillingly flirtatious Li Xiao, wishing she could land a punch on him for his indiscretions. Chapter 15. The Tiger Squad. Allow me to introduce myself. The brawny woman smiled, saying, I am Qin Jing, captain of the Tiger mercenary team. Lei, I believe you've met him, as well as Duke, Soap, Ghost, and Les. Following this, Qin Jing introduced Li Xiao to her team members, along with Lin Yun, totaling 12 individuals. Greetings, Li Xiao awkwardly offered. Hello, little one, be careful. With those skinny arms and legs, a beast might easily tear you apart, said a man nicknamed Soap, who seemed to regard Li Xiao with little seriousness. Sporting a mohawk and camouflaged face paint, it was unclear where he had acquired such an appearance. Li Xiao remained silent, raising an eyebrow as he scanned the other members of the Tiger Squad. Many greeted him politely, while others remained absorbed in their tasks. Kid, if trouble arises, remember to hide behind me. I guarantee your safety, but it will cost extra. An older man approached, wearing a round beret. A cigar would have completed his look perfectly. All right, sounds good, Li Xiao replied with a smile, retrieving a can of beef from his bag and tossing it to him. What is this? It resembles a synthetic can produced by the border camp. I hope it's not that, Les remarked, unsure as he pried open the can with a knife. Instantly, his previously disdainful expression shifted as he turned to Li Xiao, asking, Boss, do you want me to kill someone or start a fire? The aroma wafting from the can captivated everyone in the vicinity, all eyes fixed on the can in Les's hand, each convinced it was not made from beast ingredients. You'll find out soon enough, Li Xiao replied nonchalantly, only to notice the hungry gazes directed at him from all present. Feeling intimidated, he inquired, What are you all doing, little brother? You've brought us too many surprises. If it weren't for Sister Yun, I might have been tempted to take action myself, a member of the Tiger Squad remarked, while the curious Qin Jing continued to tease Li Xiao. Jingjie. Please don't frighten our boss, Lin Yun interjected, scanning the hall, trying to discern any underlying motives. Furthermore, regarding the tasks you assigned to me, I have brought what you requested, but it cost me half a bag of supplies. So you'll need to compensate me later. As she spoke, Lin Yun fished out a circular object from her pocket and handed it to Li Xiao. Though the colonization device was expensive, Lin Yun understood that as long as it ensured the safety of the pretty boy, the food supplies would continue to flow. Colonization device. The members of the Tiger Squad gasped in recognition of the black ring. Colonization device? Li Xiao, bewildered, had no idea what the formidable woman was referring to. Upon receiving the black ring, he examined it curiously, asking, What is this? Before Lin Yun could explain, Qin Jing, filled with envy, remarked, Yun Mei, we have known each other for approximately a decade, yet you have never presented me with such an extravagant gift. Lin Yun remarked helplessly, Your wealth surpasses mine. Unfortunately, while my fortune may be somewhat substantial, the number of dependents I have dilutes my resources. Lin Yun smiled but said nothing further. The exosuit consumed the majority of the provisions that Li Xiao had provided her. If Li Xiao had not trusted her, she would not have taken such a risk. When the pretty boy departed with a large bundle of supplies, Lin Yun even contemplated whether to leave on her own, completely disregarding her lifesaver. Such events were all too common in this apocalyptic world. Fortunately, she had gambled on herself and emerged victorious. Li Xiao, who had been toying with the black ring for quite some time, remained oblivious to its true purpose. Desperate for understanding, he turned his gaze to Lin Yun. "You will comprehend its utility once you wear it," Lin Yun explained, offering little elaboration as she urged him to don the black ring. Upon her suggestion, Li Xiao promptly slipped the metallic black ring onto his right hand. Instantly, a plethora of information flooded his mind. Neural system link established, biological parameters within acceptable range, program initialized, terminal match successful, link established, ready to activate infiltrator. Suddenly, a novel sensation enveloped Li Xiao, as if he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. "What on earth is this?" Li Xiao inquired, confusion evident in his voice. However, judging by the reactions of those around him and the information relayed by the black ring, he could ascertain that it was undoubtedly a piece of advanced technology from the end times. The exosuit, formerly known as the exoskeletal combat armor, was more portable and formidable than traditional exoskeletons. Correspondingly, its price was exorbitant. Observing Li Xiao's astonishment, Lin Yun smiled with satisfaction. "Are you truly a survivor from Dawn City? How could you be unaware of exosuits?" The question lingered in her mind, as she had already sensed something amiss. Li Xiao hesitated before gathering his thoughts. "The situation is somewhat intricate. I will explain it to you later." Not wishing to delve into overly complex matters, he deftly shifted the topic. "How do I activate it?" "The exosuit. It can be activated via voice command. If you prefer, there is a small button along the edge of the ring that can also initiate it," Lin Yun suggested, prompting Li Xiao to discover the inconspicuous button that would have otherwise gone unnoticed. Upon activation, the exosuit bound to Li Xiao began to arm itself. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed, and the black ring, under the gaze of the onlookers, seemed to come alive, spreading from his arm to envelop him entirely. With a resounding clang and a crack, the exterior of the infiltrator exoskeletal armor radiated a chilling brilliance. Beneath the black helmet, blood-red glimmers flickered in his eyes, while 6 formidable light rail guns extended from his back, and retractable cutting blades and laser edges concealed within his wrists emerged. The power of the exosuit sparked envy in all who beheld it, yet none dared to attempt to seize it from its wearer. Inside the exosuit, Li Xiao surveyed the assembly before him, each individual's information illuminating before his eyes. Armed personnel, threat level, low, classification. C. Armed personnel, threat level, low, classification. D. The simplified data of the 12 individuals in the hall was fully revealed. Chapter 16. Exoskeletal armor. The infiltrator exoskeletal armor is designed for stealth, reconnaissance, and exploration, representing a significant upgrade over traditional exoskeletons, excelling in all operational areas. Without an exosuit of equal or superior grade, or the possession of powerful heavy weaponry, breaching its defenses would be nearly impossible. Qin Jing of the Tiger Mercenary Team, hands on her hips, watched with envy. The exosuit is something that typical survivor factions cannot easily acquire. Only seen at the largest camp on the border camp. The onlookers gazed at the infiltrator exoskeletal armor, its exterior crafted from advanced composite materials, boasting a hardness comparable to specialized high-strength metals. Not to mention its array of cutting-edge technologies, making it a lethal weapon of war. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? It is the powerful equipment you require. Lin Yun approached Li Xiao, her long legs striding confidently. "Impressive," Li Xiao remarked, having already exited the armored state. He gazed at the black ring on his wrist, feeling an indescribable thrill. "Thank you," he expressed with a smile, only for Lin Yun to respond incredulously. "Thank you? I must have misheard." The unfamiliar vocabulary caught the attention of Lin Yun and some members of the Tiger team, eliciting surprise. "Our boss may very well be a blue coat from a shelter," Li Xiao mused, quickly realizing, damn, how could I forget that I am still in this perilous apocalyptic world? Immediately, he showcased an acting prowess worthy of an acclaimed actor. Scanning the hall, he spoke gently, "Do not be too astonished. In my world, the words thank you are quite common." His actions inadvertently bridged the gap between them. Civilized individuals, Lin Yun chuckled lightly, often meet their demise sooner than the barbaric. Laughter erupted from the members of the Tiger team, all of whom were survivors, each possessing their own set of skills. "I heard from Sister Yun that you require gold. Most survivors dismiss it as mere building material. What do you intend to do with it? Qin Jing inquired, her brow furrowed with curiosity. It's difficult to explain. Suffice it to say that I temporarily need gold. If you have no gold, diamonds, agates, or gemstones, I would require those as well. Li Shao avoided dwelling on sensitive matters. Wary of unintentionally revealing his secrets, let's focus on other issues, he suggested. This time, I only brought a large supply of canned food. Take a look. Convinced that the reality of beef cans would successfully divert the attention of these apocalypse survivors. Li Shao dropped the heavy bag of cans onto the ground, whereupon the group fixated on the dozen or so cans before them. Little brother, perhaps supporting Sister Yun isn't enough. How about we team up? Qin Jing, disregarding Li Xiao's reaction, wrapped her robust arms around him. Perhaps another time, Li Xiao stammered, struggling to extricate himself from the imposing woman's embrace, retreating to a corner. His awkwardness elicited hearty laughter from many present. Pretty boy, Sister Jing seems rather fond of you. You should give it some thought. Don't let a good opportunity slip away, teased a man nicknamed Soap, his tone lighthearted. Get lost, Soap, if you keep this up? I swear I'll expose your secrets to everyone. Seeing her team members misbehaving, Qin Jing interjected, possessing a wealth of information on her crew's indiscretions. I surrender. Sister Jing, please spare me. Soap raised his hand in mock defeat, laughing nervously. Gold is straightforward. Later, we can head to the border camp to trade the canned food you brought for equipment to bolster our team's strength. Then, we can scour the nearby areas for gold, likely netting several hundred tons. Qin Jing continued, eyeing the pretty boy who had escaped her grasp. Perhaps you could inject a strengthening serum. Given your scrawny appearance, a single punch from Shila could easily take you out, Captain. I'm not as fragile as you claim. Just as the burly woman's words faded, Li Shao noticed a tall, alluring woman in camouflage, wielding a uniquely designed gun, commenting on the situation. The firearm was equipped with an extended scope, likely a sniper rifle. With her appealing features, the only other contender for beauty among the group was the fearsome woman. The trio, seductive Shila, muscular Qin Jing, and the coldly beautiful Lin Yun, comprised the only female members of the Tiger team. In a world overrun by chaos, only the most formidable women could maintain their standing. As he set foot on this vessel, he pondered whether it was indeed the right choice. With the ace of returning to reality at his disposal, Li Shao felt little trepidation. Nevertheless, he dared not be complacent in this endeavor. Seeking stability was paramount, and caution was essential. Given the team's current equipment and numbers, venturing into the commercial center posed considerable challenges. Qin Jing's expression turned solemn as she surveyed the urban ruins, which were far more daunting than the outskirts or rural areas. The city was one of the places most feared by survivors, haunted by terrifying zombie hordes and swift, various monsters. Even seasoned wastelanders would not dare to venture too deeply into the urban decay. Lin Yun spoke with a steely demeanor, stating, "We must first head to the border camp to procure equipment and make our way directly to the vault beneath the nearby commercial center. It is essential to be aware that these supplies may attract the covetous eyes of other survivor factions, mercenary groups, and even the camp itself." Though Lin Yun did not voice this concern, the members of the team were well aware of it in this damned world. Survival was a struggle, and everyone was fighting for their next meal. Chapter 17. Border Camp. In the aftermath of the calamity, the once technologically advanced world had shrunk and deteriorated, now rife with zombies and monsters, their numbers uncounted. Who would take it upon themselves to understand such abominations? In a world where filling one's stomach was a challenge, no one had time to care. Survival was already arduous, let alone the notion of progress. Thus, various factions of survivors emerged across the globe, differing in size and capability. The border camp was the largest survivor faction in the fringe areas. Compared to the distant Dawn City in the far east, it might be likened to a mere ant. Yet within the borders, it was an undisputed behemoth. A team of over 10 fully armed individuals advanced in a staggered formation. Qin Jing raised her hand, pointing ahead. "There lies the border camp. We will trade our supplies for weapons and equipment. Ghost, you and your 6 comrades will remain here on guard. Signal if anything arises." "Understood," replied the man donned in a white skull mask. He then directed the remaining 5 to take defensive positions based on the terrain. Li Shao had long noticed him, though he spoke little. The cold glint emanating from the white skull mask commanded respect. Qin Jing's demeanor was grave as she focused on the border camp before her. Defensive fortifications encircled the camp, with watchtowers erected every 100 meters, and patrolling border guards frequently passing by. The surrounding zombies and monsters had long been cleared by the armed personnel within the camp, along with numerous survivors lingering around the perimeter. Under Qin Jing's leadership, the 7-member team approached the border camp. Li Xiao gradually began to discern the details before him. The high, thick concrete walls stretched for hundreds of meters, with sandbags piled in front of the steel gate, while gun turrets loomed over the defensive structures, their dark barrels vigilant against all. The camp's surroundings bore few obstacles. Any fool daring to harbor malicious intent would have to consider their own capabilities. Nearly 10,000 people resided within the border camp. Aside from slaves, each individual was a competent warrior, and none dared to disrupt the established order lightly. Noticing Li Xiao's astonished expression, Lin Yun began to explain. "Whose rules?" he inquired. "The camp's rules," Lin Yun replied with a knowing smile, deliberately evading his question. "Once we pay the fee upon entry, refrain from unnecessary chatter. After acquiring what we need, we leave immediately." Qin Jing addressed the 5 members excluding Li Xiao. "Yume, Lei, keep a close watch on our leader. Wuzong, Oda, Duke, stay alert and pay attention to the other survivors around us. Those desperate enough to be driven by hunger might disregard the camp's rules. Before long, the 7 arrived at the entrance of the border camp. "Greetings, survivor. Please pay the entry fee. Proceed to the inspection point and cooperate with the health check. Only those who meet the standards may enter the border camp," announced the guard, armed with a pulse rifle, casting a weary glance at the 7. "We understand," Qin Jing replied flatly before continuing towards the checkpoint. As it was Li Xiao's first visit, he dutifully followed the others, his curiosity about the camp evident as he glanced around. After Qin Jing tossed a bag of heavy-duty beef jerky to the fee collector, she signaled to Li Xiao and the others to enter the camp. The fee collector assumed it was merely exotic beast meat and paid it little mind. Chapter 18. The trading zone. The world after the catastrophe was grim, and most survivors fared no better than the deceased. Civilization had undeniably regressed. However, the situation was not entirely dire. At least the embers of civilization still flickered, preventing the world from devolving into a paradise for monsters. After the 7 underwent inspection and were confirmed free of any pathogens or strange microorganisms, the guards permitted them entry. Walking along the streets of the border camp, each of the 6, apart from Li Xiao, carried a rifle, exuding an intimidating presence. Li Xiao observed the surroundings, noting the gaunt men and women lining the streets. Food in this world was far more precious and scarce than he had anticipated. Occasionally, survivors wielding weapons or adorned with peculiar apparatuses or prosthetics glanced in their direction, but resumed their own activities upon seeing nothing of particular interest. Before long, Li Xiao encountered armed personnel dressed in black combat gear, ambling about the street in pairs. Recognizing their uniforms were identical to those of the guards at the entrance, he deduced they were soldiers of the survivor camp. Likely on patrol, were headed to the trading market within the camp. "You needn't speak. Jingjia will handle the conversations with her acquaintances. We'll procure our supplies and depart promptly to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives," Lin Yun said as she walked alongside Li Xiao. "Understood," Li Xiao replied, maintaining a calm facade, though a sense of unease stirred within him. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the trading zone of the border camp. This area was the only relatively safe trading post in the fringe territory. At least within the camp, no unscrupulous survivors would dare to act. Food, weapons, women, anything that could be traded in this apocalyptic world was available here. Provided there were sufficient goods, the formidable power of the 3 giants instilled a level of trust among the survivors, allowing those who paid the entry fee to trade freely without restrictions. Li Xiao dutifully followed behind the 6. Passing by makeshift stalls and shops selling a variety of goods, most notably weapons and ammunition. Perhaps due to resource constraints, Li Xiao observed no heavy weapons, only light arms and melee knives, items of relatively lower lethality. "Jingjia, it's been a while since we last met. What brings you here?" A scruffy survivor, with a somewhat shifty demeanor, approached them with a fawning smile. "Nothing good ever comes without a reason. Of course, I'm here to offer you some business," he added, beckoning them inside. "Brother Xiong, Jingjia has returned," exclaimed the survivor stationed at the entrance, warmly guiding Qin Jing and her companions inside. As the news spread, the humble little shack, which appeared quite shabby to Li Xiao, soon became crowded with curious figures. From within, a burly man emerged. "Qin team, What can I assist you with this time? The giant stepped forward, the sunlight casting a shadow over his imposing figure. With striking brows and thick lips, what captivated most was his fearsome visage, marred by several deep scars crisscrossing his face, making it evident that he was not someone to provoke lightly. Assistance is too grand a term. We merely look out for one another, Qin Jing remarked, tossing the bag she held at the feet of the scarred man. Chapter 19. Scarred Lin Xiong. The robustly built scarred man glanced at Qin Jing and her companions, clearly perplexed by her intentions. Canned goods? I expected something more intriguing, but a dozen cans is still a tempting offer, Lin Xiong mused aloud, aware that the taste of canned goods made from exotic beast flesh was less than desirable and could pose a health risk if consumed in excess. It's not the synthetic kind. You can open one and taste for yourself, Qin Jing replied cryptically, causing Lin Xiong to furrow his brow in confusion. What is this woman up to? He thought. But given their history of collaboration, he patiently unsheathed his knife and expertly pried open a can. A delightful aroma wafted up to his nostrils, the rich scent of beef filling the air, causing Lin Xiong to tremble in astonishment as he stared at Qin Jing with wide eyes. I haven't smelled this in years. Where did you procure this canned meat? With its freshness and exquisite flavor. Jingjia, we're good friends. After all, I knew you would say that. You needn't try to pry. The goods aren't mine. The boss is waiting to trade these canned meats for weapons and equipment, Qin Jing casually remarked, casting a glance at Li Xiao while continuing to flatter the burly man. She refrained from divulging any more details, stating, "This batch is already considered top quality. I need to report up the chain. The head here is the camp's gourmet. You have indeed come to the right place. I am confident that no one can offer a price higher than the one above." Lin Xiong, with a face marred by scars, managed a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. "Lead the way," he instructed. Qin Jing raised the short gun in her hand, signaling the burly man before her to guide them. A slight frown creased her brow as she thought to herself, "I have underestimated the value of this merchandise in the camp." The seven of them followed closely behind the imposing figure. At some point, Qin Jing quietly approached Li Xiao and whispered, "Stay close, and no matter what happens, do not make a sound." "Understood," Li Xiao replied, maintaining his calm demeanor, though his heart raced with increasing intensity. "I fear we are about to encounter someone significant." Before long, under the guidance of the burly man, they arrived at the heart of the trading area. Solid walls of reinforced concrete surrounded them, enclosing an 8-story building, its high walls festooned with a dense array of barbed wire. In addition to the guards in black uniforms, a few tanks were scattered about, and heavy artillery and machine guns were conspicuously displayed. It resembled a fortress of war, seemingly impervious to any assault. The sight evoked a silent gasp from Li Xiao. However, for Qin Jing and her companions, such fortifications were merely par for the course in a post-apocalyptic world, especially in the heart of the camp, where defenses were impenetrable. As they ventured deeper into the compound, Li Xiao observed that the attire of the inhabitants grew increasingly pristine. "Brother Xiong, what brings you here?" the guard stationed at the entrance of the building inquired. Recognizing Lin Xiong, "I need to speak with the boss, as per protocol," he replied with an expressionless face, though urgency crept into his tone. The efficient guard raised an eyebrow, pondering what could possibly warrant such haste from the big bear. What could be happening? Zizizizi. The sudden transmission caught the attention of the gourmet on the other end. Cough, cough. "Boss, Brother Xiong has arrived and says it's urgent." The guard, suppressing a smile, relayed the message with utmost seriousness. "Let them in." Chapter 20. Can fresh meat inside the building? It was not as dim as one might expect. Bright white lights lined the peeling walls, spaced every 10 meters. The place was filled with technological marvels, all set against a backdrop of battlefield architecture. The guards within the building appeared even more taciturn than those outside, remaining vigilant as they observed Li Xiao and his companions. "We usually take the rail elevator, though it is mostly kept closed. It only operates during significant events," Lin Xiong said, pressing the button for the elevator. The heavy steel doors swung open. "Please," he gestured, though the rough man seemed somewhat awkward offering such politeness. Seeing her earnest old friend, Qin Jing felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the transaction, since they were already here. She thought there was no turning back. Li Xiao stood within the rail elevator, pondering that this rail elevator bore little distinction from the elevators of the real world. Moments later, in less than 3 seconds, the heavy door opened once more, leaving Li Xiao astounded. Indeed, anything that endures in this apocalyptic world must possess unique qualities. Lin Xiong turned to Qin Jing and said, Sister Jing, you may enter with me. The others must remain. Qin Jing was displeased. The goods were in their possession after all. Who exactly is in control of this situation? With the merchandise in her hands, she remained unfazed, her thick lips continuing. I can easily seek out the other two big shots in the camp. Wait, let me report to the boss first. Lin Xiong, standing in the spacious corridor, pondered for a moment before signaling for the guards to keep watch. Holding a can in his hand, he strode purposefully towards a room deeper in the hallway. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. What is it? Lin Xiong observed the calm demeanor of his superior, curious about the latter's reaction upon seeing the can in his hand. A few minutes later, the gourmet, Kylon, devoured the fresh beef from the can, his excitement palpable as he stared intently at Lin Xiong, chewing with disbelief. Not many are aware of this news, correct? Not many on our side know. As for the other party, we are currently uncertain. Lin Xiong felt a chill as he met the gaze of Kylon. After hearing Big Bear's response, Kylon swallowed the tender meat with a decisive gulp. This meat is exquisite. It must be tasted. Having savored the delicacy, Kylon took a deep breath and slowly declared, Let the others in. We cannot keep our esteemed guests waiting. Understood. Lin Xiong promptly turned to exit. Once the door was securely shut, Kylon disregarded decorum, licking the remnants from the can, not sparing even the juice from his fingers, savoring each morsel. Who would have thought that the overlord of the trading zone at the border camp would be so disheveled and private? Boss, what are you eating? It smells incredible. A disheveled woman emerged from a side room, her eyes greedily fixed on the can in Kylan's hands. Nothing. Continue your slumber. I will have guests shortly. See me later. Kylan wiped the remnants from his mouth, responding dismissively before ignoring the woman standing at the door. Chapter 21. Transaction and Cooperation. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door echoed, as if synchronizing with Kylan's heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, the powerful figure at the border camp sought to steady his emotions. He could not afford to appear weak. Negotiations and transactions demanded authority. With a solemn expression and a voice imbued with authority, Kylon commanded, Enter. The door swung open, and Lin Xiong, Qin Jing, Li Xiao, and the others stepped inside one by one. Have a seat. Upon seeing his guests, Kylon remained expressionless, gesturing for them to sit before promptly addressing the matter at hand. I have heard from Lin Xiong about your intentions. What weaponry do you seek? Kylon did not inquire about the purpose of the arms, nor did he mention the irresistible canned meat that tempted him. Qin Jing, taken aback by the presence of the trading zone's big boss, was at a loss for words yet did not hesitate. We require 2 high-intensity armored vehicles, 3 sets of heavy combat gear, 50 pulse rifles, and 300 fully charged magazines. Good heavens! Are you planning to assault a lair of extraordinary beasts with such an arsenal? Kylon, who had been calm, stood abruptly in shock before the words of the imposing woman could fully escape her lips. Moreover, can you afford the price? Shifting the conversation, Kylon regarded the 7 individuals with a puzzled yet anticipatory expression. Upon entering, Qin Jing had noticed the can of gourmet on the table. She stepped forward to face the rotund man, her disdain evident as she tossed the black bag she held onto the table. Is this sufficient? All identical to the can you have tasted, flawless in every aspect. Kylon scrutinized the mercenary before him, cautiously unzipping the black bag. After confirming its contents, he raised his head slowly, declaring, Not enough. I can offer you 1 fully armed vehicle, 1 pulse rifle per person, and 2 rounds per rifled AS for the combat gear. Forget it, I might be able to add 20 sensor grenades at most. Kylon noticed the twitch of the woman's lips, about to speak. He continued, I know what you wish to say, and I understand the rarity of this can. However, you must recognize that 1 can, like a nutritional supplement, can sustain a survivor on the brink of extinction for another day. Choose wisely. You are aware of the strength of my weaponry. It far surpasses the worn-out relics you currently possess. Additionally, I am confident that no one within the camp can offer a higher price than I'd at this moment. As one of the 3 giants of the border camp, the gourmet's formidable nature was unmistakable. His exceptional negotiation skills and rhetoric rendered Qin Jing, the buxom but less astute woman, utterly speechless. I can provide a stable supply. Qin Jing found herself hesitating over whether to strike a deal with him. Suddenly, Li Xiao, standing nearby, interjected, leaving everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Lin Yun, beside Li Xiao, wore an expression of shock, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind?" Ignoring the questioning and perplexed gazes surrounding him, Li Xiao boldly approached the rotund man before him. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Li Xiao trusted only himself. I can provide a stable supply of goods, and my team can establish a cooperative relationship with you. Kylon, filled with confusion, listened to the words of the young man before him, feeling as if he was being toyed with. The canned meat in the black bag prompted Kylon to scoff. "Little brother, are you trying to amuse me?" The extreme cold of the north, the sweltering heat of the south, and the monsters that roamed the western and central regions made it clear. To maintain a consistent supply of high-quality goods, one could only source them from the distant eastern territories. The middle-aged man shook his head silently and continued, "I have encountered many smugglers like you. Just because you have a few connections does not mean you can run rampant in this apocalypse. Even setting aside the long transport routes, the survivor camps, monsters, wastelanders, and raiders along the way will be enough to give you a headache. Do you not think that a stroke of good fortune in acquiring this batch of goods means you can continue to operate like this?" Listening to the rotund man ramble on, Li Xiao realized that the man likely believed he was merely a wandering smuggler of the apocalypse. Little did he know, Li Xiao hailed from an entirely different timeline. Unlike the 5 continents and 7 oceans of the real world, this apocalyptic realm remained a singular continent surrounded by oceans and various islands. The history of this world had developed for nearly 7,000 years, and its technological advancements prior to the cataclysm far surpassed those of the real world. As for the present, the technological landscape of the apocalyptic world had long since diverged. Li Xiao had learned much about the conditions in the various regions from Lin Yun, and it was all quite chaotic and distinctly apocalyptic. Even the so-called beacon of hope among survivors, Dawn City, likely paled in comparison to the 4th or 5th-tier cities of the real world. "I understand your concerns. The power behind me is capable of delivering the goods you need intact. And if they are not delivered," Li Xiao interrupted the middle-aged man before he could respond, saying, "If they are not delivered, do as you wish." Kylon burst into derisive laughter upon hearing Li Xiao's words, replying, "Young man, I have grown weary of such empty promises for over a decade. Anyone can speak grandly. Why should I trust you or the power behind you to deliver?" Indeed, in this harsh world of the apocalypse, no one could be easily deceived. Feeling disappointed that he had failed to sway the middle-aged man, Li Xiao never intended to trick him. Trust was a concept that had long ceased to exist in this world. It was merely a matter of exchanging benefits. "Be wise spending some resources to establish trust with me. You could open up a brand new, stable trade route. Perhaps after I leave, I can seek collaboration with others. I am confident that there are those who would be eager to do so." The atmosphere grew tense, and neither party uttered another word. Kylon's expression was serious, as he struggled to decipher the confidence radiating from the young man before him. He does not seem to be acting, but if this is a ruse, I would become a laughingstock in the camp. If I let this opportunity slip away, and it truly is as this young man claims, I will have given my chance to my 2 old rivals. As Li Xiao regarded the somber-faced middle-aged man seated before him, he chose not to dwell on such thoughts and instead turned to exit. Just as Li Xiao and the others were about to step out the door, a voice from behind brought him joy. "Fine. But if you dare to deceive me, no matter where you run, I will hunt you down, turn you into meat paste, and feed you to a 2-headed dog." Li Xiao turned, smiling. "You will surely feel immense gratitude for your decision today. As for the details of our cooperation, let Sister Jing discuss them with you." Chapter 22. Pulse rifle standing atop the building. The gourmet Kylon gazed at the 2 armored vehicles receding into the distance, lost in thought. Why don't we send someone to follow them? Not long ago, the scarred-faced Lin Xiong, who had welcomed Li Xiao and his companions with a smile, now suggested maliciously. Kylon waved his hand dismissively at Big Bear's words. "Dio, you think the hyenas lurking around the camp are idle? Their confidence stems solely from their own formidable strength. Besides, they are technically our allies at present." Kylon opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. What kind of force could be so audacious? A trade route spanning such vast distances. The logistics of transporting goods over thousands of miles without pre-cataclysm transport infrastructure would be nearly impossible. While it may have been easily achievable before the cataclysm, it was not entirely out of the question now. Possible, yes, but exceedingly difficult. with machinery lying in ruins and a lack of skilled labor. The survivors were solely focused on survival, who would concern themselves with knowledge. Aside from essential survival skills, much had been forgotten. Most who had not perished had suffered immensely, and even those who survived had hardly fared better. Even 50 years later, the world had yet to fully recover from the cataclysm. Kai Lan's mind wandered back to the young man, cleanly dressed and entirely unlike anyone from this world. Having struggled to comprehend the situation for long enough, he was now disinclined to think any further. The dinner bell rang, signaling that tonight's main course would be canned meat. The two armored vehicles traveled along the desolate highway, their rear compartments laden with weapons and equipment. "Can we get to the bottom of this? Where are you from?" Qin Jing, seated in the back of an armored vehicle, directed her question toward Li Xiao on her right. Lin Yun, seated next to Li Xiao, cast a curious glance his way, as this was a question that had long piqued her interest. Sandwiched between the two beauties, Li Xiao felt overwhelmed, caught in the waves of their scrutiny. Regarding this inquiry, he remained steadfastly tight-lipped, insisting that he would reveal nothing. "When the time is right, you will naturally come to know. Knowing too much now may not be in your best interest," in response to Li Xiao's cryptic answer. Qin Jing playfully squeezed his waist, grinning. "I'll give you one more chance to rephrase your answer. I truly cannot say," Li Xiao declared resolutely, having decided that no matter how much they tormented him, he would not yield. Upon hearing the young man's response, Qin Jing and Lin Yun exchanged knowing glances. The armored vehicle erupted with laughter, accompanied by the voices of Soap, Ghost, and others. Les, wearing a beanie, turned to glance back, wickedly chuckling. "This kid has quite the fortune with the ladies, doesn't he?" Not long after the two armored vehicles departed, an armed bandit, clutching a pair of binoculars, spoke into his chest communicator. "Boss, this team left directly after trading their supplies. Send someone to follow them." The raspy voice from the communicator faded into static. "Let Shark follow them. When they reach the location, have him lead a team to eliminate them and seize their goods." The armed bandit with the binoculars raised his hand to signal the distant figures. Only when the tail on a modified hover motorcycle began tracking them did he lower his binoculars, observing the opposing force and the extent of their supplies. It was a tempting target, if it weren't for the impending winter. The gang might not hesitate to act. The bandit's grim expression suggested he had recalled something unpleasant. Conditions within the border camp were dire. Given the circumstances surrounding the small camps, it was even worse. Plunder, rape, murder, these were commonplace, and the lack of protective order in the outer regions only exacerbated the situation. Whenever caravans departed from the camp, the surrounding raiders and bandits would naturally become envious, setting their sights on them. In fact, even the legitimate survivor forces, mercenaries, and those trading with them, upon seeing sufficient profit, would often not hesitate to transform into plunderers. In this era of moral decay and shattered order, as long as there was no solid evidence and no backing force, the excuse for plunderers could apply anywhere in the apocalyptic world. Before long, Li Xiao and the members of the Tiger Squad returned to their small dwelling, a place strewn with barbed wire and steel bars. It was good to be home. The outside environment felt utterly stifling. Li Xiao plopped down onto the dilapidated sofa in the hall, emitting a sound of comfort. The jolts of the armored vehicle and the torment from two formidable women had drained him completely, leaving only his handsome exterior intact. "Little boss, do you have confidence in fulfilling the agreement we signed with the gourmet? Each transaction cannot be less than 100 cans, and we must trade once every 30 days. Most of the goods, aside from some prohibited weapons and supplies, are acceptable." Qin Jing, rather than continuing to tease the pretty boy before her, inquired with a hint of concern. "Rest assured, everything is under control." Li Xiao replied nonchalantly, not giving the matter a second thought as he focused intently on the pulse rifle in his hands. Qin Jing exchanged a glance with Lin Yun, who shrugged, indicating her own confusion about what the pretty boy was up to. Qin Jing felt a tinge of helplessness. Were it not for the fact that this pretty boy had saved Yun Mei and could ensure a steady supply of food, she would have dearly liked to hang him up and whip him until he clarified everything. Li Xiao, engrossed in playing with the pulse rifle from the apocalyptic world, remained unaware that he had brushed shoulders with death. The M4A pulse rifle, constructed entirely from carbon fiber and high-strength titanium alloy, was robust and durable, with many internal components made from high-temperature, high-impact plastics. The combat magazine was divided into two types: electric charge and high-intensity lithium batteries, IT was suitable for operations in various terrains and boasted high compatibility for simple military modifications. Listening to Lin Yun's introduction, Li Xiao instinctively remarked, "You certainly know a lot." Lin Yun's gaze towards Li Xiao was one of mild disdain, akin to a native of the bustling metropolis encountering a country bumpkin from a 4th or 5th-tier city for the first time. Utterly bewildered and filled with curiosity. "This is one of the most common weapons, a piece of knowledge among survivors," Lin Yun said, her frustration evident. "What faction do you hail from? You seem completely ignorant of the basics." "Well, that's a bit complicated to explain. I am not a combat personnel where I come from. I haven't handled firearms much. I work in a civilian capacity." Li Xiao continued with his usual narrative, ensuring he did not expose himself while allowing others to speculate about his background. The people in this world would never guess that he originated from another reality. Disregarding the reticent pretty boy, Qin Jing began proficiently organizing the team's tasks. "After a night's rest, we will prepare to head to the nearby commercial center to procure gold, ghost, field, soap, and lace. You four will keep watch. The rest should also remain vigilant." "Understood." Qin Jing exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yun, hinting at her to keep an eye on their esteemed client. Upon hearing gold, Li Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Yet, upon seeing Lin Yun's wolfish gaze, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. What is about to happen? Chapter 23. Discovery and Interrogation. Ghost, through the white skull mask, cast a detached glance at his 3 teammates before vanishing into the night's embrace. "It appears we are to be the lookout," Sop, with his mohawk hairstyle, jested, attempting to inject warmth into the frigid silence of the night. "Soap, you are on the main entrance. Field, you patrol." Lace, observing Ghost's disappearance, promptly began setting up their respective lookout points. "Understood." The man in the beret, named Field, briefly acknowledged Sop before departing. "Let us hope nothing untoward occurs tonight." Lace adjusted his beanie and prepared to guard the high ground near the house. That night, the chilling wind howled, and the sounds of zombies and monsters echoed, adding an element of terror to the cold darkness. "Stay put and keep your eyes peeled. I'll bring the others over." The communicator crackled before the static faded. A shadow crawled across the wasteland, moving slowly to stow the communication device into a pocket. "Don't move. Otherwise, beware that your head may become a pile of viscous red and white." Before the shadow could react, a rasping voice emerged from beside him, sending chills down his spine, especially as he felt the icy barrel pressed against his head, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Bang! The gunshot shattered the quiet of the night, instantly jolting Li Xiao and the others from their slumber. The watchmen, Soap, Sop, Field, and Lace, silently raised their weapons, advancing towards the source of the gunfire. For the moment, no one knew what had transpired. The first soldier to arrive at the crime scene was Soap, who approached cautiously, his heart racing. Upon seeing Ghost holding a long gun against an unfamiliar survivor, he hesitated briefly before lowering his weapon and moving closer. "What is going on?" Soon after, Lace and Field joined him, their expressions filled with concern. Ghost chose silence over explanation. He swung the rifle around and struck the unfamiliar survivor on the ground with it. The sound of the impact echoed painfully, and the stranger, awakening from unconsciousness, quickly realized he was suspended in midair. The world had been completely upended, and he could only guess the predicament he faced. "Speak. Why are you in the vicinity of our camp? Who sent you?" With a grim expression, Qin Jing wielded a whip, surprised that only a short time after completing a transaction at the border camp, she had already encountered trouble. It had been a while since she faced such a situation. I'm just an ordinary survivor passing by your camp. I mean no harm." Before Zhou Wei could finish his explanation, Qin Jing coldly lashed him with the whip again. No one cared about his plight, including Li Xiao, who was lounging on the tattered sofa. Having come from the real world, he had never witnessed such scenes, but he would not allow anyone to infringe upon his interests. Whoever dared to touch them would pay the price. Mercy was not an option. The good habits of the real world could not apply here, especially in a world where humanity was nearly extinguished. Clang. Listening to the stranger's words, the taciturn Ghost tossed aside weapons and communication devices. Zhou Wei gazed at the items on the ground, realizing that no matter how much he tried to wriggle out of it, he could not deceive the armed survivors before him. "You have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if I do not hear what I wish to hear." You must have heard of the term jerky. Originally just cold, Qin Jing's eyes suddenly sparkled with a cruel smile. upon hearing that term. The stranger's pupils constricted, clearly recalling something unpleasant. Li Shao, intrigued, pondered, jerky? What does that mean? Chapter 24. I did not kill you. Suspended in midair, Zhou Wei's face was already bruised and battered, stubborn as a mule. I have no time to waste on you. I need to rest soon. If you don't cooperate, I'll put 3 or 4 bullet holes in you and leave you outside for the zombies to gnaw on. Saying this, Qin Jing approached the wasteland survivor with a dagger, poised to inflict some pain. Wait, Li Shao, rising from the sofa, thought he might have a way to pry information from the desperate man before him. Not understanding Li Zhao's intentions, Qin Jing regarded him with suspicion. What's up, little boss? You want to up the ante? Li Shao smiled, raising his hand in a placating gesture. No, I merely wish to have a word with this obstinate individual. Walking over to the wasteland survivor, Li Shao spoke with a playful expression. There's an old saying in my homeland. Those who recognize the times are heroes. I believe this current situation can certainly open your mouth. I hope you cooperate with us, and I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. Having spoken, Li Shao produced a can from his right hand while idly toying with the fission pistol that Lin Yun had given him in his left. Tell me everything you know, and I want to kill you. You can take the food and leave, or I could break your limbs and leave you on the street to witness the zombies consume you until nothing remains. Human nature is selfish and greedy. In a world devoid of faith, it remains unchanged. To live is a choice. No one wishes for death. If intimidation fails, what about a little bribery? A carrot and stick approach. Zhou Wei's gaze flickered, his heart wavering. He indeed had no desire to die. I'm just an ordinary rat, joining the rat pack merely to survive. There's no loyalty, nor am I at the level of sacrificing myself for it. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Wei's mind was inundated with countless thoughts, ultimately persuading himself to relent. With resolute determination, he declared, I choose the canned goods. The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. Li Shao, Qin Jing, and others successfully acquired the crucial information they sought. The Mongoose Gang, akin to many small factions that linger on the fringes of border camps, often preys on solitary fat sheep, engaging in petty thefts and deceitful schemes. The factions surrounding the border camps predominantly operate in this manner. When faced with seemingly insurmountable obstacles, one must seek solutions through any means necessary. Unscrupulous tactics are the most direct and effective approach. In a world devoid of the stringent laws and moral constraints of reality, the survivors of the apocalypse have transformed into creatures of instinct, behaving like wild beasts. Even if rules exist, they are dictated by the strong. This is the singular truth of the post-apocalyptic world. The Mongoose Gang would set their sights on Li Shao and his team. According to the tale currently in their possession, they had observed 2 large vehicles laden with supplies. And crucially, the opposing party consisted of unfamiliar faces and a small number of individuals. Moreover, with the harsh winter approaching, survivors are often driven to commit any madness to satiate their hunger. In this world of desolation, the lengths to which individuals go to survive and thrive are hardly surprising. Some people in the real world, driven by sufficient profit, can disregard the law and take risks. It is no wonder that such extremes occur in an apocalyptic setting. After hearing the tale's confession regarding the impending nighttime raid, retreat seemed implausible. Li Shao and Qin Jing deliberated and decided to turn the tables on their adversaries, laying an ambush to catch them off guard. Boss, can I leave now? Zhou Wei, suspended in midair, chuckled awkwardly, fearing the other's change of heart. Li Shao retorted coldly, You can go. I am not stopping you. This tale must not escape. Let him return and deliver the message to his associates. Qin Jing interjected hastily, suspecting Li Shao of some ulterior motive, genuinely believing he might release the tale. Boss, you promised not to kill me. Zhou Wei's face turned pale. He realized that his life and death rested entirely in the hands of the man before him. At this moment, he could only hope that the young man would honor his word. I haven't killed you, Li Shao replied, turning away and casually prying open a can to indulge in its contents. Lin Yun promptly drew her dagger, swiftly slashing the man's throat. The overwhelming scent of blood made Li Shao quite uncomfortable, compelling him to consume the beef can with greater fervor in an attempt to alleviate his unease. Chapter 25. Night raid on the bandits. The nights in the post-apocalyptic world are bitterly cold, and seasoned wastelanders are well aware of the necessity to don additional layers, or at the very least, wrap rags around critical areas. This serves not only to retain warmth against the extreme cold that follows the calamity, but also provides a modicum of protection against zombie bites, which are far more ferocious at night than during the day. Under the cover of the frigid night, a heavily armed squad of several dozen men traversed the ruined streets. The entire team efficiently dispatched the zombies along their path without alarming too many. Proceeding methodically toward their target, it was evident that they were a seasoned group with survival experience. "Boss, we haven't been able to contact Shark," reported a bandit adorned with metallic earrings to the burly man beside him. He cautioned his comrades to remain vigilant, as Zhou Wei might have already alerted the enemy. "When we arrive, we'll engage anyone we find." The bearded man, armed with firearms, bore a sinister expression. He was not accustomed to coming empty-handed. He intended to return with spoils. Meanwhile, the Tiger Squad, led by Li Xiao and Qin Jing, had already laid their ambush based on the unfortunate informant's intel, awaiting the enemy's approach, on top of a light armored vehicle. Lei stood confidently, gripping the M24 Vulcan cannon from the turret. The gleaming black barrel boasted a caliber of 30 mm. Conventional bulletproof plates and defensive steel were as ineffective as paper against its wrath, as long as the equipment was not of high-grade defense. Nothing could withstand its fury. The alluring Sheila perched at a high point, her sniper rifle capable of controlling the entire battlefield's rhythm. Members of the Tiger Squad, such as Lei Si and Ghost, each possessed their unique skills. None were mere amateurs. Attention! A group has been spotted approximately 500 meters ahead. The gravelly voice of Ghost crackled through the Tiger Squad's communication earpiece. N01 knew Ghost's exact position, not even their leader, Qin Jing. Yet, Ghost always managed to detect anomalies swiftly, earning the genuine trust of the Tiger Squad members. "Isn't it freezing?" The temperature outside was significantly lower than that within the dilapidated earthen fortifications. Li Xiao, shivering and covered in goosebumps, began to regret the ambush plan devised with Barbie. "You should activate your colonization gear soon." Qin Jing shot him a disdainful glance. "I truly don't understand how you have survived this long. Next time we trade, I mustn't forget to procure you a vial of Gene's serum." The sight of the slender Li Xiao navigating the perilous landscape surrounded by ferocious wolves indeed stirred one's imagination. Gene's serum. Just as Li Xiao's thoughts wandered to the Gene serum, Lin Yun beside him warned, "The enemy is approaching. Keep your head down." Armed with a brand-new pulse rifle, Lin Yun remained vigilant, awaiting her sister's command to unleash their assault on the encroaching bandits. "Everyone, pay attention. Once the enemy reaches the designated ambush point, follow my lead to initiate the attack," Qin Jing instructed in a hushed tone, wary of any unexpected developments. Although this was not a grand operation and their side held the advantageous position, every battle demanded full commitment to minimize casualties and losses, even if it meant conserving energy for the ammunition. Survivors in this post-apocalyptic world, devoid of the ferocity of tigers, still possessed the tenacity of wolves. Without any unforeseen occurrences, the Mongoose gang bandits, following Zhou Wei's trail, reached the temporary encampment of Li Xiao and his allies. The shifty-eyed bandits were visibly exhilarated. "Boss, based on Shark's intel, this building is our target. The survivors inside may already be asleep." Not only the speaker but many other members of the Mongoose gang exhibited eager anticipation. "It is too quiet. Not a single guard. Something feels off." The bald, bearded man, wielding an assault rifle, hesitated, pondering the situation when a sudden warm spray struck his face. Instinctively, he touched his cheek, soon realizing the warmth was the familiar, metallic scent of blood. Turning, he found one of his subordinates had collapsed, the warmth being the hot blood of his fallen comrade. In an instant, whoosh, boom, as Qin Jing pulled the trigger of her pulse rifle. An overwhelming barrage of fire erupted from the ambush position. Damn it! Before the bald man could finish his words, he was silenced by a hail of gunfire. Had he survived, he would have traced the trajectory of the bullets back to the M24 Vulcan cannon mounted on the light armored vehicle. The carnage wrought by the M24 Vulcan cannon continued unabated, as Lei, armed with the devastating weapon, coldly unleashed a relentless barrage on the bandits until the barrel glowed red-hot, only then pausing briefly. "Leave no survivors. Kill them all." The enemy's formation was in disarray. "Follow me." Qin Jing's demeanor transformed significantly, her presence exuding an aura of lethal intent. Her gaze held no trace of mercy or compassion. Under her command, the mercenaries morphed into harbingers of death on the battlefield, effortlessly reaping the lives of the bandits. Li Xiao observed her. A chill ran down his spine. In these days, I have been among these harbingers of death. Coming from the real world, Li Xiao had never even harmed a chicken. He was, by all accounts, utterly unaccustomed to such brutality. It is hard to believe anyone could adapt quickly to this wretched world. Before long, the Tiger Squad emerged victorious in their trade, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, easily obliterating the disorganized band of post-apocalyptic bandits before them. Follow me. Lin Yun decisively took Li Xiao by the hand, leading him to the now quiet battlefield. After scanning the area, Lin Yun brought Li Xiao before a captive who had yet to draw his last breath and commanded, "Finish him." Li Xiao watched as the fierce woman assisted him in unlocking the safety of his pistol. Urging him to act swiftly, the atmosphere suggested that the captive's survival hinged on his actions. Silently, he gazed at the fading figure before him, gradually raising the now unlocked handgun. There is a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. Li Xiao is acutely aware that in order to thrive in this apocalyptic world, such occurrences are utterly unavoidable. The cold gunshot reverberates, reminding him that this is not the realm of reality. His hand, clutching the pistol, trembles slightly, while within him, a tumultuous wave of emotion surges. The sensation of taking a life. Is this the first time for the little boss? Qin Jing, with her pulse rifle firmly in hand, gazes at Li Xiao with disdain, as if she were observing a nearly extinct creature. Li Xiao meets the gaze of the formidable woman, yet remains silent. After returning the handgun to Lin Yun, he endeavors to regain his composure alone. If the pressure becomes overwhelming, he can always confide in Yunmei later. That is the quickest remedy. Sister Jing, what nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 26. Ready for action the following day? In the early morning, after a night of rest, Li Xiao feels considerably better, having emerged from the discomfort of the previous night. As he exhales the stale air, the gruesome images from his mind continue to flicker intermittently. He still needs to adapt. Rising from bed, Li Xiao instinctively reaches toward the bedside, so soft. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, a delicate figure springs up swiftly, effortlessly subduing the unsuspecting Li Xiao. Hadn't they agreed on a simple night's rest? Lin Yun stares at the fair-faced Li Xiao with a murderous expression. It hurts. Misunderstanding. Li Xiao awkwardly attempts to explain. Misunderstanding. The intricacies of a woman's heart elude him. She had been quite proactive the previous night in helping him with his belt, and still ensnared in the mindset of a killer, Li Xiao is hardly in the mood for games. After firmly rejecting the fierce woman's advances, he declares his intention to maintain a simple night's rest. This morning, he had merely brushed against her. The expression on the fierce girl's face shifts dramatically. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea. Oh, are you two planning to rekindle something this early in the morning? Qin Jing enters the bedroom, her face adorned with teasing mischief. No, Sister Jing. This lad lacks the courage. Lin Yun shoots Li Xiao a provocative glare before releasing him. You're telling me that the fierce girl couldn't capture your attention? Little boss, I must say, I admire you. Qin Jing exclaims in disbelief. She refrains from further comment and promptly informs the two on the bed. You two lovebirds, cease your antics. Today, we shall venture to the commercial center of the A-City ruins to procure the vault that our little boss desires. I cannot fathom why you want those yellow lumps. They are utterly useless. Qin Jing has pondered this matter. She simply cannot deduce the reason behind it. The yellow lumps that the little boss seeks are items that, even after several years post-catastrophe, some survivors still hoard. Over a decade has passed since the calamity worsened globally. Survivors are primarily in pursuit of food for sustenance, daily necessities, and weapons to ensure their safety, often resorting to plundering others for resources. Even in the distant East, in the so-called City of Dawn, touted as the world's safest place with established order, the yellow lumps serve primarily as wall bricks or inexpensive electronic components. Indeed, they are merely cheap electronic components. The rapid advancement of technology has birthed numerous new elements, and the demand for materials like gold and silver has diminished. These metals are now predominantly hoarded as currency. Currently, these solid lumps are even inferior to equivalent quality high-strength construction cement. Qin Jing does not dwell on this issue for long. Her team operates as a mercenary unit, with a modest reputation near the border camp. Unlike certain groups that oscillate between raiders and mercenaries, Qin Jing's team is a genuine mercenary outfit. Until they witness tangible great benefits, they typically adhere to the rules. Their primary obligation is to serve their employer well, fulfill assigned tasks, and receive their due compensation. As for the employer's motives, as long as they do not conflict with their own interests or fail to provide adequate payment, everything else is irrelevant. Gold, a term all too familiar, penetrates Li Xiao's ears, igniting a surge of excitement within him. In this world, gold may hold little value, but in Li Xiao's realm, it transforms into the omnipotent and nefarious cash power, rendering him irresistibly charming and nearly omnipotent. When do we depart? In an instant, Li Xiao is ready to set forth. When it comes to gold, he is utterly serious. 30 minutes later, Qin Jing gazes intently at the extravagant employer. Li Xiao, as if she wishes to devour him. The canned meat from last night's dinner, who knows where it was sourced? 20 or 30 cans. The flavor of that meat is one that Qin Jing and her teammates are unlikely to forget. Before long, members of the Tiger Squad arrive in the earthen fortress hall. Qin Jing approaches the worn and dusty square table in the hall and drops a black disc onto it. Intrigued by the peculiar object, Li Xiao watches with curiosity. Whooshed, a muffled sound emerges as the black disc emanates a blue glow, which gradually intensifies, coalescing into a holographic image. A complete 3D city model projected onto the dusty table in the hall. Attention, everyone. The objective of this mission is to retrieve gold from the vault in the commercial center of the A-City ruins. Our little boss requires yellow lumps. With a serious expression, Qin Jing points at the holographic projector on the table, stating, according to the preserved maps, the most recent and relatively safe route is the one near the Black River. That is the path we shall take. Listening to the captain's words, the team gazes somberly at the holographic depiction of the A-City ruins and the outlined route. They realize the mission will likely encounter zombies and mutated beasts. As for other survivor groups, it is unlikely they will cross paths with them. This operation will strictly aim to acquire the yellow lumps from the vault, employing stealth and infiltration tactics. Unnecessary gunfire is to be avoided. Is that clear? In response to the commanding presence of the formidable woman, the group replies in unison, understood. After surveying the team and finding no dissent, Qin Jing continues, next, we will allocate the operational tasks. Yunmei, Lei, and Lei's, you will remain behind to protect our employer. Similar threats as last night may still lurk. Stay vigilant, aware of these potential issues. Qin Jing adds, dismantle the 2 M24 Vulcan cannons from the armored vehicle and set them up at the high points of the camp. The rest of us will proceed to a city to secure the gold. If there are no objections, check your details, and we shall depart shortly. Yes, on the rooftop of a building. Watching the armored vehicle drive away, Li Xiao secretly contemplates how much gold they might return with. At the very least, it should be 2 or 3 tons. He stifles the urge to shout. 2 or 3 tons of gold could easily exchange for 5 or 600 million in his reality. Yet, how to launder this gold and convert it into cash remains a pressing dilemma. He'll think about that later. With gold in hand, what could he possibly have to fear regarding its marketability? Li Xiao smiles, already envisioning the golden treasures beckoning him. In truth, he yearns to accompany Qin Jing and the others to bring back all the gold. His unlimited storage space is not merely for show. After some contemplation, he ultimately decides against it. Some risks are simply not worth taking, especially when his own life is so precious. Moreover, using the storage space in plain view poses its own challenges. Not to mention the need for explanations. Hey, little boss, shouldn't you consider resolving the breakfast situation? The voice behind him pulls Li Xiao from his reverie. It is the fierce woman, Lin Yun. Li Xiao turns and smiles. I had already considered that. Breakfast is stashed under our bed. Go fetch it. Still can food, but he hopes it includes flavors she enjoys. Last night, while the fierce woman slept, he had retrieved around 100 cans from his storage space and hidden them beneath the bed. As of now, he still possesses over 800 cans in his storage space. These items may seem trivial in the real world, but in this apocalyptic setting, one misstep could spell disaster. Progress must be made step by step, and food must be consumed bite by bite. Patience yields success, while haste leads to failure. In this apocalyptic world, will I ever lack for money? Certainly not. Li Xiao engaged in a silent dialogue with himself. Chapter 27. The malicious Lu Zhe. A pallid gray mist enveloped the ruins of the city. The once thriving metropolis, upon experiencing catastrophe, had transformed entirely into a haven for zombies and monsters. The desolation of City A had been visited numerous times by survivors. Yet the food and daily necessities within had long been depleted. Unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances or missions, few would willingly approach the remnants of the city. More often than not, survivors preferred to remain in their rudimentary camps or even on the fringes of the desolate urban landscape. Two armed vehicles approached the commercial center of City A, their objective being the gold stored within the underground vault. The situation was far more favorable than anticipated. They encountered few zombies along the way and did not even cross paths with any aberrant creatures. A robust woman disembarked from the armed vehicle, her M4 pulse rifle held at the ready as she surveyed her surroundings. Perhaps due to the impending winter, the zombies and aberrant beasts were huddled, reluctant to stir. "Soap," she remarked nonchalantly, noting that her mood was most buoyant during missions. "Do not be careless." With a keen gaze, Qin Jing scanned the dilapidated streets and buildings nearby, then resolutely declared, "Commence the operation." "Sheila, Field, you remain here. The rest of you, follow me to the vault. In the border camp, within an upscale residential area, stood a luxurious standalone building, in a place that could be likened to a refugee camp in the real world. This border camp could indeed be considered a mansion. Liu gazed at the empty can of food before him, reminiscing about his recent voracious consumption. Who would have thought I could still savor such fresh meat in my lifetime? Truly delightful. Are there any more cans? He turned to his personal assistant, Yu Man, while playfully smacking her rear end. Smack? None left? How vexing. I fought for 20 nutrient potions to acquire that, and you snatched it away before I could even take a few bites. The alluring Yu Man shot a reproachful glance at the middle-aged man whose hands were not so discreet. As she spoke, she settled into Jiang Zhe's lap, resembling a pampered kitten, igniting a flicker of desire within Liu Zhe. Typically, Liu Zhe would not mind engaging in a playful tussle with the fragrant beauty in his embrace. However, his attention was diverted by the can of food, leaving him with little interest in matters of intimacy. How did this can come to be? As the nominal ruler of the border camp, Liu Zhe did not possess complete knowledge of all happenings. A gourmet. His mind raced, and he swiftly thought of a particular individual, one of the few who could stand toe-to-toe with him in the border camp. The largest trader in the transaction area. Listening to the kitten-like coos from his lap, Liu Zhe's suspicions were confirmed. His thoughts shifted back to the can before him, leading him to further reflections. This canned food could not have been produced by the nearby factions. Kai Pengqiu is even less likely to possess it. It must be the work of smugglers. Controlling this channel? Everyone understood what that implied. A sense of trepidation and unease welled within Liu Zhe, causing him to grip the soft flesh of Yu Man's thigh a little tighter. Ouch, be gentler. Yu Man shot an accusatory glance at Liu Zhe, her delicate hand gripping his large hand that clutched her thigh. Ignoring the playful kitten in his lap, Liu Zhe had more pressing matters to attend to. A brilliant plan had begun to form in his mind. Even if the plan could not be realized, it would certainly make Kai Pengqiu's life difficult, who held this smuggling channel. Chapter 28. The zombies' stir bright white lights illuminated the dim corridor as 6 fully armed figures maintained their combat formation, each moving cautiously toward the darker recesses ahead. Each sound of a silencer would send a lurking zombie in the building to its demise. The small squad advanced unimpeded toward their target area, their familiarity with one another evident in their seamless cooperation. Everyone, be alert. About 5 minutes later, they were nearing the underground vault of the commercial center. Qin Jing maintained a composed demeanor as she issued the command. In the dim surroundings, a large, timid meerkat would scurry into hiding upon sensing the presence of living beings. Fist-sized black cockroaches, upon hearing commotion, would immediately abandon their food to retreat into the shadows. Such mutated creatures instinctively concealed themselves to evade threats, prioritizing their own safety unless provoked. However, many of the mutated beings inhabiting the urban ruins had a far greater craving for flesh than concern for their own safety, particularly the less cunning zombies and aberrant creatures. Upon reaching the thick steel door of the vault, the 6 members were preparing sensory grenades for a demolition operation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An eerie rasp echoed in Qin Jing's ears, causing their expressions to change instantly. An aberrant creature? Panic gripped everyone's hearts, and they immediately abandoned their tasks, directing the white light from their pulse rifles to locate the source of the sound. Like the groans of a slumbering giant, the rasping call mingled with intermittent shrieks in the dim environment, making it nearly impossible to discern its location by mere ear. Captain, should we retreat? That thing might attract more zombies, and we won't be able to escape when they arrive. The usually calm and intelligent Oda spoke to Qin Jing, his expression darkening. Without responding, Qin Jing silently contemplated the best course of action. Above them, armed with a pulse rifle, Chiha did not wait for his teammates to react. He swiftly aimed at the aberrant creature clinging to the wall and pulled the trigger in an instant. The charged pulse rifle emitted a brilliant blue light that shot toward the grotesque beast. More beams of blue light followed suit, racing toward the creature as they gazed upon the thick, foul-smelling green blood pooling on the ground. Qin Jing instinctively covered her nose and remarked, "The quality of goods in the border camp is indeed commendable. If traded elsewhere, the power of the M4 pulse rifle might be significantly diminished. Remain vigilant. Continue the breach. The commotion has attracted attention. We must secure the gold and leave before a horde of zombies arrives." The team fell silent, each member working with renewed efficiency. A short while later, boom! The explosion sent dust swirling in front of the vault, choking the six as they waved their hands to clear the air. Qin Jing glanced at the yellow lumps of gold in the vault, activating her communicator to inquire, "Shilla, what is the situation outside?" "Jingjia, more and more zombies are closing in." Damn it, Qin Jing's expression darkened as she muttered a curse under her breath. Despite the swift handling of the aberrant creature, it had still drawn a large wave of zombies from the periphery. "You all hold them off. If it becomes unmanageable, drive the armed vehicle into the building and we will exit immediately." After issuing her orders, she resolutely instructed her 5 teammates, "Hurry. Fill the bags with gold and retreat." In the temporary camp, Li Xiao was engaged in casual conversation with the bearded Reese. "Where exactly do you come from? Honestly, I've never encountered such a delicate survivor as you with those spindly arms and short legs. You are only slightly better off than those from the slums." Reese scrutinized the fair-faced individual before him. Having done so on multiple occasions, Li Xiao smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. A smile can resolve most unnecessary queries. Perceptive individuals seldom pry too deeply, as everyone harbors their own secrets. Meanwhile, he internally mused. You could never guess those from the real world, aside from the wealthy who deliberately hit the gym, who would overly concern themselves with physical appearance. Working day in and day out, can one survive without the joy of companionship? Never mind. You certainly possess skills to acquire such delectably authentic items. Speaking of the canned food, Reese could not help but salivate. Compared to the dryness of nutrient potions, he could indulge in this delicacy indefinitely. "I hope Jingjia and the others return safely." At some point, Lin Yun, her brow furrowed, approached Li Xiao and Reese. Li Xiao fell silent, unsure of what to say. "Do not worry. This is not a cover. It is a high-risk endeavor to delve into the lair of aberrant creatures. The captain and her team only need to retrieve the items and retreat." Reese spoke lightly, though his expression belied his words. During missions, no matter how simple they may seem, one must give their all. The principle remains the same whether battling a lion or a rabbit. In this apocalyptic world, caution and prudence are the most effective survival strategies. Survivors have witnessed many a downfall from overconfidence. Chapter 29. Tons of gold-heavy artillery repelled the onslaught of zombies, occasionally encountering 1 or 2 aberrant creatures. "Jingjia, we can withdraw at any time." The Duke tossed a heavy bag of gold onto the vehicle and, confirming that everyone was aboard, called out to Qin Jing, "Retreat." The handheld pulse rifle continuously harvested the undead, as the composed Qin Jing tightly gripped the edge of the armored vehicle. Climbing aboard, 2 armed tactical vehicles opted for the pre-planned urban backroads, successfully evading the majority of the zombies. A small number of the undead that obstructed their path were either pierced by the protective spikes at the front of the vehicle or crushed beneath its weight. Once they had exited the urban ruins, a sigh of relief escaped the Tiger squad led by Qin Jing. Fortunately, it had been a close call, but ultimately a smooth operation. "Is everyone all right?" Qin Jing leaned against the passenger seat, expertly replacing the magazine of her M4 pulse rifle while wiping it down. Weapons are a soldier's lifeblood and should be treated with utmost care. "All fine. No issues?" Qin Jing turned her head to see her squad members smiling and waving to indicate they were unscathed. She refrained from saying much. They had all endured similar experiences, and it was not yet a matter of casualties. The adversaries they faced were the dim-witted zombies. As long as they did not become trapped, evading them was almost effortless. Had they encountered a horde of aberrant beasts, however, the armored vehicle would have been devoured whole. Above the makeshift camp, the structure hastily modified by the Tiger squad resembled a small fortress, complete with 2 Vulcan cannons stationed atop. With only a dozen defenders, even a typical 100-man squad would find it challenging to seize. Glancing at the time, Qin Jing thought her sister team should be returning shortly. An unsettling feeling nagged at her. Lin Yun, who referred to Qin Jing as sister, was perpetually anxious about the team's outing. She felt that without Qin Jing, she would be lost. The taste of kin food is dreadful. Next time, I must bring some vegetables and fruit. Li Xiao grumbled after swallowing the canned meat. Lin Yun shot him a glance. For she hadn't seen vegetables or fruits in years. It was not just her, but the merchants at the border camp had not encountered such items either. These things seemed to have vanished from the world. Nearly impossible to find. Lin Yun assumed Li Xiao was merely boasting and ignored him. Yunjie, it seems like Jingjie and the others are back. After the lookout with the Vulcan cannon signaled, Lei, using binoculars, spotted the convoy approaching in the distance and immediately alerted Lin Yun. Indeed, little boss, your golden nuggets should have all been retrieved. Lin Yun gazed towards the speeding vehicles and casually mentioned to Li Xiao, who had just finished eating. Gold. The most excited was undoubtedly Li Xiao. The two vehicles laden with gold were conservatively estimated to weigh several tons. If this gold could be successfully transported back to the real world, it would mark Li Xiao's first significant fortune, not merely a bucket, but likely enough to fill a bathtub. As the armored vehicles drew closer, Li Xiao's eyes gleamed with fervor. If we can smoothly bring back tons of gold this time, owning a seaside villa will be a piece of cake. The two vehicles filled with gold arrived at the entrance of this small fortress, where Qin Jing, the first to open the passenger door, playfully complained to Li Xiao, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation, clearly indicating her intent. Next time I come back, I'll bring you all some delicious food. I guarantee your satisfaction. Li Xiao eagerly inquired. How much gold did we bring back? 5 or 6 tons should be no problem. Before Qin Jing could finish, Li Xiao darted behind the armored vehicle without hesitation, lifting the tarpaulin. Piles of golden bars glimmered, some wrapped in tattered packaging, while others lay scattered around. We're rich? Li Xiao was instantly mesmerized by the sight of the massive gold stacks, his mouth agape in a comical expression of disbelief. How do you plan to transport this back? Regardless of how powerful your backing may be, the surrounding marauders, bandits, and various monstrous beasts present considerable challenges. Carrying such cumbersome riches is no easy feat. Patting the still-dazed Li Xiao on the shoulder, Lin Yun remained unfazed by the overflowing gold, believing the effort to collect it was a waste of manpower and resources. Observing Lin Yun's indifferent attitude towards money, Li Xiao simply smiled and said nothing. You think I need to tell you about my abilities to traverse between realms and possess an infinite storage space? Li Xiao remained fixated on the gold, grinning foolishly as he stood there, unable to stop himself. Many members of the Tiger Squad witnessed this scene and assumed their employer, Li Xiao, had lost his mind. Saw our employer slightly unhinged? It's likely that each of them harbored similar thoughts. Sensing the peculiar gazes from those around, Lin Yun, embarrassed to be associated with Li Xiao, quickly distanced herself, leaving him alone to gawk at the mountain of gold, until the group gathered for dinner. Li Xiao continued to laugh excitedly, leaving the Tiger Squad puzzled. What's our next course of action? After finishing her meal, Qin Jing tossed the empty can aside and turned to the still grinning Li Xiao. Her team needed to survive. Without missions, there would be no rewards, Immersed in joy over the gold, Li Xiao took a moment to respond. What's our next task? Do you need assistance in transporting these 2 vehicles of gold to the designated location? Qin Jing pressed on, ignoring Li Xiao's momentary daze. No need. No need. I'll have someone consolidate the gold onto one vehicle, and I'll drive away myself. Why people will meet me at the rendezvous point. There's nothing to worry about, Li Xiao nonchalantly babbled, planning to drive to a secluded spot where he could directly cross over with both the vehicle and the gold back to the real world. All right, and what about us? You may inform me that you've paid for over 100 cans, enough to cover many missions worth of rewards. These cans could be exchanged for numerous weapons and equipment. What do you want us to do? Qin Jing's demeanor had shifted from her usual levity. This substantial order only reinforced her belief that Li Xiao belonged to a powerful faction capable of causing tremors in the border region with just a stomp. Perhaps this seemingly simple-faced man was sent to establish a forward base in the border area. Qin Jing's eyes sparkled with her self-assumed cleverness as she concocted a mysterious identity for Li Xiao in her mind. Oblivious to Qin Jing's thoughts, Li Xiao simply felt that the large woman was regarding him with newfound respect. a testament to the allure of food and its comparable value to money in the real world. Naturally, Li Xiao would never reveal too much food at once, for he understood well that it could become his own undoing, as long as he continued to provide sustenance for everyone's survival. He would remain safe. That was his worth and confidence. How about this? Regarding the question you posed, I think we should expand and fortify this camp. I hope to see a well-established base upon my return. If possible, I would like to recruit more armed personnel, but they must not be of poor character. Otherwise, I would prefer not to have them. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Qin Jing became increasingly convinced that he was an envoy of a significant power. Though she was unaware of his true intentions, it did not deter her from forming her conclusions. Therefore, she replied, I didn't expect your demands to be quite extensive. According to your vision, perhaps we could attempt to visit the border camp to purchase slaves fitted with bondage collars. They would be quite useful, easy to manage, and very obedient. However, sustaining slaves would require a substantial daily expenditure on nutritional agents. Li Xiao waved his hand dismissively, cavalierly stating, food is not an issue. We need to seek more gold. Trade for the necessary people and resources, and expand this camp in the future. This will be our home. The word home caused a momentary stillness among the members of the Tiger Squad who were gathered around eating. The chatter and clatter of utensils faded into silence. Qin Jing, about to respond, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Home? What is this little white face rambling about? Having drifted along the border for so long. This time, they might finally have a stable base. Lin Yun felt a flicker of happiness, while Qin Jing and the others, after a brief surprise, shrugged it off. Don't worry. I will fulfill the tasks you assign me. Hearing the large woman's reply, Li Xiao beamed. Excellent. Let the professionals handle professional matters. The apocalypse is perilous, and before I can skillfully utilize the colonial armor, I plan to focus on managing the real world first. Then it's settled. I will depart tonight, and I'll leave this in your capable hands. Chapter 30. The impact of canned goods at the border camp. The towering building at the center of the trading area. Boss, we have struck it rich, scar-faced Lin Xiong exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at the hundreds of nutrient canisters before him. In stark contrast to Lin Xiong's astonishment, Kai Lan appeared remarkably composed and unruffled. Nevertheless, he could not entirely suppress the surprise within him. It must be acknowledged that Kai Lan had underestimated the value of over a dozen canisters. He had not anticipated that each canister's worth far exceeded his valuation. Initially, he thought that each canister could be exchanged for 10 tubes of nutrient solution, which he deemed a fair trade. However, upon entering the trading market, each canister could fetch at least 20 tubes. And with comparable items, prices had even skyrocketed to 25 or 30 tubes. Provided that the supply remained stable, following this trend, the resources within the camp could soon be funneled into his private warehouse. He would swiftly become the true power holder of the border camp, rendering the era of the three giants obsolete. In today's world, resources equate to wealth. With resources in hand and a bit of influence and manpower, one could become a king. Once the excitement subsided, the seasoned Kai Lan regained his calm and rationality. He was acutely aware that mishandling this situation could lead to dire consequences. Losing his connections would be trivial, but if he were to jeopardize his own safety, the stakes would be monumental. The border camp. He merely occupied 1/3 of the territory and had yet to claim it entirely as his own. Within a camp of nearly 10,000 people, there were dozens of armed factions, both large and small. This was also why he had allowed the existence of smugglers like Li Xiao. Otherwise, his own men would have seized control long ago, leaving no opportunity for the bandits of the border camp. Since ancient times, the concern has never been scarcity but inequality. Gourmet Kai Lan closed his eyes to ponder. This matter must have already reached the ears of Elze and that other hot-headed fellow. I suspect they will not allow me to grow too powerful. In a situation where one party benefits, the other two will inevitably meddle, a long-standing rule. The border camp had maintained solidarity due to this unwritten rule, preventing further plundering by outsiders. To directly swallow that line and operate it independently. Seems unlikely. It may be wiser to proactively contact those two, to avoid a potential fallout that could lead to mutual losses. Necessitating reconciliation? There is still time. Those two have yet to act on any malicious intentions. Boss, what are you mumbling about? Scar-faced Lin Xiong inquired, perplexed, as he observed his leader with closed eyes. Kai Lan opened his eyes. Akin to a lion awakening from slumber, He did not respond to his subordinate's question but instead instructed Lin Xiong, "Go inform Elze and Jiang Tianyang. Tell them I invite them to discuss matters on P Street in the camp." In the real world, outside the city ring, in the rental apartment of Li Xiao, time-twisted, blue light flickered. The familiar air, the familiar scene. Li Xiao's grandfather has returned. Li Xiao took a deep breath. Merely contemplating it filled him with excitement. Several tons of gold, along with a technologically armed vehicle, rested peacefully in his storage space. Tentatively estimating 5 tons of gold, when converted to the real world at approximately 400 per gram, it could yield nearly 2 billion in cash. 2 billion, a sum that could never be exhausted in a lifetime. For an ordinary person, 2 billion indeed amounts to a mountain of gold. As long as one is not prone to extravagant wastefulness, it is nearly impossible to squander. Li Xiao was not yet elated to the point of dancing with joy. He needed to convert the gold into cash before he could truly celebrate. Several tons of gold. Merely the thought of it posed a significant challenge. If mishandled, Li Xiao could end up imprisoned, potentially for life, with the threat of execution looming. What to do? Just moments ago, Li Xiao, who had been brimming with excitement, suddenly furrowed his brow. After much contemplation, he could not devise a better plan and decided to resort to the old method of exchanging a small quantity of gold first. The reason being, Li Xiao had run out of money. Of course, there were many ways to generate income. With the colonial armor gifted to him by Lin Yun, wearing it would make Li Xiao resemble a small superhero, easily robbing a bank to acquire cash. However, such foolish tactics would not be employed. This armor was meant for self-defense, not for disgraceful theft. Having returned from his journey in the evening, Li Xiao found his roommate Shen Peiqi, absent, likely caught up in meetings discussing new sales strategies for real estate. Such matters were commonplace in property sales. Feeling a bit hungry, he lamented the fact that surviving the apocalypse only allowed for canned food. Li Xiao resolved to stockpile a substantial amount of food in his storage space, ensuring that he would not have to resort to canned goods in times of hunger. After hastily finishing a bowl of noodles, he promptly took 10 kilograms of gold from his storage space and set off to find a familiar acquaintance to exchange it for cash. At the Jin Dafu Jewelry Store, VIP room. "Mr. Li, I must say, I am quite impressed. To accumulate so much gold in such a short time is remarkable." Wang Feng rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the gold before him. After his own assessment, he confirmed that the quality of this batch of gold was indeed excellent. "I have other matters to attend to." The usual arrangement. 10 kilograms for 3 million. Deal. Not long after, Wang Feng, the manager of Jin Dafu, stood at the top of the store's steps, smiling as he bid farewell to Li Xiao, the golden patron. Once Li Xiao drove away in his luxury car, manager Wang Feng took out his phone and dialed a number. "Biaozi, how's the investigation coming along?" "Brother Feng, I've looked into it thoroughly. That kid is just a drifter from Beijing, without power or connections. Easy to deal with. I was ready to take action, but for some reason, he's been cooped up at home these past 2 days, making it difficult to move." Wang Feng's expression darkened. It seemed this guy was pocketing the money without delivering results. "You've investigated the situation but haven't acted? You don't know how to figure out a way to lure him out?" Wang Feng suppressed his frustrations and continued, "Make it quick. He just left the Zhoudafu jewelry store. Be efficient. Don't spend too much time lounging around." On the other end of the call, "Don't worry. He's just an ordinary person. Easy to handle. It won't take long," the burly man replied before hanging up. "These pretentious types, all show and no substance, leaving the dirty work to us. No matter, as long as there's money. Lao Lu, Xiao Wu, and Ahu, come with me. We're going to collect." Chapter 31. The Syndicate Members. Gripping the steering wheel, Li Xiao had already mapped out his plans. The 3 million could not be squandered carelessly. Li Xiao had grand designs. First and foremost, with his boundless storage space, he needed a place to store the goods he would purchase in the real world, as deliveries could not simply be magically made to his storage space. Such tricks would not fly. Therefore, Li Xiao needed to rent a warehouse to stockpile the large quantities of supplies he would acquire. Keeping up appearances in the future, when he converted tons of gold into cash, he might either buy a warehouse outright or invest in canned goods or food factories for greater security. With ideas in mind, he prepared to take action. Li Xiao promptly headed to the outskirts, intending to select a large warehouse to rent. The more remote the location, the better. In the capital city, at the central hospital, equipped with excellent medical facilities, the luxurious single-room, Zheng Na, who had suffered a car accident, had awakened from her stupor. Although her head still ached, her memories remained intact. She was fully aware of what had transpired. She had flipped her car. "Who saved me?" Zheng Na, akin to someone recovering from a serious illness, asked her assistant, who had been by her side the entire time, with an indifferent expression. "Miss, according to the surveillance footage, the person who saved you was a young man." The beautiful assistant hesitated, her words trailing off into silence. "Don't you know his name?" Zheng Na frowned slightly. If they couldn't even find out the name of the person who saved her, what use were they? "I apologize, Mississippi. The young man who saved you seemed to be in a hurry. After paying some medical fees when you were admitted to the ICU, he left without leaving much information." The assistant, clearly not taking the matter seriously, was aware of her limited knowledge. "Find out." Zheng Na coldly uttered a single word. After all, she was the sole heiress of the Zheng group in the capital. How could she not know who saved her? It would only invite ridicule from her wealthy friends if it became known that she was unaware of her rescuer. Everyone knew Zheng Na was one to repay kindness and enmity alike. Just then, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed from outside the luxurious medical room. "Why, precious daughter, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Soon, a resplendent woman adorned in jewels approached Zheng Na's bedside, flanked by 4 or 5 bodyguards. "Mom, I'm fine." Zheng Na's expression remained unchanged. Being the cherished child of her family, she was naturally stubborn. Wang Yao, with her plump face, retorted, "Fine? Are you still doubting your survival? You ought to express gratitude for encountering a benevolent soul who promptly transported you to the hospital. The physician informed me that had you arrived any later, no one would have been able to save you." Listening to your mother's incessant admonishments, the little tyrant of the household, Zheng Na, found herself at a loss. Zheng Na was acutely aware that the more she argued with her mother, the tighter the metaphorical noose of her mother's words would become. And as for your father, despite such a significant incident involving his own daughter, he remains obliviously consumed by his business dealings and social engagements, often oblivious to the presence of some unscrupulous temptress. Zheng Na had no desire to comment on her parents' perpetual squabbles. Their arguments were always the same and utterly tiresome. "Moreover, after this incident, I shall replace your sports car entirely with compact sedans. It is unseemly for a young lady to drive such a flashy vehicle. See what trouble it has wrought. Riding motorcycles is equally perilous. Have you not seen the news? Not long ago, a young girl clad in a JK skirt met a fate similar to yours, though she was far less fortunate as no one came to her aid. Unable to endure her mother's relentless tirade, Zheng Na buried her head beneath the pristine bedding. "Why, child, when I speak to you, young man, are you called Li Xiao? Someone is looking for you. Please accompany us." Li Xiao drove to the outskirts of the capital, only to find a van blocking his path upon exiting the vehicle. Several burly men emerged from the vehicle, all members of a notorious gang. "Greetings, gentlemen. I am merely an honest individual who has not wronged anyone. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else." Li Xiao paid little heed to the imposing figures surrounding him. Armed and equipped with the protective gear provided by Lin Yun, he could easily dispatch them. However, he preferred to avoid conflict and engage in dialogue instead. "Enough with the nonsense. If we say to leave, you leave," bellowed a brutish thug. Extending his hand towards Li Xiao, Li Xiao furrowed his brow and deftly evaded the attempt. "You dare to dodge? I see you are looking for a beating." The thug's face contorted into a menacing scowl, ready to strike alongside his companions. Yet, before they could take another step forward, they found themselves frozen in place, confronted by the ominous barrel of a gun. Brother, you are still young. Do not stray down the path of crime." The thug, now thoroughly intimidated, transformed from a fierce aggressor to a submissive dog, desperately wagging his tail in plea. "Are you a tattooed thug from the underworld?" Li Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he pointed the gun at the thug's arm, which bore a large dragon tattoo. "We are merely trying to make a living, good citizens at heart," the thug replied, his face plastered with insincere smiles, completely forgetting that his original intention was to abduct Li Xiao. Enough with the chatter. "Who sent you?" Li Xiao demanded, pressing the weapon against the thug's forehead with a detached demeanor. The thug swallowed hard, trembling as he replied, "Brother, please remain calm. Do not act rashly. Allow me to explain." Then, the thug, referred to as Biaozi, recounted the circumstances leading to their confrontation. As he suspected, Li Xiao cursed inwardly. He had anticipated this outcome, An honest man like himself had not provoked anyone. Why would someone suddenly seek to abduct him? The only explanation that came to mind was the matter of gold. Human greed was insatiable. Li Shao surmised that even if he avoided this predicament, he would inevitably encounter others. "Brother, can we leave now?" Biaozi asked, visibly trembling, his fear heightened by the cold gaze of the gaunt young man before him. "Leave? You think you can just play your part and then walk away? That would be quite embarrassing for me." Li Shao retorted, casting a glance at Biaozi's eyes, his tone icy. "Bring Wang Feng before me. Remember, you have 3 hours if the police arrive or if you fail to deliver him on time. You know the consequences. Once he arrives, your involvement will cease." Li Shao had always preferred to eliminate potential threats rather than leave loose ends. If his adversaries remained alive, he would not find peace. "No problem, brother," Biaozi stammered, then turned to his subordinates, shouting, "Did you all hear that? Do not call the police. Bring that scoundrel Wang Feng here to apologize." With the cold gun barrel still aimed at him, Biaozi urged his men, "What are you standing around for? Move quickly." Chapter 32. The warehouse rental about 2 hours later, in an abandoned building on the outskirts of the capital. One cannot help but commend Biaozi's crew for their efficiency. Within 3 hours, they presented Li Shao with their captive. "Brother, can we leave now?" After 2 hours, Huang Biao's legs had grown numb, yet he dared not make a move. "Get lost." Li Shao coldly dismissed the 5 men as they escorted the manager of the jewelry store. Mr. Wang Feng approached with a mournful expression, having pieced together the events leading to this moment. Biaozi's incompetence had undoubtedly sold him out. "Manager Wang, it has been a while," Li Shao greeted with a smile, though the cold murderous intent in his eyes betrayed his outward demeanor. Ignoring the 5 thugs who scurried away in fear, Li Shao approached Wang Feng while holding a cocked gun. "You disregarded the rules and attempted to engage in underhanded dealings. Now, you find yourself with no recourse." With that, Li Shao aimed at Wang Feng's head. Misunderstanding, Wang Feng stammered, but before he could finish, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the abandoned building. The fleeing Huang Biao and his companions were left in shock, their footsteps hastening in terror. A madman, absolutely insane. He truly pulled the trigger. There are few in our organization who would dare to shoot, yet he shows no regard. In the derelict building, Li Shao lit a cigarette and subsequently placed the body into his storage space, a perfect method for obliterating evidence. He had previously attempted to store living beings, but corpses were easily accommodated. The next time he returned to the apocalyptic world, he would leave the body behind, ensuring that there would be no witnesses to testify against him. Regardless of who one might be, should they dare to provoke him, they would be swiftly dealt with, leaving no potential for future retaliation. Li Shao smacked his forehead in frustration, cursing himself for not eliminating all 5 thugs in one go. He set off in pursuit, only to find that they had already fled. With no sign of anyone in the vicinity, Li Shao had no choice but to abandon the chase, and no useful clues remained. Even if the other party reported the incident, there would be no evidence to incriminate him. At some point, Li Shao had become far too ruthless. The apocalyptic world truly had the power to alter one's disposition. In the midst of his thoughts, Li Xiao's phone buzzed in his pocket. "Hello." Not giving much thought to the unfamiliar number, he answered the call. "Boss, I have arrived at the location. When will you be here?" Listening to the voice on the other end, Li Shao discerned it belonged to someone of considerable age. He then recalled he had made an appointment to view a warehouse. "I was delayed by some matters on the road. I will be there shortly." After ending the call, Li Shao glanced at the time, realizing he had wasted an entire hour. The person renting the warehouse must have been eager to find a tenant. Otherwise, they would not have waited so long for Li Shao. It made sense, given the distance from the city center. As darkness fell, only the streetlights illuminated the area. This warehouse, far removed from the bustling businesses of the city, was unlikely to attract many potential tenants. Before long, Li Shao drove to the agreed-upon location. From a distance, he spotted an old, large warehouse standing by the roadside, its exterior patched with holes, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Li Shao parked his car steadily by the roadside and walked towards the building. The warehouse, with its concrete gray walls, appeared unrefined, lacking any paint, yet the exterior was relatively clean, albeit with an air of desolation. Observing the surroundings, Li Shao quickly located the individual waiting for him. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance of the dilapidated warehouse. Upon noticing Li Xiao's approach, he promptly walked over. Aside from prospective clients looking to rent the warehouse, Liao Jie could hardly fathom who else might be present. It was unlikely to be the debt collectors trailing him. "Boss, would you like a cigarette?" Liao Jie mustered a strained smile, offering a cigarette to Li Xiao. Li Xiao declined and stated directly, "Let us discuss business first." Observing the hunched middle-aged man, who forced a smile, Li Xiao chose not to engage in further pleasantries as Liao Jie began to outline the details of the warehouse. "Greetings, I am Liao Jie, the owner of the warehouse. Brother Jie," Li Xiao complimented with a smile, recognizing the necessity of mutual flattery in business dealings. "Allow me to show you around the warehouse." A middle-aged man named Liao Jie chuckled and uttered a few words before gesturing towards Li Xiao to proceed. Li Xiao said little in response, simply following the middle-aged man. The two walked side by side towards the warehouse. Upon entering, Li Xiao was taken aback by the vastness of the interior, noticing the accumulated dust, suggesting that this space had been unused for quite some time. The warehouse spanned nearly 1,000 square meters, ample enough to accommodate an array of goods. At the rear, there was an open area cluttered with miscellaneous items, which, if cleared, could serve as an outdoor storage space. The rental fee was at least 70,000 a year, already a bargain that could not be reduced further. "If your boss is willing to purchase it, I would let it go for 250,000. As they circled around, Liao Jie mentioned something but fell silent, turning to gauge Li Xiao's reaction. Li Xiao calculated in his mind. The rental price seemed reasonable, perhaps even cheap, considering the remote location and the long-standing vacancy. Buying it was out of the question. Li Xiao wanted to retain some funds for himself and was reluctant to spend too quickly. After a lengthy pause, he glanced at the middle-aged man named Liao Jie, who appeared somewhat anxious, seemingly worried that Li Xiao might hesitate to rent the warehouse. "It can be rented. 70,000 is acceptable. Let's sign a 3-year contract." Just as Li Xiao made his decision to rent the warehouse, the sound of a car engine and a chorus of angry shouts erupted from the warehouse entrance. "Damn it! You came here, making it easy for me to find you. Pay back the 2 million you owe us." Confused by the commotion, Li Xiao looked to Liao Jie for clarification. The man's face had turned ashen, and upon seeing the newcomers at the warehouse entrance, he looked as if he had encountered vengeful spirits demanding repayment. "Liao, when will you pay back the 2 million you owe us? Our families are counting on this money for survival." Li Xiao turned to see a dozen men in tattered work uniforms rushing into the warehouse, blocking the entrance completely. They fixed their predatory gazes upon the two men inside, specifically targeting Liao Jie. "Gentlemen, I have been experiencing financial difficulties lately. I promise to repay you soon," Liao Jie pleaded, aware of his precarious situation, forcing a smile as he tried to explain. Yet those demanding repayment were not inclined to listen to the excuses of someone in debt. "Later? Who knows where you'll run off to? Unless you hand over the money today, none of you are leaving." The leader of the debt collectors, a bearded man, threatened, waving a steel pipe menacingly. Liao Jie could only manage a bitter smile. At a loss for what to do, Li Xiao, sensing that this warehouse might not be so easily rented, decided it was best to withdraw. "It doesn't matter. I can rent a warehouse anywhere. I shouldn't wade into this mess and risk getting muddy. You can't leave. No one is allowed to go until the money is paid." Li Xiao was taken aback, staring incredulously at the two men blocking his path. "What does this have to do with me? Your debts are not my concern. Why won't you let me go?" Suppressing the urge to draw his gun, Li Xiao patiently inquired further. "You and Liao are conducting business here. Perhaps the money is meant for you to pocket. In any case, we won't let either of you leave until we receive our payment." "Exactly." The men blocking Li Xiao's way babbled nonsensically, their desperation causing them to concoct absurd justifications. Li Xiao could only sigh internally, thinking, ignorance is truly frightening. "Liao, there's no need to put on an act. I've heard everything. Your youngest son studies abroad, costing 20 to 30,000 each year for tuition. Your eldest son squanders money at the casino." Liao Jie felt a pang of despair. It seemed the other party was well informed, yet they did not know everything. "My youngest son's tuition is covered by his own funds. It has nothing to do with me. My eldest son is not as extravagant as you suggest. In fact, he is in debt." Before Liao Jie could finish his explanation, the lead debt collector interrupted harshly. "Stop with the tricks. If you don't come up with 2 million today, I'll take your kidneys to cover the interest, and yours too." He pointed the steel pipe threateningly at Li Xiao. Clearly, the imposing group of debt collectors did not regard Li Xiao as a significant figure, viewing him as just another debtor. Who could tolerate such indignity? Was it not bullying the honest? Li Xiao's expression darkened. He had merely come to rent a warehouse, yet found himself entangled in this chaotic situation. I've said it before, I'm just a businessman here to rent a warehouse. I have no intention of involving myself in your affairs. I don't care who you are. Unless we receive our money, no one is leaving. Li Xiao's words were abruptly cut off by the man wielding the steel pipe. Realizing the power dynamics had shifted completely in favor of the debt collectors, he felt no desire to engage in further conversation. With no interest in idle chatter, Li Xiao withdrew his handgun and stated coldly, "Who dares to stop me?" Fake. The crack of gunfire interrupted the chaos, leaving everyone stunned at a real weapon. They stood frozen, the two men blocking Li Xiao's path retreating in fear of being shot. Humph, Li Xiao scoffed, striding toward the warehouse exit. Seizing the opportunity, Liao Jie followed closely behind. Escaping the scene, the remaining debt collectors stood bewildered, exchanging glances, unsure of how to react. Li Xiao holstered his gun and approached his car. Noticing Liao Jie trailing behind, he asked, "Why are you following me?" "I want to be renting your warehouse, boss sir. I would like to discuss something with you," Liao Jie replied awkwardly, a pale smile on his face, evidently shaken by the recent events, yet compelled to follow Li Xiao for some reason. "Why should I care? It's not my problem." Li Xiao shot a glance back at Liao Jie before preparing to get into his car. He wasn't a saint, compelled to solve everyone's issues. Were the circumstances different, perhaps with a captivating woman in distress, he might have acted as a gallant hero. But why expend effort over a middle-aged man? "Boss, I want to sell you this warehouse. Can we negotiate?" Liao Jie had long contemplated divesting the unused warehouse to settle his debts, realizing he couldn't guarantee his safety each time he fled. It was better to resolve the matter all at once than to linger in uncertainty. 250,000? Li Xiao inquired tentatively. Liao Jie nodded slowly, knowing the price was already below market value. Li Xiao climbed into the car, starting the engine. "No need for 250,000. How about 245? As he maneuvered the steering wheel, he continued, 240, 230. Just as he was about to accelerate and leave, he heard, 210 million. "I truly cannot go any lower. Otherwise, I want to be able to repay my debts." Liao Jie's face was a mask of despair, unwilling to concede further. That moment, Li Xiao rolled down the car window and declared, "Deal." Silence was indeed golden, as the ancients wisely noted. The two men returned to the warehouse, side by side. "Big brother, we weren't trying to stop you." The once aggressive group of debt collectors softened upon encountering Li Xiao and Liao Jie on their return. "The warehouse has already been purchased by me. You are not to cause any more trouble," Li Xiao added. "Moreover, I have just transferred the money for the warehouse to Liao. It is sufficient to cover your debts." Hearing this, Liao Jie awkwardly smiled at the group of over a dozen men, taking the keys to the warehouse. Liao Jie stood dumbfounded, staring at the warehouse that had changed ownership, feeling a pang of loss. This had been his last asset, now gone. Fortunately, he had managed to clear his debts. He exhaled deeply, relieved that he still had around 100,000 left, enough to start anew. Li Xiao sped down the highway. He marveled at the serendipity that had led him to acquire the warehouse at such a remarkably low price. He had inquired about large commercial spaces, knowing that 1,000 square meters in the city center could easily fetch hundreds of thousands, even millions. Even the surrounding abandoned warehouses commanded prices in the millions. Previously, Li Xiao estimated that the warehouse was worth at least 3 million based on the market rate. Strictly speaking, this acquisition was a profitable venture. The warehouse had been an investment from the middle-aged man's earlier business endeavors, now fortuitously falling into Li Xiao's hands. Calculating all of this, I still have nearly 1 million left. In the driver's seat, Li Xiao was preparing to allocate half of his substantial sum to procure food and supplies, which he intended to stockpile in a warehouse on the outskirts of the city, while reserving the other half for contingencies. Once the several tons of gold in the storage space were processed, he would no longer be in want of money. However, until those tons of gold found a channel for disposal, Li Xiao still needed to manage his modest daily expenses with great care. Before long, Li Xiao arrived at the building of his rented apartment. He exited the vehicle and closed the door behind him in one fluid motion. To his surprise, Shun Peiqi, who was descending the stairs with a garbage bag in hand, was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Li Xiao would be driving a luxury Seat. An immediate thought crossed her mind. It must be rented. "Hello, Sister Peiqi," Li Xiao greeted his co-tenant with a bright smile, not noticing her astonishment. Shun Peiqi did not say much. She was accustomed to seeing luxury cars around the neighborhood, and since it was merely a rental, she had no further thoughts on the matter. However, upon seeing Li Xiao, she recalled something. By the way, Li Xiao, not long ago, some police officers came looking for you, and after they left, a group of tattooed individuals sought you out as well. They appear to be gang members. You haven't crossed anyone, have you? Shinpeichi asked, her face filled with suspicion, as she had always regarded Li Xiao as an honest person. Li Xiao remained silent. Having already deduced the nature of the situation, it was likely connected to the death of the jewelry store manager. Ignoring Shinpeichi's queries, he walked towards his apartment with a grim expression, regretting why he had let those 5 thugs go at that time. Fortunately, he had destroyed the evidence. There was nothing for the police to hold against him. As for the remaining gang members, I should have asked for clarification before dealing with the situation. Li Xiao lay on his bed, his face contorted in thought, contemplating a visit to the police station. It was inevitable that he would have to face it eventually. Chapter 34. The priceless Zhengna in the capital city. At the police station near the outer ring area, Li Xiao confidently walked in and sat down at the reporting counter. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" asked a fairly attractive female officer, regarding the somewhat familiar man before her. "I am here to report a matter. Previously, some officers from your station were looking for me, and I am unsure of the reason." Li Xiao replied candidly, revealing the purpose of his visit. "Please provide me with your name, Li Xiao." After a brief pause of over 10 seconds, as the female officer perused the information on her screen and exchanged glances with her colleague, 7 or 8 officers surrounded Li Xiao, effectively pinning him to the ground. "Stay still, do not move. Someone has reported that you are armed and involved in murder. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used against you in court." Li Xiao, now under the scrutiny of the law, was granted a silver bracelet and placed under 24-hour surveillance in a private suite. In a fit of rage, he leaned against the railing, gazing into the drizzling rain, lifting his eyes to the heavens. "Can you hear the howl of my heart?" Li Xiao nestled against the cell wall, dramatically expressing his discontent. "Someone has posted bail for you. You are free to go." In a state of bewilderment, Li Xiao failed to comprehend the situation as he exited the police station. A tall, stylishly dressed woman was waiting at the entrance. "Li Xiao?" she inquired tentatively. "Who are you?" Li Xiao looked at the woman, finding her somewhat familiar but unable to place her. Before he could grasp the situation, the attractive woman pulled him into a red Ferrari. Seated in the passenger seat, Li Xiao was still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. "What is happening? After a brush with death, now I'm experiencing a stroke of good luck? You killed Wang Feng, and his older brother Wang Kurin will not let this go easily. You might be facing a bounty from the capital's gangs," the woman explained as she drove the sports car. "Wait, who are you? I didn't kill anyone. Where did you hear these absurd claims?" Li Xiao, feigning innocence, looked at the woman, who glanced back at him with curiosity. "You didn't kill Wang Feng. Then why did Huang Biao and his 4 associates claim you assaulted them nearly to death, insisting that you were responsible?" Li Xiao's expression darkened. The physical evidence was gone, but the witnesses remained. "I do not understand what you are saying. I merely asked Wang Feng to help me offload some gold. Beyond that, I know nothing," he insisted, adamantly denying any wrongdoing. Zheng Na smiled slightly, her fiery red lips parting as she spoke. "That may not matter anymore. The Loyalty and Honor Society has set its sights on you. Wang Kuan has declared that he wants your life. You should prepare yourself." Zheng Na did not conceal her intentions, directly informing Li Xiao the circumstances. "Wait, who exactly are you? Why are you telling me this? Do I know you?" Li Xiao, unable to fully recall, decided to ask bluntly. Just as Zheng Na was about to reply, Li Xiao slapped his forehead in realization. "I remember now. You are the street racer who I helped get to the emergency room." Zheng Na raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. "What do you mean, street racer? My standards are far beyond that. Then what do you want with me?" Li Xiao surmised that she might be wishing to assist him. Recalling how he had once saved her, "My father has a sworn brother in the underworld. He can intervene on your behalf. If you didn't kill Wang Feng, it would be a simple matter to resolve. Like having a meal together. If you did, well, with a little effort, it can still be taken care of," Zheng Na explained with a serious demeanor. "No need. I can handle it myself." Li Xiao was quite dismissive, feeling empowered with the advanced equipment he possessed from the post-apocalyptic world. Akin to being a modern-day Iron Man, dealing with mere gang members in the real world would be a walk in the park for him. "Handle it yourself? With that dubious gold of yours?" A few million at best? Zheng Na scoffed, mockingly. How do you know so much? Have you been investigating me? Li Xiao was taken aback. He had never expected this young woman would delve into his affairs. Was this a trend among the wealthy nowadays? Your background isn't hard to trace. It can be easily gleaned from friends, she replied nonchalantly. I'm not here to chit-chat. I will help you resolve this matter, and from then on, we will owe each other nothing. Zheng Na's expression was grave, indicating her seriousness. All right then, Li Xiao, intrigued by the proposal, couldn't he help but smile. An opportunity like this was too good to pass up. After all, it wouldn't cost him a penny. Nor would he have to sell himself in any way. Agreed. I will call you in 3 days. Make sure you don't flake out with that. The woman known as Zheng Na left Li Xiao at the crossroads. Speeding away in her roaring sports car, Li Xiao shook his head and looked up at the darkening sky. Another day had come and gone. Since he had left his car at the police station, he had no choice but to take a taxi back to his rented apartment. Driver, no need to look for change. Li Xiao tossed a bill as he opened the door to exit, only to hear the taxi driver's gruff voice from behind. Of course, no need to look. You still owe me 20. Li Xiao felt embarrassed, repeatedly apologizing as he handed over the additional amount. Damn it, next time, I'll just toss 2 bills. Muttering to himself, he walked towards his apartment in the fading light. Upon reaching the door of his rental, Li Xiao pulled out his keys to unlock it when he was suddenly startled by a voice. Are you Li Xiao? Turning around, he saw a thin man dressed entirely in black. Who are you? Li Xiao frowned, observing the man's unfriendly demeanor as he drew a handgun from the storage space. Kurengu has sent me to deliver a message. His brother had better not be dead at your hands, or no one will be able to save you. If you do not show up at the station in 3 days, you will still meet your end. Consider it carefully. The gaunt man clad in black finished speaking and descended the stairs alone. With keen eyes, Li Xiao noticed that the man carried several short blades on his back, suggesting he was a master of knives. Upon closing the door, Li Xiao, weary, lay down on his bed, yearning for a restful slumber. Chapter 35. The Dragon of the Capital. 3 days later, Li Xiao set out in his car to meet at the luxurious private hotel in the heart of the capital city. The opulent establishment was adorned with extravagant decorations, exuding grandeur, yet its name seemed somewhat mismatched, leading Li Xiao to perceive it as rather kitschy. One could surmise that the boss behind this lavish hotel was a nouveau riche. Room 802. After parking, Li Xiao proceeded to room 802 of the Grand Mansion Hotel. As per his conversation with Zheng Na, moments later, he entered the room. Inside, he surveyed a private chamber filled with over 10 individuals. Besides 5 seated at a square table, the standing figures were clad in casual attire, denim jeans, and wore expressions of defiance. As Li Xiao stepped in, they all fixed their hungry gazes upon him. Who are you looking for? Do you even know where this is? Barked one of the thugs, completely disregarding Li Xiao. Kurengu, it's him, the gaunt man in black remarked from a corner of the room. Li Xiao recognized him as the one who had previously threatened him before he returned to his rental apartment. I never expected you to have the audacity to come here. Did you kill my brother? Wang Feng, the man, referred to as Kurengu, stated coldly. And what if I did? What if I didn't? Li Xiao retorted, neither denying nor confirming, responding with measured defiance. The sheer number of opponents did not intimidate him. With the colonial armor at hand, he felt no fear. Humph. You've got some guts, kid. Still talking tough even when death is imminent. Wang Kuan scoffed. Don't think that Sigu will protect you. If it's proven you killed him, even the heavens couldn't save you. Wang Kuan casually gestured for his subordinates to take care of Li Xiao, but several elderly men seated nearby intervened. Kuan, let us discuss this after today. One of the elders asserted. Humph. Wang Kuan fell silent, signaling his men to hold off for the time being. Seeing this, Li Xiao naturally refrained from activating the colonial armor. Sigu? Li Xiao pondered, slightly confused. He was an honest man, never acquainted with any underworld figures. As the atmosphere grew tense, the door to the private chamber swung open once more. Lao Si, why did you arrive so late? Sigu. The elderly gentleman and others rose to greet the middle-aged man known as Sigu. With the exception of Wang Kuyun, Li Xiao turned to see a man draped in a luxurious fur coat, wearing dark glasses and holding a cigar, flanked by subordinates in suits and ties. It was evident he was a figure of considerable stature. Crucially, Li Xiao also spotted the woman who had been in his company earlier. Upon seeing him, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Do I have a habit of arriving early? The middle-aged man's piercing gaze and calm demeanor commanded the room's attention as he entered. Let us sit down and talk, as the figure known as Sigu settled into his seat. His subordinate promptly took away the fur coat draped over him. Once everyone was seated, Li Xiao stood in the center of the private room, exuding an air of judgment that made him feel somewhat awkward. Today's gathering was to address the matter concerning Wang Feng. Indeed, Wang Feng had acted greedily, sending people to abduct a young man. However, it was equally unreasonable for the young man to shoot Wang Feng dead. Before the elder could finish his conciliatory remarks, the calm Sigu interjected. While it is indeed unreasonable, he saved Xiao Na. What do you say? Sigu surveyed everyone, including the silent Wang Kuan. He continued, he saved Xiao Na. Whoever dares to harm him is disrespecting me. Have you lost your senses? Who do you think you are to come here and make demands? Just because you brought me here doesn't mean you can speak freely in front of me. I won't tolerate any disrespect. Listening to CG's words, the attendees, including Wang Kuan, refrained from further comment. Li Xiao's eyes widened, internally exclaiming impressive. Who in the capital doesn't know the name of Dragon Sea? Who dares to lay a finger on my people? Do you dare? Huh? Do you dare? Sigu's expression was icy as he pointed a finger at the opposition. No one dared to respond. Li Xiao glanced at Zheng Na beside Sigu and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Noticing his gesture, Zheng Na smiled at him without saying a word. Moreover, a sycophant sitting next to the middle-aged man chimed in. Everyone knows that being associated with Sigu is akin to purchasing a lifetime insurance policy. Come. The sycophant, adorned with a mustache, spoke while placing an ashtray in front of the formidable Dragon Sea. You bastard, what do you count for? You wish to move against me? Sigu remained unfazed, confronting Wang Kuan directly, which delighted Li Xiao standing by. Wang Kuan's lips twitched, and seeing no one come to his aid, he could only assert, he killed my brother, I demand an explanation. Sigu didn't even lift an eyelid, mocking, killed your brother? Do you have solid evidence? None. Wang Kuan struggled for a moment before uttering those two words. He had previously sent people to investigate and indeed found no evidence of Li Xiao's crime, not even a corpse, and he even suspected Huang Biao and his crew of playing tricks on him. Huang Biao and his 5 companions had not witnessed Li Xiao commit murder either. They only heard the sound of gunfire. This didn't provide substantial proof. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to gather here. Then that settles it. There's nothing more to discuss. Take your people and leave. What, do you expect me to treat you to a meal here? Thus, Wang Kuan and his men had no choice but to depart. Their tails tucked between their legs. Everyone understood that the Grand Mansion Hotel was Dragon Sea's territory. Once Wang Kuan and his entourage had vacated, Dragon Sea approached Li Xiao. You're quite the brave young man. Daring to kill even Wang Kuan's brother. He is a hot-headed lunatic. Li Xiao remained silent, standing with dignity, eager to discern what the middle-aged man intended to convey. However, I cannot ascertain whether your courage is genuine or feigned. I hear from Xiao Na that you wish to liquidate some gold. With a smile, Dragon Sea posed the question, leaving Li Xiao momentarily perplexed. Yet he replied candidly, indeed. What? Does Sigu wish to assist me? Your business may not suit me, Li Xiao stated, unwilling to entangle himself in the affairs of these gangs. It wasn't out of fear, but rather a lack of necessity. Being able to traverse between the apocalypse and reality at will. He had no need for money. Ha, you're not afraid of me at all. Dragon Sea laughed heartily, then resumed his composed demeanor, adding, I have a route in M country. It's a bit risky, but could enable you to quickly liquidate your gold. The quantity is not an issue. Fortune favors the bold. If you have the guts, why not give it a try? Li Xiao had dreamt of how to dispose of the several tons of gold in his storage space, and it seemed good deeds indeed garner good rewards. Really? If it's genuine, I wouldn't mind giving it a shot. Dragon Sea waved his hand, speaking nonchalantly, I provide you this route for one reason, as a return for saving Xiao Na's life. With the colonial armor at his disposal, Li Xiao felt untroubled and readily agreed. All right. Chapter 36. The gold market. Would you like to stay for a meal? Dragon Sea's penetrating gaze scrutinized the young man before him, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Certainly, Li Xiao replied without hesitation, realizing that the man before him had indeed extended a helping hand and deserved the courtesy. Please, take a seat. Dragon Sea discarded the remnants of his cigar into the ashtray and gestured for Li Xiao to sit. Li Xiao, having stood for too long and feeling his legs grow numb, complied without hesitation. Ahua, instruct the chef to prepare a sumptuous meal. Yes, brother. Dragon Sea turned and issued the command. As a subordinate promptly exited the room, I'm straightforward in my dealings. Since I've chosen to help you, I'll see it through to the end. Dragon Sea casually glanced at Zheng Na, who was gazing intently at the young man, her eyes glimmering with affection. Perhaps I'll end up with a new nephew-in-law? He thought fleetingly and continued, if you're looking to liquidate gold, and it's not an excessive amount, you need not travel abroad. I can assist you right here within the country, saving you the hassle. Upon hearing the inquiry posed by the esteemed individual, Li Xiao understood that the other party meant well. However, several tons of gold might inevitably awaken a sense of greed within them. Furrowing his brow, Li Xiao contemplated whether to reveal to the prominent figure from the capital society that he possessed a substantial quantity of gold requiring conversion into cash. What? Are you worried that I, Long Si, will devour your gold, youngster? You truly, Long Si, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, intended to mock Li Xiao's petty demeanor, yet was taken aback by the ensuing revelation. Not much, merely 5 or 6 tons of gold. After a moment's consideration, Li Xiao stated calmly, What? 5 or 6 tons of gold? Hiss! The surrounding suit-clad subordinates gasped in unison, stunned by the magnitude of Li Xiao's claim. Long Si felt a surge of doubt within, his expression reflecting disbelief. 5 or 6 tons of gold, once accounting for transaction fees, could easily yield over 1 billion in cash. Xiao Na, where did you find such an anomaly? Tons of gold. This is quite the jest. With a shift in thought, Long Si chuckled, believing the young man before him was merely jesting. Zheng Na also entertained the notion that Li Xiao was speaking nonsensically. Several tons of gold? How could that be possible? Did you perhaps rob the National Gold Reserve? Indeed, over 5 tons. Should be shy of 6 tons. If fourth brother has connections, and I can successfully offload it, you shall have your share, as a gesture of friendship. Li Xiao, unfazed by the other's jests, spoke earnestly. Seeing that the young man before him was not joking, Long Si promptly wiped the smile from his face, his demeanor turning serious. Young man, do you comprehend what it means to possess 5 or 6 tons of gold? Especially someone like you, without influence or background. Tell me, are you not afraid I might consume you? Fourth brother, do not frighten the lad. Zheng Na nudged Long Si, aware that he cherished his reputation, valuing loyalty and righteousness, and would never breach decorum for the sake of money. This principle was one of the reasons Long Si had risen to prominence in the capital. Over 1 billion in cash, while a staggering sum in the eyes of others, was merely a matter of 3 months' effort for Long Si if he desired to earn IT matters not. If fourth brother can assist me in resolving this matter, gifting you these several tons of gold is no issue. Consider it my way of befriending you. Li Xiao maintained a composed demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. Ha ha ha, good lad. You've got spirit. Xiao Na did not misjudge you, and why admiration for you grows. Long Si laughed heartily. Then, discerning Li Xiao's intentions, added, You needn't test me. Typically, earning over 1 billion does require some effort. Who am I, Long Si? A mere billion? If I truly wished to earn it, I could manage it within a few months. Li Xiao was indeed probing for information, eager to gauge Long Si's capabilities, only to discover they exceeded his expectations. Surely, the forces behind Long Si could not be insubstantial, including the woman named Zheng Na, who undoubtedly had powerful connections. As Li Xiao pondered, Long Si continued to speak at length. You are a delightful surprise. I shall consider you a friend, and no gifts are needed. I look forward to celebrating your and Xiao Na's joyous occasion together. By the way, no need for fourth brother. As you and Xiao Na are of similar age, you may call me fourth uncle. Fourth uncle, what are you? Zheng Na playfully pouted at Long Si, casting a shy glance at Li Xiao. Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what is happening? As a man of integrity, he never intended to provoke the other. Given the background of the tall woman, how could he dare to aspire? Most importantly, if she were his girlfriend, she would undoubtedly not permit him to indulge in romantic escapades elsewhere. Was he not, then, cutting off his own path, to cling to a single tree while forsaking an entire forest? Li Xiao quickly exclaimed, Fourth uncle, fourth brother, you are overthinking this. Zheng Na and I are merely ordinary friends, nothing more. His words trailed off as a flicker of barely concealed disappointment crossed Zheng Na's eyes. leading Long Si to misconstrue Li Zhao's meaning. Observing the young man's flustered expression, Long Si adopted an understanding demeanor, saying, "Young man, I grasp your sentiments. No need for further explanation. Understand, my foot. You narrow-minded fool, you're overthinking things." Li Zhao's face darkened, internally lamenting, "Oh, the agony." He was at a loss on how to clarify. The more he attempted to explain, the more it seemed to affirm Long Si's assumptions. What a calamity, as the awkward silence stretched. A waiter arrived just in time to break the tension. A series of delectable dishes were served, allowing Li Xiao to immerse himself in the meal. He focused on consuming his food, ignoring the nonsensical chatter. While Zheng Na watched him eat with an amused expression, lost in her own thoughts. Thus, matters were settled. The connections and individuals necessary for the transaction had been introduced to him. Whether it would be successful now depended solely on Li Xiao's capabilities. After a satisfying meal, Long Si conversed amiably with Li Xiao, treating him as if he were his own nephew. The details regarding the offloading of gold and the necessary connections were clearly communicated to Li Xiao, albeit with the expectation that he would handle the arrangements himself. Under the guise of wanting to assess Li Xiao's abilities, Li Xiao had no objections. "The storage space I carry with me is not merely for show." As Li Xiao prepared to depart, Long Si called out to Jing and "Do not drive after drinking. Let Xiao not escort you." As they engaged in deeper conversation, "Fourth uncle, with so much food, can't you control your appetite?" Zheng Na shot a playful glare at her inebriated uncle, and upon seeing Li Xiao hastily departing after finishing his meal, she muttered to herself before following suit, "Please do not take offense. Fourth uncle has had a bit to drink. Just get used to it." Zheng Na, seated in the driver's seat, expressed her apologies to Li Xiao, who still bore the scent of alcohol. "No worries. Haha, I should be thanking fourth brother. Now I need not worry about offloading the gold." The slightly tipsy Li Xiao responded with a grin. Chapter 37. Setting off abroad the following day, Country. Lozor International Airport. This city, brimming with modernity, stands as a quintessential first-tier city in the world's leading power, Country, rivaling the capital of Z Country. Tourists like Li Xiao bustle about the airport, a testament to the city's prosperity. Country, globally recognized as the most formidable nation, and this time, beyond conducting business, Li Xiao intends to fully enjoy himself. This marks Li Xiao's first journey abroad. In the past, he had been constrained by financial limitations within Z Country, relegating his days to work and overtime. Now, with money in his pocket, he is determined to embrace his true self and revel in the joys of life. Indulgence in food, drink, and entertainment is essential. Fortunately, he has yet to exhaust his funds, and with over $1 million in hand, he is eager to savor every moment. Once the gold in the storage space is sold, he will be far from financially constrained. With a smile gracing his lips, Li Xiao was about to hail a taxi when someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Who are you?" Turning to face the intruder, Li Xiao found a disheveled middle-aged man. Aside from his unkempt beard, the man was dressed quite elegantly, in a tailored suit, adorned with an RS Country watch, and a thick gold chain around his neck, holding a photograph while scrutinizing Li Xiao. "Are you leaving school?" The man inquired in broken Z language. Li Xiao smiled and replied fluently in international M language. "Indeed, that is me. And you are?" During his university years, Li Xiao excelled in foreign languages, making communication with foreign friends a breeze. "Your command of international language is excellent." The scruffy middle-aged man was taken aback by Li Xiao's fluent response. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, awaiting the man's answer to his previous question. "Hello, I am a friend of Mr. Long. You may call me Charles. I heard you have a significant amount of gold to offload." The man named Charles wasted no time, diving straight into the subject matter. It seemed that the character of Country's citizens was straightforward, preferring not to beat around the bush. "Indeed, I am Li Xiao. Fourth brother referred me to discuss business." Noticing the direct approach of the other, Li Xiao reciprocated with equal candor. Offloading the gold and receiving the payment was his primary goal. "All right then, follow me." Charles's expression transformed from skepticism to trust upon hearing fourth brother. Li Xiao did not dwell on the matter, feeling no apprehension about being deceived or harmed in this world. If one were overly cautious, they might as well work an honest job. Moreover, should danger arise, Li Xiao could activate his exosuit, transforming into a being akin to a superhero. Who could easily obstruct him then? With such abilities at his disposal, it would be a disservice to the heavens for him to feel fear, especially with the power to traverse the apocalyptic world freely. In the back seat of a luxurious car, Li Xiao gazed through the window at the towering steel edifices, remarking, country is indeed quite intriguing. Certainly, who is unaware of the formidable power of the nation? Many individuals from Z Nation are eager to migrate to our nation. My friend, if you are interested, I can assist you in obtaining a green card. It is merely a trivial matter for me. Li Xiao continued to observe the situation outside the luxurious car, indicating with a slight shake of his head that he had no need for such assistance. No need. Our Z Nation is equally splendid and will only improve in the future. M Nation is of little consequence. Its history is brief, and fortune has merely favored it. Without that, one could question its very existence. Noting Li Xiao's disinterest, Charles refrained from delving further into the topic. Simply remarking, as you wish. Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Upon hearing Charles's words, Li Xiao offered a nonchalant smile and remained silent. Such talk is best taken lightly. It should not be considered seriously. The other party's flattery is simply due to the benefits Li Xiao can provide. The future remains uncertain. We've arrived. The boss is inside the building. We must not keep him waiting. After reaching their destination, Charles spoke with a sense of urgency, clearly holding deep respect for his boss. Li Xiao had no objections. He too wished to conclude matters swiftly and return. Standing before the towering edifice, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Should this building belong to the other party, Li Xiao had no doubt in his ability to manage several tons of gold. Follow me. Seeing Li Xiao lost in thought, staring at the imposing structure, Charles, believing him to be a country bumpkin in the city, awkwardly reminded him. Li Xiao said little and simply followed. Moments later, they entered the elevator. The ding of the elevator signaled their ascent to the upper floors of the building. Li Xiao continued to obediently trail behind the scruffy man. Is the boss in? Yes, he is inside. Charles spoke briefly with the two burly bodyguards at the door, then turned to Li Xiao and said, Please, come in. Li Xiao observed the gesture inviting him in and, without hesitation, stepped inside. Charles followed closely behind. Boss, I've brought the person. Noticing his boss engrossed in reading a newspaper, the scruffy man named Charles spoke softly. Wait at the door. No one is allowed in without my permission. Li Xiao stood in the lavishly decorated office, awaiting the other party's words. With a bang, the office door closed firmly, and the man set down the newspaper, blocking his view. Fixing a serious gaze upon Li Xiao, I have heard from Mr. Long that you have over 5 tons of gold to sell. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao responded affirmatively, Yes. Did Mr. Long mention the points I charge for processing gold? Listening to the words of the middle-aged man with golden hair, Li Xiao immediately understood. The points refer to the fees involved in processing the gold. I did not mention it. Just tell me, as long as it is reasonable. I have no objections to Li Xiao, undaunted, replied directly in a negotiating manner. 30%. The golden-haired magnate, seeing Li Xiao's willingness, tentatively stated. Not being a professional in this realm, Li Xiao furrowed his brow and countered, following customary practice by having the offer. 15%. Young man, is this how you conduct business? Cutting it in half without hesitation. 15 is impossible. At the very least, I can offer you 25. You possess over 5 tons of gold, not 5 tons of cabbage. Li Xiao, naturally dissatisfied, as this gold was procured through considerable risk in a post-apocalyptic world, continued to engage in a fierce tug-of-war over the terms. 16, 24.17, 23.18, 22, 20. This is the lowest I can go. If not, you may seek others. The middle-aged man with golden hair, having lost his patience during the negotiation, finally stated his price, his expression tinged with annoyance yet remaining silent. Deal. Li Xiao revealed a satisfied smile. Knowing that disposing of over 5 tons of gold at this rate would yield at least 1.5 to 600 million in cash. A slippery eel, indeed, for the sake of money and Mr. Long's reputation, I reluctantly accept. The golden-haired man said begrudgingly, recognizing that conceding this amount would result in a loss of over 200 million. Fortunately, it was a business that came to him. Aside from the risks associated with handling gold, there were no substantial losses. How will you deliver the gold to me? I cannot assist you with the transportation. Given the commission rate, the golden-haired man wasn't inclined to show Li Xiao any courtesy. Provide me with a location, I will handle it myself. That Li Xiao, undeterred by the other party's unfriendly demeanor, stated earnestly. 3 days from now, At Warehouse 72 on West Street outside Lhasa City. That is my location. Is that acceptable? No problem. The golden-haired man stood up, introducing himself to Li Xiao. No problem. Then, let us wish for a pleasant cooperation. With the business agreed upon, the two exchanged pleasantries. Li Xiao learned that the other party's name was Barton, a semi-underground emperor of Lhasa City in M Nation. Chapter 38. The restaurant chef. After Li Xiao's departure, Barton gazed out through the tempered glass windows of the building. Charles, what is your impression of this young man? The golden-haired Barton squinted, observing the retreating figure below, noting that the young man maintained an impressive negotiating demeanor. Boss. The ancient Z nation is indeed mysterious. To be honest, I cannot fully comprehend it myself. Charles, with his unkempt beard, hesitated momentarily before sharing his thoughts with the boss. The Eastern nation is undeniably enigmatic. Compared to our M nation, which has a mere 300 years of history, the profound heritage of Z nation is something to be revered. Barton nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of this observation. The Eastern Z nation has endured countless trials and tribulations since ancient times. From the background check, the departing young man appeared to be just an ordinary individual. It was hard to imagine how he acquired several tons of gold. Barton was greatly puzzled. Could it be that surprises emerge from the Eastern nation at any moment? Several tons? Boss, how is that possible? Charles expressed his astonishment, clearly taken aback by the boss's guest possessing such an immense quantity of gold. Over 5 tons, if not for the vow of a long-time friend from Z Nation. I would hardly dare to believe it myself. Barton felt a surge of joy within. It proved that having numerous friends indeed bears fruit, as various business opportunities present themselves. Recently, his subordinates had suffered significant losses in battles against rival factions in Lhasa. The commission from this gold would be timely relief for his pressing needs. With this thought, Barton smiled. Congratulations, boss. With this, we need not worry about the arms payment anymore. Indeed, the arrival of this young man was fortuitous. While the two discussed, Li Xiao had already vanished from their sight, blending into the bustling crowd of the city. After Li Xiao's departure, it wasn't long before he found accommodation in a 5-star hotel in Lhasa City. The scheduled meeting was set for 3 days later, leaving ample time ahead. Seizing the opportunity of the next 3 days, Li Xiao planned to indulge in the pleasures of this grand city in M Nation. Fine cuisine, breathtaking sights, exquisite wines, none could be overlooked. He intended to thoroughly experience them all. A period of comfort was in order before anything else. Many pursuits deemed illegal in his homeland were entirely permissible abroad. For instance, one could legally carry firearms in M Nation or indulge in the nightlife in HL Nation. Coughed. Li Xiao, with a serious expression, cleared his throat twice. With several hours remaining before darkness fell, he resolved to first seek sustenance before embarking on his adventures. An empty stomach would surely dampen his spirits for playing cards. Having quickly organized his luggage at the hotel, Li Xiao prepared to venture outside. Half an hour later, Li Xiao found himself in the bustling Chinatown of M Nation. A glance around revealed streets and alleys adorned with Chinese advertisements and shop names, while foreign languages were present. They were notably fewer. This made Li Xiao feel as though he had traveled abroad without truly leaving home. Not accustomed to Western cuisine, Li Xiao wandered aimlessly through Chinatown. Although his stomach growled with hunger, he struggled to find a restaurant that suited his taste. However, after meandering for nearly half an hour, he finally stumbled upon a place that promised to satiate his cravings. Zihua Cuisine. The name struck him as quite authentic. He hoped the food within would not be too unpalatable. Silently, he stepped inside, and the decor indeed reflected the style of Z Nation. In a big city, unless it was a trendy establishment or a renowned franchise. Most eateries were rather mediocre. The prospects were disheartening. Had it not been for the city's high turnover and population density, the speed at which establishments closed would be alarming. Upon entering the establishment named Zihua Cuisine, he noticed the absence of patrons. Was it already closing time, and the sun had yet to set? What would you like to eat? Before Li Xiao could react, a steady voice reached his ears. Following the sound, he saw a man dressed in a white chef's uniform, his hair neatly arranged, approaching with a smile. Just a fried rice or something like that, perhaps a soup. What you excel at? I shall partake. Li Xiao observed the somewhat handsome chef with a nonchalant expression as he conveyed his request. Please wait a moment, the chef replied softly, then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal for his guest. Li Xiao casually found a spot in the corner to sit. Go be honest, the decor of this establishment was distinctly reminiscent of Z country. Before long, the chef approached, a smile gracing his face as he presented the dishes before Li Xiao, earnestly introducing them. Spicy diced chicken, Beijing roast duck, and glutinous rice crab casserole. Lastly, we have seaweed egg drop soup. 3 dishes and a soup. I hope you find the cuisine to your liking. As Li Xiao beheld the beautifully presented dishes, he admired their colors and fragrances, though he was uncertain of their taste. However, the presentation was promising. Surely the flavors would not disappoint. It looks delightful, he remarked politely before picking up a pair of disposable chopsticks and beginning to taste the food, quickly devouring it. Your culinary skills are impressive. If you were back home, your business would undoubtedly thrive. Why venture abroad? Li Xiao praised the chef's artistry while eating. There isn't much difference between here and back home. If you enjoy the food, feel free to visit often, the chef replied, pouring tea for Li Xiao. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside, nearly causing Li Xiao to choke. Setting down his utensils, he prepared to retort, but was surprised when the intruder spoke first. Cool dude, have you thought it through? Our boss sincerely invites you to collaborate with us. I advise against rejecting a toast and instead facing punishment. The leader, a sharply dressed Z countryman, was flanked by over a dozen well-dressed foreigners. Li Xiao glanced over. He was a typical Z countryman, evidently someone who idolized foreign cultures. I've made it clear. I will not collaborate with you. I only wish to conduct my business honestly. The chef, dubbed Cool Dude, replied with a cold demeanor and a firm tone, showing no regard for the intruder. Cool Dude, I only call you that out of respect. Don't mistake it for ignorance. Selling food in this godforsaken place, how much can you possibly earn? Collaborate with our boss, and you'll surely make a fortune. The unpleasant-looking man's tone now carried an element of threat. Not interested, Cool Dude replied dismissively, standing up to continue his work, entirely disregarding the other party. You, the intruder, seeing Cool Dude's attitude, raised his hand and said, smash it for me. Let us see how you do business. Li Xiao watched the unfolding drama, surprised that the other party resorted to violence. Upon witnessing the assault, Cool Dude did not hold back, engaging in a fierce struggle against the gang of over 10, remarkably holding his OWN. Li Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. This chef was unexpectedly skilled. Chapter 39. Encounter at the bar. Cool Dude moved with agility, his strikes precise and effective, each punch and kick landing squarely on an opponent. His strength was formidable, leaving those he struck with pained expressions, some even collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Li Xiao had not anticipated that a simple meal could lead him to encounter someone of Master Ye's caliber. In no time, Cool Dude, clad in a white chef's uniform, had taken down all the assailants. However, the Z Hua cuisine establishment was now a chaotic mess, resembling a scene in dire need of renovation. Initially seated in a corner, Li Xiao was not significantly affected. He was nearly finished with his meal. Be careful, Li Xiao noticed one of the downed faux foreigners stealthily retrieving a short knife, eyes glinting with malice, aiming to stab Cool Dude. Li Xiao hurriedly warned the oblivious chef. Cool Dude turned, fixating on the faux foreigner attempting to rise, delivering a swift kick directly to the intruder's forehead. The faux foreigner cried out, clearly suffering from the blow. Such skill demonstrated by Cool Dude made Li Xiao internally applaud his professionalism. The faux foreigner, still young and lacking martial ethics, had attempted to stab him. Before long, the downed troublemakers, after uttering threats, scrambled out the door in retreat. Cool Dude watched them leave without pursuing. Once the trouble was gone, he did not tidy up the mess but instead approached Li Xiao. Thank you for your warning earlier. If not for you, I might have ended up in the hospital. Cool Dude smiled gratefully at Li Xiao, seemingly unfazed by the earlier chaos. Who were those people? Li Xiao dismissed the gratitude, considering it a trivial matter. Goldbing's subordinates, Cool Dude replied, promptly filling Li Xiao's cup with tea. Goldbing? Who was that? Li Xiao inquired curiously while chewing on the last bites of his meal. After a moment of silence, Cool Dude decided to reveal who Goldbing was. He is an underground boss in Losha City, with considerable influence. It would be wise not to provoke him, Li Xiao chuckled. Unconcerned. With the Doomsday World's combat armor in hand, who in this realm could he not confront? He continued, intrigued by the unfolding drama. So how did you get involved with him? It's a long story. In any case, you should finish your meal and leave quickly. Knowing too much could be detrimental to you. After saying this, the chef began to clean up the disarray. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, recognizing that the chef was unwilling to divulge more, and decided not to press further. Once satisfied, he left a few bills on the table and made his way outside. Exiting Chinatown, Li Xiao intended to explore the city center of Losha. Eager to discover its attractions, taxi, he raised his hand to signal a cab, opening the door and taking a seat once it stopped. Good day, sir. Where to? The taxi driver, noticing Li Xiao's Eastern appearance, greeted him in fluent Eastern language. Anywhere fun will do, Li Xiao replied, unfamiliar with the area and not thinking much of it. Okay. The taxi driver, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, flashed a knowing grin and accelerated toward the city center of Losha. Before long, the driver brought Li Xiao to a bar named Endless Night. Have fun, dear guest. The ladies inside are quite lively. With that, the Mediterranean-haired middle-aged taxi driver departed, leaving Li Xiao to ponder his next move. A twitch at the corner of his eye, unsure of how to respond, he ultimately decided it would be remiss not to enjoy himself, stepping forward with determination toward the attractively adorned bar. As he approached, vibrant music spilled out from within. It was still around 3 p.m., yet the lively atmosphere of the bar was already palpable. It was no wonder it was situated in the city center. A bar in a third-tier city would likely still be closed at this hour, only preparing to open for the evening crowd once the atmosphere was set. Once the patrons were sufficiently inebriated, the bar would undoubtedly profit handsomely. Compared to the daytime, the night promised an air of mystery, making it easier for men to splurge on women. Upon entering the bar, Li Xiao observed, as he had anticipated, a mix of scantily clad women and animated patrons, a chaotic blend of people. Some sat in corners nursing their drinks, while most were energetically dancing in the main area. As Li Xiao stepped inside, several gazes turned towards him. Although he paid little mind, a bar was not a library. Inebriated patrons could easily misinterpret a passing glance, potentially leading to conflict. Stop right there. Damn it, you little thief. Suddenly, commotion erupted not far from Li Xiao on the dance floor. 3 to 5 burly men were chasing a petite girl, who, thanks to her size and the layout of the bar, was managing to evade capture for the moment. The small figure darting through the crowd was a striking blonde girl. Clearly just of age, with short hair, her sun-kissed skin glimmered under the dim bar lights. She wore a low-cut top that exposed her midriff, complemented by form-fitting jeans that accentuated her curves as she sprinted through the throng. She was headed straight for Li Xiao. Trouble. Women in this place often meant trouble. The more attractive a woman was, the more trouble she tended to bring. Wealthy and beautiful women were even more troublesome. Li Xiao frowned slightly, quickly moving to the side to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. However, the girl's speed could not match that of her pursuers, and in the confined space of the bar, it was clear she was about to be caught. Li Xiao, like the others, prepared to remain a passive observer, curious to see how the situation unfolded. To his surprise, the girl's gaze fell upon him, and she shouted, "I've got it!" Immediately, she threw the blue key towards Li Xiao, while she swiftly dashed outside. Damn it! Li Xiao could discern the situation at hand. In an instant, a flame of fury ignited within him. He neglected to catch the blue key, allowing it to fall to the ground. So, I am merely a shield to divert attention, am I? That brat shouldn't be spared either. We must seize him as well. Upon hearing the approaching voices, Li Xiao's expression darkened in an instant. He realized he had unwittingly plunged into this vortex. The little girl had successfully made her escape, leaving Li Xiao, who was now on the brink of an undeserved calamity. Li Xiao furrowed his brows and addressed the 3 or 5 burly men surrounding him. Do you believe me when I say I do not know that woman? Make your move. Before Li Xiao could elaborate, they were already advancing towards him. Chapter 40. Time for slaughter. The bar's atmosphere had plummeted to an icy silence. Uninformed onlookers prepared to witness Li Xiao's humiliation. What the hell? I've been battling in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet I never expected to be cornered by punks in reality. Li Xiao felt a deep dissatisfaction within a crowded bar. He had refrained from activating his combat armor. Otherwise, he would have dealt with those 5 ruffians in an instant. Before Li Xiao could continue his explanation, the bald man with a menacing scar on his face spoke fiercely. Kid, you've got some nerve. How dare you touch anything belonging to my Hungry Wolf gang? You should check around. Who doesn't he know me, Nicholas Kai? Li Xiao, his face grim, retorted. I've told you. I don't know that woman. She threw the item at me herself. Are you trying to fool me? She wouldn't just toss it to anyone. Why you? The scarred man raised his hands, signaling his subordinates to give Li Xiao a taste of their might. As they closed in, each of them pulled out a spring knife. Clearly not willing to relent, Li Xiao had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Naturally, he wouldn't surrender easily. Otherwise, he would be the one facing misfortune, perhaps even losing his life here. Remaining calm and composed, Li Xiao reached into his pocket and retrieved a handgun from his storage space. In the blink of an eye, he aimed it at the 5 men before him. I've said it before. I don't know that woman. His face remained dark, delivering a final warning. Upon seeing the weapon in Li Xiao's hand, the 5 members of the Hungry Wolf gang instantly fell into disarray. They had not expected the seemingly unremarkable Li Xiao to draw a firearm so boldly. Bro, let us talk this over. We'll just take the key and leave. Their prior arrogance evaporated, replaced by fearful tremors. Get lost. Li Xiao coldly uttered a single word. In the real world, one could not easily kill anyone, especially under the watchful eyes of the public. Li Xiao did not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to eliminate these thugs. Hearing Li Xiao's words, the 5 men hurriedly picked up the key and scurried towards the exit of the bar. As they left, they did not forget to cast a fierce glare at Li Xiao. Fearful that they would not let the matter rest in broad daylight, Li Xiao could not afford to fire his weapon. He could only intimidate them while they remained inactive. If he were to open fire, escaping M Country would be in jeopardy. Fortunately, M Country allowed legal firearm possession, and Li Xiao faced no repercussions for drawing his gun, merely receiving a couple of warnings from the bar's security to refrain from causing a scene. This unexpected turn of events extinguished the lively thoughts that had previously occupied Li Xiao's mind. He had originally intended to enjoy a night of revelry, determined to indulge in pleasure and delight. However, with this incident occurring, his interest had entirely waned, and the youthful women of the bar began to steer clear of him. Sigh. I suppose I'll have to wait for another time, Li Xiao lamented inwardly, contemplating a drink before returning to his hotel to avoid further trouble. The upcoming golden transaction in 3 days was his utmost priority, and he could not allow anything to interfere with it. Waiter, a glass of whiskey, please. Li Xiao settled at the bar counter, greeting the provocatively dressed server, then began to absent-mindedly play with the trinkets on the counter. Please wait a moment. The server promptly poured a glass of whiskey and presented it to Li Xiao. As she set down the drink, she discreetly left a card with a strange number for him. Li Xiao glanced at the card, and then noticed the server's gaze as she departed. He understood her intentions. He lifted the whiskey and took a generous sip. Forget it. I'll wait until the dust settles. With his mind fixated on gold, Li Xiao had no intention of engaging in unnecessary antics. Drinking a bit and resting well was the wiser choice. Hi. Thanks for what you did earlier. Just as Li Xiao placed his empty glass down, he heard a playful voice from behind him, accompanied by a light tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw the little girl who had previously fled, a broad smile illuminating her face. Though her intentions were unclear, Li Xiao regarded the one who had landed him in trouble with a disapproving frown. Sorry, I had no other choice. The little girl, recognizing her fault, apologized to Li Xiao. Stay away from me. Li Xiao's expression was icy. He had no desire to be embroiled in further issues. Don't be so unfriendly. I'll cover your drink. The little girl gestured to the server at the bar, continuing, You've crossed the Hungry Wolf gang. They will certainly come looking for you. You'd best be prepared. Damn it. This is all because of you, Li Xiao grumbled under his breath, filling with exasperation as murderous thoughts swirled in his mind. It wasn't his mess to begin with, yet he was left to bear the consequences. The Hungry Wolf gang is no joke. Be cautious. The girl, with her youthful visage, introduced herself. I'm Monica. I hope we meet again. She said this before departing on her own. Unlucky, Li Xiao muttered, finishing the whiskey in his glass before turning to exit the bar alone. As soon as Li Xiao stepped out of the bar, he heard raucous shouting not far away. Boss, that's the guy. Li Xiao scanned the crowd and then noticed several dozen individuals approaching him. His expression remained calm, devoid of panic, as he quickly moved towards the street corner and darted into an alley. Don't let him get away. Chase him down. The members of the Hungry Wolf gang, upon seeing Li Xiao flee, rallied under their leader's command. Excitement surging through them as they pursued him, Li Xiao cast a glance back at the throng trailing him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Soon they would learn their folly die in an instant. Li Xiao veered into a shadowy alley. If someone familiar were present, they might recognize it as a dead end. Without further paths to escape, boss, that kid has entered a dead end. Don't worry, he once he escaped, a member of the Hungry Wolf gang exclaimed, evidently well acquainted with the area. Surround him, the leader of the Hungry Wolf gang commanded. How dare he provoke my gang? We'll make sure to break an arm. Just as the leader's words fell, he led his men towards the direction Li Xiao had vanished into. The infiltrator suit activated successfully. At that moment, the sky had already succumbed to the night. Cloaked in darkness, the infiltrator donned optical concealment, making it nearly impossible to detect him by mere sight. Within the helmet of the combat suit, Li Xiao observed the data materializing before him, his murderous intent becoming unrestrained. Armed individuals, threat level, low, rank, E, one after another. The data displayed the information of the Hungry Wolf gang members, laid bare before the infiltrator. It was time for slaughter. Chapter 41. The brilliance of the combat suit beneath the night sky in the notorious Slosa district. A deserted street was inundated with the members of the Hungry Wolf gang. Their purpose for arriving here was to teach a lesson to the one who dared to provoke them at the bar. Where did that kid run off to? Why can't we find him? The members of the ferocious wolf gang, brandishing short knives and long clubs, crowded the narrow street, searching for Li Xiao with an air of menace. This scene was clearly visible to Li Xiao, concealed within the armored suit of the infiltrator, through the electronic screen. Perched high above in the alley, Li Xiao observed the unfolding chaos with a cold silence. Noticing the ill intentions of his adversaries, he lifted his right hand, and a sharp wrist blade immediately extended. The infiltrator, shrouded in darkness, flickered with crimson light before launching himself towards the members of the wolf gang below. The ordinary-looking, tattooed gang member's words were abruptly cut off as, in the final moment of his life, he witnessed a uniquely designed long knife embedded in his abdomen, unable to utter a scream. The monster before him swiftly withdrew the wrist blade and directly charged at his fellow gang members. In an instant, the alley erupted with anguished cries of terror and fear. Yet, before long, these harbingers of dread fell silent, replaced by a deathly stillness. Having disengaged from the armored suit, Li Xiao nonchalantly emerged from the alley, hailed a taxi, and prepared to return to his hotel for a well-deserved rest. Approximately an hour later, a terrified beggar burst from the alley, shouting, "There's been a murder." The wail of police sirens soon followed, and within moments, 2 police cars from the United States arrived, establishing a perimeter and warning bystanders to keep away. Shortly thereafter, more police vehicles pulled up to the roadside near the cordon. Sheriff Deus stepped out of one of the cars, hands in pockets, his demeanor defiant as he approached the alley. A single fatal strike. The wounds were precise, the method clean and efficient. It bore the hallmarks of a professional assassin. Yet how could such a feat have been accomplished against so many? It seemed that the scoundrels of Loser City had put up no resistance whatsoever. Sheriff Deus, pointing at the numerous bodies sprawled on the ground, felt a deep sense of confusion. "What do we do now?" asked a young officer beside him, covering his mouth and nose, clearly unaccustomed to such gruesome scenes. "What can we do? The only camera around here is broken." Deus sighed as he gazed at the damaged camera in the distance, a result of human interference. "Let the forensic experts handle it. Follow the normal procedures, and then we can head back for some tea." What else could he do? After all, those lying on the ground were no saints. Sheriff Deus, donning a cowboy hat, realized the gravity of the situation. The faces of the fallen bore expressions of terror, as if they had encountered something utterly extraordinary before their demise. Having dealt with the wolf gang before, Deus recognized several of the deceased. Never expecting to see them again in such a manner, he merely shook his head, leaving 2 officers to secure the crime scene as he prepared to return to the precinct to draft an extensive report. Having served as sheriff of Loser City for quite some time, Deus understood that the city was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Many matters were beyond his capacity to investigate. Without a personal stake or a direct order from a superior, he could simply fulfill his role, collecting his salary without risking his life, a few $100s a month. What was the point of playing with fire? He believed it would not be long before the massacre in the streets of Loser City would send shockwaves through the entire precinct. Unbeknownst to him, the instigator, Li Xiao, was blissfully unaware, having collapsed onto the plush mattress of his 5-star hotel. Deep in slumbered in the heart of Loser City stood a grand edifice. Every citizen of Lozer knew that the building belonged to one of the top 10 wealthiest individuals in the city. Generous and philanthropic, descriptions such as Mr. Jean were often used to depict this man who devoted himself to charitable endeavors. However, behind the scenes, few were aware that Mr. Jean was a formidable figure in the underground power structure of Lozer City. Rivaling even Barton in an office on a higher floor of the building, a tall figure stood gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the world below. The chairman. Although the surveillance cameras at the crime scene had been destroyed, the organization's scientific team had swiftly restored the footage. A sharply dressed subordinate entered the office, reporting to the bald man in a white suit who stood by the window, detailing the matters previously assigned to him. "Let me see it in the recording." Jean clearly observed the shadow swiftly eliminating members of the Wolf Gang, leaving no survivors. Then, a casually dressed man emerged from the alley with an air of composure. "Do you not know who this individual is?" Despite not being able to identify the person from the footage, Jean remained unfazed. "Apologies, boss. The only camera in the alley was destroyed, and we couldn't zoom in on the original footage." The nervous report came from a man in a suit with a shock of red hair, fearing the wrath of the imposing figure before him. "Have the Viper take over the Wolf Gang's territory. Investigate who the Wolf Gang has recently angered, and eliminate everyone within our territorial reach." This was a tactic Jean often employed to draw out adversaries. Little did Li Xiao know that his unintentional slaughter would unleash a torrent of bloodshed. "Go?" "Yes, Chairman." The fire dragon breathed a sigh of relief after receiving his orders and promptly departed. Once his subordinate had left and the office door was securely closed, Jean settled into his grand, sturdy chair, closing his eyes to meticulously recall the contents of the recording, pondering whether it could be linked to past enemies. Half an hour later, Jean was unable to determine who possessed such capabilities. Was it unprecedented advanced technology, or some horrifying biological mutation? Unfortunately, the footage was unclear, leaving only the figure's silhouette. Otherwise, he would have been able to identify them. Jean shook his head, unable to fathom who could wield such power. If anyone did, he would have long since perished, not comfortably occupying his current position. Though his influence was confined to Lozer City, his business interests spanned the globe. He had crossed paths with too many powerful factions, and merely thinking through the possibilities required considerable time. Jan did not dwell on these thoughts. His current objective was to become the true underground emperor of Lozer City. To this end, he had relinquished most of his overseas ventures. To confront old adversaries and seize genuine dominion over Lozer City. Such sacrifices were worthwhile, as long as he succeeded. He could reclaim even greater benefits from what he had forsaken. Chapter 42. Photographing beauties. The gruesome incident in Lozer City bore no connection to Li Xiao. A night passed. Li Xiao awoke leisurely from his slumber, feeling extraordinarily comfortable. 2 words encapsulated his experience. Blissful ease. It was no wonder it was a 5-star hotel. The bed was as soft as a sponge, providing a delightful sleeping experience and naturally high-quality rest. Li Xiao stretched and casually stepped out of bed, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window to admire the urban landscape of Lozer City below. He contemplated a hearty breakfast before leisurely exploring the city. In this post-apocalyptic world, it would not be too late to return after selling off all the gold, Li Xiao mused, determined to nurture both avenues without neglecting either. He had long regarded the post-apocalyptic world as his private asset and intended to manage it well. Gurgle. I wonder what kind of breakfast this Hilton 5-star hotel in Lozer City has to offer its guests. The breakfast bell brought Li Xiao's thoughts back to reality. No matter how wealthy or powerful one might be, one still needed to eat. Before long, Li Xiao, now dressed in a t-shirt, headed down to the hotel's restaurant to satisfy his hunger. He had no particular pretense. There was no need for formal attire, just to have breakfast. Hilton Hotel, Italian restaurant. Li Xiao rose around 10:00 a.m., and when he arrived at the restaurant, it was already populated with diners, each wielding knives and forks, elegantly savoring their steaks and pasta, many wearing satisfied smiles. Some elegantly dressed women were already posing with their meals for social media, while Li Xiao, in his casual attire, entered unabashedly. Naturally, his appearance in such a high-end restaurant drew contemptuous glances from those who felt superior. Country bumpkin, Oriental mud leg, pauper. Countless derisive gazes were directed at Li Xiao, as if he were a convict clad in prison garb. Deserving of disdain, Li Xiao, of course, sensed these superficial judgments. Those with genuine wealth and security did not concern themselves with appearances, nor did they flaunt their possessions. Li Xiao was precisely that kind of person. These scornful stares could not deter Li Xiao. His priority was to satiate his hunger. He strolled leisurely to the restaurant counter and addressed the waiter. "Please bring me a well-done steak, along with a suitable portion of fruits and vegetables, and some milk." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment." The upright waiter responded with courtesy. Compared to the shallow patrons, the waiter's demeanor undoubtedly pleased Li Xiao. "Thank you." Li Xiao smiled in gratitude. Subsequently, he found a scenic spot in the restaurant to sit down, idly fiddling with his smartphone. Just as he was about to secure a pentakill, an elderly voice interrupted him. "Hello, young man. May I take a seat here?" Li Xiao shifted his attention from his phone and looked up at the newcomer. Before him sat a foreign gentleman with graying hair, dressed similarly to Li Xiao in a casual t-shirt and shorts. The two appeared rather out of place in the upscale Western restaurant, of course. "This is a public space. Please, have a seat." Li Xiao held respect for everyone, especially elders, provided they reciprocated that respect. "Thank you." "Young man from the East, I noticed your attire is quite unorthodox, much like mine, which is why I chose to sit here. I hope you don't mind." The elderly man was exceedingly polite, and as he settled in, he continued to chatter on. Li Xiao paid little mind. It was hardly a matter of significance. No need to be so formal. I won't take offense. External appearances often fail to reflect one's true character. Li Xiao explained with a smile, placing his phone down on the table. "Haha, young people like you are a rarity." The elderly man responded with a grin, then continued, "It's a pleasure to meet you." "My name is Ross." Li Xiao, came the soft reply, and the two returned to their respective pursuits. Li Xiao focused on his game, while the gentleman named Ross picked up a newspaper to read. A short while later, a server wheeled a cart into the restaurant, carefully placing the dishes before Li Xiao. "Ruth, come quickly. It's a rare chance for us to dine at the Hilton's Western restaurant. We must capture this moment perfectly." "Understood." Luna. Two elegantly dressed women, adorned with heavy makeup, strolled arm in arm into the Hilton's Western restaurant, appearing from a distance like the goddesses people often speak of. As they entered, their movement seemed to slow, as if savoring the occasion. Their purpose was simple: to take photographs for social media, showcasing their superiority and attracting potential suitors. Those in the know recognized this as one of their means of income. The two flitted about the upscale establishment, employing various angles and techniques akin to professional photographers to capture their images. Li Xiao naturally noticed the scene, yet his focus remained on the meal before him. After a mere glance at the vain women, he indulged heartily in his food. His dining manner prompted a chuckle from the elderly man across the table. "Ha ha ha, young man, you certainly have a hearty appetite. It reminds me of my youth." In contrast to Li Xiao's robust eating, Ross elegantly savored each morsel with his knife and fork. "The food is indeed delightful," Li Xiao replied in a foreign tongue, chewing on his steak. "Quite so," Ross nodded, swiftly dispatching a piece of beef to his mouth. "These photos lack a certain flair." Ruth scrolled through the images on her phone, her expression one of dissatisfaction. "Let us find another spot. The lighting, the view, and the layout over there are quite appealing." Luna pointed to a table near the window, precisely where Li Xiao was seated. Ruth glanced up, then readily agreed. "Let's go." Unaware of the presence of Li Xiao and the elderly gentleman, the two women approached. "Excuse me, handsome, and you, old man, could you kindly move aside? We need to take some photos here." Perhaps due to the restaurant's upscale nature, Ruth and Luna refrained from being overly blunt. Yet, Li Xiao, astute as he was, understood their intentions. Without lifting his gaze, he firmly declined. "I'm sorry, but I'm currently having breakfast. Please do not disturb me." The elderly man, Ross, remained silent, ignoring the two women's demands. A place to eat is hardly a venue for photo ops. "Country bumpkin, think you're special." Seeing Li Xiao's casual attire, the women grew bolder. With a flick of her wrist, Ruth tossed a few bills onto the table. "Now can we leave?" Li Xiao's expression hardened slightly as he restrained his anger. "First, this is a public space. Second, I was here first. Please leave. I'm in the midst of my meal, and I would appreciate not being disturbed." "Oriental bumpkin, I'm determined to teach you a lesson today." Ruth seethed, her irritation flaring. She shot a glance at Luna. "Why are you picking on the girl?" Luna, witnessing her friend's distress, boldly chimed in. Li Xiao was taken aback. Security. Ruth, the one who insisted Li Xiao vacate his seat, began to shout. Li Xiao was left speechless. What kind of absurdity was this? Ross, the elderly gentleman, wore an expression of displeasure throughout. He could hardly fathom that such a ridiculous and senseless situation could unfold within his establishment. Chapter 43. Whimsical entanglements. The audacity of the two women was astonishing. Li Xiao stared in disbelief, utterly at a loss for words. In the end, it appeared that he was the one at fault. Maintaining his composure, he chose silence, eager to see what antics the two women would conjure next. Moments later, two security guards from the Hilton approached the upscale restaurant, making their way to Li Xiao's table. The burly guard with a horse-like face casually inquired, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my territory?" Just as Li Xiao was about to explain, he was coldly interrupted. "Did I ask you to speak? Let the ladies go first." The horse-faced guard cast a disdainful glance at Li Xiao, whose attire was deemed unremarkable. He then turned to the two women, adopting a more cordial demeanor. "Without the heavy makeup, these two would hardly turn heads. They are merely average, they're blocking our photos, eating at their leisure." The women chattered incessantly, painting Li Xiao as a villain, with the elderly gentleman suffering the same fate. Ross's expression was one of anger, yet he remained composed, seemingly waiting to observe how the situation would unfold. "The ladies make a compelling case. You two country bumpkins, kindly step aside. There are plenty of places to eat. Why must you intrude here? If you dirty the ladies' clothes, you'll be held accountable." Another guard, with shifty eyes, chimed in, clearly believing they had the upper hand over Li Xiao and Ross. The two women, clutching their phones, exchanged glances at Li Xiao and the elderly man, their expressions triumphant, as if declaring victory. This scene undeniably fueled Li Xiao's irritation as he contemplated retaliating against the four individuals. Just as he prepared to argue his case, Ross finally could no longer hold his tongue. "Waiter, please bring the hotel manager to me. I have something to discuss with him. If he fails to come, he may as well never show up again." Ross's gaze was steady, his expression akin to one who had bitten into a fly. The morning, which had started pleasantly, was now marred by these distasteful individuals, much to Ross's chagrin. "Understood. Please hold on." The server, who had been standing by, was uncertain of how to proceed. Initially intending to mediate, she opted instead to summon the Hilton's manager upon hearing Ross's demand, swiftly departing. "Are you really calling the manager? You've miscalculated. My brother is the deputy manager here, and he has connections with the hotel's higher-ups. I suggest you two leave before you find yourselves in a bind." The horse-faced guard laughed dismissively at Ross. "Heh, young man, brash and overconfident. I advise you to tread carefully." Ross's expression darkened, completely disregarding the hotel's security personnel, while the two women beside him chose to ignore the situation selectively. Even the dullest observer could discern that the elderly man with white hair was on the verge of fury. Witnessing this development, Li Xiao refrained from further speech, eager to see whether the white-haired elder could deftly resolve the predicament at hand. Should he fail, Li Xiao was prepared to intervene. Approximately 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached the gathering with steady strides. "What is going on? What has transpired?" Upon his arrival, the middle-aged man directly questioned the security guard clad in black uniform. "Brother, vice manager, the situation is as follows." Thus, under the embellishments of the bodyguard with the horse-like face, the hotel's vice manager merely cast a glance at Li Xiao and the elderly man before instructing, "Call the police immediately. Do not trouble me with such matters in the future." With that, the vice manager turned to leave. "Wait. Please summon your manager, not just a vice manager," Ross interjected, his brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. "Old man, do not be foolish. The hotel manager is not someone you can just see whenever you wish. Consider where we are, Heaton Hotel, a globally recognized establishment. Any discussions can wait until we reach the police station." The vice manager paused, glancing at the white-haired elder. "He seems somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have seen him before." The horse-faced security guard, brimming with arrogance, approached the elderly man, preparing to slap handcuffs on him. Li Xiao, quick on the draw, threw a punch that landed squarely on the guard's face. "How dare you lay a hand on someone?" The hotel guard fell to the ground, clearly taken aback by the unexpected retaliation. "I am hitting you, you lowly creature." With contempt for others, Li Xiao maintained his composure. Such individuals deserve to be taught a lesson. He thought to himself that it didn't matter. He could endure a couple of days in jail and pay a fine if necessary. Well, you, the horse-faced guard, rising and ready to retaliate, was soon joined by another shifty-eyed security guard, both preparing to teach Li Xiao a lesson. Stop. Let us wait for the police to arrive before escalating this. The vice manager, who had initially intended to depart, returned to intervene. This was a matter that directly affected his livelihood. Once again scrutinizing Li Xiao and the white-haired elder, he felt a flicker of recognition towards the latter but could not place him. No matter. Since this ordinary-looking young man initiated the confrontation, he will lose any ground for justification. The vice manager contemplated how to extract a hefty price from Li Xiao, vowing not to let him off easily. I have offered you an opportunity, Ross declared, not sparing another glance at the crowd. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number, his tone grave as he addressed the person on the other end. Neil, within 10 minutes, dispatch someone to the Heaton Hotel restaurant in Luosa City, M Country. If you delay even a second, your general manager will no longer have a job. Across the ocean on the continent of Europa. In a high-level office within a skyscraper, Neil, the general manager of Heaton Hotel, squinted his eyes in pleasure as a beautiful woman massaged his shoulders. The sudden phone call jolted him from his reverie, sending him into a state of panic. After confirming the call's authenticity multiple times, he cautiously answered, nearly dropping his phone in the process. Yes, I will dispatch someone immediately. President Ross, please hold on. It was only after Ross hung up that Neil exhaled deeply, then muttered furiously, "Which fool provoked the old man?" Chapter 44. The Chain family in Luosa City, M Country. Sheriff Deus drove leisurely along Luosa Avenue, contemplating the bothersome reports and cases, wishing for a quieter day. Soaking in the sunlight, Deus released a contented sigh. Suddenly, the police communication device in his vehicle emitted a familiar tone. Damn it! Why would Big Black be calling me? Is there an issue with the report I submitted? Or has yesterday's case escalated into something significant? Picking up the device, Deus glanced at the caller ID, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Big Black referred to the chief of the Luosa City Police Department, a young and corpulent man who had recently ascended to the position with the mayor's backing. As he hailed from Africa, the white officers in the department had humorously dubbed him Big Black, though they only dared to do so behind his back. Fearing repercussions, Deus took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. No-one relished having their delightful morning disrupted by unexpected matters. Chief, good morning. What can I do for you? Deus inquired with utmost seriousness, awaiting a response. There has been a dispute at Heaton Hotel on 56th Street. I need you to address it personally. The president of the Chain family is present. Ensure he remains satisfied. The majority of the police department's funding has come from them over the past 2 years. And I trust you understand the implications of failing to comply. You wouldn't want any issues regarding your salary in the future. Deus's expression darkened as he contemplated the implications. I understand. As long as it's not a severe situation, I will handle it as simply as possible. All right, I have a meeting to attend. You manage it, the chief replied before the line went dead. Damn that Big Black, all floating a hot potato onto me. Damn it. Deus muttered curses directed at the chief and his family. He was no novice to this line of work and knew well whom to offend and whom to avoid. He understood the complexities of the situation and the consequences of mishandling it, especially with those who valued their reputation over substance. Dealing with them was far more troublesome than confronting the likes of street gangs. The higher the rank, the more crushing the pressure point. 56th Street. Heaton Hotel. Deus furrowed his brow and turned the steering wheel, guiding his vehicle towards the Heaton Hotel on 56th Street. He needed to fulfill his superior's orders, even if it meant doing a half-hearted job. Refusing a police department assignment could lead to immediate termination. Old man, you're just putting on a show. When the police arrive, let us see how you maintain that facade. The horse-faced guard snickered derisively, casting a hostile glance at Li Xiao. The elderly man named Ross remained silent, choosing to ignore the trash talking. He knew others would handle it in due course. The vice manager of the hotel was sweating bullets at the elderly man's calm demeanor. Could it be that this old fellow knows someone influential? What on earth is going on? We are the patrol officers of Luosa City. Responding to a report, it wasn't until the police arrived that the vice manager ceased his pondering. Meanwhile, the individuals responsible for the five-star Heaton Hotel had received a call from their superior across the ocean. Disregarding their ongoing meeting to rush to the restaurant downstairs, his sudden action left the conference room in a state of confusion, everyone bewildered by the abrupt departure of Manager Wayne. What is happening? Why did Manager Wayne suddenly rush out? It seems something serious must have occurred. He just received a phone call. As the manager of the Heaton Hotel, Wayne dashed to the restaurant, breathless and filled with trepidation upon seeing the elderly man. A wave of dread washed over him, akin to drowning. Wayne understood that failing to appease his superior, no, failing to satisfy President Ross Chain, would spell the end of his career. This prestigious, high-paying job that countless individuals dreamt of was on the verge of slipping away. This cannot happen. It absolutely must not. Dressed in a high-end suit, Wayne's face contorted with anxiety as he clenched his teeth, resolutely deciding to take every measure necessary to prevent such an occurrence. Inside the upscale Heaton Hotel restaurant, the commotion had drawn a considerable crowd of onlookers. Those who were unaware of the situation merely observed, unwilling to wade into the murky waters of conflict. They were simply there to uphold the so-called justice. Was it just the two of them? The horse-faced guard and the hotel's vice manager, after a brief exchange with the two Luosa City police officers, had gathered the gist of the situation. The officers were now preparing to escort Li Xiao and the white-haired elder to the station for questioning. "Gentlemen, please accompany us to the station. I do not wish to resort to force in this location." The robust and somewhat uncouth police officers might have been oblivious to the unfolding events, or perhaps they simply did not care. In their eyes, the attire of Li Xiao and Ross, appearing in a high-end hotel's Western restaurant, unequivocally marked them as troublemakers. Thus, without seeking clarity, the officers approached with handcuffs in hand. This unexpected turn of events left Ross astounded. He glanced at the modest watch on his wrist and mused. "I have approximately 30 seconds before it's 10 minutes. No-one is to move. I am the manager of this establishment, and until the situation is clarified, including you two officers, I expect you to remain still." Wayne, his expression stern, surveyed the room, exhaling a breath of relief. Thankfully, the police had not taken President Ross Chain away, or it would have been disastrous for him. "Brother, this situation at that moment," the hotel's deputy manager hurriedly approached Wayne, his demeanor exuding an insufferable sycophancy. "Enough. You need not speak at this moment. Stand quietly to the side. In trivial disputes such as this, who was right or wrong was of little consequence. Aligning with the president was paramount to safeguarding one's career." The deputy manager, who previously had a camaraderie with Wayne, now clearly positioned himself against the president. Wayne, of course, had no qualms about being a stepping stone for Ross. "Good day. You are the two officers," inquired of the sharply dressed man who suddenly claimed to be the hotel's authority. "Please, officers, wait a moment." Wayne uttered this phrase before striding towards the elderly man beside Li Xiao, casting a deliberate glance at Li Xiao, pondering the relationship between this young man and President Ross Chain. "President, are you unharmed? I am not entirely aware of the circumstances. If you wish to leave, I can manage the situation here." Wayne, maintaining a facade of composure, inquired of Ross Chain. "I am fine. The matter is as follows." After a pause, Ross Chain, his gaze piercing and his demeanor commanding, simply stated, "Handle it as you see fit." Chapter 45. Attending the banquet in the opulent Western restaurant, the elegant notes of music and the expertly prepared dishes failed to captivate anyone present. All eyes were drawn to the scene of the unexpected altercation. It was assumed that the ordinarily dressed young man and the elderly gentleman would be swiftly ejected by the hotel security, only for the officers of Luosa City to escort them away. However, to everyone's astonishment, the elderly man merely made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, a senior manager arrived at the scene. Regardless of right or wrong, he steadfastly sided with the elder and the young man. Whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating about the true identity of the white-haired gentleman and his significance. "You two will be dismissed from the company. As for the guests, this restaurant is a place for dining, not a trendy spot for photographs." The manager continued, "Your actions have disturbed our patrons, and persisting in this manner is merely a waste of Luosa City police resources. Should such an incident occur again, you will be blacklisted." The two security guards, along with the previously mentioned deputy manager, were left astonished by Wayne's decisive measures. Known for his uncompromising manner, Wayne, upon grasping the situation, unhesitatingly terminated the three individuals without a second thought. "No, you cannot do this. I will file a complaint." The security guard, pale-faced, had not anticipated that a moment of bravado in front of the two women would lead to his own downfall. "Feel free to lodge your complaint." Kindly exit the restaurant to avoid further inconvenience to our patrons. Wayne coldly added, his previous cordial demeanor entirely evaporated. The deputy manager remained silent, casting an unexpected glance at the elderly man. Finally, a realization dawned upon him. Ross Chain, the head of the Chain family, whom he had seen from afar at a previous gala. I'm done for. The deputy manager's fingers trembled under his sleeve. Fully aware that his career was at an end, a single misstep could lead to his expulsion from Loser City. The Chain family was a formidable force, and he had unwittingly crossed a line. He silently hoped that Mr. Ross Chain would forget him, for otherwise, given the Chain family's influence, his future would be bleak. Filled with regret, the deputy manager silently cursed the security guard he had brought into the hotel. This damn fool. Not only has he jeopardized his own livelihood, but he has also dragged mine down with him, asked the two women, along with the hotel's former deputy manager and the two security guards exited the restaurant. Wayne, clad in a tailored suit, approached Ross Chain and inquired, President, are you satisfied with this resolution? Wayne asked this to gauge whether Ross still harbored any resentment. If the president was still aggrieved, Wayne would not hesitate to contact a few acquaintances to teach the three dismissed fools a lesson. You did well. However, the officers, under the pressure of the disgruntled security guard's insistence, were compelled to approach Li Xiao and Ross, stating, as the primary parties involved in this dispute, you must accompany us to the police station to provide statements. Wayne's expression darkened, yet he found himself powerless to intervene in full view of the public. Defying the laws of country would be the act of a fool. Even Wayne, adept at flattery and ingratiating himself with those in power, dared not breach such a taboo. The white-haired elder was about to speak, but restrained himself once more. Li Xiao, however, remained unfazed, viewing the police station visit as a trivial matter. There is no need. It is merely a minor dispute. As Li Xiao and Ross attempted to rise, a steady voice resonated from the entrance of the restaurant. Captain Dace. The two officers greeted Dace as if he were their savior. There is nothing further for you to do here. You may leave. Yes, yes. The officers exhaled in relief, glad to extricate themselves from the predicament. They had no desire to become embroiled in such matters. Thus, they departed in a flurry, their earlier arrogance replaced by embarrassment. Dace, donning a cowboy hat, removed it as he approached the white-haired elder, expressing his respect. Good day, Mr. Ross. The chief sends his regards. I trust that the young man is faring well. Ross Chain referred to the chief of the Loser City Police Department, whom he had previously supported, known as Big Black among Dace and his colleagues. Indeed, not only had the Chain family supported the Loser City Police, but they had also contributed to many other sectors, aiding several successful individuals along the way. This practice was one of the Chain family's strategies for maintaining their dominance on the global stage. They befriended those in need, and as these individuals thrived, they reciprocated, leading to further collaboration and expansion of the Chain family's influence. Thanks to your generosity, the chief is doing quite well. Dace suppressed a grin. Knowing that upon his return, Big Black might acquire yet another moniker. With malicious intent, Dace began to devise a plan to disseminate this incident without jeopardizing his own standing. This as Dace glanced at Li Xiao. Standing beside Ross, his curiosity piqued. Oh, this is my friend, Li Xiao, Ross briefly introduced, as he himself was not well acquainted with Li Xiao's background. Friend? Not only Dace, but also Wayne, who had been standing nearby, were taken aback. Astonished by the revelation of this young man's association with President Ross Chain, they began to speculate about the extraordinary nature of this youth who shared the company of such a prominent figure. Dace scrutinized Ross Chain's companion, sensing a nagging instinct honed over years of police work. For reasons unknown, he found this young man to be exceedingly dangerous. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Li Xiao, oblivious to the legendary status of the Chain family, greeted them with casual ease. Hello, hello. Dace and Wayne responded courteously. Unexpectedly encountering such unreasonable circumstances in my hotel restaurant, I wish to extend my apologies. Young man, your expenses at the hotel will be waived, and I cordially invite you to attend the banquet this evening. Please be sure to agree, as it would alleviate my guilt. Li Xiao was somewhat taken aback, realizing that this elderly gentleman was, in fact, quite wealthy. Very well, I am truly grateful to you. Without a second thought, Li Xiao accepted the offer. Who wouldn't be delighted to enjoy a complimentary meal? It wasn't as if it were a treacherous banquet. Chapter 46. Private banquet. The disturbance had clearly dampened Li Xiao's enthusiasm, and he no longer felt inclined to continue the festivities. After a brief respite following breakfast, he bid farewell to the silver-haired Ross and prepared to retreat to his suite for some well-deserved relaxation. Since ceasing work, Li Xiao had taken to sleeping at least 10 hours a day, often indulging in 12 or 14, waking up each time feeling revitalized. There was an undeniable comfort in a good night's sleep. With a hotel pillow in his embrace, Li Xiao, feeling listless, played a mobile game for a while before succumbing to another nap, closing his eyes and then opening them again. Stretching languidly, he rose to illuminate the lavish decor of his suite with bright lights and drew aside the heavy curtains, only to discover that dusk had begun to settle. Goodness, I can't believe I slept for so long. But perhaps it is for the best. Time off to truly rest and recuperate. Li Xiao paid little mind to the agreement regarding the sale of gold set for the following day. Allowing himself another round of leisure, he chuckled to himself, preparing to freshen up when suddenly, a knock resonated at the suite door. Who could it be? Li Xiao mused, having no acquaintances in M country. Hello. Upon opening the door, he was met by a stranger in a suit, who politely inquired, Good day, sir. Mr. Rothschild invites you to a banquet this evening at 9:00 p.m. Your attendance is essential. The man, impeccably dressed and composed, inspired no discomfort in Li Xiao. It was evident that he was professionally trained. After delivering his message, the gentleman handed over an exquisitely crafted invitation. Li Xiao accepted it. Watching the man depart before closing the door, pondering, I wonder what kind of banquet this is. Nonetheless, having received the invitation, perhaps it would be wise to broaden my horizons, Li Xiao resolved. During his time in Z country, life had been quite the struggle. The daily grind from 8 to 6 often required overtime, and his earnings were hard-won. Now, having arrived in M country, the prospect of attending a banquet, regardless of its nature, was likely to be a gathering of the elite. He viewed it as compensation for his earlier experiences. Furthermore, having made a promise to the silver-haired elder, Li Xiao was not one to break his word. After grooming himself and indulging in a few more hours of gaming, he finally donned formal attire, ready to attend the banquet at the hotel. The Hilton, a prestigious venue, was hosting the event. Those in attendance were likely to possess considerable influence. In such settings, one must be mindful of their demeanor. It is prudent not to provoke unnecessary trouble. In these circumstances, a single word or gesture could lead to speculation. How exhausting. Although he bore no fear of offending anyone, he certainly had no intention of instigating conflict. Beneath the night sky, the city of Rosa exuded an air of mystery. The Hilton Hotel, situated on 56th T Street, was today hosting a discreet, socially exclusive banquet. Attendees were predominantly influential figures, including notable personalities from the arts and culture. But many were businesspeople seeking to network and discuss market trends. A young man of Eastern descent entered the banquet hall, unremarkable in appearance, thus failing to capture much attention, unless one possessed ulterior motives. Few would notice this young man from Z country. Is this the Z country individual? What background does he have to befriend Mr. Rothschild? I'm not sure. I'll look into it later. He must possess some extraordinary qualities. At the edge of the second floor, two blonde, blue-eyed foreigners discussed the figure. Had Li Xiao been present, he would have recognized one as Wayne, the hotel manager who had previously assisted him with the silver-haired elder's troubles. Oblivious, Li Xiao entered the banquet hall, where the opulent decorations and guests diverted attention away from him. Enchanting foreign beauties, each exquisitely adorned, graced the venue. The wealthy ZD tycoon, undoubtedly a primary client of the former, crossed his mind as Li Xiao indulged in his darkly humorous musings, often prone to pondering the depths of human nature. Handsome princes from Y country, beautiful princesses, M country's oil magnates, and D country's film industry moguls were all present at this gathering of hundreds. In that moment, Li Xiao realized the silver-haired elder he encountered earlier wielded far greater influence than he had anticipated. The distinguished gentleman mingled in circles, exchanging pleasantries with smiles yet refraining from boisterous laughter. In such settings, unrestrained speech, even devoid of significance, could easily be misconstrued as impolite. With no acquaintances in attendance, Li Xiao found himself unable to engage in conversation. He had been at the event for quite some time without encountering the silver-haired elder who had invited him. Thus, curiosity regarding the elder's identity grew. He vaguely recalled the hotel manager addressing him as President Ross. Yet, with so many presidents around, Li Xiao had no way of knowing which one it was. Ultimately, He was merely a laborer, unable to traverse the realms of the extraordinary. In the past, conversations with friends revolved around countries, grand events, and idle banter, far removed from the expertise that could easily overshadow him. Lost in thought, Li Xiao had wandered to a wall, sipping red wine, completely unaware of the impending danger. Darling, darling, that is the Eastern bumpkin. And where is that old man now? The two of them made me lose face this morning. Ruth clung to her lover's arm, pointing in disdain at Li Xiao's figure, her gaze seething with contempt, wishing she could devour the man who had embarrassed her. The tall, muscular man glanced in the direction Ruth indicated. And, eager to vindicate his mistress, he approached the Eastern man. Hey, you, country bumpkin, do you know who I am? Is this a place for someone like you? Bowers, looking down at the man clad in cheap formal wear, asked with a tone of derision, entirely dismissing Li Xiao. Me? Li Xiao replied, puzzled, as he did not recognize the man before him. However, upon noticing the woman beside him, he quickly understood. Ah, so you've come to stir trouble. With an impassive facade, Li Xiao replied, of course, someone invited me. Chapter 47. Educating a son. Humph. Do you even know the purpose of this banquet? With such grandeur, who would invite a bumpkin? Bowers scoffed, refusing to believe a plainly dressed man could be a legitimate guest. Do you know old Shane, the director? The burly man approached Li Xiao, casually patting him on the shoulder, his expression and tone dripping with scorn. Were it not for the exceptional nature of this gathering, he would have delighted in knocking the Eastern man to the ground. He did not assume that all Easterners were adept in martial arts, akin to Bruce Lee. Indeed, I do not know him. Li Xiao responded candidly. He was intrigued to discover what the imposing foreigner intended to do. Ruth, witnessing the man's discomfort, wore a smug smile. Look at him, humph. Bowers snickered, ready to continue his derisive remarks when a deep, authoritative voice interrupted from behind. The silver-haired elder, accompanied by a tall, blond young man, approached Li Xiao. Art Li Xiao is my invited guest. Although this banquet is for young Al's birthday, I believe it should not pose an issue. Young man, do you have any objections? Upon hearing his grandfather's inquiry, Al Chain's gaze swept between Li Xiao and the foreign couple, taking in the scene. Who are you? Bowers began, sensing something amiss, but before he could continue, another familiar voice rang out. Mr. Ross Chain, I never expected to see you here. What a fortunate encounter. Li Xiao, along with Bowers and others, turned to see two individuals approaching, one of whom Li Xiao astonishingly recognized. Fourth brother introduced me to Mr. Barton, who was eager to part with his gold, and Mr. Barton's assistant, Charles Li Xiao. You two have appeared at Al Chain's birthday banquet. It's unbelievable. Li Xiao smiled but did not respond to Barton's words. The main issue of the gathering had yet to be resolved. What transpired? Bowers, what have you done to upset Mr. Ross Chain and Li Xiao? Upon seeing his wayward son Bowers, Barton's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing the gravity of the situation but unable to leave, he could only inquire, Father? The atmosphere had abruptly reversed. Bowers never anticipated that his own father, Barton, along with the illustrious Al Chain and the renowned Mr. Ross Chain, would be acquainted with this oriental bumpkin. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. Bowers forced a smile, more bitter than sweet, and responded weakly, Is that so? As a father, Barton was all too aware of his son's character. Moreover, Li Xiao was his business partner, and a substantial commission awaited him. He had already resolved to thoroughly discipline his unworthy son to instill some sense into him. Just then, without waiting for Bowers to finish, a tall man, his face adorned with flesh, clad in a white suit, approached the gathering. What a lively scene! Allow me to see what has transpired, the newcomer exclaimed, utterly disregarding the private nature of the banquet. Out of respect, Al Chain merely furrowed his brow. The sight of this man, particularly for Barton, who sought to defuse the situation, was akin to facing a formidable adversary. He was none other than Barton's sworn enemy in Lhasa City. Jean Bin, perhaps I can uncover the origins of this matter and even mediate, Jean Bin said with a smile, his facial flesh quivering with mirth. Such commotion naturally drew the attention of everyone present. Shifting more gazes towards Li Xiao, Ross Chain, and others. Since a conflict has arisen, Mr. Li Xiao, as my invited guest, you may speak freely. I am here to ensure justice for you. No one is permitted to create disturbances in the Chain family. No one, the silver-haired elder, Ross Chain, spoke with a glint of terrifying intent in his eyes, a palpable hostility. Those in the know understood that this statement was directed not only at Li Xiao but also at certain individuals present. Observing this tension, Li Xiao cast a glance at the robust foreign man and the woman he had seen in the morning. He then glanced at Barton, the portly man in the white suit, and silently mourned for them. "You may well seek your own fortune," Li Xiao then spoke. "The matter, in high society, where everyone holds an air of superiority over the ordinary, such words must never be uttered in public." After a long pause, Li Xiao, seemingly unperturbed, recounted the events as they were, paying no heed to the pleading gazes of the young couple. He expressed, "I apologize, but since you instigated this, it seems only reasonable for me to take advantage of your misfortune. This is how one ought to behave. Either refrain from causing trouble or bear the consequences of your actions. Thus, this incident falls squarely on Bauer's shoulders. Mr. Barton, you must properly discipline your young one. The arrogance and ignorance of youth, if encountered in my presence, would merely earn them a reprimand. However, should they cross paths with someone of a less forgiving temperament outside, the outcome may not be so easily resolved." Ross Chain cast a sidelong glance at Jean Bin in the white suit. Aware that both Barton and Jean Bin were sworn enemies in Lhasa City, Ross Chain did not spare Jean Bin any dignity, directly rebuking him, which left Barton looking rather displeased. Jean Bin mirrored this sentiment. Yet neither dared to retaliate, for both understood the immense power of the Chain family. As for Li Xiao, who had business dealings with Barton, he would not dare offend him. Who would willingly turn their back on money? Billions in cash to forfeit? It was only natural for Barton to teach his son a lesson. Realizing this, Barton prepared to discipline his unworthy offspring. "Mr. Li, I apologize for the inconvenience. Indeed, it is Bauer's fault." Barton strode over to Bowers and his girlfriend, disregarding the presence of others, and sternly commanded, "Slap yourself. Apologize to Mr. Li." Chapter 48. Unseen speculation. "Father, it was this woman who instigated everything. It has nothing to do with me," Bowers hastily explained, pushing away his object of desire. "Did you hear? Slap yourself." Seeing his father's fury directed at him, Bowers quickly sought an excuse, laying all blame on his mistress. Being publicly humiliated was hardly a matter of pride. Barton observed his son's juvenile antics with a silent shake of his head, lamenting, "How could I have produced such a foolish child?" If Bowers had merely slapped himself lightly to learn his lesson, now, as a father, Barton was determined to ensure Bowers would never forget this lesson. "You slap your own face. You slap your own face." Unmoved by his son's pleas for mercy, Barton was resolute. To openly defy him in front of the guests was unforgivable. This alone solidified Barton's determination to teach him a harsh lesson. Noticing the lack of action from the two, Barton continued, "What? Do you wish for me to intervene personally?" Bowers felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, fully aware that his father was serious. If he did not satisfy his father's expectations, he would likely face the same fate again upon returning home. Resolutely, Bowers made up his mind. He slapped his mistress across the face and then, in a swift motion, dealt himself 2 slaps, smack, smack. Instantly, his mistress let out a pained cry. The force of the slap left her disheveled, her face swollen, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Compared to women, men were certainly more resilient. However, Bowers' own 2 slaps also left deep red imprints on his skin. Today is Mr. Chain's glorious day. Otherwise, I would not let this slide so easily. Reflect on your actions when you return, and do not embarrass me further. With that, the two, under Barton's reprimand, left the hotel banquet in a daze. Ladies and gentlemen, it was merely a minor incident. Let us continue with the music and dance. Do not allow them to disrupt Mr. Chain's birthday celebration. Barton, seasoned and wise, scanned the crowd with a smile, entirely unconcerned that the one who had just been slapped was his own son. With a casual wave, he made everyone forget the recent unpleasantness. Since the father had spoken, what objections could outsiders possibly raise? "Lee, I hope my son has not caused you any distress." "Of course not." Faced with Barton's conciliatory demeanor, even the most reasonable person would refrain from pressing the issue further. Moreover, the situation had not escalated to that extent. Barton and Li Xiao exchanged a few more pleasantries, soon shifting the conversation to the details of their gold transaction scheduled for the following day. Indeed, quite a skillful maneuver. Li Xiao marveled inwardly, recognizing that few individuals who reached a certain standing were simple folk. Jean Bin, clad in a white suit, grew increasingly wary of his old adversary in Lhasa City, finding him even more formidable than before. Ross Chain, with his head of white hair, nodded in satisfaction. Jean Bin had not hesitated to discipline his son, granting Ross Chain a considerable face. Should any business arise in the future, he might be inclined to make concessions for him. Meanwhile, Chain remained silent, more focused on the resolution of the situation than the events that had transpired. He harbored curiosity about the identity and background of this young Oriental man who had garnered the attention of both Barton and his grandfather. After finishing his conversation with Barton, Li Xiao was about to take a sip of his drink when he was approached. "Hello, I am Al Chain of the Chain Family. It is a pleasure to meet you here, my Eastern friend." With these questions in mind, Al Chain stepped up to Li Xiao, politely extending his right hand. Noting the fluent Eastern language spoken by the other, Li Xiao, without overthinking, extended his own hand for a handshake. With a smile and courteous demeanor, he replied, "Li Xiao, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. Your command of the Eastern Z language is quite impressive. Should you ever visit Z country, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal." Certainly, El Chain responded with humble politeness, his demeanor devoid of any trace of extravagance. At least on the surface, Ross Chain, observing his grandson engaging amiably with a young man of Eastern appearance, could not help but smile. This seemingly mundane scene piqued the curiosity and confusion of the attendees at the banquet. What could be the true identity and background of this Eastern gentleman? This spectacle naturally caught the attention of the two old rivals, Barton and Jean Bing, who exchanged glances at Li Xiao. "Mr. Long C must be concealing something. This young Eastern man cannot possibly be as he is described in the records." Simultaneously, other magnates of Losha City, including Jean Bing himself, pondered, "I must conduct a thorough investigation upon my return." All of this was of no concern to Li Xiao, who remained blissfully unaware of the conjectures surrounding him. Aside from a minor incident earlier, the birthday celebration was filled with joy and revelry. Li Xiao learned from the conversations around him just how formidable the Chain family's power and influence were. He never imagined that a trip abroad would lead him to meet the big boss of the Chain family. Initially skeptical, Li Xiao became convinced as he observed the awe-stricken gazes of the guests at the banquet. The events that had transpired drew more attention to him, and naturally, he attracted the gaze of many elegantly dressed foreign beauties, who sent him flirtatious glances. These gestures went unnoticed by Li Xiao, who was criticized by some for his lack of romantic awareness. His mind was solely focused on the pressing matter of liquidating gold the following day. He had no desire to squander time and energy on poker. His full attention needed to be dedicated to the gold transaction, as for poker. Once he had money, when could he not play? Gathering 3 or 5 female friends to play do de jeu at any time would be an effortless endeavor. With wealth at his disposal, would Li Xiao lack for female companionship upon his return to his homeland? At that point, as long as he had the means, transforming into a wolf of war would pose no challenge. All good things must come to an end. After consuming a few more drinks and sampling some food, time flew by. Li Xiao excused himself before the others, turning towards his hotel suite. With a slight intoxication, Li Xiao reclined on the grand bed of the hotel. "Li, Mr. Li, let us unwind. My services will undoubtedly provide you with value for your money." A graceful foreign masseuse, seeing that Li Xiao had lost consciousness, promptly began her work. Chapter 49. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. The morning, in Country M, on the third day of his stay in Losha City, Li Xiao awoke to find that the foreign beauty from the previous night had already departed from his luxurious hotel suite. Fog lingered in the air above the city as Li Xiao, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, elegantly savored a cup of coffee. It had been some time since he had risen this early. Perhaps it was due to the restful sleep he enjoyed last night that he awoke particularly early today. Despite being intoxicated, Li Xiao could still sense the commotion from last night. He quickly shook his head, suppressing the desires that began to rise within him. Today, he had significant matters to attend to, the transaction of gold for cash. This crucial juncture demanded his utmost focus. One must discern the appropriate times for business and leisure. Clarity is essential. In the hotel suite, Li Xiao stretched his body and changed his attire. Before engaging in the gold transaction, there was something he needed to do. Although the location for the gold transaction was determined by the other party, Li Xiao felt it necessary to investigate beforehand to avoid falling into a trap. caution is never misplaced. With this thought in mind, Li Xiao donned the infiltrator combat suit and swiftly leapt from the hotel window. Seizing the early morning hours in Luoxia City, when few people roamed the streets, he navigated between the buildings, making his way to the agreed-upon location. Outside Luoxia City, Point 72 and D Street, West District, a spacious large storage warehouse. Sigh. I wonder what the boss is thinking. How could they possibly arrive this early before the sun has even risen, leaving us here waiting for the goods? A sharply dressed foreign man complained to his companions. Do you think I want to be here? Who dares defy the boss's orders? You should have seen how Master Bowers looked yesterday. Ha ha ha, a complete fool. Clearly, the events from the banquet last night had already spread throughout Luoxia City. What might seem like a trivial matter of a father reprimanding his son could become common knowledge among the staff. If one were not foolish, a moment's reflection would reveal that someone was undoubtedly stirring the pot behind the scenes. Ha ha ha! In the shadows of the warehouse, Li Xiao, encased in the combat suit, listened intently to the conversation of the two men through the suit's audio system, capturing every word. Without hesitation, the figure of the infiltrator vanished into the shadows, easily evading the patrolling guards while positioning himself above the warehouse's perimeter. Li Xiao activated the detection system of the combat suit. Indeed, he found no signs of the other party having malicious intent. They seemed to be honest. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to turn hostile. It would be a massacre of epic proportions. Just as Li Xiao was about to leave and return to the hotel, the combat suit alerted him to unusual activity detected in the northwest. 17 armed personnel, danger level, low, classification level, unrecorded in the database. A prompt sounded in his ear as the combat suit's helmet displayed the presence of 17 individuals wielding firearms. Good heavens, are they trying to set a trap for me? A murderous intent flashed in Li Xiao's eyes, filled with a nameless fury. Observing one of the armed personnel stealthily approaching the warehouse, he initially assumed it was directed at him. However, upon further reflection, Li Xiao felt something was amiss. If this were aimed at me, why would they need to approach stealthily? Li Xiao surmised that perhaps these individuals were enemies of the other party. It was important to note that the individuals Li Xiao was dealing with, Barton and Charles, were not the sort to engage in benign business dealings. Otherwise, they would not be involved in such transactions. One must proceed with caution. The more critical the matter, the slower one should take it. Li Xiao decided to adopt the role of an observer, intending to watch what these individuals were truly up to. Outsiders often possess foresight regarding unfolding events. Fire Dragon, the brothers have scouted the area. This place is remote. Reinforcements cannot arrive in a short time. There are no more than 30 people inside and outside the warehouse. If we launch a surprise attack, we should be able to resolve this smoothly. A foreign man with a tuft of red hair, his expression cold, listened to his subordinate's report without hastily issuing commands. Instead, he fixated on the watch on his wrist. According to Mr. Jean Bing's instructions, there are still 10 minutes remaining. Last night, Mr. Jean Bing received secret intelligence that his old rival was engaged in a major transaction worth billions. Thus, the boss dispatched him to intercept the fully armed Fire Dragon. With a serious demeanor, quietly instructed those behind him. Launch the attack in 10 minutes. Quickly conclude the battle, then clean up the scene. Understood. Understood. Listening to the responses of the special forces under Mr. Jean Bing, it was evident how much trust the boss placed in him. They were among the few elite private forces under Mr. Jean Bing, each having undergone professional training. Unless God himself intervened, Fire Dragon could hardly imagine anyone who could stop them. 10 minutes passed swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye. Action. The red-haired Fire Dragon lowered his voice and decisively issued the command. Bayou the intermittent sounds, through the sniper's scope, silenced bullets accurately struck the guards in suits around the perimeter of the warehouse. Outer guards neutralized. Understood. Preparing to launch an assault on the interior of the warehouse, continuing the attack. Observing the corpses nearby, Jean Bing's aide, Fire Dragon, remained cold and unfeeling, continuing to give orders. Clearly, the remaining guards inside the warehouse were no different from those outside, unable to react in time, let alone mount a defense before being taken down. Inside the warehouse, the fully armed assault personnel successfully occupied the premises, pointing their weapons at the few survivors on the ground. Who are you? I am. Barton's subordinate, filled with dread, barely had time to utter his last words before Fire Dragon, standing before him, raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang. With a signal, more armed personnel also pulled their triggers. No prisoners taken. dressed appropriately. The arrival time of the other party remains uncertain, yet under the command of the red-haired fire dragon, all armed personnel methodically changed out of their original attire and donned suits that rightfully belonged to Patton's faction. Above the warehouse, Li Xiao, clad in his combat armor, observed this unfolding scene with keen interest. He could not help but blink in disbelief, pondering, had I not come to scout in advance, I might have found myself at odds with Patton's side. In such a scenario, even if the opposition were justified, Li Xiao would be compelled to heed their explanations, while they would likely misconstrue him as the instigator. Furrowing his brow, Li Xiao contemplated how to resolve the situation. After a moment's reflection, he concluded, it is best to wait until Patton and his associates arrive with the cash for the transaction, allowing this group to deal with Patton's men first. I shall then emerge as the savior. Unless circumstances change, I shall proceed accordingly. Resolute in his decision, Li Xiao opted for a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lay in wait. Chapter 50. The oriole awaits several hours later. As the clock struck 9:00, a large truck trailed by 3 black sedans arrived at the warehouse. Following the signal from the personnel surrounding the warehouse, the truck backed into the premises. While the 3 black sedans remained stationary, my God, over $1 billion in cash, I wonder when I might possess such wealth. Charles stepped out from one of the black sedans, a black briefcase in hand. His expression and words laced with deep envy. The computer within the briefcase was designated for the transfer in this gold transaction. The truck was intended to transport several tons of gold being traded. Let us go. Everyone inside, the mysterious guests from the east should arrive shortly. At Charles's command. His subordinates made their way into the warehouse. However, they were entirely oblivious to the fact that the original guards had been replaced. And unfamiliar eyes now regarded them. What is happening? Where is Chris? Upon entering the warehouse, Charles scrutinized the unfamiliar faces among his subordinates, his expression shifting to one of displeasure. Chris has gone, before he could finish. All the individuals within the warehouse raised their pre-prepared weapons, aiming them at Charles and his entourage. What are you doing? Are you attempting to rebel? Charles, both startled and furious, suppressed his urge to draw his weapon and questioned the armed men now directing their guns at him. Charles, I didn't expect Mr. Patton would send you to conclude this transaction. This transaction must be of considerable significance. Suddenly, the individual who appeared on the warehouse steps jolted Charles into realization. Alas, it was too late. It's you, Fire Dragon, the lapdog of Jean Bing. Such despicable tactics. If you have the ability, come down and face me one-on-one. Internally, Charles felt a sense of foreboding, yet he maintained a facade of bravado. Do you think I look like a fool? I advise you to choose your words carefully. Heh. Who holds the upper hand now? The fire dragon wore a sinister expression, a strange smile creeping across his face. Recognizing the futility of escape, Charles darkly inquired, what do you intend to do, Simple? Reveal the purpose of your transaction, and I shall see it through for you. Charles understood the implication behind the fire dragon's words. In your dreams, I would never betray Mr. Patton. The fire dragon was unsurprised by Charles's declaration. He knew him to be one of Patton's most loyal. I am well aware that you would not betray Patton. However, do you believe others will share your loyalty? With that, the red-haired fire dragon raised his handgun, directing it toward a foreign-suited man standing beside Charles. Boss, I cannot die. I have an 80-year-old mother and 7 children relying on me. Listening to his subordinates' pleas for mercy, Charles felt a twitch at the corners of his eyes and mouth, uncertain how to respond, and no surprises here. The men under Jean Bing learned of Charles and his group's intentions through the pleas of this relatively trustworthy subordinate. The transaction involves gold, cash amounting to over $1 billion. Upon hearing this, the fire dragon was bathed in delight, his smile unwavering. Prior to departure, Mr. Jean had promised him that all proceeds from this mission would belong to him, striking it rich, over $1 billion in cash. And several tons of gold. The red-haired fire dragon reveled for a moment before his expression turned cold as he began issuing commands to his subordinates. Take him away. Treat my old friend with utmost respect, and be sure to extract the computer's password from Charles's associate. A chill ran down Charles's spine. He could already envision the horrific tortures awaiting him. To betray the boss. No, that would only lead to a worse fate. They wouldn't spare me either. Without hesitation, Charles dismissed this notion of survival from his mind. As a seasoned player in the underworld, He understood the rules governing his realm. You possess value. Thus, you may live a while longer, perhaps delaying your demise. The moment you lose your value and lack support, you will be ruthlessly eliminated. As his subordinates led his old friend away, the fire dragon coldly uttered, "As for the others, heh." Listening to the fire dragon's words, everyone immediately grasped the implication. Soon after, screams filled the warehouse, followed by an eerie silence. The opposition had unwittingly delivered Li Xiao right to their doorstep. Little did they know, Li Xiao had already taken on the role of an outsider. Lurking in the shadows of the warehouse, utilizing his apocalyptic combat armor. Those who make a living through mischief are truly not to be underestimated. Li Xiao mused, lamenting the impending failure of their scheme. Now, let us personally experience the greetings of the apocalyptic armor. With that thought, a chilling murderous intent ignited in Li Xiao's eyes. The infiltrator combat armor immediately shifted to combat mode. Faced with these armed forces, perhaps it would be somewhat challenging for any elite unit from around the world to defeat them. However, equipped with the technological superiority of the apocalyptic world, Li Xiao could eliminate these individuals with little effort. In fact, he could effortlessly execute a one-sided massacre. With technology a century ahead of the present day, even after enduring the ravages of warfare in the apocalyptic world, it remained a formidable force in the current reality. With a resounding crash, Li Xiao, donning his combat armor, shattered through the warehouse as protective roof and descended into the interior. What is happening? What has occurred? It seems something has fallen. The red-haired foreign man, Fire Dragon, stood closest and clearly discerned the figure before him. This marked the curtain call of Fire Dragon's life. Once the dust settled, a metallic humanoid figure emerged within the line of sight of Jin Bing's armed men. Upon witnessing this anomaly, the men instinctively raised their weapons, aiming at the strange entity in the center of the warehouse. With a barrage of automatic rifles unleashed, the firepower, while not as potent as a Gatling gun, was still beyond the capacity of ordinary beings to withstand. Yet, how could these individuals fathom that what lay before them was a killing machine from an entirely different dimensional world? As they aimed, Li Xiao remained unperturbed. Heh. Encased in combat armor, Li Xiao chuckled softly before issuing a quiet command. Combat armor, detection cannon. Suddenly, 6 energy cannons extended from the back of the infiltrator combat armor. The moment they emerged, they simultaneously locked onto the gathered individuals with infrared targeting. Whenever Li Xiao desired, he could obliterate them into mere ashes. Even though these 6 energy cannons were primarily designed for exploration and protection in the apocalyptic world and lacked the capacity to inflict significant damage on the apocalyptic beasts, Li Xiao, draped in combat armor, resembled a 6-winged reaper, coldly surveying all present. Those who dare to target me shall meet their demise. Chapter 51. Completing the transaction tracking, locking, launch, with a chilling command, Li Xiao issued the order to annihilate. The 6 deployed railgun shoulder cannons, after a brief moment of charging, unleashed a terrifying roar. Boom. A wave of azure light engulfed the warehouse, akin to the assault of 6 enhanced RPGs, instantly overturning the structure and leaving chaos in its wake. The red-haired fire dragon, closest to the armored combat suit, had no time to react. In an instant, he was obliterated, leaving little more than remnants behind. The remaining individuals met a similar fate. Even those who were not struck by the railgun were caught in the aftershocks. As the partial collapse of the warehouse proved sufficient to inflict catastrophic casualties. Having accomplished this, Li Xiao wore a satisfied smile, deeply appreciating the battle armor that hailed from a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, amid the unconscious and the wounded, there were still those who had not quite met their end. Li Xiao felt compelled to deliver the finishing blow, in the superdynamic perspective afforded by the armor. No one could feign death in the presence of the combat suit. Li Xiao unfurled his retractable wrist blade and slowly approached the gasping survivors. Thud, blood splattered, accompanied by cries of agony and muted groans. Without exception, all those present, save for Li Xiao, were systematically silenced, ensuring no future threats remained. However, Li Xiao did not disengage the combat armor's armed state. He still needed to assist his trading partner, Charles, at the edge of the warehouse. In a cold, damp basement, Charles was bound like a dumpling, blindfolded, with 2 menacing thugs standing beside him. Listen, I advise you to confess the computer password. Comply, and you will be free to leave. Otherwise, you shall taste tortures akin to hell. He. The two henchmen of Golden Pin surrounded the bound Charles, issuing blunt threats. Charles was no fool. He understood that his survival hinged upon his knowledge of the trading computer's password. Theo divulge, it would likely spell his doom. Besides, even if he surrendered, his boss would not let him off the hook upon his return. Reflecting on this, Charles resolved not to betray his superior, even at the cost of his life. Damned fool. This is your own doing. One thug approached Charles, knife in hand, preparing to demonstrate his methods. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from outside, reminiscent of an earthquake. Boom. What on earth? I'll go check it out. As the two men snapped back to reality, they momentarily abandoned their torment of Charles. Just as one thug reached the basement door and swung it open, he was met with a glinting blade and the blink of an eye. A crimson line appeared across his neck, and his head fell away. Thud. The basement door was kicked open violently, revealing Li Xiao in his combat armor. This place is quite adequate. Were it not for the mimetic vision and red-hot scan, I might have had difficulty finding it. Li Xiao's words brimmed with admiration for the killing instrument that originated from a world ravaged by the apocalypse. Help me! I'm Charles. Save me! Suspended in midair, Charles, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, called out desperately, like a drowning man grasping for a life raft. However, Li Xiao was not merely a lifeline. He was the vessel that would carry him to safety. The remaining henchmen, quick-witted, spotted the change in circumstances and attempted to seize Charles. Yet, how could his speed compare to that of Li Xiao, clad in exoskeletal combat armor? In an instant, Li Xiao darted from the shadows, appearing before the thug without warning. Slice. Li Xiao plunged his wrist blade deep into the thug's abdomen, twisting it violently before withdrawing it. The air was instantly thick with the metallic scent of blood, enveloping the not-so-spacious basement. Even Charles, suspended above, could smell the blood, causing him to shiver in terror. Please, don't kill me. I can give you the password. I can give you the password. In that pivotal moment between life and death, the last vestige of rationality Charles had clung to evaporated entirely. Mr. Charles, if Mr. Burton were to learn of your swift surrender, I dare say he would not be pleased. Who are you? Though blindfolded, Charles could discern from the tone that his would-be executioner had no intention of killing him. Li Xiao chuckled lightly, deactivating the combat armor and, as if nothing had happened, picked up the short blade he had used to dispatch the thug. He severed the ropes binding Charles and removed his blindfold. Mr. Li Xiao, it's a pleasure to see you. Likewise, the relief of narrowly escaping death left Charles somewhat flustered, and he neglected to consider the gravity of the situation as he greeted Li Xiao. Li Xiao, unfazed, smiled and spoke in a relaxed tone. We still have a transaction to complete. Of course. Charles, alive and now keenly aware of the two lifeless bodies on the ground, hurriedly agreed and stood up to retrieve the computer that lay nearby. Just as he was about to input the password, he hesitated and asked, Mr. Li Xiao, did you bring the gold? I've already placed it in the truck for you. Li Xiao had anticipated Charles's capture and retrieved the gold from storage space, placing it in the truck prepared by Charles' associates. All right, I'll transfer the funds immediately. Could you please provide the account password? Charles inquired simply, trusting Li Xiao implicitly, as the man had saved him. Li Xiao's identity further minimized any doubts. Acquainted with Mr. Rothschild, a friend of Mr. Long C. Soon after, in the cold, damp basement of the warehouse, the transaction was completed. Ding. As Charles finalized the transfer, Li Xiao's phone buzzed with a text message. He glanced at it briefly. 10 digits. Li Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Now that the transaction is complete, I shall take my leave. I've dealt with those unknown nuisances for you, but I do hope our next transaction does not require such a performance. Having said this, Li Xiao disregarded Charles, turning to exit the basement of the warehouse. Charles stood in stunned silence for a moment. After a dozen seconds, he regained his senses, only to find upon emerging into the main warehouse that Li Xiao had vanished. And there was no sight of the anticipated reinforcements or convoy. All that met his eyes were the wreckage of the warehouse and the bodies in various states of demise, the mysterious Eastern land. What other secrets might it conceal? Charles sighed, then hurried to the rear of the truck. Only when his gaze was filled with the sight of yellow bricks did he finally exhale in relief. Thank goodness I managed to complete the task assigned by the boss, however, upon witnessing the near total annihilation of his own men. A great headache loomed over Charles as he realized he would have to face the music upon his return. Damn that fat fool. Chapter 52. The soft and adorable girl time had drifted to noon on 56th Street at the Haitan International Hotel. In the suite where Li Xiao resided, he lay sprawled on the mattress, carefree and without a care for appearances. Gazing at the substantial sum displayed on his phone screen, he felt an overwhelming sense of elevation. 1.7 billion. Initially, Li Xiao had estimated the amount to be around 1.5 or 1.6 billion. He had not anticipated such a staggering total. Struck it rich? After a while, Li Xiao murmured, feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction envelop him. With matters concluded, it was time for him to return home. He decided to book a flight for the following day. From now on, I shall always fly first class whenever the opportunity arises. Before long, Li Xiao had booked a flight for his return to his homeland, opting for first class without a second thought. With half a day remaining in the U.S., he was uncertain of where to spend it. As lunchtime approached, he decided to seek out something to eat. Rubbing his belly with a smile, he made his way outside the hotel, eager to indulge in a meal at the hotel's upscale restaurant. However, after the previous encounter with the pretentious, snobbish clientele, his impression of the hotel's dining options had significantly soured. It's unnecessary. I can't be bothered to revisit that place. To avoid recalling unpleasant memories, Li Xiao pondered for a moment before recalling where he could satisfy his lunch cravings. To the old haunt, Zihuakai in Chinatown, Li Xiao could hardly contain his excitement. The delicacies of his homeland, surely they surpassed any mere fries, hamburgers, or paltry sides, not to mention a hefty steak. They were both affordable and delicious. Indeed, the industrious and earnest people of Z country knew how to savor life. Stepping out of the Haitan Hotel, Li Xiao hailed a taxi and climbed inside. Hey, driver, take me to Chinatown, please. Okay. The taxi driver, upon noticing the Eastern features of his passenger, spoke fluently in a charmingly smooth Eastern language, which momentarily took Li Xiao by surprise. To avoid any potential awkwardness, Li Xiao deliberately left a couple of extra bills as he exited the cab, eliciting a broad grin from the driver. Take care, handsome, the driver called out cheerfully. Upon arriving at Zihua Cuisine, Li Xiao glanced up at the restaurant sign and strode confidently inside. Boss, serve me your finest food and drink. No matter the cost, he exclaimed upon entering. However, the anticipated warm welcome was conspicuously absent. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Li Xiao pondered, have foreigners become this aloof? He recalled that although the previous owner was skilled, he was amiable enough. Li Xiao was lost in thought. A petite girl, barely a meter tall, ambled out from behind the counter. Uncle, what do you need? My father hasn't returned yet. He's gone to other places with many uncles. Her soft voice melted Li Xiao's heart instantly. Stay composed, Li Xiao. You are a fan of mature women, not little girls. He chastised himself internally, but his heart softened nonetheless. With a serious expression, he approached the adorable girl, crouched down and gently ruffled her hair. Little darling, may I have a hug? Okay, but you must promise me something, she replied, her sweet voice striking a chord with Li Xiao. All right, what is it, little one? Li Xiao engaged the child in playful conversation to pass the time. Can you help me find my father? She asked innocently. Li Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Locating someone in Luosa City was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Sure. Just as Li Xiao prepared to continue the charade, a figure appeared behind the girl and swiftly picked her up. Caught off guard, Li Xiao had to react quickly as a sudden attack came his way. A right roundhouse kick followed by a left front kick. Fortunately, the assailant was hindered by the child in his arms, and Li Xiao managed to evade both strikes. Wait a moment. Why did you attack me out of the blue? He demanded, stepping back to create distance. Are you not one of Jin Bing's subordinates? The elder replied, his expression grave. Jin Bing? I am not familiar with him, Li Xiao responded, mentally noting the name, as he had dealt with more than a few of Jin Bing's associates. The elder, stern-faced, maintained his vigilance, his gaze fixed on Li Xiao. Yesterday, a man claiming to be Jin Bing's subordinate caused a disturbance here. I'm sorry, but we do not conduct business with troublemakers. Please leave, he stated, turning to leave and avoiding further entanglement. But Grandpa, this uncle said he would help me find my father. The girl's plea halted the elder in his tracks. He turned to Li Xiao, asking, Do you know Kuer? Somewhat. Li Xiao hesitated for a moment before responding. Under the elder's scrutinizing gaze, he recounted his experience at Zihua Cuisine. After a while, the elder said, "So it seems that gang has taken my son." They sat down at a table, Magua holding his granddaughter. "Is that so?" Li Xiao replied uncertainly, glancing at the child who was blinking at him. "Young man, do you know who they are? Can you help me find them?" The elder's expression darkened. Li Xiao merely wanted a meal, yet trouble seemed to find him regardless. He began, intending to say he couldn't help, but the little girl's pleading eyes softened his resolve. She was a little angel after all. "With half a day left in country," he sighed, "I will do my best, but I cannot guarantee anything." "You are the best," she exclaimed, and before Li Xiao could react, she climbed onto the table and gave him a peck on the cheek. "Young man, I just arrived in country as well. I didn't want to come. But when this little one heard her father was in trouble, she insisted on coming," the elder lamented, likely referring to his strained relationship with Li Xiao's acquaintance. "The chef named Ku. That wretched woman and my irresponsible son. All he does is gamble," the elder fumed. "As an outsider." Li Xiao remained silent, respecting the family's privacy. "Grandpa, please don't blame Daddy and Mommy." The little girl chimed in. "All right, my dear granddaughter, I won't blame them," the elder replied. Lifting her once more, Li Xiao took the opportunity to make a call. "Hello, Charles? I need you to look up someone." "His name is?" he said, glancing at the elder for a prompt. "Wang Ku." Wang Ku, on the other end, Charles, having just returned to his boss's office, recognized the mysterious Eastern caller. "No problem. My Eastern friend, I will do my utmost to assist you." "You are my savior," he assured. Chapter 53. Master Magua Country, Luosa City, Chinatown. Wang Ku, Ma Ku. "Is he your adopted son?" "Indeed." Li Xiao engaged in conversation with the elder before him, gradually piecing together the story. The elder, Magua, was the father of Ma Ku and a devoted practitioner of traditional martial arts. After retiring, he developed his own health regimen, primarily for the elderly, and had gained widespread attention through radio and television broadcasts. From the elder, Li Xiao learned that Ku, the chef at the restaurant, was once a gambling king in Z country, renowned for his exceptional card skills and rumored to possess extraordinary abilities. However, the true nature of these claims remained shrouded in mystery. The gambling king had mysteriously vanished after a fateful game, leaving behind only his infant daughter in the care of his adoptive father. The reasons behind his disappearance sparked rampant speculation, but the elder soon revealed the truth. "It is undoubtedly related to Yuer's mother," he said, affectionately stroking his granddaughter. "Ma Yuer." Upon mentioning the child's mother, his expression darkened. "She has become a wife yet does not seek a stable life. Instead chasing the title of the top gambler, causing chaos in our household. After a fierce argument, my hot-tempered daughter-in-law stormed out and has been missing ever since. This led to my adopted son severing ties with me, abandoning his daughter to seek her out." The elder hesitated, choosing not to elaborate further. "For years I have sought information and finally learned that this scoundrel is residing temporarily in country's Chinatown. However, when I traveled across the ocean with my granddaughter, I found nothing but an empty restaurant." Hearing the elder's words filled with regret, Li Xiao refrained from commenting. Every family has its own struggles. He had enough on his plate without meddling in others' affairs. Thankfully, the scoundrel had not abandoned the restaurant entirely, keeping certain documents in order. It seemed he had left only a couple of days prior. The elder and his granddaughter decided to stay there. Megua glanced at the sleeping child, and Li Xiao followed suit. The little girl had fallen fast asleep, needing more rest than an adult. "Old sir, what are you planning to do?" Li Xiao began. But his words were cut short as a group of foreign men dressed in casual attire entered the restaurant, their hair dyed in various colors. Their appearance alone suggested they were troublemakers. "You two Z country folks, get lost. The owner has given this place to our gang, the Poison Snakes," shouted one man brandishing a baseball bat, speaking in broken Z language, indicating that Li Xiao and Magua should vacate the premises. The men behind him exuded an intimidating aura, clearly intent on asserting their dominance over Li Xiao and the elder. "This is your territory? The various documents of this establishment are firmly in my possession. So how could this possibly be your territory?" A moment of reflection crossed Magua's mind as he continued with a frostbitten expression. "I presume my son is the one you scoundrels have captured. You old fool. Just roll along if I bid you so. You've grown too weary of life." The opposing group, instead of responding to the elder, displayed an even more intimidating demeanor. If you wish to die, we shall oblige. Armed with short clubs, they advanced menacingly towards the elder. Witnessing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. There was no time to call the police. He would have to draw his own weapon to confront these ruffians. He had no means of defense at hand and could not resort to his apocalyptic armor under the watchful eyes of the public. Fortunately, country permits firearm possession. Even without a gun license, he could later resolve the matter with the help of an old friend. As Li Xiao rose, ready to retrieve his weapon, he heard the elder's voice from behind. "Young man, sit tight. Keep an eye on my little granddaughter. I shall handle these ruffians." Without waiting for Li Xiao to say more, the elder slowly stood up. One thug wielding a baseball bat took the initiative, swinging it directly towards the elder's head. Such trifling skills. Ma Guo remained perfectly still, nonchalantly uttering a remark. Just as the bat was about to make contact with his head, the elder extended his left hand, effortlessly intercepting the attack without sustaining a scratch. He then deftly neutralized the thug's offensive momentum. Before the assailant could react, the elder's right fist struck with tremendous force, landing a decisive blow to the thug's face. Receive, dissipate, unleash. Like a flowing stream, the movements were seamless, causing the foreign thug to collapse onto the ground, unconscious. The remaining foreign men gasped in astonishment. "Bruce, see country's martial arts, what should we do?" In mere moments. The elder had intimidated several of them. Guo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the aura of a martial arts master. Thus, gripped by fear of the elder's prowess, the adversaries exchanged a few harsh words before fleeing the restaurant. "Old sir, I never expected you to possess such skills." Li Xiao was utterly surprised. The adversary's abilities surpassed those of the previously encountered chef named Aku. "The gambling king. Oh, it's nothing, just the skills of a three-legged cat." Ma Guo waved dismissively, signifying humility. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, the elder's face lit up with pride, unable to conceal his satisfaction. However, the elder's joy was short-lived. Li Xiao promptly doused his spirits with a bucket of cold water. "It seems this group has taken your son, or has a grudge against Aku. Unfortunately, you should have pried information about your son's whereabouts from them earlier." Upon hearing this, Ma Guo's expression darkened, the ease he previously bore fading away. The old fool had been careless, failing to consider this matter. Observing the elder's dismay, Li Xiao felt a peculiar satisfaction. Just as Ma Guo was about to inquire how Li Xiao intended to proceed, a notification chimed from Li Xiao's phone. "Hello, my friend from the East, I have located the information you requested." In Los Angeles, within a spacious office located in the heart of the city, Charles held the phone with a grave expression. "The situation has been clarified. Your friend has landed in trouble. Furthermore," Charles hesitated, glancing at his boss. Finally, with a nod from the distant Barton, he relayed the information to Li Xiao. "The boss has a gambling event tonight at the Shack, located on 59th Street in Queens. You'll understand when you arrive. Additionally, I must inform you, my friend, that our opponent's name is indeed the one you asked me to investigate, Wang Ku." Chapter 54. The Shack Gambling Match. Barton, if Mr. Li Xiao has any connection to the opponent. Charles hung up the phone, reluctant to disclose this matter to his Eastern friend. "No matter. I will intervene." Just as Charles finished speaking, a classical Eastern beauty clad in a qipao, with a graceful figure, entered the office. "Miss Luo, tonight's gambling event relies entirely on you." Upon seeing her, Charles tactfully fell silent, and Barton quickly stood to welcome her. "Of course, no problem. Once I win the wager and secure the territory of Chinatown. I only hope Mr. Barton won't forget to share the promised portion of the territory afterward." In the eyes of the Eastern beauty, ambition shimmered fiercely. Beneath her cold visage lay a lethal poison that could take lives. "Certainly, of course. As long as I can slap that fat man in the face, what does a little territory matter?" Barton shrugged. Compared to the minuscule area of Chinatown, the Eastern beauty before him piqued his interest far more. Unfazed by his invasive gaze, the Eastern beauty coolly inquired, "Who is the gambler invited by the fat man?" Luo Yin asked haughtily. One could discern that this slender beauty was already in her 30s. "Wang Ku, he is said to be a legendary Z-country gambling king." Both Barton and Charles remained unconcerned. How could there possibly be so many gambling masters in the world? Most likely, they are merely inflated egos. "A coup?" Luo Yin murmured, seemingly recalling someone's shadow. She quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. How could that be? In Los Angeles, Chinatown, Z Country Cuisine restaurant. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiao turned to inform the elder about his son's situation. Your son is most likely entangled in a gambling match. He should be at 59th Street in Queens tonight. You should be able to find him there. Upon hearing the young man's words, Magwa's displeasure grew. Another gambled. I've already told that brat not to gamble. Out there, it's still the same old habits. Yet instinct told Li Xiao that the matter was far from simple. After a brief pause, the elder composed himself and expressed his gratitude to Li Xiao. Thank you, young man.its nothing. Just a matter within my capabilities, I promised her. Li Xiao smiled at the sleeping little girl, gently caressing her tender face. You must be hungry. Your grandfather still possesses some culinary skills. I'll prepare a meal for you. The elder turned, discreetly wiping the corners of his eyes. He still cared deeply for his son and daughter-in-law. Many times, I regret my temperament. I should have refrained from being so irritable. Why bicker with my son and daughter-in-law? Wouldn't it be better to communicate and persuade rather than argue? If it were the old Magua, even if he understood, he would never yield. Yet, gazing at his granddaughter, who had lost her parents and was raised by him, even the hardest heart could not withstand the melting of the girl's grandfather plea. That night, in Los Angeles, Queens. Li Xiao arranged for the elder and the little girl to temporarily stay at a KFD on 59th Street before proceeding alone to the upscale entertainment venue marked by the sign The Shack. Upon arriving near the shack, Li Xiao surveyed the surroundings. The area was already under strict surveillance. The bodyguards who once welcomed guests had transformed into gatekeepers, preventing anyone from entering. Should anyone dare to force their way in, they would be unceremoniously tossed into the street. Those allowed inside mostly presented invitations or similar items. Li Xiao waited for a while, seeing no familiar faces, and decided to brave the entrance to the shack to avoid missing the opportunity to find the person he sought. Simultaneously, he was quite curious. How high stakes could this concealed casino be? What could lure the long-hidden gambling king out of retirement? Li Xiao reached the entrance of the shack. Two imposing bodyguards in suits immediately blocked his path. Good day, sir. Please present your authorization. Authorization? Li Xiao remained unfazed, casually pulling out his phone. I don't have any. Would you like the code? With that, Li Xiao dialed Charles' number. This time, it was the bodyguards who looked perplexed. Just as they prepared to dismiss Li Xiao, believing he was causing trouble, their phones rang simultaneously. Li Xiao hung up the call he had just made. Hello, boss. Okay. Understood. After the two bodyguards ended their calls, they turned to Li Xiao with stiff expressions. We apologize, sir. You may enter. Li Xiao did not dwell on the matter further and stepped into the upscale private entertainment venue known as The Shack. Shortly after Li Xiao departed. A moment later, the two bodyguards exchanged glances. Time us up. Closed the doors. Understood. The opulence of the interior of the small house left Li Xiao somewhat astonished. Perhaps it was due to his upbringing in a remote corner of a small county, which had not afforded him much exposure to such grandeur. Many of the items here rendered him speechless, yet they were pleasing to the eye, evoking a sensation akin to being in a royal palace. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that the space was rather limited, especially considering the gathering of nearly 100 attendees, which accentuated the cramped interior. Li Xiao ascended to the second floor. Surveying the scene below, a platform had been set up, flanked by a considerable number of chips, presumably for the gambling games of the evening. It was likely that the skilled chef he had encountered earlier, Aku, was one of the key figures in this event. Mr. Li, a newcomer, gently patted Li Xiao on the shoulder. He turned to find the scruffy Charles standing there, accompanied by a tall and graceful Oriental beauty. Even through Li Xiao's discerning gaze, it was evident that she was of an exceptional caliber. However, this elegant lady seemed indifferent to Li Xiao, who shared her Eastern features. Hello, Charles. Greetings. The two exchanged pleasantries before Li Xiao cut to the chase. Inquiring, where is the person I am looking for? Patience, Mr. Li, Charles replied. After tonight's grand spectacle, you shall meet the individual you seek. With a standard Eastern accent, Charles continued, allow me to introduce you to Luo Yan. A master of gambling techniques, you may find her services useful in the future. Once the introduction concluded, the woman named Luo Yan merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Xiao before offering a dispassionate greeting. Hello. Li Xiao, hands tucked into his pockets, responded to her courtesy with an air of arrogance. A spark ignited momentarily between them. Just as the woman was about to say something further, an announcement echoed through the room. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the small house tonight. We shall witness two legendary masters of the gambling world. In Chapter 55, titled Safe Return to the Homeland, Aku's gaze was fixed on the central gambling table, where his opponent was a lady in a cheapao. The intensity of his stare suggested a complex connection between them. "Do not forget the promise we made," the wolfish viper reminded Aku, before striding toward the location of a man clad in a white suit. "West," he said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded the young Eastern man seated at the gambling table. "Boss, trust me. There will be no issues." West smirked, entirely unconcerned that this wager might end in loss. He had investigated the identity of the Eastern man, discovering that he was once a formidable gambling king from the Z country. Observing his subordinate's unwavering confidence, Jean said nothing further but directed his gaze back to the gambling table. Yenner, Aku, and the woman exchanged astonished looks, both taken aback by their unexpected reunion in this place. "Is the title of first truly so significant that you would forsake your family?" Aku's demeanor shifted. He questioned her with a hint of indignation. "I am aware that I am not a qualified mother." The crowd within the private club was left bewildered as the cheapao-clad beauty, Luo Yen, openly admitted her marital status, shattering the hearts of onlookers. While the crowd was still in shock, Li Xiao began to piece things together, dismissing the drama as melodramatic in his mind. Stepping out of the small house, Li Xiao made his way to KFD. "Thank you. Young man, its nothing. I'm returning to my homeland. I hope to encounter you again in the future, and when that time comes, you must teach me a few techniques of mixed martial arts." "Certainly." After briefly sharing the details of his experiences with Mr. Ma, Li Xiao prepared to return to his hotel to rest before boarding a flight home the following day. As for the rest, he felt no obligation to involve himself in matters that could bring trouble without offering any benefits. He had already done what was within his capacity and had no interest in entangling himself in unrelated affairs. His time in M country had been rather lackluster, though he had encountered a plethora of incidents. "I wish to sleep. I wish to indulge in leisure, and then return home to purchase a luxurious residence. Living in style." With a sigh, Li Xiao reflected on the multitude of tasks awaiting him in the apocalyptic world. "Tio were the crown. One must bear its weight." Resolutely, he acknowledged that to realize his ambitions, he needed to take action on certain matters, such as the supply of resources at the temporary camp in the apocalypse and the transactions with the border camp. Once he had addressed the issues of the real world, he could afford himself a well-deserved respite. He also planned to visit the apocalyptic realm again. After converting his gold into cash, many of the challenges in the real world could be effortlessly resolved using his cash ability. Moreover, with this substantial sum, the luxurious residence he had long coveted could finally become a reality. Purchasing a home was a cherished dream for many in his country, and now Li Xiao could easily fulfill it. As he contemplated this, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. He could eventually bring his parents and sister Yen to the capital to live, ensuring a comfortable retirement for his parents and enrolling his sister in the finest private school in the city. With wealth, Li Xiao could rectify many of his past regrets. Speaking of regrets, there was his proud roommate, the alluring Shen Peiqi, whom he had always wanted to win over. Damn it, he chuckled wickedly to himself, imagining how the enticing beauty had always sought to ensnare a wealthy heir. If Li Xiao were to buy a mansion worth millions in her complex, how would she react? With this thought lingering in his mind, he returned to his hotel, indulging in a mobile game and some snacks. As night fell, he experienced a massage from a hotel attendant, exploring various techniques. Absolutely splendid. The following day, as dawn broke, Li Xiao boarded a first-class seat on the flight, savoring delectable desserts and fine wine while admiring the stunning flight attendants. Indeed, the wealthy know how to enjoy life, Li Xiao mused. However, he reminded himself that such indulgences were akin to a hero's tomb. They were enjoyable in moderation, but he must not allow himself to become ensnared. Possessing abilities that ordinary people did not, Li Xiao remained vigilant. He was currently facing numerous perilous events that could not be easily resolved. He needed to enhance his own capabilities. Hours later, an aircraft from M country descended onto the runway of Z country's airport. In the capital, at the international airport, a figure spread their arms wide, embracing the air. If airport staff were to see this well-dressed individual in a suit and tie, they might mistake him for a madman. This person was none other than Li Xiao, returning from M country. With the winds of spring at my heels, I have seen all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day, he recalled the ancient saying. With his pockets filled, Li Xiao felt a newfound stature as he stood by the roadside. Even the smog-laden air seemed sweet. Homeward bound, he quickly hailed a taxi and instructed the balding driver on his destination. Upon arriving at his dilapidated rental unit on the outskirts of the capital, Li Xiao settled into the worn-out sofa, reflecting deeply. The matter of purchasing a home would be arranged for tomorrow. Who would still reside in such a wretched place with newfound wealth? That would be self-inflicted suffering. With his thoughts settled, Li Xiao envisioned the empire he aspired to build in both the apocalyptic and real worlds. As his blueprint took shape, a commotion outside the rental unit caught his attention. A slightly inebriated woman stumbled in. It was his roommate, the alluring Shun Peiqi. She opened the door and staggered into the room, collapsing onto the sofa. Li Xiao drew closer. The mingling sense of alcohol and her fragrance tantalized his senses, igniting a fire of desire within him. Gazing at Shin Peiqi, who appeared as vulnerable as a lamb, the wolfish Li Xiao felt his passions rise. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself of what was permissible and what was not. Some things could wait. A feast should be savored slowly. As he removed his expensive suit, preparing to cover the enticing peach, she suddenly exclaimed, "Don't touch me, go away," with a slight haze of inebriation. Shin Peiqi lifted her gaze momentarily before closing her eyes once more, drifting back into slumber. Li Xiao, noticing her state, refrained from saying much, merely offering a cryptic smile. After covering Shin Peiqi with a jacket, he retreated to his own room. Li Xiao lay upon the cotton quilt of the rental apartment. I recall, the beauty is currently engaged in selling high-end properties in Rongxing County. This development boasts luxurious villas, some priced in the tens of millions, even exceeding 100 million. A wicked smile crept across Li Xiao's face as he murmured. Chapter 56. Purchasing a property. Suppressing his desires, Li Xiao endured another restless night, resulting in a considerably later rise than usual. Only after engaging in video games until his eyelids fluttered did he finally succumb to sleep. Time swiftly passed, leading to the afternoon of the following day. Li Xiao awoke from his rental abode feeling remarkably refreshed. Indeed, staying up late is hardly a commendable habit. Fortunately, he was not obliged to work and could afford a lengthy slumber. After stretching, he proceeded to freshen up, leisurely changing into a suit, preparing to venture to Rongxing County's sales office to purchase a property. After descending to partake in a modest breakfast, or shall we say, an afternoon tea, he hailed a taxi. Before long, Li Xiao arrived at the entrance of the Rongxing County property. As he stepped into the development, the sales personnel greeted him warmly. "Welcome, good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The nearest sales representative seized the opportunity, approaching with an array of inquiries. Their demeanor was exceedingly cordial, especially upon noting Li Xiao's designer attire, which only heightened their enthusiasm. Li Xiao, faced with their smiles, remained silent, scanning the property with a discerning eye. Finally, he spoke slowly. "I would like to view an apartment. Could you kindly recommend one for me?" Before he could finish, the crisp sound of high heels interrupted him. Both Li Xiao and the sales representative turned their gazes toward the source. "Sister Shun," the young attendant addressed, her tone laced with respect, though a hint of regret lingered beneath the surface, perceptible to Li Xiao. "Li Xiao, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Li Xiao's roommate, the alluring Shun Peiqi. Her lashes furrowed slightly, her expression less than pleasant, perhaps recalling the events of the previous day, or possibly wishing to avoid being too closely associated with Li Xiao, whom she regarded as financially insignificant. In their usual shared living arrangements, she hardly spared him a glance, let alone offered him any warmth. However, facing Shun Peiqi's chilly demeanor, Li Xiao remained unfazed, even suppressing a chuckle. Ultimately, he spoke. "I intend to purchase an apartment here. Since you work here, perhaps you could assist me?" Upon hearing his words, Shun Peiqi's expression brightened significantly. Given Li Xiao's financial background, although she was not entirely aware of the specifics, she assumed that with the support of family and bank loans, managing a down payment would not pose a problem. The subsequent process would primarily involve loans and repayments. In Shun Peiqi's eyes, Li Xiao represented an easily attainable client. Contemplating the potential commission, Shun Peiqi's gaze softened toward Li Xiao, almost unconsciously. "Xiao Lin, you may attend to other matters. I am acquainted with this customer. I shall take care of him." Shun Peiqi, leveraging her superior position over Xiao Lin and their prior acquaintance. Effortlessly intercepted. Understood, sister. The young attendant, Xiao Lin, could only force a smile, feeling helpless. Subsequently, Shen Peiqi grasped Li Xiao's hand, her face radiating professional warmth as she began her pitch to Li Xiao. What type of property are you interested in? What is your budget? Approximately how many square meters are you considering? I have several options that should suit you. Shen Peiqi's enthusiastic presentation unfolded, as if the previous day's events and her earlier indifference had never transpired. With a smile that could melt hearts, one might mistakenly believe she and Li Xiao were the best of friends. Before long, Shen Peiqi led Li Xiao into a soundproof office adorned with glass walls, where she elaborated on the properties she deemed fitting for him in Rongxing County. As Li Xiao inhaled the fragrance emanating from her perfume, he struggled to suppress his desires. It was undeniable that this woman had a remarkable ability to leverage her assets without crossing any boundaries. The typical honest man would likely fall prey to her charms. Listening intently to Shen Peiqi's increasingly earnest descriptions, Li Xiao felt increasingly convinced that the beauty before him would ultimately fall within his grasp. This one, a studio with one living room and one bathroom, has a total area of 45 square meters. This one is also a studio with similar features. I've summarized the price range for these options, which falls between 1.5 million and 2.7 million. They should be quite suitable for you. Li Xiao silently shook his head, signaling that these properties did not meet his criteria. Shen Peiqi's brows furrowed slightly as she proceeded to introduce additional properties. Frustrated, Shen Peiqi stormed out of the office, visibly agitated. Xiao Lin, please attend to that customer. I cannot fathom what scheme Li Xiao is concocting by suggesting he wishes to purchase a multimillion-dollar villa. He must be toying with me. Disinterested, she assumed Li Xiao was merely seeking amusement at her expense. Understood, sister. Xiao Lin, having recently joined the team, was accustomed to such antics and initially believed it was a legitimate lead. Little did she know, she intended to handle the situation with minimal effort. Good day, sir. Manager Xian is occupied with other matters. I will assist you. Xiao Lin entered with an awkward smile, likely unable to believe the words escaping her lips. Upon seeing the change in staff, Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He swore he had no intention of putting on airs. I'm interested in purchasing a property that I have my eye on. Priced at 70 million, I am prepared to make an immediate full payment, provided that the transaction is conducted under your supervision. Li Xiao's expression remained calm as he pointed to a property on the chart. Initially, he had intended to purchase through Shen Peiqi, but decided against it. This incident would serve as a minor lesson for her. Xiao Lin was momentarily stunned before redirecting her gaze to the 70 million villa, a riverview property spanning 588 square meters, featuring 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 kitchens, and 4 bathrooms. The recently hired Xiao Lin nearly ceased breathing, her heart racing with delight. What are you standing there for? Go complete the paperwork, or do you refuse? Li Xiao smiled mischievously at the seemingly ordinary staff member before him. Of course, I will. Sir, please wait a moment. I will attend to the paperwork immediately. Witnessing Xiao Lin's flustered demeanor, nearly on the verge of running, Li Xiao felt a swell of satisfaction. The power of money is indeed terrifying. It enables timid sheep to stand against ravenous wolves and transforms timid individuals into fearless warriors. Xiao Lin dashed into the lobby, announcing the news to everyone present. The implication was clear. The first client was under her charge, and none would dare to snatch it away. With a commission of 5 points, this hefty transaction would net her a staggering 350,000. For a newcomer like Xiao Lin, it was enough to make her shout with joy. The sales lobby erupted in commotion. After all, this was a 70 million transaction. Shen Peiqi, however, remained unfazed. She would never believe that Li Xiao could afford such an extravagant property. Although their interactions had been limited, she knew well that a wealthy second-generation individual would not deign to rent a shabby apartment. Often struggling to pay rent, even resorting to late payments, Shen Peiqi distinctly recalled times when she had to cover Li Xiao's rent herself. Chapter 57. Acquiring a factory in the sales lobby of Rongxing County. Gasps echoed among the professional consultants. A 70 million luxury villa, a premium riverside property, was indeed among the priciest in the capital. While a multitude of visitors had come to view the properties, none had been willing to open their wallets. Luxurious properties, while appealing, were undeniably expensive. The sales lobby buzzed with excitement, and soon a senior leader from the sales department called to confirm the transaction. It was only after Li Xiao nonchalantly submitted a partial deposit that he was escorted to a larger conference room, alongside several sales personnel. Humph. If you wish to show off before me, be wary of the consequences. Shin Peiqi sat at the back of the conference room, stifling a cold laugh. If the contract were signed and the other party failed to produce the funds, the penalty for breach of contract would surely leave Li Xiao in a dire predicament. Shin Peiqi cast a detached glance at the composed Li Xiao, showing no inclination to dissuade him. Subsequently, the contract procedures progressed step by step. Documents were signed one after another in Li Xiao's name. As Li Xiao sensed the situation nearing completion, he promptly facilitated the transfer through his bank account with the assistance of the staff member, Xiao Lin. The subsequent payment for the property was settled in one fell swoop, with the process encountering not a single obstacle. Before long, a luxury residence worth 70 million was acquired by Li Xiao with the same ease as if he were shopping for a piece of clothing in a mall. Congratulations poured in for Xiao Lin, who had successfully sold a property valued at 70 million. Young individuals capable of making such substantial purchases in the capital were indeed rare. Mr. Li was young and accomplished. It was surprising to encounter such a wealthy individual today. Xiao Lin was suddenly thrust into overnight wealth, with a commission amounting to 350,000. Instantly, he was bombarded with an array of compliments and accolades. Leaving Li Xiao somewhat at a loss, he could only respond with a cheerful demeanor and humble words. No, there are many outstanding young people. The entire sales department, indeed, the staff of the entire Rongxing Jun development had already begun to gossip about this matter. How could it be? Shin Peiqi stared in disbelief at the messages in the VX workgroup, confirming that it was indeed Li Xiao who had purchased the 70 million residence, her exquisite features etched with shock. In an instant, Shin Peiqi felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, her legs turning to jelly. A hidden rich second generation? And we even shared a rental for several years, while I was out trying to find another wealthy individual. In the conference room, Shin Peiqi fixated on the star-like Li Xiao, her expression and gaze filled with astonishment. She could clearly see that many of her close friends from the development were now surrounding Li Xiao, nearly collapsing onto him. You little flirtatious vixens, Li Xiao is mine. Naturally, Li Xiao noticed Shin Peiqi at the edge of the room. However, he merely cast a smiling glance in her direction before walking out amidst the respectful expressions of various leaders. This girl, Li Xiao looked up at the sky, noting it was still afternoon. When night fell, it would not be too late to properly educate her. Li Xiao still needed to remain in the rental, while also planning to win over Shin Peiqi, the long-legged goddess. Afterwards, Li Xiao hailed a taxi, indicating for the driver to head towards the outer ring, then dialed a pre-prepared number. Hello. I heard your food processing factory is for sale? Yes, boss. You? In the capital, Outer Ring. Good Fortune Food Processing Factory. The buildings in the Outer Ring, unless designated for residential purposes, mostly feature plain concrete gray walls, but fortunately, the surrounding environment is quite decent. After alighting from the vehicle, Li Xiao scanned the area and soon spotted the person he was looking for. A tall, thin man dressed in a cheap suit seemed to have noticed Li Xiao as well. Are you Mr. Li? I am Li Xiao. Li Xiao replied with a gentle smile and a calm tone. Hello, boss. I am Li Fei from the Good Fortune Food Processing Factory. I was the one who contacted you earlier. Li Xiao chuckled. Fellow countrymen. The middle-aged man smiled, yet his expression bore a hint of bitterness. The two proceeded into the factory. How much are you planning to sell this factory for? Li Xiao surveyed the food processing facility, which appeared to be in good condition. Clean, tidy, ready for operation, not at all resembling a business on the brink of bankruptcy. This is the production area, and the empty space in the back is prepared for expansion. But considering the situation, Li Fei shook his head, his expression tinged with sorrow as he continued, 3 million. Not a penny less, and the price isn't unreasonable. Deal. Given the fair price, Li Xiao, with a full wallet, was disinclined to haggle. Seeing the agreement reached, the middle-aged man turned to leave, suggesting they meet in a couple of days to handle the paperwork and payment. Wait a moment. The thin middle-aged man, hearing the call from behind, assumed it was Li Xiao having second thoughts. I don't have much time to manage the factory. Would you be interested in taking care of it for me? Consider it my hiring you as the factory manager. You would help me run the business. Upon hearing this, Li Fei's interest was piqued. Burdened with debts, 3 million seemed substantial, yet after distributing payments to creditors and relatives, He would be fortunate to retain 10,000 and would then need to seek new employment and start over. Only when one reaches middle age does one realize how arduous this task can be. The very notion that someone would trust him enough to appoint him as the factory's second-in-command was unexpected, offering a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fei agreed. All right, so, boss, when can I start? Li Fei looked at this younger individual, his face alight with excitement. The sooner, the better. I'll give you an address where you can deliver the produced goods. Once the warehouse is full, just give me a call. The address provided by Li Xiao was, of course, the warehouse he had previously purchased. Following that, Li Xiao proceeded to outline a few key points to Li Fei. Initially, there was no need for too many workers. I'll cover your wages, and once the warehouse is filled with goods, you can freely sell them. Regarding your salary and commissions, thus, after spending the better part of the afternoon discussing with Li Fei, the newly appointed second-in-command of the factory, the major points were confirmed. The sky gradually darkened. Li Fei drove his old car, dropping Li Xiao off in front of his rental in the outer ring. Take care, boss. Li Xiao waved without speaking as Li Fei, sitting in the driver's seat, watched Li Xiao walk into a shabby building. He couldn't help but wonder, despite having such wealth, why reside in such a rundown place? The world of the wealthy is truly peculiar. Upon entering the rental, Li Xiao took out his phone to check the time. It was not yet off-duty time, but it was close enough. With a mischievous smile, Li Xiao prepared to take a shower, anticipating a lavish meal later. Chapter 58. A massage for you after showering. Li Xiao reclined on the old sofa, waiting for the alluring Shun Peiqi to return while reviewing and planning what to do next. To navigate both the real world and the apocalyptic realm, I cannot manage alone. Building influence, expanding my power, and attracting talent are of utmost importance. Li Xiao pondered, recognizing that in the real world, as long as there is sufficient capital, talent is abundant. By launching a financial offensive, he could attract most capable individuals, allowing him to stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid, firmly holding the reins of power. Additionally, there are matters that require attention. The state, a colossal entity, is an undeniable presence in the real world. Li Xiao was acutely aware of the need for low-profile development, recognizing the numerous red lines that must not be crossed before he possesses sufficient strength. Even with the formidable backing from the apocalyptic world, he remained merely a mortal, fragile, and ultimately mortal. Cautious and discreet development was essential, and when his power grew, he could release some of the advanced technology from the apocalyptic world without significant concern. For now, maintaining a low profile was imperative. He must not attract the attention of the Z country, the National Security Agency, or other institutions. Li Xiao could not guarantee his safety against the vast machinery of the state. Even if he could find refuge in the apocalypse, what kind of place was that? A realm of chaos, where humanity is extinguished and monstrous beasts roam. How could it possibly compare to the real world? The prevailing advantage lies in the myriad of cutting-edge technologies yet to be unearthed by Li Xiao. Even a fool knows how to make a choice. To summarize, under the assurance of personal safety, one must strive for self-improvement and cultivate one's own influence. Li Xiao firmly believes that one day, no constraints, not even the formidable entity of the state, will impede him. He is a man destined to conquer the cosmos. As Li Xiao's mind conjured images of two colossal empires, a commotion erupted at the entrance of his rented apartment. The alluring Shun Peiqi had returned. Li Xiao, with a subtle smile barely perceptible, feigned nonchalance as he engaged with his mobile device. He resolved to secure a 5-kill streak tonight. Dressed in work attire, Shun Peiqi appeared slightly tipsy, her lips adorned with vibrant lipstick and her gaze wavering, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Upon noticing Li Xiao lounging on the sofa, she regained much of her composure. The dimming evening light rendered the unlit apartment considerably shadowy. Shun Peiqi widened her eyes, her breath quickening upon confirming Li Xiao's presence, and her demeanor shifted dramatically. Ever since her hasty departure from Rongxing County, Li Xiao's true identity had been a source of intrigue for her. Simultaneously, she was plagued with regret and vexation, often cursing herself for the moments when she had dismissed his concern, particularly the previous day when she had scolded him to leave. Shun Peiqi was certain that Li Xiao had moved away and never anticipated his return. Why had he come back? Their eyes met briefly, and they exchanged an unspoken smile. Li Xiao resumed his mobile game, while Shun Peiqi gritted her teeth, her resolve unwavering. She retreated to her room and opened her wardrobe. When Shun Peiqi emerged once more, her long, lustrous hair cascaded down to her waist, Enveloped in an alluring black lingerie set, her shapely legs accentuated by tantalizing fishnet stockings and perched upon red high heels. The sound of her footsteps caught Li Xiao's attention. Though inwardly exhilarated, he maintained a calm facade, his expression unchanging, resembling a meditative monk. He was eager to see what antics his cohabitant, Shin Peiqi, would concoct. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Shin Peiqi approached, playfully straddling Li Xiao. Regarding the previous day's events, I apologized. It's quite all right. I hardly took it to heart, Li Xiao replied nonchalantly, though certain aspects of him betrayed that calmness. His gaze wandered to her fishnet-clad legs, and without hesitation, he reached out, exploring her form with a touch both tender and bold. Allow me to offer you a massage. Be gentle, you rascal, Shin Peiqi playfully chided. Yet she did not refuse his affectionate gesture. Struggling to contain himself, Li Xiao exhaled deeply, then swept Shin Peiqi into his arms, striding towards his room. The night passed without further discourse. After successfully achieving his first kill, Li Xiao swiftly secured a 5-kill streak. The following morning, Shin Peiqi awoke first, her heart unburdened by regret. During their cohabitation, she had come to recognize him as a responsible and admirable man. Were it not for financial constraints, she would have already surrendered her heart. Li Xiao soon awoke, feeling a slight ache in his waist. His attention was drawn to the tattered remnants of her fishnet stockings. A beautiful image immediately surfaced in his mind. With a playful poke at Shin Peiqi's nose, he chuckled. Are you satisfied with my massage techniques? Shin Peiqi, blushing, merely nodded in response. The sound of a phone ringing disrupted their moment. Since returning from the apocalyptic world, Li Xiao had never set an alarm. This ring was, of course, from Shin Peiqi's phone. Oh no. I'm going to be late for work, she exclaimed in a panic, attempting to rise from Li Xiao's embrace. Only to realize she was not dressed. Reluctantly, she nestled back into his arms. It's a minor issue, Li Xiao reassured her. Holding her close, he retrieved his phone and dialed a junior executive's number from Rongxing County South Real Estate Project. After purchasing a luxury residence the previous day, many had eagerly sought to exchange contact information with him. Hello, this is Li Xiao, he began. The voice on the other end responded with courtesy. Mr. Li, how may I assist you today? Li Xiao tightened his embrace around Shin Peiqi and spoke firmly into the phone. Peiqi is unwell today and requires a day off. At Miss Shun? Oh, is she all right? Would one day suffice? The executive quickly inquired. Let us do this. I'll arrange for Miss Shin to have a month off with pay, and please ensure she rests well at home. When she returns to work, I have more significant responsibilities for her. I understand. I will convey this to Peiqi, Li Xiao replied, stroking the warm form beside him, satisfied with the outcome, and subsequently ended the call. In the realm of reality, who could withstand the power of wealth? Shin Peiqi, who had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation, gazed at Li Xiao with admiration, her smile radiating with reverence. This gesture stirred something within Li Xiao once more, igniting a desire for a vigorous morning exercise. Chapter 59. The beast's offspring. Li Xiao and his new bride, Shin Peiqi, indulged in tender moments. He then transferred a substantial sum to her account. In a couple of days, we'll move to the villa in Rongxing County, and I have an extra car you can use. He left the keys on the bedside table. Shin Peiqi blushed, her eyes sparkling with sweetness as she gazed at Li Xiao. I may be gone for a while, about half a month before I return, Li Xiao said, while tidying his clothes, his expression untroubled yet tinged with seriousness. He understood that he must not allow the comforts of tenderness to erode his wild spirit. As the ancient said, born in adversity, perished in ease. The apocalyptic world still harbored numerous tasks. If he lingered away for too long, the team he had built might very well collapse. Come back soon? Shin Peiqi said shyly, clutching the blanket. As a newlywed, she was already flustered, completely unconcerned that Li Xiao might bring another woman home, though he would never do such a thing. Take care of yourself. When I return, let us get our marriage certificate and hold a grand wedding, he said with a grin. All right, Shin Peiqi replied, her heart finally at ease, realizing she had not misjudged him. Li Xiao was indeed a good man. With a flicker of blue light and a distortion of time and space, Li Xiao donned his combat armor, vigilant and unyielding. The apocalyptic world was a treasure trove waiting to be explored. Yet it was fraught with unknown dangers. Back to the apocalypse. I'm back, Li Xiao declared, recalling his last return to the real world, where he had chosen a secluded, dilapidated house for safety. Thus, this time, His return to the apocalypse was relatively secure, devoid of significant threats. Roar. Just as he reveled in his cleverness, an enraged roar erupted from behind, causing Li Xiao to shudder, followed by the impact of a heavy object. Boom, boom. The dilapidated structure crumbled under the force of his armored form. Damn it! What on earth? Li Xiao exclaimed, astonished and infuriated. Fortunately, he had donned the infiltrator combat armor before returning. Otherwise, he would have met his end in this wretched place. Cursing under his breath, Li Xiao rose from the rubble, his armor shielding him as he surveyed his surroundings through the crimson visor. Before him stood a grotesque beast, its features contorted and fangs bared, towering at 3 meters and spanning 2 meters in width, a true predator of the apocalyptic world. At this moment, the gray beast glared fiercely at the intruder in its lair. Instead of immediately attacking, it turned its head as if verifying something behind it, before launching an assault on Li Xiao. Come, you savage beast! Li Xiao bellowed, extending razor-sharp wrist blades from both hands. The 6 railguns mounted on his back naturally deployed, ready to unleash a barrage upon the advancing creature. Boom! A shot went awry. Li Xiao was incredulous. I can't believe this beast possesses some level of intelligence. If the monsters in the apocalyptic world are all like this, humanity as civilization may soon face extinction. This was a prospect Li Xiao wished to avoid. In an instant, his thoughts raced. Without hesitation, he began to exploit his technological advantages fully. With the hypermaneuverability of his combat armor, he matched the beast's speed and even gained the upper hand. Humph! Let me show you the power of the Pegasus meteor cannon. Li Xiao let out a cold laugh, creating distance from the monstrous beast. The exploratory light rail cannon mounted on his back unleashed a relentless barrage upon it, with the exception of a few missed shells. The majority of the blue projectiles struck true, inflicting considerable damage upon the creature. With a furious roar, it became even more enraged, seemingly losing its sanity as it charged towards Li Xiao. Casting a glance at the remaining 75% of his energy, he resolved to employ this rudimentary method to wear it down to nothing. Thus, this not-so-intelligent foe became an easy target for Li Xiao to kite. Observing the beast collapse, he refrained from closing the distance immediately and instead continued his assault with the light rail cannon, bombarding it until its hide was shredded and its once fearsome visage became indistinct. Only then did Li Xiao approach. Unfortunately, slaying this ferocious beast yielded no rewards. With a sigh of regret, he realized this was not a game where defeating monsters would grant valuable loot. In this apocalyptic world, most survivors, upon encountering such aberrations, would instinctively think not of battle, but of evasion. If a confrontation could be avoided, it would be. Of course, some factions might opt to utilize the monster's flesh to concoct obscure nutritional concoctions. However, for Li Xiao, who possessed ample supplies, such an endeavor was utterly superfluous. Even the most basic canned goods in his storage space far surpassed the taste and nutritional value of those concoctions. Before arriving in this post-apocalyptic world, Li Xiao had stocked up on various foods and market essentials in the real world. Glancing at the carcass of the beast on the ground, he prepared to head towards the temporary camp of Lin Yun, Qin Jing, and the others. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks as a thought struck him. Just moments ago, as he had risen from the ruins of a collapsed building, the creature had glanced backward, as if guarding something. This piqued his curiosity. Resolute in his decision, Li Xiao turned back towards the direction he had come from. Thanks to the advantages of his exosuit, he swiftly returned to his previous location within a mere 10 seconds. Hiss, what a sight to behold! Before him lay 2 small aberrations. Could it be that he had just slain their mother? What should he do now? Kill them? Ignore them? Perhaps I should take them back. This frenzied thought suddenly took root in Li Xiao's mind. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to bring them back first, allowing Lin Yun, Qin Jing, and the others to witness them. Given their prolonged survival in this world, they would surely possess some knowledge about these creatures. With that resolved, Li Xiao confirmed his intentions and grasped one of the juvenile aberrations in one hand, making his way towards the temporary camp. Wow! Roar! The 2 little creatures stirred from their slumber. Writhing in Li Xiao's grasp, one flailed its limbs, while the other appeared to be wailing inconsolably. However, with Li Xiao holding them securely by the napes of their necks, they were unable to reach him. Forced to accept their fate, after a brief moment of orientation, Li Xiao swiftly sped away. Temporary camp. This makeshift encampment had transformed from a mere row of dilapidated buildings into a fortified stronghold of reinforced concrete walls, topped with barbed wire. Although lacking the deterrent of high-voltage electricity, it was certainly not easily breached. Moreover, at the corners stood 4th-century machine guns, capable of dissuading most ill-intentioned weak survivors, and even those with some strength would have to pay a price for a forceful visit. It bore the appearance of a small-scale border outpost. Clearly, the formidable woman had not forgotten my words. Standing not far from the camp, Li Xiao felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the transformed encampment, reminiscent of the delight one feels in the real world, akin to the progress from a simple rough draft to a polished manuscript. Chapter 60. Establishing the camp. Oppression, gloom. The overarching mood of the apocalypse was draped in a colorless melancholy. In the ruins, a distance away from the temporary camp, lay a desolate area of unrenovated, dilapidated buildings. Here, the occasional wandering zombie mingled with unknown monsters and fierce beasts. No survivor in their right mind would choose to venture into such a cursed place without reason. Atop one of the ruins stood a high-rise, unnatural watchtower. The colossal monsters and countless zombies, along with other apocalyptic creatures, would not visit this place without cause. Ghost exhaled a breath of stale air. With eyes as sharp as an eagle's, he peered through his scope and spotted the colonizer carrying 2 juvenile beasts. Ghost confirmed once more, ensuring he was not mistaken. Indeed, they were 2 small, ferocious creatures. The exosuit of the colonizer was of a lightweight exploratory model, primarily designed for reconnaissance and exploration, but also suitable for combat in special circumstances. ZZZZZ Ghost activated the crackling communicator, delivering a cold report. Outside the camp, a colonizer has been identified, armed with a lightweight exploratory model, if I'm not mistaken. It should be the Infiltrator Exploratory Exosuit. Ghost relayed the information, then stood by the communicator, attentively observing the movements of the colonizer. As he watched the figure draw closer to the camp, he also aimed his powerful sniper rifle at it. Prepared for any unforeseen events that might arise on the other end of the communicator, upon receiving the message, Qin Jing immediately thought of her employer. The pretty boy had returned. "Yun, your pretty boy is back." "It's your pretty boy," she exclaimed. Lin Yun rolled her eyes at her good friend, responding with mild irritation at Qin Jing's lack of decorum. "Let us go see the entrance of the temporary camp." A simple, rusted iron gate served as the entrance to a camp capable of accommodating dozens. One could easily imagine that a single explosive shell could tear through the rusty gate. The guard at the watchtower by the camp's gate was Field. A man with a cold demeanor. Armed with a pulse rifle, Field had already noticed the figure appearing before the camp gate. Colonizer. He felt a surge of surprise, entirely unaware that it might be one of his team's guests, and was about to pull the makeshift alarm to notify the camp personnel. "Open the gate." The voice of the captain came through the communicator in Field's ear. Just as Field was about to respond, he caught sight of the exosuit dissipating to reveal a familiar face. One he had met before, a boss, a smuggler capable of bringing in a substantial amount of quality food. Field's mind defined Li Xiao in such a manner. Confirming there was no danger, Field pressed the red button, and the rusty iron gate of the camp slowly creaked open. Looking sprightly, "Where have you been?" Qin Jing stepped out of the camp gate, flanked by the formidable woman Lin Yun. The two approached Li Xiao, one as cold as frost, the other beaming with a smile. Upon seeing the two of them, Li Xiao, holding the 2 juvenile beasts, suddenly felt a twinge of unease. The atmosphere seems a bit off. Could something else have happened? "What are you doing bringing back 2 young beasts? Planning to raise them and keep them at the entrance?" Lin Yun coldly inquired as she closed the distance. "Can these creatures even be raised?" Li Xiao was somewhat perplexed, as he had not spent much time in the apocalyptic world. His initial goal had been to transport the golden treasures of the apocalypse back to the real world and exchange them for cash. To become wealthy, a simple, unpretentious ambition. Yet, as time went on, Li Xiao's ambitions gradually swelled. He came to realize a truth and subsequently altered his intentions further. In short, no matter how wealthy the sheep, they remain prey, while the wolf, regardless of its poverty, is the hunter. Amidst these thoughts, Li Xiao's attention was once again drawn back to the sight before him. Of course they can be raised. The aberrations from the far northern continent can survive in the frigid cold. Feeding primarily on the flesh of these creatures in this border region, some survivors, desperate for food, would do the same. facing the smiling Qin Jing and glancing again at the juvenile beasts in his hands. Li Xiao felt an urge to drop them. He had little interest in the flesh of these creatures, and certainly would not consume them. In an odd turn of fate, Li Xiao suddenly asked. If I raise these two little ones, will they listen to my commands? As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Jing looked at him with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. As did Lin Yu, and no one has ever tried. Perhaps you could give it a shot, but these ferocious beasts are gluttons. Their diverse species are hard to distinguish in their youth, and they may even undergo mutations as they grow. In any case, it's somewhat dangerous, and I wouldn't recommend you try. Just the amount of food these creatures would require could sustain our team for several years. Qin Jing explained with a teasing tone. In this apocalyptic world, she had never heard of anyone who would idly raise such beasts. The individuals surviving in the apocalypse, the survivor factions with some strength, and the camps would rather domesticate tools for release to vent their frustrations, play with, or even exchange for profit, rather than nurture these ferocious creatures that could potentially cost them their lives. With this thought in mind, Qin Jing kept her silence, though her expression bore a hint of coldness. She never dared to underestimate the darkness of human nature, for the apocalypse was never devoid of malice, and even greater, more direct malevolence. So what are your thoughts? Lin Yun was aware that this peculiar individual before her always harbored odd ideas, such as sending the team to search for gold. It was likely that her current group was the sole one in the desolate wasteland that required yellow nuggets. Contemplating this, Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh while pressing her forehead. In the past, she and Sister Jing were reputed as the jade-faced double demons near the border camp. Given the provisions of food, losing such face was inconsequential. Of course, they would raise some. That wealthy individual wouldn't hesitate to keep a couple of ferocious dogs. Li Xiao casually hoisted one, entirely unfazed. Food was not an issue. They had plenty. The key was that if he couldn't tame them as desired later, he would still need to deal with them himself. He would never engage in the foolishness of letting a wolf dog gnaw at his heart. Advance to the camp. If you return in a few days, we will all starve to death. Qin Jing reproached Li Xiao, her meaning abundantly clear. You handle it. Our small team cannot labor for nothing. As for food, it was a minor concern. Li Xiao waved his hand dismissively and continued. I have already arranged for personnel. A batch of food will arrive tomorrow. However, the construction of the temporary camp must be intensified. I have been dispatched by headquarters to establish an outpost and trade routes in this cursed place. Along with related matters, this diminutive temporary camp does not meet my expectations. Li Xiao subtly observed the expressions of the two. Their reactions were quite evident. Without needing to speak, Qin Jing had already concluded that Li Xiao was backed by a significant force. Even Lin Yun, who usually remained indifferent and somewhat aloof, appeared visibly moved. Indeed, this grand facade has been well constructed, Li Xiao thought to himself, unashamedly weaving lies. He felt no embarrassment. Rather, he found a slight relief in it. Chapter 61. Headquarters Directive in the Apocalyptic World. On the fringes, Li Xiao, Qin Jing, and Lin Yun successively entered the camp. The camp appeared somewhat decent, yet it fell short of the scale Li Xiao had envisioned. Nevertheless, considering it had been constructed in a matter of days, it was indeed commendable. Regarding the further development of the camp, could you two provide me with some suggestions? I have been sent by headquarters to oversee this, and I am utterly clueless about these matters, Li Xiao mentioned to Qin Jing, recognizing her as the backbone of this small team. Her insights could not be overlooked. Upon hearing this, Qin Jing, with a resigned expression, informed Li Xiao, our team has achieved this semblance for the camp entirely thanks to the border camp. Otherwise, do you think this shabby place would have any semblance at all? Qin Jing knew well that she and her teammates were predominantly typical fighters, and before hiring the pretty boy, whether they could have enough to eat each day was a pressing concern. Given the current state of the camp, they had already consumed part of the rations Li Xiao had left. With 4 Old War sentry machine guns taking up a significant portion, Qin Jing shrugged her shoulders. Without managing the household, one cannot fathom the cost of essentials. She found Li Xiao's laissez-faire attitude quite vexing but felt powerless to rectify it. There was no way around it. They received ample food, allowing her team to eat their fill. Once Qin Jing herself had savored the taste of these gourmet canned meats, who would still wish to consume those nutritionally void concoctions? Would one willingly seek such self-inflicted torment? Li Xiao remained silent, deep in thought. As an outsider, He was unaware of the intricacies of the post-apocalyptic world and preferred not to elaborate too much. Lin Yun, standing beside them, finally spoke up to offer some advice. Though I may not know much, the construction of the camp needs to be strengthened. The primary focus should be on the foundational infrastructure. This cannot be overlooked. Power systems, water sources, food storage, etc. These seemingly inconsequential matters are far more crucial than the camp's defensive measures. Li Xiao found her words to be quite insightful. He hadn't anticipated that this girl possessed not only beauty and fierceness, but also a modicum of expertise. I've thought it over. For this issue, we can delegate it to professionals, Li Xiao mused, wishing to recline on a sofa, directing affairs with a sweeping hand. Previously, you had the border camp personnel assist in construction. This time, we can similarly enhance the camp's development. One thing to note. The engineers responsible for this construction must be, or must become, part of the camp. Li Xiao had no intention of exposing the weaknesses of the camp, which he had painstakingly built with substantial resources, to outsiders. Qin Jing nodded in agreement with Li Xiao's idea. Lin Yun remained silent, as the arrangements regarding the camp were primarily managed by Sister Jing. With the pretty boy's return, perhaps Sister Jing could find some relief. Lin Yun believed that Li Xiao's mind was indeed sharp. She had already begun to consider Li Xiao as part of the camp's management. All right, in a couple of days, we will head to the border camp together, along with trading for some daily necessities, which will help replenish the materials needed for camp construction. Qin Jing responded, having become the sole hired team of this pretty boy. She need not worry about food or the struggle for survival. Staying in this place had become rather stifling. A trip outside should improve her spirits considerably. By the way, there is something else I need to inform you. Li Xiao turned his face mysteriously to the two women, who were not easily provoked. While headquarters has tasked me with constructing this camp, they have also requested an expansion of the team size. The reason being, my manpower is limited and support may not always be timely. The lofty headquarters was a tale Li Xiao spun with gusto. He merely played a minor role, obeying the commands and directives of headquarters. This explanation was quite reasonable. For the foreseeable future, Li Xiao would likely use this pretext to accomplish his various goals until he became sufficiently powerful enough to tear down this facade without concern. Cut it out. I thought it was something significant. Isn't it just about recruiting more people? The bold and unrestrained Qin Jing continued. In this impoverished border area, as long as your resources are sufficient, it wouldn't be an issue to gather all the personnel from the border under your banner. However, whether you can manage these survivors, that remains uncertain. Lin Yun concurred with this, adding, to control the survivors, the simplest method is to place them in a collar. Collar? What is that? Li Xiao asked, perplexed. Lin Yun, noticing Li Xiao's bewilderment, glanced at him with indifference and replied, a slave collar. The downside is, this device is exceedingly expensive in the border area, primarily used to control high-value individuals. Oh, Li Xiao understood immediately. Wearing such a device would render one a living slave, subject to the whims and abuses of their master. He pondered, if someone were to place a slave collar on me, I wonder if it would function upon returning to the real world. Li Xiao did not wish to know, nor did he want to wear such a thing. Yet, using it on disobedient survivors seemed like an exceedingly delightful notion, truly a divine tool for subjugation. As the three conversed, they entered a 4-story building. This structure was the tallest in the camp, with several low-rise buildings clustered closely around it. Aside from the buildings, there was also a surrounding open space of nearly 50 meters. Among the 10 or so buildings, only 3 were habitable. The rest had not been repaired. There were no other reasons. For a team of 12, 3 or 2 safe houses were sufficient to shield them from the wind and rain. Repairing more houses would merely waste resources. Such a mistake would not be made by any survivor in the apocalypse. They were kept merely for the possibility of future expansion. The 2 groups on duty, besides me and Sister Yun as managers, are divided into 2 teams for alternating shifts. Qin Jing briefly introduced her arrangements and plans to Li Xiao. As she spoke at length, Li Xiao internally assigned this bold and unrestrained woman a new role. Sister, did this pretty boy return so quickly? The tall and beautiful Shila lounged on the dilapidated sofa in the hall, her long legs crossed. With a seductive figure, graceful stature, charming face, and captivating large eyes. If only she could don a uniform and pose for a photo shoot, it would surely sell like hotcakes. Li Xiao hurriedly shook his head, discarding the unclean thoughts that lingered in his mind. If Shila could hear Li Xiao's inner thoughts, he would likely twist his head off. His proficiency with the sniper rifle was akin to that of a ghost, elusive and deadly. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiao encountered the members of the Tiger Squad scattered throughout the corners of the house, each engrossed in their own tasks. Border camp. Diagonally across from the trade zone, a building occupied by a mercenary group. Jiang Tianyang lounged in a chair, his face, scarred by the flames, bore a particularly sinister grin. That fool, Kai, a mediocre survivor team, still fretted over so much. Jiang Tianyang's expression was rife with arrogance. He intended to show this fool that what he dared not seize, I shall take. Those he feared to kill, I shall eliminate. In short, Chapter 62. Cigarettes and Beer Border Camp, a spacious building that once served as a luxurious private villa before the cataclysm. The fish have taken the bait. After completing a thorough discussion with his personal assistant and secretary, Elze lay back in satisfaction, his usual shadowy demeanor now tinged with excitement. That scoundrel. This discarded bait is a rare sight indeed. Human, beside Elze, playfully complained. Moreover, their recent exchange had indeed been somewhat exhausting. Just a can of food. Once Kai Lan is eliminated, along with that madman Jiang Tianyang, this line of business will undoubtedly flourish once more. Elze nonchalantly replied, fully aware of the nature of these merchants and smugglers. Having navigated their world for years, once Jiang Tianyang took action, his adversaries would surely slip away like eels, abandoning the outpost they had painstakingly established. Following this, Kai Lan would sever ties with Jiang Tianyang. Even without a complete break, some rifts would inevitably form. As for me, I shall reap the benefits. That fool Kai Lan, having enjoyed a life of comfort for too long, naively dreams of a tripartite cooperation to expand his trade routes. Simply idiotic. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one can remain unscathed. Elze's eyes glinted with ambition, envisioning his own machinations as events unfolded in his favor. He was fortunate that the two had harbored long-standing grievances. Otherwise, he might have struggled to find such a fortuitous opportunity. The trade and mercenary business at the border camp was fraught with significant conflict, with both sides vying for a piece of the pie, each wishing to supplant the other. Yet, both knew that such confrontations would only benefit the so-called official forces. It was Elze, the nominal ruler of the border camp, who commanded the largest group of survivors. Aside from Kai Lan and Jiang Tianyang in the trading zone, Elze regarded everyone else with disdain. Elze's large hand toyed with Human's fair thigh. Contemplating the potential unexpected developments that might arise, it was indeed necessary to proceed cautiously, step by step. Elze growled softly, then resumed his in-depth discussion with his secretary, delving into the academic issues of the apocalypse. The following day, in the camp where Li Xiao resided, he had long awoken and sat idly on the tattered sofa. Taking advantage of the quiet night when no one was in the hall, Li Xiao piled up all the goods he had cleared from the supermarket in the real world, most of which were filling foodstuffs. Additionally, he prepared some beer and cigarettes from the real world for his loyal squad. Beer and cigarettes, the favorites of men. This substantial stockpile had cost Li Xiao thousands of dollars. He believed that with these incentives, his team would surely be able to scavenge even more gold in the future. During Li Xiao's absence, the squad members under Qin Jing focused on constructing the temporary camp. Of course, Li Xiao envisioned employing more survivors from outside the camp, or factions, or cannon fodder to work for him. Pretty boy, Qin Jing, who had just risen, thought to tease her little boss. She turned her gaze to the large pile of supplies stacked in the hall, which filled nearly half the space. Little boss, where did you acquire such an abundance of goods? This is alcohol. Cigarettes? Noticing 2 unmarked boxes of beer and several suspicious items that appeared to be cigarettes in the corner, Qin Jing instantly became exhilarated. These items had become nearly impossible to find after the cataclysm. In the apocalypse, no one could afford the luxury of brewing alcohol with food. As for cigarettes, the raw materials for tobacco had long vanished. Pollution and radiation lay everywhere, with no arable land left. Even producing nutrient solutions required the meat of monstrous beasts. This scarcity underscored the high demand for supplies. The border region would certainly not see their kind. These expensive luxuries, perhaps in the distant eastern city of Dawn, but rare and priced exorbitantly. Li Xiao smiled slightly, then calmly stated, "Yes, you have not mistaken. There are cigarettes, alcohol, and enough compressed rations and canned food to sustain the squad for several months." Under Li Xiao's unwavering gaze, Qin Jing eagerly tore open the plastic wrapping around the beer, effortlessly twisting off the cap and indulging in a hearty drink. Who would have thought that in this lifetime? She would once again savor the taste of alcohol? Qin Jing downed a bottle in mere moments. The last time she had tasted alcohol was years ago in the eastern Grand Canyon. At that time, she had diligently completed a task for her employer, who had rewarded her with 3 bottles of fine wine along with her payment. Compared to the drinks brought by her little boss, those 3 bottles were nothing but horse urine. Qin Jing's enthusiastic reaction left Li Xiao momentarily speechless, as if the person before him was no longer the familiar Barbie he had known. Just as Li Xiao was about to modestly downplay his efforts. "What the hell, Jing team? You two were sneaking food behind my back." Lin Yun, with her tall figure wrapped in combat gear, emerged, exuding an alluring charm. "The weather in this apocalypse is growing increasingly colder. Otherwise, I could have enjoyed the sight of those exquisite long legs." Li Xiao lamented, nearly shedding tears, and hurriedly retracted his thoughts. The fierce woman was not to be trifled with. Li Xiao regretted not seizing the opportunity to capture the fierce woman. Upon returning to the real world, he resolved to spend 7 days and nights with his elegant wife, Shun Peiqi. At home, as for the alcohol, Lin Yun's just-woken face bore a hint of disappointment. These items were coveted by most survivors, yet she herself would not indulge even a drop. "No worries, I also brought you some snacks." Saying this, Li Xiao rummaged through the corner of the supply pile and explained, presenting a small box filled with chocolates and assorted treats. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled upon seeing this, lost in her thoughts and cigarettes. Qin Jing continued, thoroughly satisfied. Once Fei Zhao and Lai Si return from the watchtower, they will undoubtedly be overjoyed by these items. What sleeplessness! The other 5 squad members gradually entered the hall from their respective sleeping areas. What the hell? Following this, Li Xiao's ears were filled with a chorus of, "What the hell?" 5. For the next several minutes, all 7 members, excluding Li Xiao, engaged in animated discussions about the beer, while munching on snacks incessantly. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, a thick haze of contentment enveloped them. Observing this scene, Li Xiao suddenly felt nostalgic for his parents and younger sister in the real world, as well as the close friends with whom he used to gather. When everyone was joyful, their communication devices began to flicker. ZZZZ team leader. Approximately 500 meters north of the camp, a group of unfamiliar survivors has appeared, numbering around 50, most of whom are armed. The familiar voice of Ghost echoed in the private communication channel. Indeed. They might be a wandering survivor faction, each dragging their families along. Fat Soap, stationed at the watchtower, added with a yawn. "I've been on duty all night and am feeling a bit tired. The howling cold wind makes it difficult to doze off, for once one falls asleep, there's a significant chance they won't awaken again." Chapter 63. Negotiation and Settlement War, Famine, Disaster, Chaos. In the apocalypse, few survivors can remain aloof. We mean no offense. We only wish to settle nearby. Once winter passes, we will surely leave of our own accord. A robust man with a steadfast gaze stood before a colonizer. Speaking with a tone of earnest supplication, clad in advanced combat armor, Li Xiao glanced through his high-tech goggles at the man and the 50 or so individuals behind him. All were in tattered clothing. Predominantly young, muscular men, accompanied by a few children and elders. This ragtag assembly of wanderers, apart from their numbers, many bore heavy packs of supplies, while a handful of young men wielded outdated firearms. The rest carried tools such as hoes and shovels. "I apologize, but ahead lies my territory. You may either circumvent this encampment and continue on your way, or seek refuge elsewhere." Li Zhao's expression remained indifferent. He could surmise the intentions of these wandering survivors. Should he choose to accept them, it was likely they would establish a camp here, inevitably attracting more destitute souls. If the situation spiraled out of control, his own group could face expulsion or even death. Allowing these newcomers to seize his stronghold, such an eventuality was unacceptable. The term colonizer caused the man and his ragged entourage to display evident discomfort. Their arrival at this place had already been fraught with difficulty. To press on might lead them into the jaws of marauders, treacherous survivors, or ferocious beasts. Li Zhao's demeanor remained unchanged as he weighed the pros and cons of this unforeseen encounter. Qin Jing and others stood ready, clutching their pulse rifles, while 2 watchtowers armed with heavy machine guns aimed down at the crowd, prepared to unleash fire should the need arise. As the group hesitated, preparing to depart, Li Xiao interjected. You may remain, provided. Before the man could express any joy, Li Xiao shifted his tone. This territory is mine. Everything within it, down to the smallest blade of grass, belongs to me. You must either accept my terms and abide by my rules, setting up camp where I designate, or leave. The sturdy man, now visibly wary, cast a glance at the fully armed soldiers behind Li Xiao and the formidable firepower of the watchtowers before replying. Please grant me a moment. He then turned to converse with 3 or 5 older individuals within his group. Before long, he returned. Sir, we are willing to accept your terms. Though reluctant, this was their only means of survival. Very well, Li Xiao responded, observing the incredulous expressions of Qin Jing and the others. What a bold ambition you have. He then outlined the critical stipulations. No killing, stealing, or any other nefarious activities are permitted within my domain. You may move freely, but must not venture beyond 100 meters from the camp without permission. Additionally, all firearms must be surrendered. The robust man beheld the watchtower machine guns. His earlier thoughts of rebellion quickly dissipated. Intelligence, goods, and any items you deem tradable may also be exchanged with us. I shall send my subordinates to negotiate with you at the appointed time. Subsequently, with the assistance of Qin Jing and Lin Yun, Li Xiao meticulously refined the agreement, progressively imposing stricter conditions. These rules, however, held little sway over a group merely seeking to survive. Li Xiao's actions were intended to curtail their development, preventing future threats. Thus, he settled the wandering survivors to the north, a mere 100 meters from the camp's perimeter, marking out an area approximately half the size of a football field for their encampment. This distance conveniently fell within the fire range of the 2 machine guns, allowing for a swift resolution should they prove unruly. However, it was unlikely they would dare to challenge him, especially without firearms. What is your name? Li Xiao inquired of the man with whom he had been negotiating. Zhao Ko, sir. My name is Zhao Ko, the robust man replied, gratitude illuminating his features. He had not anticipated Li Xiao's tolerance, allowing them to establish a temporary settlement around the camp. Had they encountered a typical survivor faction, they might have faced a devastating attack, losing everything they possessed. Sir, we will depart after the winter. We will not impede your activities, Zhao Ko hastily assured, as if fearing a change of heart from Li Xiao. Li Xiao smiled faintly, turning to his team as he walked back toward the camp, leaving behind a cryptic remark. You may not think so then. Zhao Ko found himself puzzled by Li Xiao's implication, realizing that they were not entirely subservient to him. After surrendering their weapons, Zhao Ko and his companions proceeded to the designated area, erecting tents and constructing makeshift barriers. The wandering survivors proved far more compliant than Li Xiao had initially anticipated. In a short span of about half an hour, upon emerging from his ablutions, he surveyed the scene. A small encampment had taken shape just beyond the camp's northern perimeter, with tents and rudimentary shelters hastily erected to shield them from the elements. The newcomers immediately set about preparing food. While the women, children, and elders remained within the camp, the majority of men ventured outside, likely in search of sustenance. It was reasonable to assume that their food sources would consist of smaller mutated creatures and low-toxicity plants, as not everyone possessed Li Xiao's capacity to procure supplies from the real world. Survival in this post-apocalyptic landscape was far more challenging than he had envisioned, compared to the lives he and his parents led in their modest county and village. This grim existence was a stark contrast. The scarcity of food was another pressing concern, especially given the ferocious beasts that roamed the land, posing a constant threat to the survivors. All right, little boss, are you satisfied? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Qin Jing had appeared at his side, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. My plan is to absorb these people into our ranks. For now, it is merely a period of observation. But I will consider incorporating them later. Li Xiao did not hesitate to share his thoughts, placing his trust in Qin Jing. Lin Yun's close confidant, as you wish. You are the boss. As long as you can sustain this many people, it is acceptable. Qin Jing had no objections. After all, the newcomers possessed substantial strength, resources, and food supplies. The seamless transfer of a considerable cache of goods into their camp without alerting the ghosts or his own team had startled her. By the way, when are we heading to the border camp for trade? Although there remained time until the appointed meeting with the gourmet, the fortification of their encampment was an urgent matter. One could never anticipate what calamities might befall this world. Establishing a relatively safe stronghold was the aspiration of every survivor. I will send Lin Yun with you shortly. Her familiarity with the border camp is on par with mine. I will remain here to oversee camp affairs. Very well, the two agreed, and Li Shao promptly set about making preparations. Chapter 64. Black Sands, slaves. The wind swept through. Two figures, veiled and wrapped in headscarves, emerged from the swirling sands, burdened with large packs. Clad in clean attire, they stood in stark contrast to the ragged survivors of this apocalyptic world. Yet the pulse rifles they carried signaled to all they encountered, "We are not to be trifled with." Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the winds carried a dark, ashen hue. Survivors in this post-apocalyptic reality had grown accustomed to such phenomena. However, Li Shao felt a twinge of curiosity and posed a question to the fierce woman beside him. "Why is the color of the sand black?" Lin Yun cast a sidelong glance at the diminutive Li Shao, hardly inclined to entertain his inquiries. She silently vowed never to engage with such an irksome individual again. Perhaps she should have silenced him from the start. After a moment of silence, she sighed. Since the cataclysm, the weather has become unpredictable, and many phenomena defy explanation. The gathering of this dark, ashen sand is likely a consequence of the altered geography. Such occurrences are far too common. The world is no longer as it once was, but thankfully, we all continue to survive. Li Shao simply nodded in response. Before long, the two arrived at the grand entrance of the border camp. Li Zhao's outpost was not far from the border camp. The 10-kilometer journey took them just half a day to complete. By the time they reached the control zone of the border camp, it was already lunchtime. Goo goo goo. Fortunately, the signal emitted by the fierce woman's slender waist broke the silence. Otherwise, Li Shao would still be lost in the atmosphere of the apocalypse, entirely oblivious to his hunger. Living in the real world, Li Shao, despite not hailing from a wealthy background, had never experienced hunger, thanks to the favorable national environment. His worst predicament was merely not eating well, and of course, the welfare and treatment provided by his country lagged behind those of some developed Western nations. Yet Li Shao felt immensely content in the real world of Z country. The happiness of its citizens was quite substantial, especially for children born in first- and second-tier cities, who were considered the favored ones. However, these matters had little bearing on Li Shao. At present, he possessed something that no one else in the world did: a complete apocalyptic realm. As they approached the border camp, they noticed some survivors nearby, setting up small camps or temporary stalls, either departing or returning. Upon reaching the border camp, they would find a safe, secluded spot to have lunch. Observing the gazes of the surrounding survivors, Li Shao, no matter how hungry he felt, would never dare to take out food from his backpack and eat in public. Lin Yun nodded in agreement, silently acknowledging the situation. If even the pretty boy could perceive the circumstances, Li Shao, an experienced traveler of the apocalypse, certainly would not overlook them. Soon after, they passed through the camp's security check without incident and entered the camp smoothly. It was only after the two vanished around a corner that a pair of hidden eyes slowly withdrew their gaze. Reporting back, target number 8 has appeared, heading towards the trading zone. Caution with the target, border camp. Trading zone, slave market. Slaves die in the old world. They were beings without freedom, subjected to the whims of others, often devoid of personal dignity and status. Sometimes considered inferior even to mere goods in today's world. Under the apocalypse, slaves held a significant position. Many slaves, caught in the struggles of various survivor factions, had been reduced to cannon fodder in wars or bait for ferocious beasts. If you were a woman of pleasing appearance, capable of winning your master's favor, congratulations. You might live a little longer. But once your master grew tired of you, you would again become a mere tool for trade. If you could keep your master in good spirits, perhaps you could remain by his side indefinitely. Conversely, if you failed to do so, the exploitation methods of slave owners towards their captives were particularly brutal. Especially for those wearing slave collars, they were akin to fish on a chopping board, lambs awaiting slaughter. Should their master be displeased, a simple press of a remote button would render the slave lifeless in an instant, devoid of any possibility of resistance. Good day, esteemed customer. Everyone on the list is available for trade, all in good health and able-bodied. A stout man with a buzz cut rubbed his greasy hands eagerly, introducing the offerings to the prominent client before him. The canned goods recently showcased were identical to those from a while ago. Their price, needless to say, had escalated to the point where the Laskin had vanished for the equivalent of 35 nutritional supplements. Many in the camp regretted not acting decisively enough to secure their OWNI in contrast. Those selling the canned goods had profited handsomely. Chapter 65. Slave trade. I require some labor, primarily for upgrading and reinforcing facilities, as well as a few specialized slaves, such as computer technicians and architects. And in critical moments, they can also serve as cannon fodder. After briefly conveying his needs to the slave trader before him, Li Xiao silently added this thought to himself. No problem. Please hold on a moment. Lu Yong, upon hearing this, beamed with delight, further convinced that the survivor before him was a significant client, a big customer indeed. He clapped his hands and dashed to a small room at the back where he kept his records, in under a minute. Lu Yong returned with a yellowed notebook, a broad smile plastered across his face as he handed it to the customer. Subsequently, Lu Yong provided a brief explanation. The names at the front of the notebook are all present, so there shouldn't be any major issues with trading. The names towards the end are likely already traded. Of course, there are also some unfortunate souls who met with unexpected circumstances, like illness. Li Xiao took the yellowed notebook without further acknowledging the stout man. In a world of apocalypse, the fact that the other party could still maintain such a physique clearly indicated that things were not as simple as they appeared. The smile and amiable demeanor were merely a facade for survivors in this grim reality, masking a deeper indifference and coldness. Li Xiao perused the aged notebook. He scanned it swiftly. The names inscribed therein were accompanied by detailed descriptions of the individual slaves. He Gao, former security of the International Trade Organization. By Yin Yun, captured marauder. Ma Duo, indebted survivor of the camp. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, reading for 4 or 5 minutes before preparing to engage with the available merchandise. May I take a look at the trading subjects? Certainly. Right this way, please. Lu Yong nodded and gestured for the nearby guards to lead the way. 2 robust men adorned with slave collars quickly responded to their master's command, eager not to delay and risk displeasing him. The survivors in the slave trading area were no strangers to Lu Yong. Beneath the stout man's smile lay another face, one of a tormentor. Under the guidance of the stout man, Li Xiao and Lin Yun soon arrived at several enclosed small rooms. Esteemed customer, if you seek inexpensive labor, the small rooms before you house many healthy individuals, fully capable of enduring any toil you might demand. If you're interested, I can introduce you to some attractive merchandise. Whatever your price, I have it all with that. Lu Yong winked at Li Xiao, conveying a knowing glance that any man would understand. Li Xiao clicked his tongue, disregarding the man's insinuation. Go seek women. What kind of beauties would he not find in the real world? As long as his pockets were deep enough, even the celestial maidens could form a line to serve him. However, Lin Yun beside him wore a displeased expression, chiding, "Fatty, get to the point." Nothing at all. Lu Yong chuckled nervously, secretly cursing the pretty boy for being so afraid of his wife. It was merely a matter of making money from the other party. Why should he grovel? If the other side had enough hard assets, he wouldn't mind calling the other party father. Let me bring out some of the more mobile merchandise. Lu Yong brushed off the earlier exchange and turned around, raising his hand to signal his underlings to fetch some goods. Several slaves, wearing collars of servitude, roughly opened all the shabby small rooms, pulling out groups of ragged, pallid slaves. Their limbs were shackled with transparent, colorless cuffs, presumably made from some special material. Please, feel free to take a look. Although these individuals are a bit thin, they are genuinely healthy and should have no significant issues. Lu Yong continued to extol the virtues of his slaves to Li Xiao, droning on incessantly, glancing over. Li Xiao had witnessed enough. Thin? They were nothing but skin and bones. Most bore numb expressions, their eyes vacant, as though their souls had been stripped away. Li Xiao's expression soured. He frowned and slowly approached, examining each one. After about 10 minutes, out of the 100 or so slaves before him, very few could be considered truly alive. Thus, Li Xiao raised his hand and pointed to the faces of the slaves he had previously noted, totaling 18 robust males. His decision to trade was based on their expressions. Those with vacant gazes were immediately dismissed. For those with some semblance of emotion, he had no objection to providing them with a new environment for labor. During this process, Li Xiao encountered an intriguing individual. 1 slave, with a resolute face, firm gaze, and calm demeanor, displayed none of the panic or distress characteristic of the other slaves, completely unyielding in his acceptance of his status as a slave. This unique demeanor certainly stood out among the 18. Nevertheless, Li Xiao merely spared him a glance and did not dwell on it further. As he continued to scan the yellowed notes, he found no remaining entries that matched suitable candidates. Some special goods were kept in solitary confinement. Their physiques were far too frail. Esteemed customer, this way please. As Li Zhao's words hung in the air, Lu Yang eagerly interjected with an explanation. A significant deal was on the verge of success, and the joy radiating from Lu Yang's face caused the flesh to nearly squish together. The completion of this cargo transaction would undoubtedly be worth at least 100 tubes of nutritional elixirs. The slave trade, a venture with immense profits, and if it were to end, one could simply stroll outside the camp, as long as the survivors were not formidable or backed by any power. They could easily be transformed into slaves through various means. Subsequently, Lu Yang led his esteemed clients to the dilapidated building that he claimed housed the special cargo. Li Xiao glanced at the surroundings. The meticulously armed guards and the relatively clean environment. In stark contrast to the several shabby huts earlier, this place resembled a paradise. Seizing the moment while Li Xiao and Lin Yun were observing, Lu Yang sprinted to the armed guards, exchanged a few words, and then hurried back. All right, esteemed guests. Please wait a moment. Lu Yang stood with hands clasped behind his back, a broad smile adorning his face. The prices of these special cargo items were certainly far higher compared to those mindless individuals from earlier. Lu Yang casually stole a glance at the expressions of his clients, noting their apparent indifference, which only intensified his delight. He raised his gaze to the overcast sky. Today is indeed a splendid day. Dressed relatively neatly, the cargo adorned with slave collars trembled as they were pulled out by the guards. A shared question lingered in everyone's minds. What fate awaits us? Chapter 66. A warning to the monkeys. The biting cold wind swept past these hollow-eyed individuals. Listen well, you swine. Your fortune has arrived. Lu Yang donned a fearsome countenance and turned to face the survivors wearing slave collars. Your only path to salvation lies in fervently promoting yourselves. Otherwise, ha. Lu Yang's chilling chuckle resembled that of a malevolent specter. Those familiar with the slave trader knew precisely what fate awaited those deemed worthless. They would be sent to the crude canning factories, laboring until utterly exhausted, a fate that every unsellable cargo would inevitably face. Once drained of all vitality, the factories would convert the cargo into more valuable canned goods, to be sold through special channels to the starving survivors, traded discreetly with marauders, or fed to the more docile mutated beasts. Under the threats and temptations from the rotund man, the slaves, wearing dog collars, mostly bore pale expressions, perhaps due to malnutrition. Yet the palpable fear etched on their faces clearly conveyed that their experiences were far from pleasant. Li Xiao cast a detached glance at the slaves. There were not many, around 10 individuals. Those skilled in construction and computing stood before him. After a moment of hesitation, 4 or 5 slaves, their necks adorned with collars and their faces grim, raised their right hands. Li Xiao approached them. As he walked past the 5 individuals, his gaze swept over them, noting their nervous demeanor. 2 women and 3 men. 4 individuals. Li Xiao's gaze lingered on the last man. He scanned the individual from head to toe, then shifted his attention side to side. Suddenly, Li Xiao swiftly drew his handgun from his waist and aimed it at the defiant slave. The man remained unfazed, as if he had already resigned himself to fate, his eyes fixed on the well-dressed customer. Why do you not avoid this? Li Xiao inquired with keen interest. Because I am not afraid. Li Xiao let out a soft scoff and continued. Why are you not afraid? Not afraid is simply not afraid. Bang. The name of the slave, unknown to Li Xiao, instantly became that of a departed soul. Li Xiao required subordinates who would not be filled with rebellion and defiance. Having been reduced to a slave and adorned with a collar, the individual believed themselves to possess some worth and treated their future master with disdain. How long could such a person survive? If such individuals could endure, then those they served would likely not last long either. I will take all 4 of these individuals, along with the one lying on the ground. Li Xiao's actions were a calculated move to set an example. It is worth noting that apart from these high-value cargoes with collars, his own household had also acquired 18 other slaves. This commotion naturally caught the attention of the surrounding guards, causing Lu Yang's expression to sour slightly. Just as he was about to say something, upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Lu Yang blinked, and his face broke into a wide grin. No problem. I will promptly arrange for the paperwork. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. Lu Yang had no reason to be agitated over a dead man with a wealthy patron, especially since the other party had already purchased him. Strictly speaking, this matter was no longer his concern. Was the gunfire occurring on his territory? No, it was merely an accident. Had he lost face? What did that matter? In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, those concerned with appearances had long since found themselves buried deep beneath the earth. The law of the jungle prevailed. Survival and development were the only accurate dictates of this new world. Li Shao waved his hand, signaling the slaves involved in the transaction to line up. While the slave trader busied himself with the paperwork, Li Shao raised his voice, addressing the 22 slaves before him. As you can see, I am about to become your new master. However, I would prefer you to refer to me as boss. In the vast expanse, Li Zhao's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of each slave. They understood that this cleanly dressed man held their lives in his hands. To defy him would lead to a fate, best exemplified by the bloodied corpses scattered around. All you need to do is obey and complete the tasks I assign you. I can ensure that you will have enough to eat and wear each day. If your performance meets my expectations, regaining your freedom is not out of the question. Li Zhao's words visibly excited the slaves, a spark igniting in their eyes. Transitioning his tone, Li Shao lowered his voice. Speaking cruelly, however, should anyone engage in treachery, betrayal, or deceit, I need not elaborate on the consequences. You should already understand, in chaotic times, strict measures must be employed. Gentle methods are ill-suited for survivors in the apocalypse. Direct and forceful rule yields more pronounced effects. The aftermath of such actions was a consideration for another time. Li Shao was acutely aware of when to embody the necessary persona. Lin Yun was taken aback by Li Zhao's words. Reflecting on their first encounter, she remembered him as a timid individual who would tremble at the thought of taking a life. Yet now, he had transformed into a figure of such formidable presence. With a mind as profound as the abyss and methods as ruthless as a blade, she found herself increasingly admiring him. The world had long since plunged into madness and chaos. The will to survive and the ruthlessness of one's methods signified a greater chance of longevity. Aligning herself with such a powerful figure was undoubtedly a wise choice. Moments later, the rotund man returned, having completed the slave transaction paperwork, and scampered to Li Shao, the esteemed patron. Thank you for your patience. The paperwork and documentation are all sorted. We can take these goods out of the camp at any time. With a beaming smile, Lu Yang extended a sheet of pristine paper to Li Shao. It contained a simple record of the cargo and exit permits. Esteemed guest, look here. Li Shao cast a disinterested glance at the swindler and replied, Is this sufficient? At his cue, Lin Yun tossed down a prepared bag of canned goods. Lu Yang gazed at the black bag on the ground, bent down to inspect it. Sufficient? Absolutely sufficient. Upon seeing the contents of the black bag, Lu Yang's astonishment morphed into joy, his chubby face nearly contorting with glee. They were identical to the canned goods he had encountered earlier, 10 cans of the same fresh meat. Lu Yang eagerly pried open a can and sampled a small bite. Indeed, this is quite good. Not like the meat of other survivors. Lu Yang had not anticipated that these fresh meat cans would still be hoarded by survivors. Ha ha ha, this time, it's my turn to strike it rich. While Lu Yang feigned delight, he inwardly scoffed at the ignorance of the two individuals before him. 10 cans of fresh meat, based on the camp's previous average price of 15 to 30 tubes of nutritional elixirs, meant this transaction was undoubtedly lucrative. As they departed from the slave trading area, Li Shao and Lin Yun intended to procure building materials and other necessities. A fully armed contingent of approximately 30 individuals blocked the entrance of the border camp, causing many survivors to hesitate before entering or exiting. Whispers of speculation filled the air. What had transpired? Li Shao too pondered the matter, curious about the significant events occurring within the expansive border camp. Are you, Li Shao? Until he drew closer to this group, Li Shao felt an ominous premonition as he heard someone call his name. Chapter 67. An unexpected turn of events. The rules and regulations have always been dictated by the strong. Today, at the entrance of the border camp, a non-guarding armed mercenary force was stationed. Survivors familiar with this armed group were well aware that it represented one of the three giants of the border camp. The faction of Jiang Tianyang, reckless and unpredictable scoundrel, he was often criticized in private by numerous survivors, many of whom wished to rid themselves of him. However, due to the formidable power he wielded, such thoughts remained unfulfilled. Jiang Tianyang's tyranny stemmed from his control over more than a dozen brutal and belligerent mercenary squads. A coalition of these mercenaries was sufficient to establish a foothold in this camp of over 10,000. Not to mention the external power provided by exoskeleton armor and heavy weaponry. Aside from Kylon, the largest trader in the border camp, and the nominal ruler, Elze, there seemed to be little that could make him cautious. In a time when civilized order had collapsed, brute force determined everything. I seem to not recognize you, Li Xiao said, his brow furrowing as Lin Yun beside him had already placed her hand firmly on the grip of her weapon. The slaves involved in the transaction displayed little change in expression, having long grown accustomed to such scenes. It was common for goods to pass from one owner to another in quick succession. Indeed, you are not mistaken. I do not recognize you either, replied the fully armed survivor, his expression unchanged. However, I need to see you. I apologize for taking up your time. I do not wish to resort to violence. But I am not averse to it, he continued. Lin Yun, puzzled, wondered if the other party was unaware that disturbances were intolerable in the border camp. Upon noticing the cross pattern on the stranger's wrist, she realized, so this is Jiang Tianyang's faction. This scoundrel has never been one to adhere to rules. This could spell trouble. These deranged mercenaries, as long as they did not cause too much commotion, were largely ignored by the camp's guards. Li Xiao turned his gaze toward Lin Yun, the formidable woman beside him. Lin Yun tightened her grip on her weapon, her face reflecting hesitation, ultimately shaking her head to signal against taking action. To engage would likely be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den, with no chance of return. The fully armed underling had, of course, noticed their subtle exchange. Why apologies? Let us take action. The armed group then swiftly encircled Li Xiao and the others. Li Xiao's expression darkened as he scanned the situation. The other side has over 30 men. It is utterly impossible for us to escape. What should we do? Lin Yun, unaccustomed to the prospect of becoming a captive, was about to draw her gun, ready to fight to the death, when a deep voice captured everyone's attention. Whoever dares to move will have their head blown off. A robust man, flanked by a dozen others, emerged, none other than Lin Xiong, known as Scarface, whom Li Xiao had encountered before. The hulking figure bore an exaggerated double-barreled rifle reminiscent of a weapon from a popular decade-long video game character. Lin Xiong, do you intend to meddle in our affairs? The underling lifted his left hand to remove his goggles and took off his combat helmet, his cold gaze fixed upon the group in the trading area. The underling sported a buzz cut and a fierce scowl. I have no choice. I cannot defy the orders given to me by my boss. You can only blame yourselves for acting too late. So, what, do you dare to make the first move? As he spoke, the scar on his face contorted, appearing even more menacing. With his words hanging in the air, he shot a glare at the armed faction affiliated with Jiang Tianyang. The buzz-cut underling's icy stare locked onto Lin Xiong and his party, unwilling to retreat. Without the head's orders, leaving on one's own accord could lead to dire consequences. To act aggressively and fire first. He was no fool. What if, in the end, the head cleansed the situation and he became the scapegoat? Who would save him then? The buzz-cut underling gritted his teeth, his expression wavering as he hesitated. The two sides remained locked in a standoff, neither daring to make the first move or to depart. Survivors gathered around, as if eager spectators, though few were armed. Such a scene had not unfolded in a long time under the balance of the three giants. To their surprise, they were witnessing it today. Some curious onlookers, eager for chaos, wished for the situation to escalate, hoping to take advantage of the turmoil. Among the survivors, there were certainly astute individuals who could perceive the underlying tensions and, sensing danger, withdrew in time. That fool Jiang Tianyang. Either take direct action or wait until they leave before striking, right? Elze's face twisted in displeasure as he realized his plans were unraveling. He wished that Jiang Tianyang's men would initiate the conflict first. However, it was too late for such actions now. The more this situation escalated, the clearer it became who would benefit from the ensuing conflict. Furthermore, Elze had no desire to involve himself in matters concerning the border camp, as it could tarnish his own reputation, a scenario he wished to avoid. Having taken a moment to breathe and calm his emotions, Elze activated his communicator, dispatching a squad of guards to act as mediators. At the entrance of the border camp, the two parties continued to hold their ground, waiting for the arrival of Elze's dispatched guards. What are you doing? Please disperse immediately. Otherwise, you will be expelled for inciting a disturbance. And we will resort to force if necessary. The guards, armed with pulse rifles, arrived at the scene. The squad leader quickly recognized the unusual situation and pinned the blame on both parties, thus ensuring that the camp's survivors would perceive these two groups as the instigators. Should the warning go unheeded, the camp would be justified in taking action against them. Suddenly, a survivor stepped out from the crowd of onlookers and leaned in to whisper something to the buzzcut underling. The underling turned to look in a certain direction and then connected to his communicator. Retreat, withdraw. Hearing the familiar voice through the communicator, the buzzcut underling sighed in relief before commanding his team to retreat. Ha! How amusing, Lin Xiong scoffed before approaching Li Xiao. Mr. Li, my boss sends his regards. He then added, and let me remind you not to forget about the contract. With that, Lin Xiong turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused, facing away from Li Xiao, and said, be cautious of Zhang Tianyang and LZ. Especially Zhang Tianyang. That group just now was sent by him. Once Lin Xiong and his men departed, Li Xiao, Lin Yun, and a batch of slaves dared not exit the camp. Li Xiao then turned to Lin Yun and inquired, what should we do? The road back is likely to be fraught with difficulties. Lin Yun understood the underlying meaning of his words. How many supplies do we have left? She asked. Quite a bit, he replied. It was intended for purchasing construction materials to bolster the camp's defenses. Li Xiao withheld specifics, knowing that if they were insufficient, he could retrieve more from his storage space. Before coming here, he had cleared out a supermarket, leaving him with a considerable stockpile. Trusting no one, he said, first, let's arm our slaves. If we have enough supplies, it would be best to equip them with slave collars as well. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yun provided a prudent suggestion. That's a sound idea. However, I wish to add a few notes to your good suggestion. Wait for me here. With that, Li Xiao emptied the contents of 2 black backpacks, then, carrying 2 empty bags, ventured into a secluded corner of the camp. They think they can target me, he mused. Hmph, the stark contrast of a little lamb turning into a fierce tiger will surely surprise these scoundrels. Li Xiao coldly snorted to himself, ensuring he committed the names of Zhang Tianyang and LZ to memory. As designated trading partners, he had never truly trusted them and felt increasingly wary. Chapter 68. A Strong Alliance. Approximately 5 minutes later, Li Xiao returned, carrying 2 bags filled with supplies, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. A bit heavy, he exhaled, dropping the 2 large bags and wiping the sweat from his brow. Will these supplies suffice to arm us? Standing calmly before the formidable woman, he unzipped the bags to reveal them brimming with canned meat. Lin Yun, perplexed, asked, where did you get these cans? Li Xiao chuckled, not elaborating further. Instead, he continued, have you forgotten that I had been here once before and left some provisions behind? Though the reasoning seemed tenuous. Lin Yun chose not to press further. The paramount concern at present was to return to the camp safely. Lingering in this cursed place for even a moment longer felt perilous, particularly since Li Xiao had discarded a plethora of supplies. Many of the surrounding survivors exhibited expressions laced with ulterior motives. Lin Yun had witnessed such expressions countless times. She was all too familiar with them, greed akin to that of ravenous wolves. Fortunately, they remained within the jurisdiction of the border camp, where few survivors dared to act overtly. Yet, it was evident that many were secretly nurturing nefarious thoughts. Time was of the essence. Lin Yun cast her gaze upward at the ominous sky. If darkness fell completely, returning safely would involve more than just contending with the greedy survivors. It would also mean facing the unpredictable hordes of zombies and ferocious beasts. Who knows what other dangers lurked in this apocalyptic world? Where do we go now? Li Xiao inhaled deeply, attempting to soothe his frayed nerves. The trading area, Lin Yun replied without hesitation. Earlier, when he had departed alone, he had contemplated returning to the civilized world by himself. But ultimately, he had reconsidered, prompting Lin Yun to dissuade him. Reaching this point had not been easy, and the chance of encountering a formidable woman in this dismal world was exceedingly slim. Moreover, if he were to abandon this opportunity, what would happen when his resources ran dry? Danger often coexists with opportunity. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Li Xiao, now ignited by ambition, was not accustomed to conceding defeat before the final moment arrived. Noticing the cowering slaves behind him, Li Xiao glanced at the supplies strewn across the ground and then at Lin Yun, whose expression exuded determination. A decision had already formed in his mind. Sometime later, In the trading area of the border camp, Kylon reclined comfortably on a plush sofa, observing the two individuals before him along with the considerable stockpile of supplies amassed on the ground. Canned goods, beer, and various small packaged foods. These exquisite items had not graced the border camp in many years. It was impossible not to be tempted. Although Kylon had engaged in many acts of exploitation, he could not afford to do so now, at the very least. I must understand the counterparts' trading and smuggling routes. Kylon maintained a stoic expression, yet curiosity bubbled within him regarding how these supplies had been procured so discreetly. Despite the dilapidated state of the other party's camp, he had stationed people to observe it around the clock, yet his incompetent subordinates had failed to notice anything amiss. This is exceedingly strange. He mused, temporarily setting aside his doubts as he spoke with keen interest. Combat suits? Indeed. Our journey back will not be smooth. We require military protection. The volume of our future transactions will only increase. And you wouldn't want me to encounter any issues, would you? Li Xiao, unabashedly blunt, replied. I'm not afraid of trouble. He doubted that survivors accustomed to the food of the civilized world would willingly resort to consuming obscure nutritional concoctions or cultivating low-radiation flora and fauna. The young man standing before him had not spoken in error. Kylon certainly had concerns. Until he discovered the routes of this supply line, he could not allow this young man to come to harm. He was well aware of the potential threat posed by Jiang Tianyang, who might ambush them along the way. After a moment of contemplation, Kylon, weighing the pros and cons, fixed his gaze on the two individuals and slowly articulated. I can provide you with a set of combat-type suits, including a batch of brand-new automatic rifles, ample ammunition, and armed vehicles sufficient to ensure the safe return of your unqualified team to the camp. Before Li Xiao and Lin Yun could rejoice, Kylon continued, in addition to this supply, I require a modification to the original trade agreement. Li Xiao was open to accepting any terms that were not excessively harsh. If the terms proved unacceptable, he could always trade with other survivors. Although Kylon dominated the trading area, he did not hold absolute power. After hearing Kylon's words, Li Xiao frowned slightly and replied in a low voice. Go on, do not be alarmed. It's merely a slight modification. Seeing that the young man, the bedrock of the duo, had acquiesced, Kylon promptly shared his proposition. Within the confines of the border camp, including a 10-kilometer radius, you are permitted to trade exclusively with me. In other words, I shall be your sole trading partner. Secondly, each transaction must involve supplies valued at no less than 2,000 units of nutritional concoctions. Do you have any objections? Kylon scrutinized the young man intently. No problem, Li Xiao responded nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. To him, the conditions did not seem particularly harsh. A conversion rate of 10 nutritional units per can. Each transaction would merely amount to 200 cans. When Li Xiao readily agreed, Kylon and his subordinates, as well as Lin Yun beside Li Xiao, were all taken aback. Such a substantial commitment implies a formidable backing among the survivors. Kylon's expression grew increasingly solemn. It was no wonder his subordinates had been unable to uncover the source of the supplies. However, how could such a powerful faction exist near the fringes? What could they possibly want? Doubts began to well up within Kylon. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, observing the seemingly unremarkable young man beside Li Xiao with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue, wondered, where does he truly hail from? Very well, it is settled. Kylon was poised to finalize the agreement when Li Xiao interrupted him. I have been dispatched by headquarters to ignite the flame of civilization and restore order. As we engage in trade, I extend an invitation for you to ally with Dawn City. Mr. Kai, would you be willing? Listening to the earnest words of the young man and observing his sincere demeanor, Kylon leaped to his feet, exhilarated. So you are from Dawn City. This greatly clarifies matters. Kylon, brimming with excitement, momentarily forgot many details. In contrast, Lin Yun appeared perplexed. Dawn City is a far cry from here. Could he truly be from there? After a brief internal struggle with disbelief, Lin Yun compelled herself to accept the notion. Before the catastrophe, there were indeed means of transportation capable of traversing vast distances in a single day. It seems reasonable for Dawn City to possess such capabilities in restoring a semblance of civilized order. Yes, it must be so, she muttered to herself, observing the composed expression of the young man and reconciling it with the information she had previously gathered. I would certainly be willing. Kylon, representing the Round Table Council of the border camp, expressed his eagerness to forge an alliance with Dawn City. Kylon had not anticipated such a turn of events, yet this did not hinder him from altering the subsequent plans regarding the two. Externally calm, Li Xiao felt a surge of anxiety within. Have I perhaps overstepped? He was completely unaware of the specifics surrounding Dawn City, having only learned its name from the formidable woman in no matter. I must focus on strengthening myself first. After all, no one here possesses detailed knowledge about Dawn City. Once I become powerful, does it truly matter whether the information is accurate or not? Chapter 69. The calm before the storm. Upon exiting the trading area, Li Xiao and Lin Yun led a group of well-armed slaves, each of whom wore a collar of servitude. Their procession advanced toward the camp's gates, accompanied by 3 armed vehicles. The vehicles bore a portion of construction materials and weaponry. However, before departing the border camp, they needed to undergo inspection by the camp's guards to verify the legitimacy of the supplies. "Do you truly come from Dawn City?" The formidable woman regarded Li Xiao with a hint of skepticism. Her instincts suggested that this young man could not possibly originate from the distant Dawn City in the eastern lands. "Knowing too much is not advantageous for you. You only need to trust me?" Li Xiao replied, halting his steps to place the blood witch bracelet obtained from Kylon onto Lin Yun's wrist. "That I thought you would choose to remain." Li Xiao's unexpected gesture caught Lin Yun off guard. Stirring within her a mixture of emotions that was difficult to articulate, it was hard to fathom that the cold and unyielding woman could exhibit shyness, revealing a semblance of vulnerability. This left Li Xiao momentarily at a loss for words. Clearing his throat in an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Li Xiao quickly clarified, "I cannot trust the slaves we traded for. I already possess the infiltrator lightweight combat suit you provided. It is only fitting that I give this to you. You are the only partner I can trust, and no one else can take your place in my heart." Li Xiaoman is particularly adept at charming girls. Through sweet words, he can enhance the mutual trust between them, which is not a bad thing at all. The romantic phrases cause a fleeting blush to grace Lin Yun's smooth profile, only to vanish almost immediately. This fierce woman, Lin Yun, quickly reverts to her haughty queen demeanor. It seems you are perceptive," she remarks, raising her right hand adorned with the bloody witch-red bracelet in a showy manner. Li Xiao merely smiles faintly. "I have conferred with Kylon. The pact we have forged will remain undisclosed for the time being. Consider it a covert alliance." Subsequently, Li Xiao elaborated on further details of the alliance to Lin Yun. Essentially, Kylon would assist Li Xiao in establishing a stronghold and provide support when necessary. In return, Kylon's influence at the border camp would temporarily secure exclusive trading rights with Li Xiao, with potential for increased trade in the future. "Why aren't the forces behind you dispatching a team to assist you? And what is it about this cursed place that warrants your attention?" Lin Yun queried in rapid succession. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao maintained a calm smile on his face, opting not to respond to the fierce woman's inquiries. Internally, he felt overwhelmed, his head throbbing. Indeed, one like can unravel countless others. Rather than perpetuating deceit, it is wiser to remain silent. The more one speaks, the more one risks revealing too much. Fortunately, Kylon in the trading area temporarily accepted this charade. His trust stemmed from Li Xiao's capability to supply resources and increase trade volume. Li Xiao was well aware that as long as he could consistently provide substantial amounts of food and supplies, this deception regarding his origins as an envoy from Dawn City could persist. Although the ruse was tenuous and riddled with holes, no one possessed evidence to prove that Li Xiao was not from Dawn City. At the entrance of the border camp, "Wait, we need to conduct a routine inspection of you and your convoy." The camp guard in a black uniform raised his left hand, signaling for Li Xiao and his group to halt. In the trading area, Kylon stood atop his earthen fortress, watching as Li Xiao's convoy departed. "Boss, is that pretty boy really from Dawn City?" Lin Stone, known as Scarface, exclaimed incredulously. It was said that Dawn City was leagues away from the border region. "Hard to say," Kylon replied gravely, emphasizing, "regardless of whether he is or isn't. As long as we can maintain a steady supply of resources, we will remain invincible. Even if he is not a civilized individual from Dawn City, the forces behind him should not be underestimated." Turning to Lin Xiong, Kylon instructed, "Keep a close watch. This is just the opportunity. Jiang Tianyang, that fool, needs to continue probing. We shall ascertain the depths of their capabilities." Kylon was not naive enough to fully trust the words of another. "Boss, you're brilliant," Lin Xiong flattered, marveling at his superior's astuteness. "I specifically negotiated with him. The alliance we forged is a clandestine one. Our concern was the potential disruption of the three-way balance at the border camp. On another note, Kailan harbored some reservations regarding Li Zhao's claims. This recent acquisition of substantial supplies, coupled with the bolstering of our trading partnership, has been advantageous for us, requiring only the provision of heavy colonial gear and a batch of weaponry. We come out ahead, while Zhang Tianyang and his muscle-bound mercenaries face an uncertain fate. Will they retreat in the face of difficulty? Based on Kailan's understanding of Zhang Tianyang, this man would not shed tears until he faced the grave. If probing fails, it could weaken Zhang Tianyang's influence. The ultimate victor will be me. With this thought, Kailan considered himself an unparalleled genius. As the sandstorm swept through, countless survivors discreetly noticed a convoy laden with supplies departing ostentatiously. The target has left. Stay close, and once they are completely beyond the camp's jurisdiction, strike immediately. Cold, detached words mixed with crackling electricity echoed. Meanwhile, more survivors from the border camp followed suit, hoping to capitalize on the chaos and seize a profit. Chapter 70. An unexpected turn of events. Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, countless survivors cling to life, struggling in dire circumstances. Isolated and helpless, they sometimes resort to violence over a vial of cheap nutritional supplement. All survivors rely solely on themselves. The only entity they can trust is themselves. With no comfort, no support, and no hope, the notion of ideals is utterly absent. The singular goal of every survivor is survival. In this dystopian adversity, they tread carefully and tenaciously endure. Perhaps this is the reason civilization continues, albeit in a warped form, without succumbing to becoming a paradise for zombies and beasts. Not long after the black sandstorm, a convoy of 3 armed vehicles sped towards them. We must be under surveillance, Lin Yun observed, glancing askance at the shattered rearview mirror, noting the large group trailing behind the convoy. Why aren't they making a move? What are they waiting for? Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao attempted to alleviate his mounting tension. Once they were completely outside the border camp's jurisdiction, they could act without fear of patrol interference. Lin Yun furrowed her brow, recognizing that the hastily assembled, armed cannon fodder lacked substantial combat capability and teamwork. Without the control of enslavement collars, they would likely scatter like birds at the first sign of danger. She was further surprised to see that the trailing survivors were more numerous than expected. There were already 4 or 5 visible, with countless more lurking in the shadows. I have already informed Sister Jing. Once we exit the patrol zone of the border camp, we will find a better position to defend ourselves. As long as we can hold out until Sister Jing arrives with reinforcements, we will return safely to the camp. Experienced, Lin Yun recognized that a moving convoy would struggle against the onslaught of other survivor groups, allowing the hungry wolf pack behind to gradually consume them. Dio, as you see fit, you're in command. You are the boss, Lin Yun conceded with a roll of her eyes at Li Xiao, the hands-off manager. Fortunately, their weapons and equipment were decent. Otherwise, she would have doubts about her ability to hold out until Sister Jing's team arrived. Let the professionals handle the professional matters. Li Xiao was merely an unremarkable porter. Disinterested in such affairs, Lin Yun held the controller for the enslavement collars, knowing she had to ensure the slaves willingly acted as cannon fodder. This was a skill she needed to master. Peering out the window, Lin Yun opened the communication channel, signaling, "Drive the vehicles to the small hill ahead and stop. Everyone, stay alert and on guard." Yes, yes. The slaves driving the other 2 armed vehicles dared not let their guard down. Fearful that a moment of displeasure from their master would lead to the activation of the collars, controlling their lives. Having wandered this wretched world for so long and reduced to slavery, they had encountered all manner of masters. In a world devoid of morality and legal constraints, the ugliness of humanity was magnified. In the chaotic realm of the apocalypse, how could a life without freedom and rights not be tragic? Looking ahead, Lei Ling saw that the target convoy had rooted itself on a small hill. Observing their formation, it was clear they intended to stand their ground against her. Naturally, she remained cautious, aware that 4 other survivor factions were also eyeing the well-fed sheep that had emerged from the trading area. Lacking background and influence, yet possessing a significant amount of trade goods, who wouldn't covet them? However, uncertainty lingered regarding the target's firepower. None dared to make the first move for fear of falling victim to the lurking black hands. Lei Ling surveyed her surrounding pack of eager wolves, then revealed a sinister smile. "Go tell the other survivors nearby that Lei Ling. Invite them to discuss business. The short-haired Lei Ling pointed at the target convoy on the hill and instructed one of her subordinates. "I'll head over now." Lei Ling's eerie grin sent shivers down the spine of the mercenary she pointed to, who wasted no time in complying. Subsequently, the fully armed mercenary rode off on a modified old motorcycle. Approaching the other survivor factions, "Monk, what do you think?" a bald man inquired of a tall, lean individual. "Since Jiang Tianyang's deputy has issued an invitation, we should at least show some respect. Let us see what tricks Jiang Tianyang has up his sleeve." "That's fine," the tall man replied. "Though Jiang Tianyang's forces are substantial, we are outside the border camp, and we are not the only faction involved." He dared not provoke the wrath of the masses. The tall, slender survivor nodded in agreement. Moments later, four unevenly aligned survivor groups gathered around Lei Ling atop the small hill. Through the observation lens, Lin Yun, who witnessed the situation, inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad, the pale-faced man. We might be in deep trouble." Having navigated the apocalypse for quite some time, Lin Yun had a sense of what the other party intended. Most likely, they aimed to join forces to divide up individuals like herself. If that were the case, it would be difficult to hold out until Sister Jing's support arrived. The opposing numbers were overwhelming, and while their weaponry was mediocre, they were not all elite members from the border camp. However, survivors forged in the fires of the apocalypse were unlikely to lack combat prowess. Moreover, it was possible that they were equipped with colonial gear. Contemplating these possibilities, Lin Yun's brow furrowed even more. "What is happening?" Noticing the fierce woman's troubled expression, Li Xiao, unsure of the situation, instinctively inquired. He then learned of Lin Yun's concerns. "If the situation is indeed as you say, we are highly unlikely to hold our ground." Li Xiao, standing at the highest point of the small hill, scanned below. With a deep exhale, he adopted a stern expression and said ominously, "In that case, we shall strike first. Catch them off guard and attack when they are unprepared." After hearing Li Xiao's words, Lin Yun glanced at the resolute man beside her. She had not anticipated that this seemingly timid, pale-faced man would propose such a bold course of action. "Remember, if we fail, you must prioritize your own safety and retreat to the camp. Also, find a way to detonate and destroy the supplies in those vehicles. We cannot leave anything for them." Li Xiao turned to grasp the fierce woman's hand, earnestly conveying his instructions. "And you?" With Li Xiao's warm hand holding hers, Lin Yun felt a pang at the tip of her nose. This feeling seems to have not surfaced in a long, long time. Upon hearing the fierce woman's words, Li Xiao's expression softened, a hint of a smile gracing his determined demeanor as he replied casually, "I have my own plans. No, your physical condition and proficiency with the colonial gear. Trust me." "Trust me, will you?" Li Xiao released Lin Yun's hand and gently placed his hand on her shoulder, gazing into her beautiful eyes as he repeated his request. Reluctantly, Lin Yun succumbed to Li Xiao's unwavering gaze. "All right, I believe in you, pale-faced man. You must return safely. When the time comes, I will reward you." During the impending battle, Lin Yun would be unable to look after Li Xiao, but the colonial gear was in their possession. Escaping should pose no problem. With this thought, Lin Yun ceased worrying for the pale-faced man's safety. Unbeknownst to them, the two had embraced, and when they finally separated, an air of awkwardness lingered between them. At the foot of the small hill, I want to waste words. You all have come with a clear purpose, to seize the recently passed convoy. Lei Ling lounged with his legs crossed, toying with a short dagger, entirely indifferent to the cannon fodder before him. Chapter 71. Strike when unprepared. The bald survivor, the tall, slender survivor, and the two small faction leaders who had hurried over, all gazed at the nonchalant Lei Ling. "Hey, crew cut. What do you intend to do? If the fat sheep escapes, it will all fall on you." The small, yellow-toothed survivor leader glared at Lei Ling, growing increasingly irritable. Were it not for the fact that he was under Jiang Tianyang's command, who would care about this scoundrel? With an attitude as if he owed someone a fortune, Lei Ling glanced at this inconsequential figure and promptly addressed the matter directly. "You've noticed too, haven't you? It won't be easy to take the position held by the adversaries on the small hill." Before Lei Ling could finish, the bald survivor interjected. "This time, consider it a favor for Jiang Tianyang. We can assist you in securing this batch of supplies. How would you like to negotiate?" The implication was clear. Let us cooperate and jointly devour this convoy. Everyone could hear it, and no one opposed the bald man's proposal. After all, Jiang Tianyang's influence was substantial, making it difficult to refuse. Even the previously defiant short man merely wore an unpleasant expression without voicing dissent. Humph! Leiling scoffed repeatedly, continuing unabashedly. You misunderstand. I'm not here to negotiate with you. I am giving you orders. Once this batch of supplies and the opposing forces are in my hands, you may leave, I trust. You have no objections? As his words hung in the air, Leiling gestured. Swish the 4 faction leaders summoned by Leiling glanced around. They immediately noticed Jiang Tianyang's forces raising their weapons towards them. The short man could barely contain himself and, with yellowing teeth bared, attempted to argue. The remaining survivor factions, in a flash, Leiling swung his dagger with lightning speed. Swoosh before the short survivor could finish his sentence. A fine line appeared across his neck. In an instant, the fine line widened, and blood gushed forth. By the time the short survivor realized what had happened, it was too late. A searing pain overwhelmed him as he collapsed. Convulsing a few times before succumbing to death, I have no objections. We have no objections either. The bald man, along with the tall man and another ordinary survivor, quickly responded, fearing that one misstep could lead to their demise. Excellent. Now let us proceed this way. Boom bang rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of pulsing rifles opened fire, unleashing a furious assault upon Leiling and his group. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Leiling and the other survivor factions were taken by surprise. In the moment the shells struck, the once gathered survivor factions suffered heavy casualties. Ammunition was loaded recklessly, and the relentless onslaught continued. Damn it. Activating the colonial gear just in time, Leiling was fortunate to evade the lethal attack thanks to the protection of the giant crocodile armor. The price paid, however, was a significant reduction in the external armor's effectiveness. Unfortunately, the other survivors were not so lucky. The bald survivor lost an arm, emitting a horrific scream, while the tall man was severed in 2. And many other survivors were blown apart by the shells, torn apart by the pulsating rifles. The scene resembled a bloody hell, with severed limbs scattered everywhere and blood mist rising. It was likely that if no survivors cleaned up the battlefield, the beasts would be more than willing to tidy up the place. Leiling had never anticipated that the opposing forces would dare to launch a surprise attack. Suspended in midair, Lin Yun, clad in the Blood Witch colonial armor, maintained a calm demeanor beneath her helmet as she continued to unleash the remaining missiles from the back of the armor towards the designated area below. The sound of explosions echoed, yielding satisfactory results, seemingly exceeding expectations. Beneath the Blood Witch armor, Li Xiao, donning the infiltrator suit, erupted into manic laughter. Did you think of my plan? Seeking death. The other armed slaves, motivated by the promise of a meat can for each enemy killed and the death threats from the enslavement collar linked to Lin Yun's armor, charged forward fearlessly. Advance to live, retreat to die. After a round of heavy machine gun fire from the armed vehicles and a barrage of proximity grenades, the slaves easily dealt with the pursuing survivor factions. Akin to mercilessly striking a drowning dog, the remaining survivors, caught unawares, learned a harsh lesson as many fell victim to the hands of these ragged slaves. Little brat, meet your end? The dust had not yet settled. Suddenly, a figure clad entirely in black colonial gear, like a force of nature, charged through the onslaught, wielding a massive blade resembling crocodile teeth, heading straight for Li Xiao. Noticing this scene, Lin Yun shouted urgently. But alas, Li Xiao's reaction was a moment too late. Be careful. The giant crocodile exhibits remarkable swiftness, a feat attributable to Leiling's adept operational skills, allowing the combat armor to harmonize seamlessly with him. The clash of metal against metal resonates, unmistakably emanating from the aggressive weapon wielded by Leiling, the crocodile tooth ascending to new heights. Fortunately, with the defensive capabilities of the armor, Li Xiao merely felt a tremendous jolt to his chest, sending him hurtling backward and crashing violently to the ground. The ensuing boom stirred up dust to an impressive height of several meters, with the shockwave potent enough to incapacitate any nearby ordinary survivors unprotected. With ample combat experience, Leiling would undoubtedly seize every opportunity. Hovering in midair within the crimson heavy combat armor, he had no confidence in eliminating the adversary he faced, yet surely he could deal with a lightweight combat suit. In an instant, Leiling lunged downward, intent on finishing off this lightweight combatant to alleviate his pent-up frustration. How infuriating! They treat me with such disdain. The fierce woman Lin Yun furrowed her brows, maneuvering the bloody witch swiftly towards the black giant crocodile combatant. There was no choice that the bloody witch, being a heavy combat suit, was slightly slower than the versatile giant crocodile. Pretty boy, watch out for the attack. Without hesitation, Lin Yun opened a communication channel to warn the dazed Li Xiao. What? Just as he was about to respond to the fierce woman's warning, a scene before him made Li Xiao's pupils constrict, his words abruptly cut off. Holy hell, a 4-meter-long great sword was about to cleave down upon Li Xiao, who had just emerged from the ground. Chapter 72. Perilous Survival Clang. Boom! The crocodile-toothed great sword cleanly sliced towards Li Xiao, who had yet to fully rise. Though armed with combat armor, to an ordinary observer, Li Xiao might seem akin to a miniature superhero. However, against similarly equipped doomsday survivors possessing extensive combat experience, Li Xiao was undoubtedly a mere morsel. In an instant, Li Xiao was sent flying several meters until he crashed into a massive boulder, eroded by black sand for an indeterminate time, finally coming to a halt. Pain. Excruciating pain. Cough, cough, damn. The multitude of sensations assaulting him left Li Xiao at a loss, yet thankfully, the protective capabilities of the combat armor were not insignificant. Multiple contusions detected. Please repair promptly. Yes, I have detected that as well. Li Xiao glanced down at his chest, where the armor was most severely dented. If that opponent's merciless strike were to come again, he might very well meet his end in this wretched place. Combat armor protection status, dangerous, energy consumption too high. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best strategy. A thought flashed through Li Xiao's mind as he turned to activate the remaining stored energy, preparing to depart at the utmost speed. Thinking of escaping? The expression under Leiling's helmet darkened, intent on annihilating this damaged lightweight armor. The giant crocodile, wielding a crocodile-toothed long sword and clad in medium armor, should logically possess a speed inferior to that of Li Xiao's lightweight infiltrator armor. Yet, Li Xiao's lightweight suit had already sustained a bite from the giant crocodile, and it was fortunate that it had not been fully incapacitated. Currently, the situation rendered him somewhat disadvantaged in terms of speed. Leiling cast a glance at the red clumsy fellow behind him, instinctively slicing through its brilliance, and continued to pursue Li Xiao. Humph! Leiling snorted coldly. With his superior combat experience, he quickly assessed the battlefield. At this juncture, securing the supplies and personnel of this convoy was no longer a realistic endeavor. However, eliminating a lightweight combat suit, inflicting some damage, and then making a clean getaway was still within Leiling's capabilities. This is bad. Pretty boy, Lin Yun, piloting the Bloody Witch, had already exhausted her remote attack options during the recent ambush. Be careful. Hearing the fierce woman's familiar voice, Li Xiao was alarmed, an unprecedented sense of crisis washing over him from behind. Suddenly, the ominously black, fearsome giant crocodile was now less than 5 meters from Li Xiao's damaged infiltrator. Die! A manic gleam flashed across Leiling's face beneath the combat helmet. The thrill of slaughter, the exhilarating sensation of obliterating the opponent's combat armor was one of the few joys left. Li Xiao dared not take risks. He could not afford to wait for the fierce woman's support, risking another blow that might seal his fate. It was far too perilous. The likelihood of perishing here was far too great. Something was amiss. Li Xiao prepared to utilize his shuttle ability to return to reality, evading this relentless pursuer. A thought ignited, just as Li Xiao was about to initiate the shuttle ability before the eyes of onlookers. Whoosh rumbling. A shell struck the pursuing black giant crocodile with precision, obstructing its path of slaughter. Anti-armor RPG? Leiling was both astonished and furious, never expecting such a devastating weapon to be included in the convoy's supply list. In contrast to Leiling's shock and ire, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief, guiding the Bloody Witch towards the dark giant crocodile without hesitation. Grateful for the stroke of luck, Li Xiao swiftly directed his attention towards the slaves adorned with bondage collars. It was these inexpensive slaves who had just fired the anti-armor shells, saving his life. Phew, thank goodness I stocked up on a plethora of weaponry during the transaction, though I may not know how to use them. The slaves are capable enough and quite astute. Li Xiao surveyed the alert slaves surrounding him, satisfied with their awareness. Attack, eliminate, but be cautious. Do not let the opponent escape. If that scoundrel attempts to flee, bombard him relentlessly, just as Li Xiao prepared to assert his command, instructing his subordinates to dispatch the combatant. He beheld Lin Yun controlling the bloody witch, already engaged in a fierce brawl with the dark giant crocodile. Sensing the dire situation, Lei Ling grew anxious. Clang! Struggling to block the fierce strikes from the crimson armor, Lei Ling, controlling the giant crocodile, was still forced back several meters. "Take off your armor and die with dignity," Lin Yun stated coolly. The battlefield's dynamics firmly in her favor. "You little vixen, I'll drag you down with me even if it costs my life." Engaged in battle with the bloody witch, Lei Ling, realizing he could not prevail, opted to retreat while fighting. A desperate struggle. Seeing the opponent refuse to surrender and daring to counterattack, Lin Yun resolved to swiftly conclude the battle without further entanglement. Goddess, I am not only writing this book, hence the slower updates. I will strive to write more while ensuring quality, and I appreciate the support from all readers, including the small gifts. If readers wish to continue, I will persist in writing, regardless of the data. The target for this book is approximately 3 million words, with a plan to take 3 to 4 years to write it slowly. In conclusion, I wish everyone a smooth and prosperous new year, filled with good fortune and wealth. Chapter 73. Self-destructing combat armor entangled. Entangled. The red and black armors exchanged blows, neither seeming to outmatch the other. If experienced survivors controlling combat armor were to observe, they would undoubtedly notice that the dark armor was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Boom once more. The crimson and black armors collided violently. The heavy combat armor bloody which easily pushed back the giant crocodile. It was only when the giant crocodile combatant plunged its crocodile teeth into the ground that it managed to stabilize itself. While Lin Yun's heavy armor merely retreated slightly, Lei Ling cast a wary glance at the red combat armor before him. This heavy combat armor was far more formidable than he had anticipated. "Surrender, I shall spare your life." Lin Yun unveiled her protective helmet, confronting the now powerless giant crocodile. After several exchanges, the dark armor bore numerous signs of damage and decay. Having reached its limit, in truth, Lin Yun could easily subdue the opponent. However, given the high value and production difficulty of combat armors, and her current position in the borderlands, she was acutely aware of their worth and capabilities. Furthermore, the opponent's dark armor was reputed as versatile, capable of handling various combat situations. Not wishing to destroy this precious asset until the very last moment, she refrained from taking lethal action. "Ha ha ha, is this your first day as a survivor? Are you unaware that lacking strength can lead to being torn apart?" Advising others to surrender and remove their armor at every turn. As Lei Ling spoke, the madness in his expression grew, and he viciously declared, "You little vixen, you think I am unaware of your intentions regarding this combat armor? Let me tell you, you are mistaken. We shall die together." Hearing his words, Lin Yun felt a twinge of uncertainty. Who truly holds the upper hand now? This individual. Lin Yun's murmurs had yet to fully escape her lips when she beheld the other party rushing towards her with astonishing speed. This is not good. That scoundrel intends to self-detonate. The crowd was caught off guard, yet fortunately, Li Xiao was positioned far enough from the blast zone to remain safe. However, Lin Yun could not evade. As she watched the dark exosuit nearby gradually flicker with ominous white light. Manipulating the bloody witch, Lin Yun channeled all remaining energy of the exosuit into her protective shield. The terrifying explosion struck in an instant. Boom. The crimson exosuit, at the very epicenter of the explosion, was undoubtedly the first to be affected. The battered infiltrator Li Xiao raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding yellow-white brilliance, the light generated by the explosion rendering it difficult to discern his surroundings. Thanks to the protection of the exosuit, Li Xiao himself was not significantly impacted, though he struggled to see beyond the explosion's radius. Meanwhile, the throngs of slaves tightly covered their eyes, bowing their heads in avoidance, deliberately steering clear of the blast's core. Whoosh-bang, in a fleeting moment, the horrifying explosion sent vast clouds of dust soaring into the air, black soil swirling, with glimpses of yellow earth visible amidst the chaos. Soon after, the shockwave from the explosion radiated outward. Countless grains of sand and debris were propelled through the air. Li Xiao, barely managing to stand his ground thanks to the exosuit, noted that the slaves behind him were not so fortunate. Those who were farther away, sheltered by boulders and other cover, escaped largely unscathed. However, some slaves lacking any form of protection were hurled several meters by the explosive shockwave, crashing down with painful thuds. After a brief period, the area fell silent in the aftermath of the explosion. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, slowly making his way towards the epicenter of the blast. I hope the fierce woman is unharmed. A jolt of anxiety surged within him as he encountered the very sight he had dreaded. The crimson exosuit lay motionless at the edge of the explosion, devoid of any semblance of life. It appeared to have lost all vitality, its essence extinguished. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiao's heart was a tumult of emotions. He recalled the fierce woman's icy demeanor. Aside from her indifference, she had indeed possessed many admirable qualities. Approaching the crimson exosuit, Li Xiao gently patted it twice before embracing her. No response. Sigh. A sudden wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him, as it seemed the fierce woman had departed from him. Fierce woman, I had hoped you would unify the harem. The harem? You little pretty boy, what devious schemes are you concocting? Before Li Xiao could finish his thought, the fierce woman lifted her exosuit helmet. Disarming the exosuit, her brow furrowed, casting a disapproving glare at him. Oh, I said nothing. You must have misheard. As long as you are well, allow me to assist you up. Li Xiao reached out towards Lin Yun. She feels a bit soft. Li Xiao looked up at Lin Yun, only to find her gazing at him with a dark expression. Comfortable? Quite comfortable. Not comfortable. No, it was an accident, he instinctively blurted out, only to vehemently deny it afterward. Lin Yun rolled her eyes at this wolf in sheep's clothing, reproaching. What are you dawdling for? Carry me back to the armored vehicle. After such a lengthy battle, my bones feel like they've scattered. All right then. Li Xiao's spirits lifted considerably, his hands moving with abandon, not hesitating to take advantage of the situation. A subtle smile crossed Lin Yun's indifferent face. After he had taken his liberties, Li Xiao instructed the slaves to clean up the battlefield, then made his way back towards the temporary encampment. Following the cleanup, apart from some expended weapons and ammunition and the loss of 2 slaves, there were no other significant losses, and they even managed to recover some weapons and vehicles from surviving foes. It could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. At the border encampment, the survivor faction led by Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang was heartily consuming freshly canned meat obtained from the trading area. Truly delectable. As he gazed at the remaining morsels of meat within the can, he resolved to save a portion for a late-night snack to bolster his strength. Boss, we have intel. A panicked armed survivor rushed before Jiang Tianyang, his demeanor betraying the impression of a rather irritable leader. Jiang Tianyang's eyes narrowed as he demanded, Speak. A report of defeat. Lei Ling has failed? The survivor trembled as he continued to relay the news. Yes? Boss, Brother Lei's ambush failed, and the enemy broke through, failing to return. Jiang Tianyang slammed the can onto the table, fuming. There were fewer than 30 of them, and Lei Ling took half 100 men with giant crocodile exosuits. How could they not secure a victory? Subsequently, the survivor conveyed the general information gleaned from a few who had managed to escape back to Jiang Tianyang. It turned out that old rascal Kai Lan had meddled, which explained much. The bloody witch exosuit, I had previously considered trading for it, but that old codger was unwilling. Jiang Tianyang's expression shifted away from his previous anger. What conditions did those smugglers offer to make that old fool willing to trade? After a moment of silence, Jiang Tianyang finally spoke. Notify everyone to cancel the original attack plan. Yes. Watching his departing subordinate, Jiang Tianyang's expression darkened, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Chapter 74. Safe return to camp. Team Qing, approximately 10 minutes away from their destination. The team member reporting the information was Duke. This somewhat handsome young man, standing a standard 1.8 meters tall, would surely captivate the hearts of many in the real world with just a little grooming. His ability to survive amidst the apocalypse was not solely reliant on his looks. Survivor factions, particularly small teams, would never support useless liabilities. Qin Jing remained silent upon hearing this, her emotions taut. Clearly, her anxious heart had yet to find peace. Zzz. The silent communicator crackled to life, and Qin Jing promptly inquired, Yun Mei, how are things on your end? All is well. We are unscathed and are now returning to the camp. Keep your hands to yourself. Listening to the teasing tone from the communicator, Qin Jing's tense mood felt as though it had been doused with cold water. Am I the clown here? Do you think I worry about you unnecessarily? Hang up. Qin Jing glared darkly as she uttered this, promptly terminating the call. Team Qing, Mission accomplished. Return to camp. Understood. Observing the captain's displeased expression, Duke hesitated to ask anything further but ultimately swallowed his words. The encampment. Shortly after Qin Jing led her team back, another group drove in. Sister Jing. Qin Jing glanced at Lin Yun rushing towards her, instinctively embracing her as she cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiao behind her. Yun Mei, tell me, did that little pretty boy bully you? Sensing something amiss, Qin Jing scrutinized the little pretty boy before her with suspicion. Indeed, he just said he would bully me every day. The two embraced. Lin Yun whispered conspiratorially into Qin Jing's ear. Every day? In an instant, Qin Jing unleashed her wrath upon Li Xiao, who felt both awkward and alarmed. Little pretty boy, taking advantage of my Yun Mei. Huh? Next time you bring back supplies, should you not contribute an extra 3 portions? Without hesitation, Qin Jing sold out her own friend, acknowledging that being the head of the household was no easy task. Sister Jing. Lin Yun had anticipated Qin Jing would staunchly defend her, only to find her own friend sold out so easily. Lin Yun instantly released Qin Jing, feigning displeasure. How cold-hearted, how cold-hearted. The bond between sisters has withered. A trivial matter. If you desire the moon from the sky, I cannot provide that, but beer, cigarettes, and a heap of canned food and rations are no problem. Li Xiao waved his hand, casting Lin Yun a peculiar glance. Lin Yun shot him a glare in response to his insinuation. Very well, it is settled then. From this point on, our team's wages will be at least 50% higher than before. Feeling as though she had struck an incredible deal, Qin Jing internally rejoiced as she quickly reached an agreement with Li Xiao. All right. Li Xiao readily concurred. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Jing added, a true man must not go back on his word. Li Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Subsequently, Qin Jing directed the slaves wearing collars to unload the remaining weapons, ammunition, and some construction materials beside the camp. Once all tasks were completed, Li Xiao instructed all the slaves to line up. Standing before them, Li Xiao addressed them. Your performance has been commendable, especially during the previous engagement. Who among you utilized weapons to save me? Please step forward. The slaves exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Li Xiao's request. After a considerable pause, a towering slave adorned with a collar raised his right hand. Are you referring to the incident where the anti-exosuit cannon was fired, striking the exosuit? I wish to remain unrecognized. That should be my role. Li Xiao cast a glance at the position occupied by the muscular slave, who was a rather inexpensive survivor lacking any remarkable skills. He slowly approached the slave, meeting his chiseled features with a steady gaze, and inquired, What is your name? Zero, the slave replied, his strong physique slightly bewildered. I only remember myself as Zero. While the name was indeed peculiar, Li Xiao dismissed it. Considering this was a post-apocalyptic world, he continued, You have effectively saved my life. How about I grant you your freedom and allow you to leave? The robust Zero merely shook his head in silence. I wish to stay here. If I were to leave this place, I fear I would soon be recaptured, or worse, meet a swift demise. Although Zero could not recall the memories buried in his mind, he was relatively rational in his decision-making. You may stay, but the collar cannot be removed. I will treat you well. Observing this man whose mind seemed to have been subjected to a violent collision, Li Xiao furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to dwell on it. He then turned his attention to the other slaves and said, Ahem, in the recent battle, you have all demonstrated some value. Naturally, I will not be stingy when it comes to rewarding your contributions. The line of slaves exchanged looks at the words of their new master, their curiosity piqued. What does he mean by this new master? The anticipation grew as they wondered what rewards might be bestowed upon them. Each of you will receive 3 cans of meat, 3 cans of vegetarian food, and 2 bottles of purified water. With a grand gesture, Li Xiao proclaimed this in front of Qin Jing and the others. Are you out of your mind? Just because you brought back some supplies, you think you can act so recklessly? As soon as Li Xiao finished speaking, Qin Jing transformed into a veritable housekeeper, unleashing a torrent of dissatisfaction. Lin Yun and the other team members remained silent, but apart from the masked ghost, nearly everyone else wore a grim expression. This reaction nearly amused Li Xiao. It appeared he had underestimated the scarcity of resources in this world. Wait a moment, I haven't finished speaking yet. You are the boss, and I am the boss. For this impolite Barbie to interrupt my speech, I must admit I am somewhat displeased. However, the Barbie meant no malice. In this apocalyptic state, there were no advantages of a substantial logistical support from another reality. Upon hearing these words, one could imagine that most survivors, having endured the calamity, would react even more intensely than Qin Jing. You are. Regardless, the portion promised to our team is non-negotiable. The rest is yours to manage as you see fit. Had one of his own team members spoken such words, Qin Jing would have slapped them across the face, but in the presence of a benefactor, it was more prudent to temper her response. Rest assured, your portion will remain untouched. Li Xiao had already devised a plan for how to handle this matter. It conveniently provided him with a reason to return to the real world. He turned to the line of slaves once more and reaffirmed, "What I have said will certainly hold true. Aside from this matter, I trust you have observed the camp. I need you to enhance its defenses and improve its infrastructure in the shortest time possible. My goal is to transform this place into a survivor gathering site that rivals, if not surpasses, the border camps." Li Xiao then looked towards the 4 buildings and instructed the specialized computer slaves to devise a plan and present it to him. "We understand." Regarding this task, Li Xiao entrusted Lin Yun with the supervision. "Jingjia, could you please arrange a meeting with the leader of the survivor faction residing near our camp? I wish to discuss a matter with him." Considering the recent attack, Li Xiao did not believe the instigator would simply let the matter rest. Thus he had additional thoughts. Understood. Qin Jing acknowledged, preparing to relay some matters to her team and pass along a message. Chapter 75. Being accursed for one's wealth. Zhao Ko stood before the fair-skinned leader of the camp, his demeanor marked by anxiety and a stiff expression. Having traversed numerous hardships with his family and companions, he was finally at a place to rest, praying that the leader would not reverse his decision and drive them away. If that were to happen, the elderly and young in his group would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. With roaming zombies, malevolent monsters, and heartless raiders lurking about, any of these factors could lead to the complete annihilation of his small group, not to mention the dreaded winter that everyone feared. Zhao Ko, with his thick brows and large eyes, dared not contemplate further. The only question buried in his heart was, what could this young camp leader want with me? "Zhao Ko, is it?" Li Xiao observed the somewhat anxious man before him and couldn't help but smile. "Yes, my lord. How may I serve you?" Zhao Ko replied with a solemn expression, not daring to show an ounce of disrespect, for the man before him held the power of life and death over his group. "There's no need to be so serious. I merely wish to have a casual conversation and ask you a few questions. Additionally, I have a proposal that I hope will pique your interest." Li Xiao gestured for him to take a seat. "There's no need, my lord, that I'll stand." Despite Li Xiao's affable demeanor, Zhao Ko remained rigid, standing upright in front of him. A cautious approach was always wise. A lesson Zhao Ko had learned through the scars of experience. "Whatever makes you comfortable." Li Xiao was indifferent to the survivor's behavior. He then continued in a calm tone, "I would like to ask you about matters beyond the border camp. I have heard that you and your group hail from outside the border region. Could you share your experiences with me in detail?" "What did I think it was?" Zhao Ko exhaled a sigh of relief and replied, "Of course, my lord. My team and I come from the canyon beyond the border. We encountered numerous challenges along the way, resulting in significant losses among our companions and supplies. Thankfully, we have reached this place, and we are grateful for your hospitality." As Zhao Ko spoke, a note of gratitude crept into his rough words, a sentiment Li Xiao could clearly perceive. Language is a magnificent art that fosters resonance between individuals. Li Xiao simply smiled before continuing his inquiry. "What transpired over there? What prompted you to bring your group to the border region? It is not as favorable as one might imagine." The mention of this. Zhao Ko's expression darkened, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Having experienced combat, Li Xiao could discern the emotion clearly. "If you prefer not to share, that is perfectly fine. I did not come to you specifically to inquire about this." A ragtag group with families and little combat capability did not concern Li Xiao in the slightest. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Ko began. "It is as follows." Approximately 15 minutes later, Li Xiao had gathered the entire story. Innocent men suffer for their wealth. Zhao Ko's group of survivors had stumbled upon a relatively intact old-world armory amidst the ruins surrounding the canyon. An armory. Even an old-world armory was enough to drive any survivor faction into a frenzy. That is how it transpired. I inadvertently leaked the information, and they seek to silence me, likely wishing to eradicate everyone involved. Zhao Ko wore a bitter smile, uncertain whether to consider himself unfortunate or fortunate for encountering such a situation. "So, You decided to relocate your entire group to the desolate border region before they could react? Li Xiao pressed further, to which Zhao Ko nodded. Chapter 76. Win over and recruit. The mention of the armory sparked an idea in Li Xiao's mind. Once he had established his own faction in the real world and allowed it to develop, he ought to construct his own armory. As for the location, it should be as concealed as possible. Areas hidden within mountains, beneath lakes, or on sparsely populated islands would likely serve as ideal sites for the initial stages of faction development. Li Xiao looked directly at the burly man before him and inquired, "Can you still recall the exact location of the armory?" "Of course. Are you considering leading a group there to seize it?" "I would advise against." Li Xiao raised a hand to silence Zhao Ko, smiling lightly as he said, "Seizing it is inevitable, but the time is not yet ripe. Those who aspire to achieve great things must not act in haste. Rushing to claim treasures before one's faction is adequately developed would be akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth. It is wiser to level up and develop before venturing forth. I did not summon you for that purpose. The reason for your invitation here is to propose that you join my faction's camp." Uncertain of your willingness, Li Xiao refrained from hastily promising any benefits. Instead, he tentatively proposed the idea, keen to gauge the other party's reaction. Regardless of whether the response was affirmative, Li Xiao intended to bring all these survivors under his command. Should the reaction be vehement, and they showed reluctance to accept his overtures, well, it would be unfortunate. In this post-apocalyptic world ravaged by disaster, there is no place for mercy. If they were inclined to accept his invitation, that would be most advantageous. "My lord, the matter you propose is of great significance. I must consult with some of the elders in my group. I cannot provide an immediate response." Zhao Ko did not reply right away, opting instead to express himself subtly. This burly man might prove to be a commendable leader, yet he lacked any profound cunning. Li Xiao observed his every word and action, skillfully guiding the conversation and effortlessly extracting the man's thoughts. Such a person was precisely what Li Xiao required. "I am not inquiring about them, I am asking you. Are you willing to be my right hand?" Li Xiao's gaze pierced into the robust form of Zhao Ko, eagerly awaiting the response from this imposing figure. "Well, if you are willing to shelter us, I am undoubtedly 100% willing. Moreover, you have shown kindness to me and the others. I believe everyone would be eager to serve under you. However, our numbers are considerable, including the elderly, women, and children, and I fear we may become a burden to you." Before Zhao Ko could finish, Li Xiao interjected, "You need not worry about that. You only need to follow my commands and adhere to my rules. Avoiding any untoward incidents. As for your sustenance, I shall take care of that." Zhao Ko found it hard to believe that the leader of the camp would readily agree, considering his group comprised over 50 individuals, including the old and young. In this forsaken world abandoned by the gods, he had never encountered a survivor faction willing to accept such a large influx of people, at least not in the border regions. Or else his group would not have wandered for so long, suffering heavy losses, thus relegating themselves to a subordinate position. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall take it as your agreement. I have a task for you. Your young and strong survivors need not venture out to seek food or supplies. Instead, they shall assist me in constructing the camp. I will provide each person with 3 bags of compressed rations, 1 can of food, and a bottle of water daily." As Li Xiao spoke, he approached the table, gathering the prepared provisions and personally handing them to the sturdy Zhao Ko. "Your meaning is," Zhao Ko, astonished by the camp leader's actions, sought confirmation once more. "You mean that as long as they come to work, they will receive such provisions each day?" Li Xiao smiled calmly and nodded. "Indeed." Zhao Ko gazed down at the rations in his hands. Canned meat, compressed food, and exceptionally pure water. Good heavens, this was nothing short of divine providence. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I am eager to serve you, and I believe everyone will be willing to do the same." With that, Zhao Ko knelt on one knee, performing an exaggerated show of loyalty. This display elicited a chuckle from Li Xiao. There is an old saying that rings true: men die for wealth, birds perish for food. In times of dire hunger, some individuals may not differ much from beasts. In this world, where resources are scarce and death is commonplace, merely surviving is a commendable feat. Li Xiao's ability to offer relative safety and sufficient sustenance undoubtedly rendered him a godlike figure in their eyes. "Rise, there is no need for such formalities here. Go find Qin Jing. She will assign you tasks." Li Xiao, satisfied with Zhao Ko's demeanor, cheerfully began to delegate work. "Yes, my lord." Following the command, Zhao Ko turned and exited. Li Xiao reclined on the dilapidated couch, resting against the relatively soft cushion, his mood considerably uplifted. Is this the taste of power? Indeed, it is splendid. Yet, if not wielded judiciously, it can become a poison that corrupts. The essence of things often possesses duality. Like a double-edged sword, it must be used wisely to avoid self-harm and loss of one's rights, thus achieving the desired objectives. Li Xiao closed his eyes, contemplating. The assailants from the recent ambush will not relent easily. The one who instigated it all will not let the matter rest. Successfully causing them to falter may not have immediate repercussions. But over time, the outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, the construction of the camp cannot be delayed. The weaponry and equipment I brought back are sufficient to arm the slaves and survivors like Zhao Ko, thereby enhancing the camp's combat effectiveness. Once the camp expands, I can relocate their families and the elderly there. The constraint of food supplies is one aspect, but this too is a consideration. As for misplaced trust, only a fool would be credulous. It is only wise to instill a measure of caution in others. Upon reopening his eyes, the formidable woman suddenly stood before Li Xiao. Hey, pretty boy, what are you thinking about? Lin Yun's indifferent expression softened slightly as she regarded Li Xiao. Women are creatures of emotion. It is far more effective to woo them with kind words than to engage in logical discourse. Of course, I was thinking of you, Li Xiao replied with a wicked grin, pulling his trusted companion Lin Yun into an embrace. The young woman feigned resistance, but ultimately allowed Li Xiao to indulge. In truth, if it came down to a serious confrontation, 10 Li Xiaos would not stand a chance against Lin Yun. What are you doing? Watching the playful kitten in his arms, Li Xiao's large hand began to wander in a comfortable manner. He then spoke softly to the fierce woman. I just recruited the wandering survivor faction outside. While I am away, please keep an eye on things for me. At present, Lin Yun was the only one Li Xiao trusted implicitly, making her an invaluable asset. Let me think about it. Lin Yun did not immediately acquiesce, instead teasingly withholding her answer. Consider. It seems I must discipline you properly to assert my authority. Li Xiao had no intention of indulging the fierce woman. It was time to demonstrate his true capabilities. Before Lin Yun could finish her sentence, her words were abruptly silenced. P.S. Wishing everyone a joyful Lantern Festival. Chapter 77. The issue of colonization. Li Xiao and Lin Yun were wrapped in their playful exchange when, not long after, Qin Jing, the muscular Barbie, approached them. Can you two be a bit more discreet? It is still daytime. Qin Jing, visibly exasperated, looked at the two entangled individuals. The sudden interruption prompted Lin Yun to hastily push away Li Xiao's wandering hands. Sister Jing, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. Lin Yun's voice trailed off into a whisper. Yes, Qin Jing repeatedly agreed, as if to validate Lin Yun's claim. By the end of her words, Lin Yun's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment as she turned to leave. You could have waited a bit to find me, Li Xiao sighed, his face marked by regret. The murderous intent he had just harbored was swiftly disrupted by the presence of the formidable woman, forcing him to suppress his feelings. Qin Jing approached Li Xiao, teasingly remarking, Am I not good enough? How could I possibly compare to Sister Yun? Li Xiao looked up at Qin Jing, who towered over him. Realizing that he did not possess the means to subdue this Barbie. No. You are wonderful. I am unworthy. Li Xiao wished to prolong his life and avoid any premature decline. Qin Jing cast a disdainful glance at her little boss. Muttering, Wretched pup, I won't tease you anymore. I came to discuss some matters regarding the camp. Qin Jing's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. I just learned that you intend to accept the outside wandering survivor faction. I need to remind you of two important matters. Qin Jing regarded Li Xiao with a grave expression and continued. Unlike the slaves who wear collars of servitude, these incoming survivors may not be as easily managed as you might imagine. They require careful handling. Li Xiao, already aware of this, nodded. Rest assured, I understand this principle. I have asked Lin Yun to keep an eye on things. I will not extend too much trust to them, and some stringent agreements should remain in place. Having Li Xiao's assurance, Qin Jing felt more at ease. She continued, The second matter concerns the consumption of supplies in the camp. With the slaves and the recently recruited survivor group, the resource expenditure is substantial. What once could last for several months now poses a question of whether it can sustain even a month. And regarding the two ferocious young beasts you are nurturing, I suggest, before Qin Jing could finish her thought, Li Xiao interrupted, You need not worry about the food supply in a couple of days. I will contact headquarters and personally make a trip to bring back a substantial supply of compressed rations. Once the construction of the camp is completed, the members, aside from the core team, should have their daily provisions reduced. Regarding the issue of resource consumption, Li Xiao has indeed contemplated this. Except for the core team members such as Lin Yun and Qin Jing, the slaves and newly joined survivors should not be treated too generously to prevent them from becoming overly comfortable and losing their motivation to survive. If these individuals become too comfortable, it is likely they will become increasingly difficult to manage. Human nature tends to favor ease over labor. Without proper constraints, desires can become insatiable. In that case, the trouble will inevitably fall upon Li Xiao, Qin Jing, and the other administrators. Conversely, the team members, under the leadership of Qin Jing and Lin Yun, who have been with the team the longest and are provided with better treatment, are naturally seen as deserving of their status. It is unlikely anyone in the camp would be foolish enough to dispute this. In other words, this team of over 10 individuals constitutes the core and loyalists of Li Xiao. He'll solidify his rule. A clear hierarchy must be established. Regardless of the time or the context, hierarchies, teams, and ranks will always exist, including in the real world to which Li Xiao has returned. While interpersonal relationships may strive for equality, class distinctions are inevitable and necessary. A series of rules evolved through the tides of time. Li Xiao simply needs to position himself at the apex of this pyramid, firmly grasping the reins of power. As long as no extraordinary events occur, there should not be significant issues, allowing for gradual development and empowerment. With the real world serving as his substantial support, Li Xiao undoubtedly plays the role of an invincible player in the apocalyptic world. Similarly, this reasoning applies in reverse in the real world. Well, as long as you understand, I was worried you might act recklessly. I have found you to be a valuable ally, and I cannot allow any mishap to befall you. Feeling reassured that his authority remained intact, Qin Jing exhaled softly. Coexist peacefully in a world ravaged by catastrophe was something she had never dared to imagine before. It had been a long time since she had experienced such tranquil days. Qin Jing secretly resolved to protect this way of life from any disruption. By the way, my combat bracelet is damaged. Can it be repaired? Li Xiao produced the combat wristband, promptly activating the gear around him. Creak warning. Energy reserves depleted. Warning. Outer armor severely damaged. The cold notifications of the combat armor echoed in Li Xiao's ears, indicating the extent of the damage was quite severe. He thought to himself that it was fortunate it hadn't been completely destroyed. Without the protection of combat armor, it felt as if he were unprotected, devoid of any sense of safety. If he were to encounter any trouble, he feared he would not fare well. For Li Xiao, repairing or replacing the combat armor was a significant matter. It would likely be quite challenging. Qin Jing gazed at the lightweight combat armor, fearing that if it were to face another anti-armor projectile or a grenade, it would be rendered completely inoperable. After some contemplation, Qin Jing suggested, rather than attempting to repair this armor, it would be more cost-effective to trade for a new one, without an abundance of specialized equipment. Repairing the combat armor would demand excessive effort. If not for the exceptional quality of this armor, no one would be inclined to invest considerable resources into its repair. Li Xiao nodded in agreement with Qin Jing's suggestion. Trading for a new one seemed like a wise decision. Where can we procure new combat armor? The border camp, perhaps. However, Li Xiao expressed concern. The border camp might pose some complications. Qin Jing furrowed her brow. Well aware of what Li Xiao was alluding to, the attack on the survivor team was likely tied to the significant survivor factions at the border camp. There was no avoiding this issue. The only solution was to ensure that when trading with merchants like Kylon next time, they would bring more manpower and weaponry, as the border region was rather desolate. To acquire better quality combat armor, one could only go to the border camp. Fortunately, they had trading connections with Kylon, the old fox. The instigator of the attack on them would likely not dare to act openly within the camp. Qin Jing was well aware of the balance of power at the border camp. None of the three giants were simple characters. Otherwise, they would have been toppled long ago. I have secretly formed an alliance with Kylon. He should have some reservations. Listening to Qin Jing, Li Xiao began to understand why the other party had chosen not to make their alliance public. It was likely that they did not fully trust Li Xiao. This was understandable. If they could easily trust him, they would have long since stepped aside. A clandestine alliance. Immediately, Li Xiao provided a brief introduction to the puzzled Qin Jing. Well, Since there is still some time before the next trading opportunity, let Yun Mei temporarily lend you her bloody witch combat heavy armor. This way, you will be safer when contacting your people. Qin Jing did not mention bringing anyone with her to accompany Li Xiao. Such a proposal would not cross her mind if Li Xiao did not bring it up. Both of them tacitly refrained from suggesting anything of the sort. All right, I will spend a few days with Lin Yun before returning. I will have someone modify an armored vehicle. By the time I come back, I should be able to bring back a substantial amount of supplies. Chapter 78, Boyfriend and Girlfriend in the Real World. The capital city, an outer ring rental apartment. Time and space twisted, blue light flickered. After spending several days in the apocalyptic world, Li Xiao decided to return to the real world, having arranged most matters. With the formidable woman, Qin Jing, keeping watch, he believed there would be no significant issues. He intended to return in about half a month to replenish supplies. Remaining in the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse was quite uncomfortable. If there were no extraordinary events, returning to the real world occasionally for a breather was a pleasant choice. Indeed, the real world feels far more comfortable. Fresh air, a refreshing world. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Li Xiao suddenly heard the sound of a shower coming from the bathroom. Who is it? Is that you, Li Xiao? The familiar sultry voice reached his ears, and Li Xiao smirked, murmuring, a fresh workout, a fresh girl. After such a long stay in the apocalypse, it was high time for a shower. With a mischievous thought, Li Xiao headed straight for the bathroom. You? The alluring Shen Peiqi gasped, her words fading into silence. Shortly after, the melodious tones accompanied by rhythmic splashes filled the air. Engaging in primal movements was incredibly relieving, allowing Li Xiao, freshly returned from the apocalypse, to release some pent-up tension. At that moment, all worries seemed to vanish. Along with all the pressure. The next day, morning, Li Xiao awoke, his body sore, and caught sight of the fragrant warmth on the small bed, shaking his head vigorously, enduring it for now. Alcohol is a double-edged sword. Indulgence can lead to regret. He needed to exercise restraint and not overindulge. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao turned to the bathroom. After washing up, he prepared to head downstairs for breakfast. Such a leisurely and delightful life. How enjoyable that if only he could live like this in the bustling metropolis of the capital. For someone like Li Xiao, who hailed from a remote corner, such a life was unimaginable. Just dealing with work each day was enough to leave him exhausted, let alone entertain any additional thoughts. 20 in no time at all. Li Xiao made his way downstairs, paid the vendor for breakfast, and received 2 bags of soup dumplings, 2 cups of soy milk, and 4 eggs. Stepping lightly and humming a tune, he deftly opened the door to his room. Upon returning, he found Shen Peiqi already dressed and seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. You're awake? After washing up, I bought some soup dumplings and soy milk, and I brought back 4 eggs. Li Xiao smiled, his words laced with tenderness. Already washed up, you have a good sense of life. Everything you bought is popular. Shen Peiqi playfully stuck out her tongue. Li Xiao gazed at the enchanting woman beside him, choosing not to respond to her comment. When a man has money, treating a girl to these delights earns him praise for being cultured. If he were broke, however, he would be seen as a pitiful wretch. Thus, one can afford to take a girlfriend out for a meal worth hundreds, yet still carry only a few bills in his pocket. Fortunately, Li Xiao had ample funds. Shen Peiqi was oblivious to his inner thoughts as she gazed at the man before her, locking eyes with Li Xiao and recalling the wildness of the night before. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Li Xiao sat beside Shen Peiqi, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and said, "The new apartment in Rongxing County is ready for immediate move-in, with no need for additional renovations. Why are you still here?" Upon hearing Li Xiao's question, Shen Peiqi pondered for a moment before shyly responding, "I was waiting for you. Who else would want to stay in this rundown place?" Regarding Shen Peiqi's response, regardless of its veracity, Li Xiao found it somewhat satisfactory. Shen Peiqi herself was well aware that the key to a better life lay in her own endeavors, a driving force behind her relentless pursuit in this city. Once they finished their breakfast, they planned to move to their new residence, taking the opportunity to assess if there were any additional items needed for their new home. Li Xiao, brimming with vitality, devoured a small steamed bun. Although the new luxurious mansion, valued at 70 million, was ready for immediate occupancy, he firmly believed that one could never have everything perfectly arranged. Decorations, practicality, and other essentials still required personal attention. "All right, I can go shopping," he declared. Shinpeichi slurped a sip of soy milk, her cherubic face flushing with excitement, and her whole demeanor became animated. She waved her small fists, dancing with joy. I want to buy bags. Clothes. Li Xiao, upon hearing this, did not object. With newfound wealth, it was only fitting to treat his woman well. No problem. I'll pick out some lingerie and stockings. I guarantee you won't repeat an outfit every day. You are always thinking about such things, Shinpeichi remarked, deliberately turning her head away, feigning indifference towards Li Xiao. Yet, Li Xiao was not one to let her whims prevail. He pulled her into his embrace, playfully pinching the nose of the tall and elegant Shinpeichi, teasing, "What are these thoughts?" Shinpeichi looked up at Li Xiao, who feigned ignorance while fully aware, and with a slight struggle, she retorted, "You know very well." "I don't know. You tell me." As the two of them stepped outside, it was already nearing noon. Their breakfast had taken a leisurely 2 hours. After ensuring Shinpeichi was well fed, Li Xiao shared tender moments with her before they ventured out together. "Hello, Auntie," they greeted as they strolled hand in hand, only to encounter a rather rotund landlord around the corner.